Zhanghai City. Inside no. One villa at Tianhu Cave. On the sofa, a strikingly handsome man gazed at the ceiling, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Accepting a gift, I agree. Guyan, you are a good person, but I'm sorry. You cannot force me to be your girlfriend with such unreasonable reasons. The man's name was Guyan. When this familiar scene resurfaced in his mind, he finally understood. Huh, did I transmigrate? And became the villainous rich second generation in that brain-dead urban novel I was reading. Guyan's heart jolted with shock. He remembered only tripping over a power strip at home. How did he wake up transmigrated? Even if he had to transmigrate, couldn't it be into something better? In the novel, this villain, also named Guyan, was the top-tier rich second generation of Zhanghai City, but he was the universe's ultimate number-one colossal simp. The object of his simping was none other than Shen Wan'er, the eldest daughter of the third-tier Shen family in Zhanghai City. Shen Wan'er was born with fair skin and exquisite beauty, exuding an elegant aura. The original owner fell in love with her at first sight and launched a frenzied pursuit. Only, this first female lead was also a peculiar one. She clearly didn't like the original owner, yet she kept stringing him along, neither rejecting nor accepting. She accepted gifts, but whenever the original owner got close, she immediately scolded him away. When he drifted apart, she would lower her posture slightly. She truly had the original owner wrapped around her finger. When the male lead appeared in the novel, she began accepting gifts from the original owner, while simultaneously flirting ambiguously with the male lead. This provoked jealousy and rivalry between the original owner and the male lead. In the end, the villain's inevitable death sentence was fulfilled. He became the male lead's stepping stone, leading to his family's ruin and death. Thinking of this, Gu Yan was utterly speechless. Wasn't the original owner too tragic? Simping was one thing, but simping to the point of destroying his family was going too far. Gu Yan shook his head. No. Since I've transmigrated into this body, I can't repeat the same mistakes. According to the novel's plot, he was doomed to die later. To prevent that inevitable ending, he had to do something. The next second, a mechanical voice echoed in Gu Yan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the universal pure love system. By performing pure love deeds, you can earn points. Points can be exchanged for various items in the system mall. Good luck, host. Our slogan is, even a cuckold would dream of pure love, okay? Universal pure love system. My cheat code has arrived. Gu Yan slowly typed out a few question marks, his expression somewhat odd. He knew that cheat codes were standard for every transmigrator. But why did the name of this system sound so unserious? But fine, as long as performing pure love deeds earns points, right? Sorting out his thoughts, Gu Yan immediately had an idea, and a strange glint appeared in his eyes. You see, in this brain-dead urban novel, there was also a major villain. The ultimate mastermind behind the scenes, the one who manipulated everything in the shadows. All the hardships the protagonist group endured were actually the work of that greatest villain. It wasn't until the very end that the villain finally appeared to engage in a final battle with the protagonist's group. The villain killed everyone except the protagonist. In the end, the protagonist only managed to annihilate the villain by talking about friendship, unity, and not letting down his comrades. This fully demonstrated the villain's formidable power. Perhaps because the novel's author wanted to finish quickly and didn't want to start a new story, the original text described the backstory of that major villain in only a few lines. Leng Qingqiu, once the eldest daughter of the Leng family in Zhanghai City, known as the city's #1 talented woman. To find the murderer of her family, she blinded herself and lay in wait for years, eventually becoming the ultimate villain. The Leng family was once a top-tier clan in Zhanghai City, but due to a mysterious incident, they were reduced to a small, insignificant family. Gu Yan recalled the information about Leng Qingqiu and the Leng family. The Leng family was once powerful, on par with the Gu family as top-tier clans in Zhanghai City, but a mysterious massacre 5 years ago nearly wiped them out, causing their fall from grace. Bearing the hatred of such a clan annihilation, Leng Qingqiu became the cold-blooded, revenge-seeking major villain in the original novel. So there was no problem. Gu Yan's lips curled into a smile. He would go now before she fully became the villainous boss to earn a huge favor with her. By binding the ultimate villain, at worst he could survive until the end. And Gu Yan's gaze fell on a screen that had opened before him through his mind. Pure Love Object Unbound. After binding Pure Love points, acquisition will officially begin. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. What's more, I have the Pure Love system. They'll simultaneously earn favor with the final boss and accumulate Pure Love points. By then I'll have both Leng Qingqiu's favor and items from the points exchange to enhance my self-defense capabilities. This is simply so awesome. He. Gu Yan made an immediate decision and pulled out his phone to make a call. Actually, there was another reason he chose Leng Qingqiu. That was, hey Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Are you short on money? Mom just transferred another 20 million to your card. You. Hearing the concerned voice on the other end, Gu Yan quickly interrupted. No, Mom, I wanted to say that Grandpa arranged a child marriage for me with the Leng family a long time ago. I think I'm not getting any younger, so I want to try getting along with someone. As soon as the words were spoken, crack. A charming middle-aged woman vacationing on a private island jumped up from her sun lounger. The wine glass in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Xiaoyan, what did you say? Su Morong spoke incredulously into the phone. Son, you don't want Shen Wan'er anymore. It was well known that Gu Yan had a big fight with them over his "I will only marry Shen Wan'er" declaration, which was why they had come out for a vacation to clear their minds. And now her son had changed his mind. He actually didn't want Shen Wan'er. On Gu Yan's side, he understood his mother's shock. After all, the original owner was Shen Wan'er's #1 simp. But since he had come, he naturally wouldn't follow the old path. So he explained firmly, Mom, I've grown up. Shen Wan'er doesn't like me, so why should I force it? It's better to settle down early. So my dear mother, can you ask Dad to talk to the Leng family about this? Gu Yan wasn't opposed to going directly to the Leng family to propose marriage, but looking at it from any angle, asking his dad to notify the Leng family first would be more effective than him showing up to propose outright. On Su Murong's side, she excitedly gripped the phone, patted her chest, and agreed immediately, don't worry, son. Since it's a child marriage arranged by your grandfather, it's only right for us to propose. Leave this to Mom. He'll call you when it's done. That's all for now. Click. The phone hung up. At that moment, a frantic voice came from inside the wooden cabin. What's wrong? What happened to Morong? A figure rushed out of the cabin. The middle-aged man's dignified face showed a hint of panic. He was the current head of the Gu family, Gu Qingqiu, the father of Gu Yan. Upon hearing the sound of glass shattering, he hurried out. Su Morong, seeing him, waved her hand in surprise and delight. Qingqiu, how wonderful. The son has finally let go of Shen Wan'er. What a... Gu Tianming walked up to Su Morong and was dumbfounded upon hearing this. What? You let go of Shen Wan'er? Then what was all that about me quarreling with you every day and making our relationship so strained? And it was Su Morong who said she would scold him awake, but I ended up being the villain. Thinking of this, Gu Tianming looked at Su Morong with a resentful expression. Seeing her husband's face, Su Morong raised her eyebrows and darkened her face. What are you thinking about in your heart? Oh, nothing. So honey, why did Xiaoyan let go? Caught off guard, Gu Tianming coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Su Morong, pleased with the good news Gu Yan brought, decided not to argue with him and said happily, oh, it's about that childhood betrothal with the Leng family. The woman should be fine. At Tianming, what's that expression? Su Morong, while speaking, looked at Gu Tianming with puzzlement as his face turned pale and panicked. Gu Tianming finally came to his senses, covered his face, and said, it's over. This kid's taste in women is getting weirder and weirder. The betrothed girl from the Leng family. She is a blind person. Oh. Gu Tianming put down his hand and sighed. Oh, it seems the father-son relationship is beyond repair. Oh. Su Morong was also dumbfounded upon learning the truth. No way, son, you just left Shen Wan'er, now another disabled person. But she had promised Gu Yan to handle this matter. Su Morong and Gu Tianming exchanged a glance, both showing a bitter smile. Gu Tianming's side waved his hand and said confidently, forget it, knowing that kid's personality. When he sees the girl is blind, he will definitely not agree to this marriage. He will probably choose to call off the engagement when he meets her in person, and then we'll give the Leng family some compensation. Su Morong thought this was also a solution and nodded. We'll have to do it for now. 3 days later, at the Leng residence. In a bright and airy room, a young woman with closed eyes sat at a desk like a vivid painting, radiating a unique charm. Her temperament was fresh and elegant. Though she could not see the colors of the world, her beauty remained unaffected. She had silky black hair, fine and glossy, gently draped over her shoulders. Her face was soft and contoured, delicate in features, with skin as white as snow. She wore a simple, elegant dress, the hem gently swaying, emitting a faint fragrance. This was the eldest daughter of the Leng family, Leng Qingqiu. She expressionlessly and gently felt the book on the desk, a book specially designed for the blind. In order to make the hidden enemies lower their guard, she did not hesitate to blind herself, becoming a cripple. 5 years, I didn't expect 5 years have passed already. Leng Qingqiu murmured to herself. Her voice was cold and melodious. Once countless young talents in Zhanghai City would have done anything just to hear her speak. But now things have changed. The Leng family was no longer what it used to be, and Leng Qingqiu was no longer the Leng Qingqiu of before. Just then a creak. Second miss. You can't just barge into the eldest miss study. Move aside. I'm so angry. I have to tell sis about this. Amidst the argument, the study door was roughly pushed open and a figure with dyed yellow hair walked in. Without needing to think, Leng Qingqiu knew who it was. She calmly continued to feel the knowledge in the book and said without turning her head, Linger, what is it? Leng Linger, the second daughter of the Leng family and Leng Qingqiu's younger sister. However, upon entering the study and seeing Leng Qingqiu, her angry expression immediately softened. She ran over to Leng Qingqiu, hugged her head, and rubbed it against her flat chest. Sis, the Gu family is too much. Leng Qingqiu was always cold and distant to everyone, but towards her sister Leng Linger, she had enough patience. She sighed, freed herself from Linger's embrace, and asked calmly, what's wrong with the Gu family? They shouldn't have any connection with a small family like ours anymore. In the past, the Gu family and the Leng family did have a sweet period, but unfortunately, whenever she thought of those past events, a murderous intent surged in Leng Qingqiu's heart. The Gu family, though there was no clear evidence they were involved in what happened back then, were still among her suspects. If she ever found out the truth. Leng Qingqiu didn't notice her sister's abnormality and sighed helplessly. That's exactly the problem. The Gu family and Grandpa arranged a childhood betrothal back then, and now that young master of the Gu family is coming to discuss this marriage. And the one betrothed is none other than you, sis. The words fell. Leng Qingqiu fell silent. The room became still. No matter how much she thought, she couldn't imagine there was still such a thing. So that was it. Back when the Leng family was still a top clan, Grandpa did mention to her that he had arranged a marriage for her. But now, their Leng family was no longer the Leng family of old. That marriage. Leng Qingqiu was still chattering on the side. Sis, I don't want you to get married. Don't marry anyone. Boo-hoo. I only have you as my sister. Leng Qingqiu listened to Ling'er's words and felt a bit amused. Now on the surface, how could the Gu family possibly want her? Don't cry. The young master of the Gu family isn't here to marry me. Leng Qingqiu shook her head, which made Leng Qingqiu stunned. Huh? Not. Before she could finish, Leng Qingqiu stood up, picked up the cane, leaning aside, and said calmly, yes. If I'm not mistaken, that so-called eldest son of the Gu family is here to call off the engagement. But that's fine. Leng Qingqiu was calm inside. Since the family tragedy, she had lost her heart for love. Since blinding herself, she understood that she could not live like an ordinary girl, nor could she enjoy life like one. The only path left for her in this life was revenge. As long as Ling'er was safe and sound, that was enough. On the other hand, Leng Qingqiu was upset again upon hearing this, so he's here to break off the engagement. Damn, just a mere male nobody. Leng Qingqiu's indignant words made Leng Qingqiu sigh helplessly. Alright, let's go downstairs and wait. I wonder what pomp they'll use to call off the engagement. On the other side, in front of the Leng family courtyard, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the gate. Inside the car, the butler in the driver's seat said, "Young master, we have arrived." Gu Yan in the back seat nodded slightly, looking at the Leng family's gate. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Let me go meet my future power backer. The Leng family. In the living room on the first floor, Leng Qing'an, the current head of the Leng family, was anxiously seated on the side sofa. The atmosphere was too tense for him to maintain his usual calm. He swallowed nervously and glanced uneasily at the rumored, the number one sycophant of the Shen family's eldest daughter, the young master of the Gu family, in Zhanghai City, Gu Yan, who had even turned against the head of the Gu family to marry Shen Wan'er. Gu Yan was sitting on the sofa with a smile, his gaze fixed on the cool and aloof woman seated in the main position. Tisk, is this the future ultimate antagonist? Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu, having searched for some basic information about her online before coming, such as being the top talent of Zhanghai City and stunningly beautiful. Upon seeing her in person, he realized those rumors were not exaggerated. Despite her now being blind, it couldn't hide her aura akin to a high mountain flower. The only flaw was, beside Leng Qingqiu sat a very annoying little ghost sporting dyed yellow hair, wearing earrings, and seemingly sporting a shiny heart sticker on her left cheek. With flashy nails and dressed in a black Lolita short-skirted jacket tied around her waist, if she spoke in that tone of voice. Huh, just some insignificant fish. Leng Qingqiu, as the number one loyalist of Leng Qingqiu, couldn't tolerate Gu Yan, who was smiling and sitting across from them. After all, she was the big sister at school, who wouldn't shy away from her. She had never been afraid of anyone since childhood. What of the Gu family? Even if Gu Yan was the young master of the Gu family, she didn't think he could compare to her sister, let alone he was just a male, insignificant character. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan raised an eyebrow, finding it quite in line with his stereotype of the little ghost. Leng Qing'an was startled by Leng Qingqiu's words. My little ancestor, if we offend the Gu family, now many matters for the Leng family will fall into a passive and obstructive situation. Leng Qingqiu also knew that this was not the time to reveal themselves to the public. So she reached out and lightly tapped Leng Qingqiu's forehead, saying, "Ling'er, do not be rude." Ouch, that hurts. Leng Qingqiu didn't use much force, but Leng Qingqiu liked to feign innocence in front of her sister. Ignoring Leng Qingqiu, Leng Qingqiu closed her eyes and faced Gu Yan. I am already aware of the reason for the young master's visit to our Leng family today. Since you know my purpose for coming here, then things should be easier. Gu Yan's eye showed some surprise. He didn't expect his father's efficiency to be so high that this matter had reached Leng Qingqiu so quickly. But why did Leng Qingqiu not show any thoughts of resistance? He had prepared many arguments for this. Hearing Gu Yan call her name in such a tone honestly made her a bit uncomfortable. However, thinking that he was here to break off the engagement, it didn't matter. Who allowed you? Leng Qingqiu, seeing Gu Yan directly calling her sister Qingqiu, immediately felt displeased. Just as she was about to speak, she was pressed down by Leng Qingqiu. She calmly said, "Since it is easy, then let's get on with it, it's getting late." Gu Yan nodded. Indeed, time was of the essence. Just moments ago, he had successfully bound himself to Leng Qingqiu, becoming a pure love couple, and he needed to quickly engage in pure love activities to gain points. Thinking this, he took a deep breath and spoke to an old white-haired butler behind him. Lao Gao, take that out. Yes. Gu Yan only brought Lao Gao with him this time, fearing that too many people would give Leng Qingqiu a bad impression of him. Otherwise, people might think he was here to break off the engagement. Moreover, this old butler had unfathomable strength sufficient to ensure his personal safety. Leng Qingqiu observed that his niece had a calm demeanor, as if she had everything under control. He also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that things were indeed as Gu Yan had anticipated. He was here to break off the engagement. Look, he was about to take out this marriage contract to destroy it. Leng Qingqiu remained calm and collected in her heart. She had sworn long ago to seek revenge in this life. Whether Gu Yan broke off the engagement or not would not affect her mindset in the slightest. Thinking this, Leng Qingqiu silently recited, "Grandfather, since it is the other party who is breaking off this engagement, then you in the spirit world will not blame your granddaughter." Leng Linger also thought Gu Yan was here to break off the engagement, which was the result she wanted. But why did she feel so displeased? Why couldn't her good sister be accepted? Did he not find her appealing? As she thought, her gaze towards Gu Yan grew increasingly unfriendly. This little ghost. Gu Yan maintained his expression, pretending not to see the look on Leng Linger's face. After all, his purpose for this trip was Leng Qingqiu. He didn't care whether Leng Linger liked him or not. Young master. Lao Gao had already taken out 2 documents at this point. Gu Yan picked up one of the documents and handed it to Leng Qingqiu, who was sitting on the side sofa, chuckling. "Head of the Leng family, take a look at this document." Oh. Leng Qingqiu was taken aback as he received the somewhat thick document. Why was the divorce agreement so thick? Then Gu Yan placed the specially made braille version of the document before Leng Qingqiu, saying gently, "Qingqiu, I know you can't see, so I specially made this braille version for you." Leng Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. Braille? Document? Oh, I see. The other party never cared that I had my eyes closed from the very beginning. So this young master of the Gu family, knowing I am blind, has painstakingly created a braille document to annul the engagement. What kind of operation is this? Leng Qingqiu calmly reached out her hand towards the document on the table, but Gu Yan seemed to have done this on purpose, keeping the document just out of reach of her fingertips. Seeing this, Gu Yan hurriedly said, "Let me help you." As his words fell, Gu Yan extended his hand to grasp Leng Qingqiu's hand and placed it on the document. The moment his palm touched hers, Gu Yan distinctly felt a tremor. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Help the pure love interest touch the material document." Points 1, which made Gu Yan smile lightly. And this scene did not escape the eyes of Leng Linger, who immediately shouted in anger, "Pervert! Let go of her." Leng Qingqiu's tone was somewhat cold. "Young master Gu, do you not know that men and women should not touch each other?" With that, Leng Qingqiu broke free from Gu Yan's grasp. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you." Gu Yan sincerely apologized, as if it were truly the case. Why not just push the document a little closer? Oh well, it doesn't matter since there won't be any further relationship with him anyway. Leng Qingqiu let out a light breath as she touched the braille document and began to read. Time passed second by second. Leng Qingqiu looked at the document, utterly shocked. He suddenly raised his head to look towards Leng Qingqiu, opening his mouth, as if to say something. But he quickly suppressed his shock, looking at Gu Yan with incredulity. This. Before he could finish, Leng Qingqiu had already discerned the content of the document. She slightly turned to Gu Yan and asked faintly, "What does this mean?" This document is not the annulment document they had imagined at all. Instead, it is a transfer agreement for 5 of the Gu family's shares. One must know that the Gu group is conservatively valued at 1 trillion. The worth of this 5 is unimaginable. This is an enormous help for their Leng family. What does it mean? Qingqiu, do you not understand? This is my small token of sincerity for proposing to you. Since I hold 10 of the group shares, I'm giving half of that to you. After all. Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu tenderly. "From now on we will be family." What? Boom. Leng Qingqiu was stunned on the spot, standing up directly, her tone no longer calm. "Proposal? Family? See. What's going on? Why is it still a proposal? Weren't you here to annul the engagement?" This left Leng Qingqiu dumbfounded. As a blind person, why would you be thinking of proposing? And even giving such a big gift? Seeing this, Gu Yan also stood up, sincerely saying, "That's right. Marry me, Qingqiu. I will treat you well for a lifetime." Huh. So direct. No, this isn't about a lifetime or not. Leng Qingqiu resisted in her heart. How could she possibly consider dating or marrying anyone now, especially since the Gu family hasn't even fully entered her whitelist? Leng Qingqiu was also stunned. Not annulling the engagement. No, big brother, weren't you chasing after Shen Wan'er? Why are you here looking for my niece? Leng Linger caught on to this too, quickly standing up and shouting at Gu Yan, "Pa! You lying dog. You were just pursuing Miss Shen. But now you say you like my sister. How did that happen?" Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu found a reason to refuse, saying, "Young Master Gu, if you are only seeking a substitute for Shen Wan'er, then I believe we are not suitable. Even though it's not an annulment, and even with such a gift." However, Leng Qingqiu still did not want to marry him. After all, she had long decided she would not live like a normal girl. In her life only. Before she could finish her thought, Gu Yan began his performance. He feigned hesitation, his expression fluctuating, but ultimately became resolute, as if he had made a decision. He took a deep breath and looked at Leng Qingqiu. Even though she couldn't see, Gu Yan still put on a sincere demeanor. No, not a substitute. Actually, I fell in love with Miss Leng the moment I learned my grandfather had arranged our engagement as children. Back then you were the top talent in Shanghai City, while I was just a rich and handsome playboy. I liked you, but I knew I wasn't good enough for you. So I wanted to work hard to make myself worthy of you, but before I could reach that point I heard about your blindness. Gu Yan's tone turned sad. I was heartbroken and guilty, hating myself for not being by your side when you needed me the most. I always feared facing you, feeling unworthy of being your husband, so I tried to numb my heart through others, but... Gu Yan paused, looking at Leng Qingqiu. He sighed slightly, and continued, soon after I heard the news of your blindness. At this point Gu Yan's tone was sorrowful. I was very sad, and felt guilty. I hated myself for not being there for you when you needed me most. Yet every night before I slept the one I thought of was still you, Qingqiu. Gu Yan said as he walked around the table, approached Leng Qingqiu, reached out to hold her hand, and sincerely said, Qingqiu, no matter how you change I will love you. I will treat you well for a lifetime. Leng Qingqiu tried to pull her hand away from Gu Yan, but found his grip very tight, and his tone was so sincere that it almost seemed genuine. Leng Linger, hearing this, felt her cheeks flush, and stood up to scold Pa. Who would believe such nonsense? Leng Xing'an was left in shock, looking at the earnest Gu Yan. Wait, are you serious? But, he swallowed hard, glancing at the silent Leng Qingqiu. In truth, no one knew that the true mastermind behind the Leng family was actually his niece Leng Qingqiu. Leng Xing'an was just a figurehead as the family head. So if anyone knew, they would understand how panicked he truly was. Time passed second by second. Finally Leng Qingqiu spoke up, and it seemed as if she had undergone a tremendous internal struggle, slowly saying, I understand. Sister. Leng Linger was stunned, his sister really agreeing. Upon receiving this answer, Gu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Regardless of what Leng Qingqiu was thinking inside, at least on the surface, they were now a legally recognized pure love couple. Great, Qingqiu, I swear I will treat you well. Gu Yan tightly held Leng Qingqiu's delicate hand, sincerely stating. Oh, the first step towards avoiding a tragic ending was finally completed perfectly. He. Leng Qingqiu remained silent, as she certainly wasn't doing this to actually become Gu Yan's wife. Instead, she thought, since Gu Yan was so deeply devoted to her, even going so far as to offer up company shares. Then, a plan surfaced in Leng Qingqiu's mind. She could use Gu Yan, or rather the Gu group, to assist her in finding the true mastermind behind the incident that occurred back then. Gu Yan, you probably would never expect that I have another motive. The Leng family. In the study on the second floor, the system's prompt echoed crazily in Gu Yan's mind as his rapidly increasing points made him feel lightheaded. A smile could not help but rise at the corners of his mouth. Not bad, not bad. If I hold Qingqiu's delicate hand for 24 hours, won't my points increase by thousands? If I do this every day, won't I eventually clear out the system shop? Gu Yan believed that one must have dreams, or what if they came true? On Leng Qingqiu's side, although she had some plans in mind before that. I need to start reading. Gu Yan, can you loosen your grip for a moment? Leng Qingqiu said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Although she superficially agreed to be with Gu Yan, it was merely for her own gain, or rather to utilize the Leng family behind him. To her, Gu Yan was just a pure love fool, easy to control. Thus, she wanted to avoid such physical intimacy as much as possible. After confirming their relationship, she didn't expect this shameless man to cling to her and insist on seeing what she usually did. Leng Qingqiu was very skilled in manipulating others. It was indeed inappropriate to drive him away right after accepting his proposal, so she agreed to let Gu Yan accompany her into her study as a show of sincerity. Of course, during this time, Gu Yan frequently touched her body for no reason. He claimed it was to help her see better. Hiss, do I need you to tell me whether I can see or not? After hearing this, Gu Yan thought to himself that he hadn't earned enough points, yet how could he let go? But he was also worried that if Leng Qingqiu got angry and ignored him, it would be even worse. So he quickly let go and said, oh, okay. Feeling the release, Leng Qingqiu finally relaxed a bit. She sat in her usual seat in front of her desk filled with braille books. This was her exclusive little world, the best place for her to understand the outside world and improve herself. It was also a place that she could not let anyone enter without permission. Her expression was serious as she rapidly thought about her future plans. First, I will take advantage of Gu Yan's affection for me, step by step seizing control of the Gu family business through my own means. And meanwhile, I will secretly accumulate strength to find the mastermind behind it all. Hiss, this damned man. Leng Qingqiu's thoughts were interrupted as she turned towards the sound, even though she couldn't see him. Yet for some reason she felt as if she could see a face she found bothersome leaning in beside her. Gu Yan felt a rush of joy as Leng Qingqiu finally looked in his direction. Great. The book he had read, Why Does the Overbearing CEO Like Me a Regular Girl? It's Because I'm So Annoying, was proving to be true. According to the dating advice from that book, as long as you keep annoying him, you would catch the CEO's attention. Since it was written that way in the novel, it should apply here as well. After all, this place could indeed be considered a novel world. Qingqiu, I want to ask you Leng Qingqiu, which do you prefer I call you? Gu Yan blinked at Leng Qingqiu. Although he came looking for her for points and to survive, he had to admit, Leng Qingqiu's personality and looks were truly striking, making his heart race. He couldn't help but want to engage in pure love with her. Leng Qingqiu was rendered speechless upon hearing this question. What kind of ridiculous nicknames are those? I don't like any of them. You better hurry and leave. Why aren't you speaking? Gu Yan wondered, looking at Leng Qingqiu, who had fallen silent. The next moment he realized, oh, she must not like any of them. Then, Gu Yan thought of a nickname he had read in a previous life novel, and laughed. How about I call you wifey baby? Upon hearing this nickname, Leng Qingqiu's heart trembled, and she quickly turned her head, not allowing Gu Yan to see the change in her expression in that instant. Hiss! Damn it! What nonsense is this shameless man spouting? Leng Qingqiu's face turned red. How could someone say such cheesy and disgusting words? After living for so many years, it was her first time hearing such mushy talk. I don't like any of them, just call me Qingqiu. Feeling as if she was being stared at by a scorching gaze, she finally spoke up. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan sighed in relief. He thought that Leng Qingqiu had reacted so strongly because she was angry. But now it seemed that she was indeed angry, though not excessively so. Alright Qingqiu, do you have anything to do right now? How about we go out for a bit? Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu expectantly, as he honestly found it difficult to approach her while she remained in the study. Hearing Gu Yan's suggestion, Leng Qingqiu was slightly taken aback. Go out for a stroll. In reality, ever since she had blinded herself, she had not left the Leng family, or rather she spent most of her time in this small study. Thinking about it, it seemed she hadn't been out for a very long time. After all, her mind was solely focused on revenge. However, going out for a stroll seemed like a waste of time. Time was the most precious thing for her. Therefore, I'm busy, I don't have time. I need to read now, so please be quiet. Leng Qingqiu said lightly before starting to read her braille books in front of Gu Yan. Seeing this, Gu Yan was not disappointed. After all, Leng Qingqiu was a blind person and would later become a major antagonist. It would certainly be unscientific to make her genuinely like and trust him right now. However, there was plenty of time in the future for him to improve her affection. Alright, I'll just sit here and watch you, Qingqiu. You don't know, every time I see you, my heart. Before Gu Yan could finish his sentence, Leng Qingqiu angrily turned her head away. Gu Yan instantly understood and promptly closed his mouth. This damned man. Leng Qingqiu felt a headache coming on. How can this guy be so annoying? As time passed, Gu Yan sat beside Leng Qingqiu, flipping through books that he obviously couldn't understand, as they were all in braille. He looked at Leng Qingqiu, who quietly explored the braille with her fingers. Has she been living like this all these years? Constantly absorbing knowledge to become stronger, accumulating power, and eventually becoming the greatest antagonist. Truly impressive. She is indeed my pure love interest. On this side, Leng Qingqiu realized she had been staring for a long time without hearing Gu Yan's annoying voice, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. As he left, she softly called out Gu Yan. Gu Yan held his breath, deliberately remaining silent, as he slowly stood up and stepped backward. Leng Qingqiu, seeing no response, thought Gu Yan had indeed left. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. Why did this guy leave without saying a word? Leng Qingqiu shook her head. Perhaps it was the sudden silence in a room that had previously been noisy. She felt a bit out of place for a moment. Clearly she had been in this environment before Gu Yan arrived. Darkness and endless dark silence. In this study, the only sound she could hear was her own breathing. Every day her task was to continuously improve and elevate herself. Only by constantly enhancing herself could she find the mastermind behind it all and avenge her family. Of course, even if she spent day and night in the study, she wouldn't lose track of time. After all, her brain, akin to a computer, could perfectly calculate every minute and second of the current time. TSK. Why have I suddenly thought so much? Leng Qingqiu chuckled to herself. In the past, she wouldn't have thought this much. However, today, when Gu Yan came over and said something about marrying her, buzzing in her ear, she surprisingly felt as if there was something more in her life. It was as if her daily routine of absorbing knowledge had awkwardly added wife and baby, learning knowledge, wife and baby. Ugh, why am I thinking so much? Leng Qingqiu's face flushed slightly as Gu Yan's earlier words echoed in her mind. If you know, I need to calm down. Leng Qingqiu expressed that she truly couldn't bear such cheesy words, not knowing how Gu Yan managed to utter them. With that thought, she stood up and walked directly towards a certain direction. It was a bookshelf filled with her books. Having spent many years in this place, she knew perfectly well where everything was located. However, coincidentally, Gu Yan was blocking the bookshelf she approached. Why is Qingqiu walking over here? And what was she so engrossed in thinking over there? Gu Yan covered his mouth, feeling unsure, as Leng Qingqiu gradually approached him. Especially since she was walking towards him, eyes closed, with a calm and elegant expression. It was simply, who could withstand this? Gu Yan swallowed hard. No, he mustn't do anything foolish at such a moment of increasing affection. So, he glanced at the door nearby. Since Leng Qingqiu thought he had left, he quietly decided to leave. Observing Leng Qingqiu's movements, she was likely to grab a book behind his current position, so he just needed to sidestep. With that in mind, Gu Yan gently moved his body. On her side, Leng Qingqiu followed her usual path towards the bookshelf. However, she overlooked one small detail. That was because Gu Yan was there. A chair had been moved and placed nearby. Leng Qingqiu walked over without any guard. The next second, bang! Oh! Leng Qingqiu felt something trip her, instinctively shouting as her body leaned forward. In the absence of sight, her heart was filled with panic. If she fell, that could mean perhaps my pure love interest would be gone. Gu Yan, who was originally planning to slip away, was startled and rushed over Qingqiu. With a thud, the two fell to the ground. Leng Qingqiu landed in Gu Yan's embrace. Ouch! Gu Yan almost let out a helpless exclamation. Saving pure love interest from falling. 10. Huh. But along with the prompt in his mind, he suddenly laughed out loud. Leng Qingqiu, who was bracing for pain, froze for a moment. I was saved by someone. That laughter. Gu Yan. Leng Qingqiu hesitantly asked. No, wait, wasn't Gu Yan supposed to be gone? He didn't respond earlier. Could it be? Leng Qingqiu seemed to realize something, and connecting it with that laughter, she slightly raised her head and looked at Gu Yan expressionlessly. You deliberately remained silent, just to see me fall. This bastard. As she thought of this, Leng Qingqiu felt a bit annoyed. Wasn't this what a love fool would do? This guy was intentionally trying to make her look foolish. Alright. So this is how it's going to be. Hiss. I'm wrong, Qingqiu. Didn't you say not to let me speak? So I didn't dare to say anything. Gu Yan certainly refused to admit this, and he hadn't intentionally wanted to see her fall. That was purely an accident. You know in your heart, if that's what you meant. Leng Qingqiu didn't want to hear Gu Yan's clumsy explanation and immediately struggled to get off him. Let go of me. You bastard. Cough. Qingqiu, you're making me uncomfortable. Shut up. You just wanted to see me embarrassed. Who cares if you're uncomfortable? But, shut up. She braced herself against Gu Yan's chest, trying to stand up, only to find that her chaotic movements had led to a rather strange position between her and Gu Yan. At that moment, crack. Leng Linger, with her yellow hair, rushed in anxiously. Sister, I heard a loud noise. You weren't harmed by that pervert Gu Yan, were you? However, as she spoke, she found herself at a loss for words. The ambiguous scene before her left her stunned. There stood her beloved older sister, the one who always appeared so composed in front of her. At this moment, she was propped against Gu Yan's chest, looking quite distressed. Is that you, Linger? Come help me. Leng Qingqiu heard her sister's voice and spoke up. Help? Do I still need to help you? Sister, oh no. How could you have this happen with such a man after only a short time? Leng Linger immediately burst into tears. Gu Yan slowly raised an eyebrow, and Leng Qingqiu also slowly raised an eyebrow. In the room, Leng Qingqiu and Leng Linger, the two sisters, sat on the bed. Gu Yan sat on a chair opposite them. The three were having a conversation. So to prevent such things from happening in the future, you are not allowed to be alone with my sister again. Misunderstandings resolved. Leng Qingqiu remained silent, seemingly aware of the impression her earlier actions with Gu Yan in the dark had made on outsiders. At this moment, she could only express her embarrassed feelings through silence. How infuriating. How could this happen? Especially in front of her sister. How infuriating. All her dignity was lost. Gu Yan looked at his sister-in-law, whose eyes were slightly red from crying, and helplessly nodded. All right, I promise you. He saying that is one thing. After all, my sister-in-law will be going to school. Can't I just get close to Qingqiu? When, after leaving the Leng family, Gu Yan sat in his luxury car on the way home. He was a man who knew when to stop, and although there were some errors in the process of obtaining points, he felt that overall it was quite good. If there were tangible means of expression, he believed that his affection for Leng Qingqiu should have increased by about 10. Indeed, that's how confident he was. By the way, let's check today's harvest. Gu Yan happily opened the system store and saw that the points column was marked with point 60. 60 points indicated that the score of his love with Leng Qingqiu had reached a passing level. Perhaps this is fate. Gu Yan smiled with satisfaction, then began to browse the items in the system store. Pills, martial arts, divine abilities, pets, body refinement, cold weapons, firearms, immortal artifacts. Gu Yan looked at the dazzling array of categories, feeling quite envious. Unfortunately, his points were nowhere near enough to exchange for those impressive-sounding divine abilities and martial arts. In the original work, this world was considered a low martial world where there were indeed figures like innate and acquired masters. It was said that masters could use chi to protect themselves against bullet attacks. However, this information about martial arts was not known to ordinary people. Later on, Leng Qingqiu even cultivated to the peak of a grandmaster. As for him being an ordinary person, since he had a system, he wouldn't place all his hopes on others. Naturally, he would also utilize the resources at hand to cultivate. With this thought, he found the martial arts section, clicked in, and noticed a strange phenomenon. Almost all the martial arts were marked with a red exclamation mark. Only one martial art, named Cosmic Pure Love Technique, could be viewed. What the hell is this? Gu Yan's mouth twitched. What kind of thing was the Cosmic Pure Love Technique? The next moment, hello host. Because this system is a pure love system, cultivating other martial arts is simply the most detestable behavior in the eyes of this system. So the host can only cultivate the system's exclusive martial art, cosmic pure love technique. Hey, you're just a system. Why do you care so much? Gu Yin covered his face, feeling powerless to criticize the logic of this pure love system. However, since the martial arts were provided by the system, he had no choice but to follow this rule. Reluctantly, Gu Yin clicked on the cosmic pure love technique. He saw only one line of introduction. The cosmic pure love technique states that simply engaging in pure love activities can stimulate pure love energy. This energy can cleanse the meridians of the martial arts owner, continuously nourishing the body, making it stronger, and allowing learning of anything else to be twice as effective. It seemed somewhat interesting. In simple terms, as long as one engaged in pure love activities, one could become stronger, right? Gu Yin realized, but unfortunately this martial art cost 100 points, so it seemed he would have to save up for a while longer. With this thought, Gu Yin closed the system, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Good, let's keep this momentum going, and let his affection for Leng Qingqiu soar. The driver Lao Gao saw Gu Yin smiling in the rearview mirror and felt gratified. He could sense that the young master seemed to have changed. Because of Shen Wan'er, the young master used to carry a troubled and repressed aura. Now, after letting go of Shen Wan'er, the young master's entire spirit seemed to have been rejuvenated. This was good news, and surely the master and mistress would be pleased as well. Jinxia Commercial Street. This place was the largest commercial area in Shanghai City. It was filled with countless luxury goods, and many internet celebrities and rich second-generation heirs would come here to check and take photos and shop. Inside a restaurant. Wan'er, are you saying that the scoundrel Gu Yin has not contacted you for 3 days? The young lady from the Xie family, Xie Baiwei, looked incredulously at the silent beauty beside her. Shen Wan'er nodded silently. Upon receiving this response, Wu Lily, the young lady from the Wu family, sitting opposite them, immediately turned cold, scolding, "Scumbag. It's just because our Wan'er is focused on her career and refused to be his girlfriend." As a result, he showed a sour face to Wan'er. What a petty man. She grasped Shen Wan'er's hand, earnestly saying, "Wan'er, it's good that you didn't agree to that scumbag Gu Yin, or else who knows what would have happened to you." Shen Wan'er pursed her lips at her words. Based on her understanding of Gu Yin, how could he possibly show a sour face to her? She hesitantly asked, "Should I send him a message to ask what's going on?" Shen Wan'er wondered if her previous rejection had hurt him. Should she not comfort him a little like before? This situation was not unprecedented, but as long as she took the initiative to make a call, he would come running the next day to curry favor. Hearing this, Xie Baiwei pressed down on Shen Wan'er's hand that was about to send the message and said solemnly, "Wan'er, this is where you went wrong. Haven't you noticed the tricks that scumbag Gu Yin is playing?" Shen Wan'er was taken aback. "Tricks?" She looked at Xie Baiwei confused and asked, Wei, what do you mean?" "Oh, it's the usual tricks that scheming men use." Xie Baiwei scoffed and waved her hand in annoyance. "Deliberately not talking to you, deliberately ignoring you, making you feel a sense of crisis. This scumbag is playing hard to get with you. The goal is to make you take the initiative to apologize to him, to appease him. Wan'er, I advise you not to fall for his tricks. A man like him is deceptive. We exceptional women must discern the truth." At this point, Wu Lily, sitting opposite, nodded, repeatedly asserting, Wei is right. Wan'er, you mustn't fall for such tricks." As she spoke, Wu Lily patted her chest, assuring, "We are experienced, we understand these matters best." Hearing her two close friends say this, Shen Wan'er felt her heart waver and realized. So that's how it is. No wonder Gu Yin had stopped looking for her, and when she took the initiative to reach out to him, he would be so happy. It turned out it was because of playing hard to get. Yes, Wan'er, when you were fooled before, who knows how he laughed at you behind your back, laughing at how easily you fell for his tricks. Xie Baiwei sighed and shook her head as if truly feeling sorry for her dear friend. The more Shen Wan'er listened, the more she felt her friends were right. She recalled how Gu Yin had ignored her, and to understand the situation, she had actively messaged him. Now it seems, perhaps Gu Yin was laughing at her for falling for it. Damn, I misjudged you, Gu Yin. Shen Wan'er frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that all her goodwill towards Gu Yin had gone to waste. Before she could finish contemplating, her two close friends began to chatter again. Wan'er, think about it, we women must always present ourselves a bit more assertively in every aspect. If you seem inferior to Gu Yin, then that won't do. Wan'er, you used to be too good to that scumbag. That's why he keeps using these tricks to play you. In my opinion, this time, you shouldn't take the initiative to look for him. Just wait until he can't stand the loneliness and comes to apologize to you. Shen Wan'er became increasingly convinced that there was merit to this. She began to reflect on whether she had been too accommodating in the past. With this thought, she decided not to seek Gu Yin and let him entertain himself instead. Xie Baiwei and Wu Lily exchanged glances before clearing their throats, saying, Wan'er, let's order. This restaurant is ranked an O. One among high-end restaurants on niche review sites. Feeling deceived by Gu Yin, Shen Wan'er nodded. This restaurant was also chosen by her two close friends. She believed the taste would not be bad and decided to alleviate her worries through a good meal. Gu Yin. That evening at the Gu household, around the dining table, Gu Tianming and Su Murong had unusually come home early. The table brimmed with delicacies, abalone lobster, and every luxury imaginable. Gu Yan's mouth twitched as he asked his parents, "Dad, Mom, what's the occasion today? Why so many dishes? Sister Wang, please make a lighter soup." Su Murong called toward the kitchen. "Yes, madam." Gu Tianming and Su Murong exchanged a look, each reading the same unspoken plea in the other's eyes. "Honey, you say it." Finally, under Su Murong's threatening glare, Gu Tianming reluctantly turned to Gu Yan and said, "Xiaoyan, I know you're disappointed, but it's all right. There are so many eligible daughters in Jianghai City, as long as you don't go back to look for Shen Wan'er, the rest can be arranged." "Yes, Yin Yin, like your father said, the world is wide and full of spring grass. Why pine over only 2 flowers? They'll find someone even better for you, my child. Like the Bai family, the Tang family, the Zhuge family. Your father can handle them all." Hearing this, Gu Tianming twitched. "Hey, how am I supposed to manage all that?" Su Murong withdrew her fingers from Gu Tianming's thigh and then looked at Gu Yin gently. "As long as you like her, your father will arrange the proposal. If he won't, your mother certainly will help." Su Murong was not speaking idly. The Su family was one of the capital's premier clans, and by marrying Su Murong, Gu Tianming had certainly married up. The more Gu Yin heard, the more absurd it sounded. He waved his hand in disbelief and asked, "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? I've already proposed to Qingqiu, or we're practically betrothed. How could I possibly be pursuing another woman?" Gu Tianming and Su Murong, not yet realizing the truth, said, "Yes, Yin Yin, we thought you would be disappointed because Leng Qingqiu is blind and would withdraw." Their words faltered and they froze. "Wait, withdraw the proposal? Propose? Betrothed?" Su Murong's knees nearly buckled and Gu Tianming gaped incredulous. You didn't call off the engagement with the Leng family." Seeing their shock, Gu Yan understood they had assumed that upon learning Leng Qingqiu was blind, he would retract the proposal. Realizing this, he looked at them with exasperation and said, "Yes. Qingqiu and I took to each other at once. I fell in love with her at first sight. I should be protecting her, not breaking the engagement. Dad, Mom, don't go matching me with others." Gu Yan picked up his chopsticks and continued, "He'll pick an auspicious day to announce that I've proposed to Leng Qingqiu of the Leng family." A thunderbolt seemed to strike Su Murong. "My heavens. You just let Shen Wan'er go, and now another blind girl. You're trying to." She stopped and glared at Gu Tianming. "This is all because you mentioned the proposal." Gu Tianming immediately understood and sheepishly signaled back with his eyes as if to say, "Didn't you tell me to go? Weren't you the one who said it would be fine and Xiaoyan would surely call it off? I had no idea the boy would change his mind. You won't be sleeping in our bed tonight." "What a..." Defeated, Gu Tianming hung his head and resumed eating. Su Murong, still angry, pushed at her food in silence. Gu Yan watched his parents and smiled helplessly. At that moment, a distinctive ringtone sounded at the table. "Gu Yan, are you there? Gu Yan, are you there?" Gu Yan was momentarily stunned. Where had he heard that sound before? He pulled out his phone and suddenly remembered. Oh, Shen Wan'er had once sent him a voice message, and Gu Yan had cheerfully set that snippet as her special caring ringtone. Gu Tianming and Su Murong sat up. The incoming caller ID read, "The one I like." Both parents exchanged a glance and held their breath. They looked at Gu Yan with worry. Although he had said he no longer liked Shen Wan'er, who could be certain? Even if their son hadn't gone to see Shen Wan'er for 3 days, her call made them fear he might revert to his old ways. "Don't look at me like that. I'm truly not interested in Shen Wan'er anymore." With casual nonchalance, Gu Yan declined the call in front of his parents and proceeded to block and delete the contact entirely. Gu Tianming and Su Murong were astonished. "Son, are you serious?" Gu Tianming was stunned. He had assumed his son's infatuation would be fleeting and that he would soon return to fawning over Shen Wan'er, but this was unexpected. "This time I'm truly reforming my ways. I'm going to live properly with Qingqiu. I hope you won't look down on her because she is blind. She is a good girl." Gu Yan spoke with earnest sincerity, and his parents felt the truth of his words. His gaze and tone were worlds apart from the childish manner he had worn while pursuing Shen Wan'er. After a long moment, Gu Tianming laughed out loud. "Do as you please. It's just another pair of chopsticks at the table." Su Murong nodded helplessly. "If you've already proposed, then let it be." Deep down, Su Murong still hoped Gu Yan would find someone of equal standing. If nothing else, at least someone healthy. Gu Yan understood she would need time to accept it, but he would not give up on Leng Qingqiu. He looked at Su Murong and said, "Thank you, Mom." Su Murong was taken aback. Her son actually said thank you, and a warm current passed through her. Then Gu Yan smiled at Gu Tianming. "Thank you, Dad. I was immature before and caused you a lot of trouble." Gu Tianming paused, averted his eyes, and cleared his throat, cough. "What matters is that you've changed. Goodness, what a heavenly daughter-in-law. How did she make our son so polite?" For that alone, Gu Tianming found himself approving of this unseen future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, at another restaurant, the owner approached Shen Wan'er and her companions with the bill in hand. "Ladies, you've been here for an hour. May I have the payment?" He smiled politely, though inwardly he felt contempt. A few hours earlier, the three had arrived and ordered lavishly, then spent their time photographing the dishes instead of eating. Now when asked to settle the bill, each claimed to be short of money. Yeah, fake socialites posing for photos. Wan'er did Guyan hang up on you? Xia Baiwei and Wu Lily swallowed and asked in disbelief. Maybe. He's busy, Shen Wan'er said, staring at the ended call with a sour expression. Shen Wan'er's face darkened as she looked at the disconnected call. Hesitantly, she asked her two close friends, Wei Lily, you really didn't bring any money? When ordering, she had worried they might have ordered too much. They had insisted it would be fine and that they could eat it all, yet in the end most of the food had been left untouched for photographs. When the bill arrived, it totaled 13320 yuan. Xia Baiwei had even uncorked a 100 yuan bottle of wine to create the right atmosphere for photos. A 13000 yuan meal was beyond them. That was why the two had egged Shen Wan'er on to call Guyan, hoping he would pay. They never imagined that Guyan would actually dare to hang up on her. Wan'er, why not give Guyan another call? Yeah, Wan'er 13000 is really too much. Wu Lily and Xia Baiwei said anxiously. In the past, if Guyan knew he had to pay for Wan'er, he would have happily posted several moments on social media. Why is it that today when Wan'er personally called, he didn't even answer the phone? The two women were completely bewildered. They completely forgot that not long ago they were saying Wan'er should wait for Guyan to apologize first. Wan'er bit her lip, glancing at the hung-up call, her pride preventing her from making another attempt. Wan'er noticed the restaurant owner beside her, whose smile seemed to be fading. There was no way they could avoid this bill today. With no other choice, Wan'er dialed Guyan's number again. In her mind, no matter how busy Guyan was, he should understand the urgency after seeing her call twice. He should have answered. But, as the call went through, an astonishing moment unfolded before Wan'er's eyes. All she heard was, "The user you dialed is turned off." Turned off? How could this be? Guyan actually turned off his phone. Just because I called him? Wan'er's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger surged within her. Why of all times did he choose not to answer during such a crucial moment? The restaurant owner was growing impatient, and helplessly Wan'er opened the LV bag that Guyan had given her. She took out a small box from inside. Wan'er looked at the box reluctantly. It was a gift from Guyan when he asked her to be his girlfriend a few days ago. She had only tried it on a few times, originally planning to show it off to her friends, but unfortunately. Wan'er opened the box to reveal a beautiful diamond ring inside. Wu Lily and Xia Baiwei stared in awe, swallowing hard. Wan'er, is this a gift from Guyan? In that moment, both of them felt an overwhelming jealousy towards Wan'er. Clearly, compared to Wan'er, they were not lacking in looks or background, so why did Guyan only like Wan'er? How infuriating. If Guyan came to find them, perhaps they would have already become the Gu family's madam. Hearing the two, Wan'er nodded silently, then glanced at the ring before handing it to the owner, saying reluctantly, "Boss, can I use this to pay?" The restaurant owner took it, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, a Tiffany diamond ring. Miss, are you sure you want to use this ring as payment?" The owner was overjoyed. His taste was quite good. He could tell at a glance that this ring was custom-made, and one could imagine its expensive price. It seems that the person chasing this fake socialite is quite wealthy to be able to afford such a gift. Despite feeling very reluctant, Wan'er had no other choice. All the gifts Guyan had given her were fine jewelry. Although she currently manages her family's business, those are all company funds. She personally did not have that much cash on her to leave. She had no choice but to use the ring to pay. She nodded. "Okay, can we leave now?" Wan'er picked up her bag, her expression not looking good. Today's events had already embarrassed her. All because of that guy Guyan. If he had answered her call and come to pay, she wouldn't have had to use her own diamond ring. The restaurant owner nodded and smiled. "Of course, we welcome you all to visit again." Outside, Wu Lily and Xia Baiwei began to chatter again. "Wan'er, Guyan is such a scumbag. He actually hung up on you. Yeah, you really need to give him a piece of your mind. If he dares to ignore your call today, he'll probably dare to insult you next time. If you two end up together, wouldn't he just bully you?" The more Wan'er listened, the worse her expression became. She clenched her fists, feeling quite displeased. Clearly Guyan used to be responsive to her, but today's behavior left her struggling to adapt. She took a deep breath. "You're right, Wei, I won't bother with him anymore." Upon hearing this response, the two exchanged glances, both seeing a teasing glint in each other's eyes. The next morning, at the entrance of the Leng family, Leng Qingqiu walked out yawning with a lackluster demeanor, carrying a bag. "So sleepy and tired, why must I go to school?" After saying that, Leng Qingqiu seemed to remember something, and her drowsiness vanished. She looked around as if searching for something. Once she confirmed everything was as usual, she sighed in relief. "Phew, it seems that big weirdo listened to me. Crisis averted." Leng Qingqiu smiled mischievously, then stepped onto the flashy little electric scooter parked at the corner. After putting on her helmet, she energetically headed towards the school. Just as Leng Qingqiu left for less than a minute. Click. The door of a luxury car by the roadside slowly opened. Guyan's figure emerged. He watched Leng Qingqiu getting further away, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a smirk crept onto his lips as he gave her the middle finger. "Idiot brat." He then walked into the Leng family's gate, as if returning to his own home. In the study, Leng Qingqiu was engaged in her daily self-improvement. She was flipping through various books covering finance, biomedicine, management. Before becoming blind, Leng Qingqiu was the top talent in Jianghai City. Her intelligence measured at an astonishing 260, shaking the world. She possessed an exceptional memory, and it could be said that she was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, after Leng Qingqiu went blind, some felt regret, while many were relieved that such a genius was finally gone. Moreover, since there had been no news from Leng Qingqiu in recent years, everyone assumed she had fallen into despair, resigning herself to a life of solitude as a blind person. But this was all a facade she had intentionally created. The enemy remained in the dark, and her goal was to also remain concealed, using her talents to continuously absorb knowledge from the world, manipulating everything from behind the scenes. And after so many years of accumulation, she had long since established a considerable force in the shadows. She had even uncovered part of the truth behind the events of that year. For example, the culprits back then were not ordinary people, but rather warriors. Leng Qingqiu thought too much, and the sides of her temples began to ache. Phew, I should take a break. Leng Qingqiu exhaled, leaning back slightly in her chair, tilting her head back to a more comfortable position. For so many years, she would wake up at 4 in the morning every day, striving to improve herself. Not only did she have to do this, but she also needed to review important matters concerning the Leng family company. After all, the true mastermind behind the Leng family group was actually her. Leng Xing'an was merely a front she had pushed out. At the same time, she had to secretly cultivate her own forces. What Leng Qingqiu did not notice was that, as she tilted her head back, "Gulp, how can I really look at this?" Gu Yan swallowed hard as he gazed at Leng Qingqiu, who had her head tilted back, her hair cascading naturally down both sides. Her lips were rosy, her breath steady, and her beauty was akin to that of an ethereal fairy, captivating Gu Yan utterly. Since the study door was unlocked, Gu Yan walked in quite naturally. Just as he was about to tease Leng Qingqiu, she suddenly tilted her head back, and Gu Yan thought he had been discovered. However, as he continued to watch, he realized something. Leng Qingqiu's complexion was somewhat pale, likely due to years of exhaustion and a constant state of mental tension. Although the original story did not elaborate on how Leng Qingqiu grew up, Gu Yan could easily imagine the kind of environment she had endured. The Leng family had been exterminated, and all responsibilities and hopes were placed on this talented Leng Qingqiu. She had to seek revenge while also avoiding being hunted down by her enemies before she matured. Every day, she worked tirelessly to improve herself. The pressure she must bear was immense. For some reason, Gu Yan felt a pang of heartache. Even though they were about the same age, she had already shouldered the heavy burdens of reviving her family and seeking vengeance. Leng Qingqiu had not yet noticed that Gu Yan was present. Her breath caught, and she hurriedly rose from her chair. Leng Qingqiu rubbed her temples, saying, "Tsk. I almost exceeded my rest time, thankfully. As she was about to continue flipping through the braille text, she suddenly felt a pleasant sensation on both sides of her shoulders. It was a pair of large hands pressing down on her shoulders, employing an exceptionally skilled massage technique. Who? Leng Qingqiu was startled, thinking perhaps her enemies had come for her. Just as she was about to struggle to stand, a familiar voice rang out. "Qingqiu, don't be alarmed, it's me, your good husband Gu Yan." Gu Yan explained while keeping a hold on Leng Qingqiu's shoulders. Just moments ago, he had spent 10 points of pure love credits to purchase the ultimate massage technique. As for why it was so cheap, the system explained: for purchasing a massage technique for your pure love target, you move the system so much. A special discount of 0.0001 is provided. Hey, doesn't the system usually deduct credits? Why does every system novel I read have such a greedy system? Gu Yan was at a loss for words about this pure love system, but being able to buy it was still a good thing. Good husband Gu Yan. Pa, what does it matter to me whose good husband you are? Let go, don't disturb me while I read. Leng Qingqiu's initially tense heart relaxed upon realizing it was Gu Yan. Thankfully, it was this fool. Once Leng Qingqiu understood, she figured out why Gu Yan had entered without knocking. It must be because Linger left her study in the morning without closing the door. She would have to have a good talk with her when she returned. "My Qingqiu baby, I don't like hearing that from you. Who else could I be besides your good husband? Moreover, I'm not disturbing you. I noticed your shoulders were too tense, so I'm just using my special massage technique for you to relax your muscles." Gu Yan firmly believed that one must have a thick skin. Otherwise, how could one win over a beauty like Leng Qingqiu? One must start with small gestures and gradually penetrate Leng Qingqiu's heart. Wait a minute. Gu Yan paused, realizing that he sounded like a sycophant to Leng Qingqiu. No, what sycophant? If I am to flatter, I would be flattering the ultimate boss in the original story, so I'm a battle wolf, right? Upon hearing Gu Yan's words and remarks, Leng Qingqiu felt her hair stand on end. "Qingqiu baby. Special massage technique." Her little heart raced, feeling a mix of shyness and anger as she bit her silver teeth. You scoundrel, don't call me that. Oh, then how would you like me to call you, Qingqiu baby? Gu Yan spoke while continuously massaging Leng Qingqiu's shoulders, also diverting the subject. "Qingqiu baby, the stiffness in your shoulders clearly comes from sitting at your desk reading for too long. Maintaining a single posture while reading these braille books can really take a toll on your body. So look, if I press here, Leng Qingqiu, seeing Gu Yan trying to change the subject, immediately countered, I told you not to call me Qing. Hey! Leng Qingqiu was startled, and her face flushed visibly. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Well, what's going on? What just happened? Why did I make that sound? Leng Qingqiu's chest heaved slightly. She realized that as Gu Yan massaged her body, which had been cold from rising early, began to warm up gradually. Moreover, her previously sore shoulders were gradually becoming comfortable. Leng Qingqiu began to doubt herself as she glanced back slightly, and knew Gu Yan was right there. Do you really know how to massage? Her tone was somewhat incredulous, and she wasn't sure what expression was on her face, or if there was anything unusual. However, Gu Yan's technique was making her feel somewhat lightheaded. The ultimate massage technique truly was impressive. Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu. Her face was slightly flushed, but she likely had no idea what she looked like at that moment. So Gu Yan subtly lowered his head, bringing his lips close to Leng Qingqiu's ear, and gently said, Yes, Qingqiu, now you believe right. I specially studied this for you. Leng Qingqiu felt her heart race with Gu Yan's warm breath, and she quickly turned her head to steady herself, speaking with forced calmness. You, don't get so close to me. Our relationship isn't that close yet. Seeing this, Gu Yan smiled faintly, and moved his hands away from Leng Qingqiu's shoulders. Sensing the sudden loss of her comfortable feeling, Leng Qingqiu instinctively said, Why did you stop? But suddenly Leng Qingqiu realized she needed to use Gu Yan. She couldn't show any weakness compared to him. So she huffed softly and sat up straight. Finally, you understand our relationship. Now hurry back. However, the next moment Gu Yan reached out and pulled Leng Qingqiu back against the chair again. Then with a light chuckle he said, Qingqiu, don't be in a hurry. After finishing your shoulders, next comes the head therapy, which is also a very relaxing technique for the mind. With that, he placed his hands on her temples and began to massage. Leng Qingqiu feigned struggle. Let go, I don't want your filthy hands on me. Gu Yan sensed her intent and shook his head, pressing harder. No, I'm going to keep massaging. You. Leng Qingqiu hesitated, as if unable to break free. She succumbed to her fate. At the same time, she coldly laughed in her heart. Hee Gu Yan, I admit your massage. Cough is somewhat comfortable. However, you are making a miscalculation. I intend to use you to help restore my mental state and physical condition. Then I will take you and your Gu family into my grasp with an even more perfect posture. This is all thanks to you. Massaging the pure love target 5 points, skin contact with the pure love target 1 point, making the pure love target feel comfortable 10 points. So many points. Gu Yan's lips also couldn't help but rise in a smile. In the afternoon twilight, the cold family study was bathed in soft, orange-yellow light. The setting sun outside gradually sank in the west, casting warm rays that filled the room with tranquility, accompanied only by faint bird song and the distant sound of passing vehicles. On a soft sofa bed, Leng Qingqiu lay quietly, her long hair spread across the pillow, exuding a faint fragrance. As the sun continued to descend, the light in the room grew softer, casting gentle shadows on her delicate features. A slight smile curled at the corners of Leng Qingqiu's lips, as if she were experiencing a beautiful dream. So comfortable. So warm. It feels like I haven't felt this way in a long time. I even dreamed of Dad and Mom. Dreaming. Suddenly a frown creased Leng Qingqiu's brow. Wait. What time is it now? She sat up straight, panic surging as she hurriedly stood from the sofa bed, clutching her head, filled with regret. How could she have fallen asleep? How could she have been so careless? What had happened before she dozed off? As she searched for her cane, she tried to recall the moments before sleep. Oh right, she remembered Gu Yan had been giving her a massage. Unexpectedly, she had fallen into a comfortable sleep during the massage. How infuriating. I can't believe I fell asleep because of that man's crude massage technique. Leng Qingqiu muttered through gritted teeth, her icy expression revealing her unwillingness, and given the current temperature in the room, she could tell it was already afternoon. Had she really wasted so much precious time? Just then a teasing voice interrupted her thoughts. Hey, what do you mean by that man's crude massage technique? Your good husband might feel hurt by that, you know. Qingqiu, you sleeping so soundly just proves my massage skills are top-notch. Accompanied by a mockingly playful tone, a cane fell into Leng Qingqiu's palm. Hearing that annoying man's voice, Leng Qingqiu's expression turned frosty, and she gripped the cane tightly as she stood up from the sofa bed. Turning her head toward Gu Yan's direction, she emphasized with a cold face, Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't fall asleep because of your massage. It's entirely because I was too tired from staying up late. She retorted. Do you know? Your massage technique is really awful. Even though she knew deep down that it was Gu Yan's massage that had relaxed her enough to fall asleep, she would never admit it. If she admitted it, that would be terrible. Gu Yan found her stubbornness amusing, knowing very well that the system had been giving him constant prompts. Pure love interest feels comfortable, pure love interest feels happy, pure love interest lost consciousness from comfort, and so on. Of course, in reality, Gu Yan wouldn't act like a foolish straight man, so he sighed with a hint of disappointment, saying, So that's how it is. I thought my specially learned massage techniques would really help you, Qingqiu. Did I say too much? Upon hearing the disappointment in Gu Yan's tone, Leng Qingqiu felt an inexplicable pang of guilt in her heart, especially since she had lied stubbornly. Moreover, she still needed to utilize the Gu family. Indeed, it was only because she needed their support that she couldn't let Gu Yan feel hopeless and leave. So she took a deep breath and said, well, it's not that it's completely useless, at least it has a tiny bit of effect. After pondering for a moment, Leng Qingqiu turned to Gu Yan and stressed, it's really just a tiny bit, so please don't misunderstand anything. Gu Yan, hearing her words, seized the opportunity and took Leng Qingqiu's hand, happily exclaiming, really, Qingqiu baby? Then how about I give you a massage every day from now on? Suddenly feeling her delicate hand grasped and hearing Gu Yan's sudden change of tone, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but feel both shy and angry. You? Let go of me. Who gave you permission to touch me like that? She exclaimed. And also, change that cheesy nickname. It's disgusting. Leng Qingqiu was beginning to lose her composure. How could this so-called dog of Shen Wan'er be so annoying? All right, Qingqiu, whatever you want me to call you, I will. After all, we are family. Gu Yan nodded repeatedly. Whose family with you? But didn't you agree to my proposal? That was a childhood betrothal. A childhood betrothal means we were meant to be together since we were kids, right? Gu Yan countered. You. Leng Qingqiu thought to herself that if she could see Gu Yan right now, she might not be able to resist hitting him. This jerk talks nonsense, not a single serious word. If it weren't for her need to utilize the Gu family, she wouldn't bother with him at all. How infuriating. For her revenge plan, it seems she would have to endure for a while longer. With that thought, Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Then she spoke. All right, say whatever you want. Can you leave now? It's already so late. Just as she finished speaking, a clattering sound came from downstairs. Then Leng Linger's voice echoed, sister. You won't believe this. The math test results are out. I failed again. Is that teacher targeting me? And also, big sister. Didn't Aunt you take a leave of absence? Who cooked for us? How come I smelled delicious food coming from the kitchen? Her voice grew closer until she entered the study, sister. Her voice abruptly stopped. Gu Yan waved at her, saying, welcome back. I'm back. Wait. Leng Linger instinctively replied, then quickly shook her head, pointing at Gu Yan. You? What are you doing here? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't be alone with my sister? Gu Yan looked at her with a confused expression. What's wrong with me coming back to see if my wife is all right? He then seriously declared, your condition was originally absurd. Which law says I can't be alone with my own wife? Leng Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, expressionless, as she faced Gu Yan. This man truly has no shame. What? What did you say? Wife? Absurd. Leng Linger blushed, glancing between Gu Yan and Leng Qingqiu, who was holding hands with him, and stammered, it seems to make sense. She appeared conflicted, but that's not right. Big sister is my family, and you're my sister's husband, so am your sister-in-law, making us all family. The more Leng Linger thought about it, the more tangled her mind became. Ah, this is so annoying. Deciding to stop thinking, she pointed at Gu Yan, revealing her charming tiger teeth as she threatened, in any case you better leave. Otherwise, you'll get a taste of my Taekwondo black belt power. Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but smile, inwardly thinking as expected of Linger. In the past this would have been impossible, but I have a system now, don't I? Gu Yan grasped the hand of the reluctant Leng Qingqiu, who, though resisting, ultimately surrendered when she realized she couldn't break free. With heartfelt expression, he said, I learned this just for Qingqiu. For a long time I've envisioned a scene like this. I would prepare your meals at home, and after your hard day at work, I'd give you a massage. On weekends we could enjoy tea in the garden, admire the flowers, and perhaps have a little barbecue outdoors. Then, Leng Linger could no longer bear to listen. She forcefully separated Gu Yan's hand from Leng Qingqiu, glaring at him as she retorted, hey, are you implying that you want to be the stay-at-home husband while my sister goes out to earn money? Are you even a man? Leng Qingqiu found it amusing if this guy was unlike any other man. While other men would boast about wanting to support someone for life, Gu Yan seemed to have flipped the script. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan smirked, looking at Leng Linger as if she were foolish. Isn't that obvious? My Qingqiu is exceptionally talented. If I with my dull wits went out to earn money, I might end up bankrupting the entire Gu family. Then naturally it should be my Qingqiu who holds the reins of power. Leng Linger was left speechless by this remark. Clearly it was a compliment to her sister, so why did it make her so angry? And what was with the term my Qingqiu? They had only just established their relationship the day before. Please don't act like you're so familiar, alright? Leng Qingqiu also found herself amused by Gu Yan's words, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. However, the thought of Gu Yan, that dog man, seeing her smile, made her quickly suppress it. The pure love interest feels happy. One point, hearing the notification in his mind, Gu Yan couldn't help but smile. Not bad. At this rate his rapport with Leng Qingqiu would surely rise swiftly. With that thought he cleared his throat. Alright, it's getting late, I'll go continue cooking. Qingqiu, you can read for a bit, I'll call you when I'm done. Saying this, he gently took Leng Qingqiu's hand, leading her to the desk. Leng Qingqiu clearly felt awkward being treated this way, her brows furrowing slightly, as she protested, I can walk by myself. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin certainly wouldn't miss an opportunity to have a legitimate reason to touch her. He stated solemnly, "No, if I'm here, I can't let you get into any accidents. What if you fall like you did yesterday, Qingqiu? Don't you dare bring up yesterday. Let go of me." Leng Qingqiu was furious, her mind recalling the embarrassing incident from yesterday. That scoundrel. While Gu Yin was arguing with Leng Qingqiu, he had already led her to the desk. Reluctantly, he let go of her hand, saying, all right, I'll let go. I'll head downstairs now." Without waiting for Leng Qingqiu's reaction, he hurriedly left the study. That scoundrel. Leng Qingqiu's chest heaved with frustration. How could there be such an infuriating man? So annoying. Yet, here he was cooking for them downstairs. He was clearly the young master of the Gu family, but he was the one in the kitchen. Leng Qingqiu felt an indescribable emotion rising within her. He massaged her, helped her sit at the desk, and lowered himself to cook for the two sisters. She inhaled deeply, trying not to overthink it. She needed to calm her emotions. Everything was done at Gu Yan's own request, as she hadn't asked him to do any of it. That's right. She couldn't harbor any ridiculous feelings of gratitude. Emotions would be the greatest stumbling block on her path to revenge. Seeing her older sister lost in thought, and looking pained, Leng Qingqiu felt a surge of indignation. Damn you, Gu Yan. It's all your fault that my sister is suffering like this. I'm so furious. Though you have a betrothal with my sister, and you're technically her husband, it's not quite like this. Sister. Leng Qingqiu began to speak, but was interrupted by Leng Qingqiu. Linger, go help Gu Yan in the kitchen, so he doesn't think our Leng family is lazy and good for nothing. Leng Qingqiu was taken aback, her mouth agape. Huh? In the kitchen? So this is how you expect me to help you? Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu, who had red-rimmed eyes, and was listlessly stirring eggshells and egg liquid in a bowl. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu became angry. Sniff, sniff. She wiped her nose and glared fiercely at Gu Yan. It's all your fault. Because of you, my sister. My sister has changed. As she spoke, she burst into tears, furiously pounding her tiny fists against Gu Yan's chest. You actually made me help a man like you. I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up. You. Ugh. Her words were abruptly cut off. Leng Qingqiu's sobbing halted as her eyes widened slightly, realizing that something had been shoved into her mouth by Gu Yan. Instantly, an unexpected burst of delicious flavor erupted on her taste buds, filling her mouth. Leng Qingqiu's eyes brightened as she looked incredulously at Gu Yan, asking, while eating, what is this? What is this? So delicious. Gu Yan pulled the chopsticks from her mouth, rinsed them under cold water, and replied, without turning around, spicy rabbit meat. Oh, so it's rabbit meat. Leng Qingqiu nodded then. Rabbit meat. Leng Qingqiu was shocked, staring incredulously to the side, where a beautifully plated spicy rabbit lay quietly. Her vision darkened and she nearly fainted. Gu Yan, with his back to her, revealed a mischievous smile. Hee, little brat, now you know how amazing it is. Time passed slowly. Leng Qingqiu seemed to be feeling guilty for having eaten the rabbit cooked by Gu Yan, so he didn't make her continue helping. Instead, he told her to go to the living room and watch some cartoons. Leng Qingqiu, wearing white short socks, sat cross-legged on the sofa, glumly watching a gangster cartoon on TV. Holding a large white rabbit stuffed toy, she muttered, scoundrel, bad guy, scum. How could you eat such a cute rabbit? At that moment, sounds came from upstairs. I can walk by myself, and you don't need to keep holding me. No way, going downstairs is no small matter. If I could, I'd carry you down. Carry? I'm not a child anymore. Gu Yan, don't be so exaggerated. Unmarried women are all still children. You. Leng Qingqiu felt Gu Yan's firm support as she went downstairs, even able to sense his warm breath and the faint scent on him. How could a man smell so good? No, he actually said that all unmarried women are children. This. How ridiculous. I am the true behind-the-scenes leader of the Leng family, and yet am being treated like a child. Leng Qingqiu heard the voice, and her face lit up with joy as she hurriedly set down her doll and ran outside. Just a glance revealed Gu Yan tightly embracing her sister as they approached. She immediately felt uneasy. Gu Yan noticed this and feigned confusion, asking, Qingqiu, why do you look unhappy the moment you see your brother? Did I not feed you enough earlier? Not wanting to hear this, Leng Qingqiu got angry and glared at Gu Yan, exclaiming, What brother-in-law? You. How dare you say that? Gu Yan replied, I didn't know you wouldn't eat that thing, Qingqiu. Girls simply don't eat that kind of stuff. Leng Qingqiu stood by, somewhat puzzled. Wait, what are these two talking about? What does feeding and that thing mean? Why can't my IQ of 260 comprehend this? All right, it's all in the past. Saying this, Gu Yan wore an expression that conveyed, I need to get your sister to sit down and eat quickly, as he helped Leng Qingqiu sit down. He then turned to Leng Qingqiu, who was still standing, saying, Stop sulking and come eat. Leng Qingqiu snorted lightly and sat down. At that moment, she finally noticed the abundance of food on the table. For a moment, she was dumbfounded, seeing the table set with a variety of exquisite dishes, colorful and emitting an enticing aroma. There were pan-fried fish fillets, brightly colored salads, steaming pasta, and an array of delicate snacks, all composing a mouth-watering dinner. Did you really make all of this? Leng Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan incredulously, having left for a while, and couldn't believe he had prepared so much food alone. Gulp. The alluring aroma filled her nostrils, and she couldn't help but swallow. Of course I specifically learned to cook for Qingqiu, Gu Yan replied from one side of the table, smiling at Leng Qingqiu after answering Leng Linger's question. The bowls, plates, and chopsticks were already prepared. He picked up a tender piece of roasted duck from the platter and gently placed it into Leng Qingqiu's bowl, saying, "Qingqiu, try this, I guarantee it's your favorite tonight." Gu Yan's voice was soft and affectionate, his eyes filled with warmth and love. Although Leng Qingqiu couldn't see Gu Yan's expression, she could hear the sincerity in his tone, stirring ripples in her heart. "You won't know if it's good until you try it," she said with a light hum, then picked up a piece of roasted chicken with her chopsticks and slowly brought it to her mouth. In that instant, the delicious taste of the food exploded on her tongue, causing her to lean slightly back, her breath quickening. How could it be so delicious? So good. I want to eat more. Leng Qingqiu thought, astonished. "So how is it? Tasty?" Gu Yan asked. Pure love. Target feels happy from the delicious food. Points 1. It's just okay, barely edible. Leng Qingqiu finally spoke, her tone flat. Gu Yan saw through her, but said with a light laugh, "It's no problem. There's plenty of food today. Let me introduce each dish to you. There's bound to be something you like. More. There's more." Leng Qingqiu was taken aback, instinctively swallowing, her tone softening. "Then, let's try it." While Gu Yan served dishes to Leng Qingqiu, he also explained each dish's meaning, making her, who usually couldn't learn these things, feel quite surprised and enlightened. "So this dish can be made like this dish has such a story. So, there are so many beautiful things in this world. What is the sea of love? What does a pink sky look like? And what is a talking elk? Will I have another chance to see these things? No, I can't think about that. I must not let such thoughts disturb my mind. But, Linger, stop just eating the bunny, eat some vegetables too." "Oof. Gu Yan, who gave you the right to order me around?" "Well, then I'll take it away. Remember you said that bunnies are so cute, don't eat bunnies." "Wait. I'll eat some vegetables." Although she couldn't see the scene on the dining table, just from the sounds, Leng Qingqiu surprisingly felt a warmth she usually didn't sense in a family. "Why do I feel this way? Qingqiu, drink some chicken soup. Your body has suffered from exhaustion over the years and needs to be replenished." Gu Yan thoughtfully brought over a bowl of chicken soup and scooped a spoonful to offer to Leng Qingqiu. She came back to her senses. "I can drink it myself." Leng Qingqiu feigned displeasure, but still allowed Gu Yan to feed her. But her annoying body instinctively leaned in. Leng Qingqiu felt embarrassed, realizing it was because Gu Yan had just been feeding her that she unconsciously reacted this way. Why is he being so good to me? Leng Qingqiu felt an immense conflict and struggle in her heart. As it stands, Gu Yan seems to be a good person. According to Leng Xing'an, the 5 shares of the Gu family that Gu Yan sent have already had a significant impact. It's only been 2 days. Numerous corporate groups that receive the news have been coming to get close to them and initiate collaborations. Insiders have noticed that the Gu family seems to have connections with the Leng family again, leading everyone to believe the Leng family is about to make a comeback. However, it is precisely because of this that Leng Qingqiu feels conflicted. She is seeking revenge. She intends to use Gu Yan and his Gu family. If Gu Yan learns the truth, how will he react? Will he be heartbroken or collapse? Do I deserve for Gu Yan to treat me so well? After dinner, Leng Qingqiu sat quietly on the sofa, originally intending to return to her study to read at this hour. But now she simply listened to the sounds of the television in front of her and the sound of water coming from the kitchen. For some reason, this unexpectedly made her, who usually felt tense, feel a sense of peace. Damn, I knew he was a bad guy. I guessed it in the first episode. Huh, sister, am I clever? Leng Linger exclaimed excitedly as she watched the content on the television. Yes, clever. Leng Qingqiu pursed her lips as if deep in thought, and then said, "Linger, help me to the kitchen." The kitchen echoed with the casual yet emotionally tinged hum of a song from Gu Yan. At this moment, Leng Qingqiu's heart quivered slightly. For some reason, she felt as if she could sense Gu Yan's joy while he sang this song. Leng Qingqiu was not foolish. From the lyrics, "having you is having the whole world," she could tell it was obviously referring to herself. However, what surprised her was that Gu Yan actually believed that having her meant having the entire world. Leng Qingqiu had never experienced such feelings before, and for a moment her breath quickened noticeably. So beautiful. Leng Linger murmured, though it was merely a simple hum. The catchy melody and sweet lyrics painted a vivid picture in her mind. It was of a couple sweetly in love, and this song seemed like a confession to someone they cherished. But who sang this song? She seemed to have never heard it before. At that moment, Leng Qingqiu also moved her feet, slowly walking towards Gu Yan. A pure love interest felt a tremor in their heart from the song sung by the host, gaining 1 point. "Dear, don't be willful." Gu Yan was halfway through humming when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. He paused slightly just as he was about to turn his head. A cool voice rang out, and a tall figure stood beside him. The other party slightly tilted her head, her brows furrowed slightly, and asked in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "Who did you say was a bit hard to pursue?" Leng Qingqiu didn't even know how she ended up asking this question. Perhaps she simply wanted to start a conversation with Gu Yan. Gu Yin quickly reacted after a breath. He smiled gently, then reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Leng Qingqiu's ear. Of course, it's our Qingqiu back. Then you were the top talent in Zhanghai City. You were like a star in the sky, and pursuing you was indeed as difficult as ascending the heavens. Leng Qingqiu felt Gu Yan's actions, but at this moment, she did not resist. Instead, she let out a soft hum back. Then I never heard that the young master of the Gu family had any intention of pursuing me. On the contrary, I've been hearing you pursue the eldest daughter of the Shen family in recent years. This song, it wouldn't be for Shen Wan'er, would it? As Leng Qingqiu said this, the warmth in her heart was inexplicably dissipated a little. After all, it was not impossible. What if this was the song Gu Yin sang for his old flame? Although it was none of her business who he sang for, now they at least had the nominal relationship of fiancés. She just didn't want her fiancé to still be pining for an ex. That way, even if she were to utilize the Gu family's resources, she wouldn't feel at ease. Hearing Leng Qingqiu's question, Gu Yin naturally knew how to respond, so he gently took Leng Qingqiu's delicate hand and said affectionately, Qingqiu, my love for you flows like a river traversing plains and hills. Never fearing hardships, I come running towards you from afar. This song, Confession Balloons, was originally composed by me for you. It seems destined that we are together now. That's why I couldn't help but hum this song. Why speak so exaggeratedly? Listening to Gu Yan's exaggerated words made Leng Qingqiu's mood inexplicably brighten, and her lips curled slightly, such a smooth talker. She hurriedly pulled her hand away from Gu Yan's grasp. After taking a deep breath, she turned to face Gu Yan again, and this time, she asked curiously, you said the song you were humming is called Confession Balloons. Is it your original song? You have such a talent. Gu Yan nodded at her words, of course. However, this came from a burst of inspiration as my mind was filled with thoughts of you, Qingqiu, even fantasizing about doing this, and that with you, which led to the creation of this song. What doing this and that, can't you speak properly? Alright, it's getting late, let's hurry up. Leng Qingqiu spat playfully, then reached out toward the sink. Qingqiu, what are you doing? Gu Yin, seeing Leng Qingqiu's actions, immediately grabbed her little hand. This is the sink, it's dirty. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu broke free from Gu Yan's grip and replied speechlessly, this is my home, of course I know this is the sink. Then you. What? Do you think the girl you find hard to pursue can't do the dishes? Leng Qingqiu rolled up her sleeves and skillfully turned on the faucet to wash the dishes. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan's heart jolted slightly. He originally sought out Leng Qingqiu due to his inevitable demise and the system's reasons. Later, it was because Leng Qingqiu was exactly his type that he chose to treat her well. Moreover, he thought that a girl like Leng Qingqiu, who had lived in a big family, would probably never cook or clean. But now, Gu Yin looked at Leng Qingqiu, who was helping wash the dishes, and a warm feeling arose in his heart. As she washed the dishes, Leng Qingqiu could somewhat guess what Gu Yin was thinking. However, she could not let Gu Yin think of her that way. Even if she couldn't see now and faced many inconveniences in life, she didn't want to show a vulnerable side in front of others. Not to mention, today it seemed Gu Yin had already done a lot for her. She had to share some of the burdens herself. Haha, he was clearly a young master. Leng Qingqiu thought to herself, Gu Yin was simply the epitome of a rich heir. Splashing water, Gu Yin also turned on another faucet. Alright, then Qingqiu, you wash over there, let me handle the bigger pots and dishes here. Okay. Leng Qingqiu paused at this point. Then somewhat intentionally she asked, aren't you going to sing Confession Balloons anymore? Gu Yin was momentarily taken aback, and then smiled, I'll sing it again, alright. I'm not really that interested in hearing it, but it's up to you whether you sing or not. Alright, I'm starting now. As you wish. Then the kitchen was filled again with Gu Yan's recently acquired divine singing skills. Since it was sung for Leng Qingqiu, the system gave a discount out of emotion. However, what neither of them noticed was at the door a girl stood with an increasingly stiff expression. Sister. Leng Linger was petrified, staring at Leng Qingqiu and Gu Yin, who seemed to radiate light. They were chatting, laughing, and singing while doing the dishes. It made her feel as if she were what? How could this happen? Leng Linger cried out, holding her head in despair. The sun had already set. At the entrance of the Leng family. It's getting late, I'll head back first. Gu Yin softly said his goodbyes. In the luxury car behind him, Lao Gao looked at his young master, who had changed so much, feeling incredibly gratified. His gaze towards Leng Qingqiu also became very friendly. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu calmly nodded. If you're going to cook this much every time you come over, then maybe forget it. I know you're worried that your husband is too tired from cooking, so next time I'll cook less. Gu Yin chuckled. Haha, I never said that. I'm just worried about the lifespan of my stove. Leng Qingqiu paused, then turned to Gu Yin and said, drive slowly on your way back. Then before Gu Yin could react, she headed into the house. Gu Yin also regained his senses and cheerfully shouted, Qingqiu, I'll come back tomorrow morning. What answered him was a flat voice, suit yourself. Boom. The door closed. Just out of Gu Yan's sight, as Leng Qingqiu walked, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. At that moment, plop, an object dove into Leng Qingqiu's arms. Then came a wail, sister. You've changed. Stopping Leng Linger's words, Leng Qingqiu revealed a helpless smile. What's wrong, Linger? How have I changed? Hearing this, Leng Linger was even sadder. Sister. You've changed. Ever since Gu Yan came you've been different. You only have eyes for Gu Yan. It's only been 2 days. I've become an outsider in this family. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu thought that perhaps she had neglected Linger because of Gu Yan. She really shouldn't have done that, so she reached out to pat Leng Linger's back because sister hasn't changed. It's just that our Leng family needs the Gu family's financial support and influence to rise again, so I have to endure and talk to Gu Yan. Leng Qingqiu comforted her. Is that so? Hearing this, Leng Linger raised her head, her face showing a happy expression. That's great, sister. I thought you had fallen for Gu Yan. As long as you haven't fallen for him, that dog man seems to have some talent. He cooks delicious food, sings well, comes from a good family, and is quite handsome. But, it's good that you haven't fallen for him. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to stay in this house. Leng Qingqiu felt increasingly uneasy. How could she like Gu Yan? What a joke. She could never experience what it felt like to fall in love like a normal girl. Nor could she like someone. Stop overthinking it, Linger. How could I possibly like Gu Yan? And how could I not let you stay at home? Alright, let's take a shower, watch some TV, and then sleep. Leng Qingqiu consoled her. Leng Linger nodded vigorously, pulling Leng Qingqiu towards the house, while happily saying, sister, now that you say that I feel much more at ease. Leng Qingqiu smiled, unsure of her own intentions. She suddenly asked nonchalantly, by the way, how do you think Gu Yan looks? Oh, him. He's just a small fry, but undeniably he's a good-looking small fry. I heard that to win Shen Wan'er's favor, this small fry Gu even goes to the gym every day, so he has a great physique. If he cosplayed, he would definitely shine, without saying a word. It's just a pity that his previous sycophantic behavior has made many people in the circle look down on him. I heard he rejected over 100 girls who confessed to him for Shen Wan'er, and to this day, he hasn't even had a girlfriend. Because she had received her sister's assurance, Leng Linger replied disdainfully without thinking. Oh, is that so? Leng Qingqiu nodded at the side, not knowing what she was thinking. Sister, you must not fall for that small fry Gu. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu fell silent for a moment. Linger, he is now your nominal brother-in-law. You should show some respect. Also, didn't you say you failed math? After you shower, come to the study, and I'll tutor you. Oh, sister. Leng Linger was completely stunned what was going on. On the way back home, Lao Gao drove the car, glancing at Gu Yan's smiling face in the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but feel delighted and cheerfully asked, young master, it seems you really like that girl from the Leng family. Hearing this, Gu Yan smiled, gently nodded, and didn't deny it. Yes, Lao Gao, I've decided to treat her well for a lifetime. As he spoke, Gu Yan paused, remembering something, and asked, by the way, Lao Gao, how strong are you? In the original story, there were many segments about Lao Gao as well. However, most were about dealing with ordinary people. The only serious segment was the young man's fist whistled through the air, fiercely attacking Gu Yan. Young master. Lao Gao's eyes turned blood red. With a low growl, he charged forward. With a sound of flesh exploding, Lao Gao stood in front of Gu Yan, his head blasted into a rain of blood. This was the only scene related to martial artists, illustrating that in the original plot, the protagonist chose to ambush Gu Yan at night after hearing Shen Wan'er complain about him. While still saying something like, you already have a path to death. Lao Gao died protecting Gu Yan at that time, and naturally Gu Yan followed closely behind in death. Tragic, too tragic. Outside. Upon hearing this, Lao Gao revealed a hint of a smile, and jokingly said, haha, I can probably block a bullet for you, young master. Alright then, Lao Gao, if you say so, I'll rely on you to protect me in the future. Gu Yan shook his head and smiled. Lao Gao was a loyal servant of the Gu family, guarding them since Gu Yan's father was a child. So he was extremely loyal. The original story didn't specify his strength, but judging by his words about blocking bullets, he was at least a master level. Masters in this world could be considered top-tier powerful beings. After all, the highest realms depicted in the original work only reached the pinnacle of great masters. But unfortunately, he just happened to encounter the protagonist. Thinking of that protagonist, Gu Yan's gaze turned solemn. According to the plot, the other party would kill him. He knew that he was not yet a match for the protagonist, so he naturally wouldn't recklessly seek out the other party. However, even if he didn't seek him out, at the very least he had to understand the other party's movements. Moreover, with the system, there were many things he could set up as precautions in advance. Gu Yan's expression grew slightly cold. In fact, he had already conceived a plan in his mind, and if it worked, even the original protagonist wouldn't be a threat. First, let's analyze the situation. According to the plot, the protagonist's timeline of returning from cultivation after descending the mountain would be shortly after Gu Yan's failed confession to Shen Wan'er. Thinking this, Gu Yan's eyes revealed a strange meaning as he said, Lao Gao, investigate anyone named Xiao Lin in Zhonghai City recently. Lao Gao replied without hesitation, not knowing who this person was, but not refusing the young master's request. Understood, young master. I'll have all the information by tomorrow evening at the latest. Upon receiving the reply, Gu Yan closed his eyes, recalling Xiao Lin's plot. Xiao Lin was the male protagonist in the original story. He had previously cultivated under a few elders on a mountain called Dragon King Mountain. He was passionate and pure. His descent was at the behest of those elders, and before leaving they gave Xiao Lin a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Others might not know what that item represented, but Gu Yan, who had seen the plot, understood. That jade pendant represented the young master of the Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King Palace was a large organization in the original work, but unfortunately, it was completely destroyed by Leng Qingqiu. Gu Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. No wonder our Qingqiu was so formidable. Although he didn't know why Leng Qingqiu destroyed the Dragon King Palace and targeted the protagonist group, at least for Gu Yan, this was good news, because it indicated that. The next day, morning, in the Gu family's courtyard. This should be the right place for testing, right? Gu Yan stopped in front of a large tree, glancing at his fist, and then at the tree, excitement gleaming in his eyes. To directly test whether his cosmic pure love technique worked, this was indeed the way to go. Indeed, after days of effort, Gu Yan found that the remaining points were sufficient for him to exchange for the cosmic pure love technique. After completing the exchange last night, he felt that something within his body had changed. For example, he noticed he looked more spirited this morning. His skin had improved, but he couldn't quite pinpoint any other changes. Surely the effects of this technique couldn't be limited to merely enhancing physical fitness, right? That would be too ridiculous. Holding on to the thought that it absolutely cannot just be a physical enhancement technique, Gu Yan headed to the courtyard. He placed his palm against the tree and closed his eyes. According to the system, the cosmic pure love technique operates automatically 24 hours a day. As long as he engages in pure love activities to stimulate pure love energy, it would allow Gu Yan to grow stronger continuously. Moreover, these pure love activities are inheritable. This means that the pure love activities he had previously engaged in had already created a considerable amount of pure love energy, strengthening his body. So at this moment, destroying this small tree shouldn't be a problem for him. Whoosh, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing his clothes to flutter. Gu Yan felt a vibrant force surging within him, enveloping his entire being. It's here. This is the effect brought by the pure love technique. Gu Yan felt a slight ripple in his heart. Could something significant be coming? Now's the time. Gu Yan opened his eyes and pressed hard against the large tree. And then, nothing happened. The tree remained perfectly intact. Gu Yan slowly registered a question mark in his mind. He frowned at the tree, puzzled. How could such a small tree be so resilient? Slap, slap. He skeptically slapped the tree with force. Yet the tree remained unchanged. What's going on? Didn't I cultivate the cosmic pure love technique? Isn't the cosmic powerful? Isn't pure love formidable? Why was there no reaction when the two were combined? Gu Yan was astonished. His expression became somewhat rigid. What's going on? Why did he feel like his strength hadn't changed at all? Just then the system's notification sound arrived. Hello, host. The cosmic pure love technique, as the name suggests, operates solely for pure love. Your act of hitting the tree does not count as pure love. What? This question mark implies that it's not my issue but yours. What kind of nonsense technique is this? Didn't I just imagine flying through the sky in my dreams? Gu Yan cursed under his breath, having thought that with the system it would be equivalent to stepping into the cultivation world. He could directly exchange for techniques from novels. After all, while all the warriors in the world practiced ancient martial arts, he was the only one cultivating immortality. But this statement from the system shattered his dreams. Never mind. At least it can be used to protect Qingqiu, which is not too bad. Gu Yan was not too disappointed, only to reconsider. Wait a minute. According to the original work, Qingqiu's martial prowess was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. Such a strong woman wouldn't need his protection, would she? Instead, he had to figure out how to protect himself until Qingqiu matured. Thinking of this, Gu Yan sighed. How infuriating. Would he become the weakest crossover character in history? Besides being able to protect his pure love interest, does the cosmic pure love technique have any other effects? Gu Yan shook his head. However, what he did not realize, or rather what no one in this world could notice, was that he was enveloped in a layer of pink glow. It was just that Gu Yan had no idea and did not know what effect it had. Inside the house, Gu Tianming and Su Murong looked at Gu Yan, who was hammering the tree in the courtyard, as if they had seen a ghost. They exchanged glances. Has this kid gone crazy? Getting up early in the morning to hammer a tree with his bare hands. This could be some kind of fitness method. In the Leng family, Leng Linger, wearing pajamas, was yawning while brushing her teeth in front of the sink. Last night her older sister had given her a crash course in math, which kept her up late. Good morning, Linger. Were you up late last night? You're a senior now, so you should stop staying up all night reading romance novels. Gu Yan walked past Leng Linger carrying a bag of groceries. Oh, brother-in-law, good morning. Leng Linger replied instinctively while brushing her teeth. Brush, brush, brush. Suddenly, she paused, her sleepiness vanished, and she turned sharply to look in the direction of the kitchen just in time to see Gu Yan's back. You? Gu the useless. Leng Linger exclaimed in shock. Why are you here so early? Forgetting about brushing her teeth, she sprinted to the kitchen. As soon as she arrived, she saw Gu Yan busy at the sink. Hey, Gu the useless. What are you doing? After shouting, Leng Linger approached. Gu Yan glanced at her while washing century eggs. She was wearing a loose pink rabbit-themed pajama with her messy hair falling on either side of her face and her brows slightly furrowed. She seemed quite unwilling to see him. This girl had clearly enjoyed herself so much last night. Gu Yan pursed his lips and turned back to handle the ingredients, saying, I'm making breakfast having century egg and lean meat congee this morning. Oh, as Gu the useless, you can do anything, huh? Make sure to add more shredded meat to mine. Hearing this, Leng Linger's eyes sparkled excitedly, nodding her head as she realized she was hungry. Wait. She was supposed to be chasing Gu Yan away. Got it. Hurry and brush your teeth, and wash your face, there's still foam in your mouth. Can you act like a girl for once? As Gu Yan spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Leng Linger. Leng Linger looked at the wet tissue handed to her, then glanced up at Gu Yan. She paused slightly, then snatched it away, flustered, saying, Who's a kid? I'm already 18 years old, okay? I'm an adult. Oof. Goodbye, Gu the useless. Hee. I'm going to tell my sister. As Leng Linger spoke, she ran out of the kitchen. This girl. Gu Yan shook his head helplessly, but suddenly a scene flashed through his mind. That slender figure collapsed in a pool of blood, and the woman with a cloth covering her eyes ran fearfully from a distance. Sister, let my heart's blood aid you. Actually, I know. This will restore your vision. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked them. I'm sorry. Linger. Gu Yan's gaze sharpened. Then he resumed washing the century eggs as if nothing had happened. Yet as he washed, that scene flashed through his mind again. This was an introduction to Leng Linger's personal story from the original work. Just this one segment contained a lot of information. Gu Yan had hardly paid attention to it while reading in his previous life. But for some reason, just now upon seeing Leng Linger, this segment flashed through his mind. What's going on? Is this a function brought by the system? If he remembered correctly, this segment was indeed Leng Linger's ending. Heart's blood. Restoring vision. Provoking. Ouch. Wait a moment. Gu Yan gasped as he seemed to understand why Leng Qingqiu would turn into the ultimate villain. Everything suddenly made sense. If that were the case, then for a long time to come he had to keep an eye on Leng Linger. Not for any other reason, but to prevent future tragedy. He wanted Leng Qingqiu to continue being the ultimate boss, but had never thought of using such a sacrificial method involving family. No way, I must stop this tragedy. Gu Yan's eyes revealed a hint of determination. He then looked at the points balance on the panel, which still had 13 points left. 13 points, huh? Gu Yan pondered that no amount of points would allow him to cultivate various miscellaneous techniques. But it didn't say he couldn't purchase combat skills, or the like. So just to be safe, system, to prevent my sister-in-law from going down the wrong path, convert all my points into combat skills, combat techniques, and combat experience. To save my sister-in-law from heartbreak and sadness, this is not without its pureness. This system is very satisfied. 13 points deducted. Successfully exchanged for divine-level combat skills and divine-level combat experience. Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. With Lao Gao by his side plus his own combat skills, having more trump cards gave him confidence. It would be easier to handle unexpected situations in the future. Alright, now let's cook some congee. Time passed by minute. Upstairs, in the study, Leng Qingqiu was flipping through books. Suddenly, she seemed to have heard some noise. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, but were quickly suppressed. She then turned to look at the study door, calmly stating, I don't remember inviting you in. Gu Yan, hearing this, couldn't help but smile slightly. For some reason, hearing Qingqiu's tone didn't discourage him. Rather, it made him more intrigued. He walked over, crouched down, and reached out to smooth her hair. You didn't invite me, but I remember that before I left last night you said it was fine to come anytime. And if I don't come, who will make breakfast for you too? Speaking of which, how did you know it was me? Leng Qingqiu noticed Gu Yan's actions, but did not resist. Instead, she replied coolly, the term anytime could also mean rejection. Although she felt slightly pleased by Gu Yan's presence, she would not admit it. As for how she knew it was him, it's because a blind person's other senses are more sensitive. And, based on the previous 2 times you entered my room, your weight, footsteps, and breathing frequency, any normal person could calculate it was you. Gu Yan's eyes lit up, praising. As expected of our Qingqiu, I can only say 2 words to you. Leng Qingqiu had thought Gu Yan would feel a bit embarrassed or not know how to continue the conversation. Which 2 words? Damn it. Rude guy. Leng Qingqiu turned her head away, indicating she didn't want to engage with Gu Yan, which prompted him to make strange noises. But inside, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but smile. This guy was different from others. Thinking of this, she stood up in front of Gu Yan, stretched out her hand toward him, and said lightly, Let's go, you made century egg and lean meat congee, right? Gu Yan was a bit shocked. You know this too. Yeah, I can calculate it. That's impossible, right? Yeah, it was Linger who ran up to tell me. Gu Yan was twice shocked. Wait, Leng Qingqiu, you can make jokes like this too. Leng Qingqiu's corner of her mouth slightly lifted. Although she didn't know Gu Yan's expression, it must have been amusing. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Yan said, So our great wife Qingqiu, do you know what I want to do next? Leng Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, her mind spinning quickly. What are you going to do? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her feet leave the ground, distinctly sensing her legs and back being lifted by someone. Gu Yan had lifted her up. In a princess carry. Leng Qingqiu was forced into his embrace, her heart racing, and her body began to struggle. What are you doing? Let go of me. What if Linger sees us? Gu Yan naturally wouldn't let go. Instead, he held her tighter, chuckling. I won't let go. Who told you to mess with me earlier? You? How can you be so petty? Hearing this reason, Leng Qingqiu was instantly furious, raising her small fist toward Gu Yan's chest. Let go of me, you jerk. No way. I'm going to carry you to the dining table. You clearly moved the chair to make me fall earlier. Cough. That was an accident. Seeing Leng Qingqiu lower her head, no longer wanting to speak, Gu Yan hurriedly set her down and began to apologize. Qingqiu, I'm sorry. I was wrong. However, the next second, Leng Qingqiu raised her head, a victorious smile on her face, and held up 2 fingers. Now it's 2-1. 2-1. Gu Yan was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, chuckling and shaking his head. Ha you. Ha ha. Hearing the laughter, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh as well. Now you know the cost of bullying me, right? Gu Yan, hearing this, took Leng Qingqiu's hand and smiled. I got it. I'm scared of you now. Let's go. At the dining table, Leng Linger found the meal rather tasteless. In front of her, Gu Yan had pulled up a chair and was sitting beside Leng Qingqiu, feeding her spoonful by spoonful, while continuously whispering sweet nothings. Qingqiu, is it delicious? Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu replied seriously, it's just passable. Although it was good, she simply didn't want to admit it was delicious. Gu Yan nodded, saying, all right then, I'll make it for you next time. This didn't sit well with Leng Qingqiu, implying that he knew her preferences. She emphasized, just passable can also mean it's not good. But I can see you obviously enjoy it, Gu Yan teased. Hee, what illusion makes you think I really like it? After hearing this, Gu Yan pondered for a moment, and then chuckled. Perhaps it's because you always lick your lips after finishing your meal. Leng Qingqiu was taken aback, stunned by this revelation. How could that be? How infuriating. Her ears flushed slightly, and she punched Gu Yan's thigh playfully, saying, you scoundrel. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yan grasped her hand that had just hit him, and said with a laugh, haha, Qingqiu, I love you so much. You? Don't say such cheesy things while eating. Seeing this, Leng Linger gritted her teeth, biting her spoon in frustration. How despicable. Just a mere fish, Gu. How could you do such things in front of me and my sister? You despicable jerk. Leng Linger couldn't bear the sight before her, especially after learning last night why her sister pretended to be so close to Gu Yan. It was all for the sake of the Leng family. All of this was for the Leng family. Her sister endured humiliation and burden to love Gu Yan, waiting for the right moment to seize the Gu family. This was to bring the Leng family back to its peak. Her sister was truly pitiful, making such sacrifices for our family. Leng Linger felt like she wasn't a person at all, fully aware that her sister despised Gu Yan. She also understood that her sister could endure humiliation in front of Gu Yan only for the family's sake. Yet she felt powerless, only able to watch her sister endure such things with Gu Yan. Thinking about this made Leng Linger's heart bleed. If she could bear this all in her sister's stead, she would gladly do so. Full him off to school. Unable to endure the painful sight, she forced herself to leave the dining table. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan turned to Leng Linger, who was heading out with her bowl and chopsticks. Wait, I'll take you to school later. Both Leng Linger and Leng Qingqiu were momentarily stunned. Especially Leng Linger, who was very resistant, snorted proudly. I don't want you to take me. I'm taking my Batian to school. Batian? Isn't that just that little flashy electric scooter? Gu Yan had seen a gaudily decorated bike parked at the Leng family's entrance. What little scooter? That's called Batian. Let me tell you, Batian can reach speeds of 140. Leng Linger proudly claimed. Oh, but modifying electric bikes is illegal and can lead to fines and confiscation of the illegal vehicle. Gu Yan nodded, continuing. I remember, there's a traffic cop at the intersection you take to school today. If you go past, you might run right into them. If you don't want your Batian to be towed and dismantled, I advise you to behave and ride with me to school. After hearing this, Leng Qingqiu nodded as well and asked Leng Linger expressionlessly, Linger, didn't I arrange a driver for you? Why does it sound like you've been riding that illegal electric scooter to school lately? Upon hearing her sister's tone, Leng Linger felt a rush of panic. Oh no, she had accidentally let it slip. Reluctantly, she decided to come clean, lowering her head and sounding as pitiful as possible. Sister, I just wanted to save some money for the family, so I dismissed the driver. Gu Yan, overhearing this, leaned in to whisper to Leng Qingqiu. The money saved went to modifying Batian. Leng Linger was immediately furious, glaring at Gu Yan. Before she could finish, Leng Qingqiu turned to Leng Linger and coldly said, do you know how dangerous modifying vehicles can be? I forbid you to ride that bike again. She then turned to Gu Yan, saying, from now on let your brother-in-law drive you to and from school. Leng Qingqiu was truly exasperated with Leng Linger. This child was so disobedient. She had hired a driver for her, yet the girl had dismissed him. Moreover, she was modifying an electric bike. How could she do such a dangerous thing? She felt that she had been lax in disciplining Leng Qingqiu, allowing her to go astray. What if Qingqiu befriended some unsavory characters outside? What if Qingqiu started dyeing her hair blonde, getting piercings, and wearing weird clothes? What if Qingqiu went astray? The thought made Leng Qingqiu a bit anxious. Instinctively, she grasped Gu Yan's hand. Right, she could ask Gu Yan to keep an eye on her. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Yan patted her hand gently. He glanced at Leng Qingqiu, who had dyed her hair yellow, had piercings, and was dressed in odd clothes, then comforted Leng Qingqiu. They'll keep an eye on Qingqiu for you. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu felt relieved, knowing Gu Yan understood her concerns. Then she turned to Leng Qingqiu with a stern face. It's settled, then you're not allowed to refuse. Seeing her sister genuinely angry, Leng Qingqiu gave up resisting, lowering her head and pouting. Okay. Gu Yan found it amusing indeed to discipline this little rascal. One needed to use bloodline authority. Outside the house, Leng Qingqiu, with her head of yellow hair and a backpack, was sulking beside Gu Yan. A Rolls-Royce was parked at the entrance. Lao Gao stood by the car door, opening it respectfully for Gu Yan, and Leng Qingqiu saying, "Young master, miss." Gu Yan nodded, then patted the downcast Leng Qingqiu. "Let's go, stop sulking. Your brother-in-law is doing this for your own good. Modifying vehicles is dangerous. Do you want to have an accident and make your sister cry all day, eh?" Leng Qingqiu, hearing this, knew her actions were wrong for hiding them from her sister. However, she just didn't want to admit her mistake in front of Gu Yan. Thinking this, she snorted, "Mind your own business." After saying that, she slapped her backpack against Gu Yan, pretending to be fierce. "Carry my things, Gu the fish." Gu Yan smiled helplessly, wondering if she knew that her intimidation had no effect. Okay, we'll listen to our Qingqiu." "Huh? What do you mean your Qingqiu?" Leng Qingqiu's expression changed, and she hurriedly got into the car. That despicable fish Gu Yan always talked about nonsense. Once in the car, Gu Yan told Lao Gao, "Take us to Jiang High School." "Yes, young master." The car started. Gu Yan leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate the upcoming plot. First, he needed to confirm one thing. According to the original story, Gu Yan, Leng Qingqiu, and Leng Qingqiu were all considered part of the antagonist side. Perhaps due to the system, Gu Yan remembered various details of the original plot very clearly, even visualizing scenes in his mind. Coincidentally, in the original work, there was a plot involving Leng Qingqiu and the protagonist group. Additionally, looking at the timeline of the story, it seemed they were about to reach that plot point. Initially, it was just a small story to introduce the character of Shen Wan'er's brother Shen Tian. But unexpectedly, the author intended to bring in the sister of the greatest boss in the original work, thus leading to Leng Qingqiu's tragic ending. Gu Yan would never allow that to happen. Leng Qingqiu leaned her right hand on her face against the car door, her eyes fixed outside. Yet she was secretly watching Gu Yan with her peripheral vision. What a fish, Gu already asleep early in the morning. Oh right, she noticed he had brought food, which likely meant he had gotten up very early. If it weren't for this car, she might have forgotten that he was a top-tier young master. She couldn't understand why he, a young master from the Gu family, would willingly lower himself to come and cook for them. Could it be that he really likes my sister? Leng Qingqiu bit her lip, her eyes flickering. Gu Yan truly liked her sister, but according to her sister's words, their ultimate goal was to seize the Gu family. When Gu Yan discovered the truth, how would he feel at that moment? Leng Qingqiu couldn't imagine how Gu Yan would collapse upon learning the truth. No. Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, her gaze wandering. Regardless, it was his own choice to like my sister, that's right. Thus, losing the Gu family was only what he deserved. Leng Qingqiu mentally reassured herself. However, the next second, Gu Yan said, "By the way, Qingqiu, don't you really like motorcycles? If you get into college this time, how about I gift you one? All I ask is that you get into college, then get a driver's license, and buy a motorcycle. I'll handle the rest for you." Gu Yan concluded that the urgent task was to improve his little sister-in-law's favorability. Otherwise, if she didn't share any activities with him outside, it would be a problem. That could be troublesome. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Leng Qingqiu was stunned. How could he know I like motorcycles? What, you don't want this reward? Or do you think you won't get into college? Gu Yan teased, seeing Leng Qingqiu in shock. Finally, Leng Qingqiu snapped back to reality, turning her head anxiously. Who can't get in? I was just worried you wouldn't keep your promise. Gu Yan waved his hand, saying, "Do you think your brother-in-law is someone who cares about trifles? Even if you want a bike designed by yourself, I can deliver it to you within a day." Listening to this, Leng Qingqiu was caught in a whirlwind of confusion. "Oh no, sister. Can't we find another way to get the Gu family? This way I feel guilty." Leng Qingqiu thought, on the verge of tears. Time slowly passed. In no time they arrived at Jiang High School. The appearance of a Rolls-Royce attracted numerous gazes. Wow, which rich kid transferred here? Heavens, is there such a wealthy person in our small, rundown place? What's going on? Is it a transfer student? Countless students stopped to watch, chattering among themselves. Then with a click, Gu Yan stepped out of the car. His elegant and amiable demeanor, coupled with his handsome appearance, instantly shocked and thrilled the crowd. Wow, so handsome. He's a rich second-generation heartthrob. Hiss, how could such a movie star come to our school? What's happening? Are they filming a movie? I don't know, but that handsome guy is carrying a backpack. He can't be a student here, right? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu Yin approached the sidecar door. He then opened it and whispered something, and soon after Leng Qingqiu got out of the car, haughtily taking the backpack from Gu Yan's hands. She shot him a fierce look. Next time don't be so ostentatious. After saying this, she quickly walked towards the school entrance. Gu Yin glanced helplessly at her retreating figure, shrugging, clearly very happy, yet such an ungrateful child. He smiled and waved at the surrounding crowd. As he sat back inside the car amidst the noise, the smile on his lips slightly faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. Alright, it was time for me to nip the future plot in the bud. With that in mind, he said, Lao Gao, take me to Xinghua KTV. Yes, young master. Inside the campus, Leng Qingqiu, who had feigned a fierce expression, now wore a dreamy look on her face. He. Ha. So many people are looking at me. It feels so impressive. Leng Qingqiu thought she had never felt so exhilarated. Although many people would look at her when she rode Batian, they never looked at her with envy. But just then a group of trendy girls with backpacks rushed to Leng Qingqiu's side, chattering, Sister Lingger, is that your boyfriend? When did you start dating someone? Yeah, he looks so handsome and seems so gentlemanly. He's way better than those boys in our class. One girl exaggeratedly exclaimed, he's just like the prince of my dreams. Riding a luxury car to pick me up is just like being a princess. Leng Qingqiu felt flattered but also quite embarrassed, as Gu Yin was not her boyfriend. So she cleared her throat and calmly said, he's not my boyfriend, he just insisted on bringing me this morning. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with envy and eagerness. Sister Lingger, you mean that handsome guy isn't your boyfriend? Then, do we have a chance? Sister Lingger, don't you like him? Looking at them, Leng Qingqiu felt a question mark slowly forming in her mind. Although Gu Yin wasn't her boyfriend, when did it ever become your turn? Moreover, seeing how these girls were eager to become Gu Yan's girlfriend, she felt very uncomfortable. So she snorted and said, don't even think about it, he's my brother-in-law, and he's already married to my sister. Upon hearing this, the girl's expressions changed to one of disappointment. What? So he's your brother-in-law? That's right. Let me tell you, my brother-in-law and sister are very lovey-dovey. Don't even think about him. Leng Qingqiu warned, seeing how these girls were so eager about these things. Unexpectedly, that despicable fish, Gu, had such charm. It seemed that I had to keep an eye on him to ensure he didn't fool around outside. Suddenly, Leng Qingqiu felt a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. By the way, I heard Xiao Wei's new boyfriend is the owner of a KTV. Should we go sing there after school? I heard from Xiao Wei that we friends can sing for free. Today she even took a leave to go early and talk to her boyfriend. One girl suggested. Sure. Sister Lingger, are you going? Let's go sing. I heard there are free fruit platters too. One by one they all agreed enthusiastically. As their big sister, Leng Qingqiu naturally wouldn't disagree. However, just before getting out of the car, Gu Yin had mentioned he would come to pick her up in the afternoon. What to do? Oh, forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. With that thought, Leng Qingqiu nodded. Let's go. In Zhanghai City, in front of the Xinghua KTV, Gu Yin looked up at the luxurious KTV establishment before him. Memories of a scene from the original work involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was a plot written by the original author to introduce Shen Wan'er's brother Shen Tian. The story revolved around Leng Qingqiu and her friends who had agreed to come to Xinghua KTV to sing after school. However, upon arriving, they discovered that Shen Tian was forcefully getting his sister to drink. The situation escalated until the police arrived to intervene. Shen Wan'er, aware of her brother's character, didn't want him to suffer consequences, so she sought out Gu Yin, asking him to find the girls and apologize on her brother's behalf. However, before Gu Yin could locate them, a few days later, Shen Tian was found dead at home, his face desecrated. As the memories faded, Gu Yin took a slight breath. He hadn't understood before, but connecting it to the subsequent events, he realized how Leng Qingqiu's fate came to be. Shen Tian's death was likely caused by Leng Qingqiu, though Gu Yin was unclear about the method used. Later, Leng Qingqiu would die because Shen Wan'er blamed her for her brother's death. It was for revenge that Xiao Lin chose to kill Leng Qingqiu. It was no wonder that the author of the original work specifically wrote a segment about Leng Qingqiu and Shen Tian. The intention was to deepen the darkness in Leng Qingqiu's character. However, now that he was here, this incident must not be allowed to unfold. Moreover, he had already devised a plan to keep things under his control. With that thought, he glanced at his companion Lao Gao beside him and said, "Let's go, Lao Gao." "Understood, young master." After saying this, Lao Gao waved his hand behind him. "Let's go." Next moment, dozens of individuals dressed in black emerged from luxury cars and followed Gu Yin into the Xinghua KTV. In a private room, as expected of Brother Tian, even the boss girlfriend at Xinghua has to come and sing with you. Haha, we all benefit from your glory, Brother Tian. Several men and women looked at the young man seated at the main seat, flattering him. The boss of Xinghua stood aside, awkwardly watching a rebellious young man seated on the sofa. The young man was slender, and his complexion appeared drained, as if ravaged by drink and pleasures. In his arms he held a girl who looked like a student, frowning and resisting. The girl clung tightly to the man, showing signs of distress, especially with the unpleasant smell of traditional medicine emanating from him, making her feel nauseous. She looked pleadingly at the bar owner Brother Tao. Seeing his new girlfriend looking for help, he hesitated to offend the man before him. With no choice, he forced a smile and said, Wei, behave just for a moment. Let Brother Tian hold you for a bit. It will be over soon. Hearing this, Xiao Wei's expression turned extremely grim. She gritted her teeth, trying to break free from the man's grasp. Let go of me. I want to go home. She never expected that her new boyfriend would hand her over to a customer just for singing. No matter how distinguished he was, she couldn't tolerate this humiliation. Shen Tian noticed the girl trying to get up and immediately shot an unhappy glance at the bar owner. Boss, is this how your girlfriend serves customers? Upon hearing Shen Tian speak, his other friends who were with him each embraced their own women and exclaimed, Jiang Tao, what kind of attitude is this from your girlfriend? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Tian. Yeah, do you know who Brother Tian is? Offending him means Xinghui will have no future in Shanghai City. That's right, Jiang Tao coming here today is giving you an opportunity, but don't let it slip away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. She is new and doesn't understand. The bar owner wiped his sweat and then turned to Xiao Wei, disregarding her status as his new girlfriend. He stepped forward and pushed her back. Xiao Wei, how can you be so inconsiderate? If you serve this gentleman well, you can have whatever you want. Do you know who Brother Tian is? He's the little brother-in-law of the Gu family heir. The bar owner looked at Xiao Wei with an exasperated expression. Did this woman not understand the significance of the Gu family? As long as Shen Tian returned and spoke favorably of them to the Gu family's heir, Xinghui would rise to prominence in Shanghai City. In time, it would become the most luxurious KTV in Shanghai City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei froze momentarily. The little brother-in-law of the Gu family. In Shanghai City, who else could be referred to as the heir of the Gu family besides that young master? Although she had never seen Gu Yan, she had heard of his status in Shanghai City. Did you hear? I'm the little brother-in-law of Gu Yan. If you make me happy today, then whatever you want I can give you. Shen Tian enjoyed the flattery from those beside him. He was originally just a layabout. He had learned that the Gu family heir was pursuing his sister, so he often used Gu Yan's name to act recklessly. Of course, he looked down on Gu Yan. After all, the way Gu Yan behaved in front of his sister made him think that the offspring of big families were not much different from ordinary people. Moreover, whenever he ran out of money, he would ask Gu Yan for help, and out of respect for Shen Wan'er, Gu Yan would always give him tens of thousands. It was enough for him to live lavishly for several days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's face grew ashen as she lowered her head and stopped struggling. In Shanghai City, no one dared to provoke the Gu family. Seeing this scene, the others chimed in. Brother Tian is mighty. Brother Tian is domineering. I bet even the young master of the Gu family would have to address Brother Tian with respect. Yes, I heard that the Gu family heir is just a lapdog to our Brother Tian's sister. Shen Tian was quite pleased with this and waved his hand. Hey, don't say it like that. It would embarrass the Gu heir. How about this? Shen Tian said, raising his glass, while everyone else followed suit, standing up to cooperate with him. Today I'm happy. All of your expenses are on me. Brother Tian is mighty. Brother Tian is domineering. Brother Tian, you are amazing. A crowd of sycophantic friends cheered. However, in the next second, bang, clang, the door of the private room was violently kicked open, slamming against the wall. Then Lao Gao walked in. This scene left everyone present in shock. Following closely, what the hell? Before Shen Tian could say anything, his group of friends were already displeased. Bang! They threw their wine glasses down and shouted, Hey, old man. Who are you? Do you know who we are? How dare you kick down our door? Are you tired of living? Lao Gao frowned slightly at their words. He calmly said, let's keep it quiet here. In the next moment, a swarm of men in black surged in, instantly filling the entire room. The few people who had been speaking turned pale. They realized they had encountered someone formidable. One by one, they trembled. Wait, old sir, who are you? Is there some misunderstanding here? Shen Tian, even more frightened, slumped back onto the sofa and begged in a trembling voice, wait, I'm Gu Yan's little brother-in-law. You can't treat me like this. Lao Gao smiled disdainfully at this. You should personally explain that to my young master later. As his words fell before Shen Tian and his group could react, the black-clad men forcefully pinned them to the ground. The sound system was shut off by one of the black-clad men, plunging the entire room into a silence filled with fear. Shen Tian and his group were forcibly made to kneel on the ground by the black-clad bodyguards, surrounded by a circle of them. Shen Tian appeared extremely anxious. He had not expected that Gu Yan's name would not work anymore. What was going on? Why was this happening? In the past, as long as he mentioned Gu Yan's name, he could resolve any crisis. Young master, it's all been taken care of. Lao Gao respectfully reported to the outside. A voice responded from outside, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Tian looked up. He saw someone walking in from the door, a person he was so familiar with he couldn't forget. Gu Yan. Shen Tian shouted in shock, are all these your people? After saying that, his expression turned extremely ugly. He felt like he had been played. Gu Yan walked in with a calm demeanor, casually glancing at those pinned to the ground before finally fixing his gaze on Shen Tian, stepping forward. Then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, bang. Who? Gu Yan delivered a harsh kick to Shen Tian's face with the inner side of his boot. The crowd gasped in shock, all drawing in a cold breath. Gu Yan, what do you mean by this? Shen Tian yelled in pain, looking at Gu Yan with disbelief. Why? Why did he dare to hit me? Was he not afraid of my sister finding out? Gu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light that made Shen Tian's heart race, his tone emotionless. What do you mean? What I mean is your good days are over, Shen Tian. Saying this, he beckoned. An underling brought over a document. With a rustle, Gu Yan placed the contract before Shen Tian's eyes, saying, this document records the money I have lent you over the years, totaling 48 million. If you can't pay it back, you will likely be charged with a large fraud and spend the rest of your life in prison. Moreover, using my name to act recklessly, the crimes you have committed during this time are enough for you to rot in jail for a lifetime. Shen Tian stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief washing over him as he anxiously shouted, what are you talking about? Gu Yan, wasn't that money all given to me by you? Given? Gu Yan pondered for a moment, then said flatly, every time you asked me for money, you always added the word borrow. The chat records are all there. Shen Tian was stunned by this. No way, bro, you have so much money, and I said borrow, that was just being polite. You can't seriously want me to pay it back. Moreover, for someone like you, why would you bother to discuss the law with someone like me? Are you really considering involving the police? Can't you think bigger? Have you ever seen a rich heir running to the police to discuss the law? I have no money, Shen Tian stammered. Oh, then you can go to jail. Gu Yan nodded, then stood up. Wait. Brother-in-law, my sister has money. I'll have my sister pay you back. Shen Tian shouted anxiously, knowing that Gu Yan was his sister's loyal lackey. It was likely that recently his sister had been neglecting Gu Yan, which had made Gu Yan furious. This was not good. If Gu Yan stopped pursuing his sister, he would really have to go to prison. Gu Yan smiled when he heard this, but on the surface he calmly turned around and said, have Shen Wan'er bring the money within 3 days, otherwise you should prepare to spend your life in prison. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian thought he understood Gu Yan's meaning. He was also filled with immense fear. The children of wealthy families were indeed not to be underestimated. He thought Gu Yan was merely his sister's lackey, but now it seemed that due to his sister's continuous refusals, Gu Yan had lost his patience. No, he must urgently get his sister to be with Gu Yan. He did not want to give up his current lifestyle. He nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will definitely have my sister look for you, young Master Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan waved his hand. The group of black-clad bodyguards quickly released their hold on Shen Tian and the others. Although they were released, Shen Tian and the others no longer displayed their earlier arrogance. Instead, they stood there terrified. The aura from Gu Yan was simply too intimidating. At that moment, Gu Yan noticed the boss of Xinghui. He looked at him, and upon meeting Gu Yan's gaze, the boss immediately lowered his head in fright. Young master, that is the boss of Xinghui named Jiang Tao. Lao Gao reminded him from the side. Gu Yan nodded, then his expression turned cold. That name is too unpleasant. From today onward, I do not wish to hear the name Jiang Tao or Xinghui in Zhanghai City. Understood, young master. After Lao Gao finished speaking, he retreated to make a phone call. Jiang Tao's face turned pale. He knelt down with a thud, realizing it was all over. Xiao Wei curled up in the corner, trembling with fear, as everyone else was pressed to the ground, yet she remained unscathed. She looked at Gu Yan with fearful yet curious eyes. Was this the legendary heir of the Gu family? He was indeed terrifying and powerful. Just then Gu Yan's gaze fell on Xiao Wei, and their eyes met. She shivered and quickly lowered her head. It was likely that she was the sister who had been forced to drink. Gu Yan thought to himself, no longer speaking. He turned and walked toward the door. Lao Gao, handle this. Understood, young master. Where are you headed next? Lao Gao asked. Gu Yan waved his hand, leaving him with a silhouette, and his voice carried to prepare lunch for Qingqiu. Lao Gao. In the Leng family study, a place that should have been occupied only by Leng Qingqiu is now graced by a blindfolded woman kneeling on one knee. Dressed in an elegant red robe, her long hair cascades down to her waist. Her skin is as white as snow, and her body possesses a long and graceful silhouette, exuding an extraordinary aura. The blindfolded woman spoke respectfully. Master, according to our investigation, one of the culprits has been found. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu abruptly halted her actions, a cold glint flashing across her brow. She suddenly looked up, a hint of impatient killing intent brewing within her. The book in her hand was slammed shut with a dull thud. She turned to the blindfolded woman, her voice laced with deep-seated murderous intent. Tell me, who is it? Leng Qingqiu's heart was filled with killing intent and impatience. After 5 years, there was finally some progress regarding the truth behind that massacre. Although it was merely one of the participants in the slaughter, it at least indicated that she was one step closer to finding the true culprit. The blindfolded woman immediately bowed her head and replied, "It is a member of an organization called the Reaper, named Lin Feng." Who is Lin Feng? What kind of force is the Reaper? Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. The blindfolded woman understood the importance of this matter and had already investigated thoroughly. Reporting to you, master, when we found Lin Feng, he was already settled down with a family, and he is currently a minor employee at the Wanli Group in Zhanghai City. The Reaper is a renowned assassination organization in the ancient martial arts world abroad. All members of the organization are martial artists and their strength is formidable. It is understood that they primarily profit from accepting assassination contracts from the dark web. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu pushed aside her desk with force. Her long hair swirled around her like shadows in the darkness. She quickly walked to the window, and with a whoosh the curtains were pulled aside. With a loud snap, the cold wind rushing into the study, causing the air to freeze instantly. Breathing in the frigid air, Leng Qingqiu forced her inner killing intent to gradually cool down. Ha ha ha, the Reaper. What a fitting name for death. An assassination organization. Lin Feng. Leng Qingqiu gripped the curtains tightly, unable to believe it. You participated in the massacre back, then nearly wiping out my Leng family. And now you are living leisurely, leaving the organization and returning to Huaxiao, marrying and having children, living a life of an ordinary person. How dare you? To take away life from others while living freely yourself. Mei Shui. Leng Qingqiu's voice was low and filled with killing intent. Find Lin Feng, extract all the useful information from him by any means necessary, whether it be threatening his family or his friends. I want all the information he knows. Leng Qingqiu's tone conveyed a chilling indifference, causing waves of terror to emanate throughout the study. Mei Shui gulped, cold sweat trickling down her face, and she quickly lowered her head, responding, yes. As her words fell, black shadows began to emerge from the ground beneath her feet, and Mei Shui slowly sank into the shadows. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Only then did Leng Qingqiu gradually awaken from her killing intent. She released the curtains and took a deep breath. Her heart slowly became calm, yet mournful. Who would have thought? The murderer from back then is now living freely. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma. Qingqiu swears I will find the truth for you and take revenge. Just with this dagger that once cut my eyes back then. Just as Leng Qingqiu was thinking about it, a dagger slowly emerged from her palm. The blade of the dagger was as deep as the night sky, its dark sheen radiating a chilling aura. The dagger was inscribed with many obscure ancient characters. This was the dagger that Leng Qingqiu had used to cut her own eyes. However, at the moment of cutting, a wave of memories surged into Leng Qingqiu's mind. Night. This is the name of the dagger as well as the title of an ancient tome. That tome resides in Leng Qingqiu's mind, not only enhancing her memories, but also strengthening her comprehension abilities. Furthermore, it revealed the existence of an ancient martial arts realm known as the ancient martial world. With this thought, Leng Qingqiu gently caressed her eyes. She slightly opened them, and contrary to the typical image of a blind person, her pupils bore strange seals. It seemed as if they were specifically sealing Leng Qingqiu's vision. According to the memories in her mind, the abilities of this ancient tome were quite peculiar. Absorb the night, comprehend the night, become the night. Only by enduring 5 years of darkness could one achieve invincibility at the moment of regaining light. 5 years, huh? Leng Qingqiu murmured to herself, closing her eyes. According to the tome, she only needed to endure 5 years of darkness. Then at the moment of regaining her vision, she would be able to break through the human limits and become an invincible existence. Until then, she would remain an ordinary person. However, the memories in her mind provided her with much assistance. They also allowed her to inherit a force known as night. This force does not recognize individuals, it only recognizes the dagger. The one who possesses the dagger is the master of this force. Over the years, Leng Qingqiu has greatly benefited from the night organization, enabling her to gather one useful piece of information after another. Leng Qingqiu put away the dagger and exhaled. Learning this news from Mei Shui had indeed made her overly excited. Leng Qingqiu, you will have to face more enemies in the future. You must be more stable, more cautious. With this in mind, she searched for her cane. If she hadn't miscalculated the time, it should be around noon now. Linger is not here, so she might as well grab something to eat. Just then she couldn't find her cane, but a strong, warm hand grasped hers. Then a voice that startled Leng Qingqiu appeared. Qingqiu, what are you thinking about? Why are you standing in front of the window lost in thought? Gu Yan held Leng Qingqiu's hand with a hint of confusion. When he arrived, he had noticed that Leng Qingqiu had been standing in front of the window, and he glanced at it. The curtains were drawn open and the cold wind was blowing in. It's so cold, Qingqiu, your hands are frozen stiff. As Gu Yan spoke, he moved forward to close the window. Leng Qingqiu remained silent. Gu Yan. When did he arrive? Did he see or hear anything? Leng Qingqiu's heart was conflicted. The dagger was her biggest secret and her greatest reliance in finding the culprit. She didn't dare to gamble whether Gu Yan had seen her dagger and was pretending not to notice, nor did she dare to gamble whether the Gu family had participated in that incident. If Gu Yan. Leng Qingqiu's breathing rhythm slightly changed. Her heart fell into turmoil. Even though she was currently just an ordinary person, the power of the dagger was devastating. In just a breath's time she could. Qingqiu, what are you thinking about? Gu Yan curiously placed the back of his hand on Leng Qingqiu's forehead, checking her temperature. You're not burning up. At such a close distance, she could surely execute a lethal strike. Afterward, let Mei Shui deal with the bodies. I must do this. I have to eliminate all potential threats. Leng Qingqiu slightly raised her hand. Gu Yan saw it, nodded, and smiled gently. Are you worried about Linger? Don't worry, she's fine. I safely delivered her to school. That's right, and not only did he take her back to school, but he also altered the future bad plot in advance. You are truly a great benefactor, Gu Yan. By the way, Qingqiu, are you hungry? What do you want to eat for lunch today? Gu Yan's incessant chatter filled Leng Qingqiu's ears. For some reason, she could not bring herself to act against him. Damn it. Damn it. At this point, she gave up. She slightly lowered her head and let her hand drop. Her emotions felt somewhat off. Gu Yan finally noticed something was amiss and became flustered. What the hell did I do something wrong? What is wrong with my pure love interest? You? Do you know how annoying you are? Leng Qingqiu raised her head, her expression emotionless, as she said flatly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan chuckled, grabbing Leng Qingqiu's hand and teasingly rubbing it. Of course, Qingqiu, you are so cute and beautiful. Oh, I could hardly help but want to bother you every day. Let me tell you, I'm not even this annoying with my dad, just with you. If anyone in the world had this kind of treatment, it would be only you. You can be pleased. Touching pure love interest, 1 point. Pure love interest mood improves 3 points. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. This rascal, who doesn't know he barely speaks 3 words with his father in a day. He almost severed his father-son relationship over Shen Wan'er. But on the surface, Leng Qingqiu still snorted lightly and tilted her head. Who cares about you? Whether I care or not, what matters is that I care about you, Qingqiu. He smooth talker. Oh, how do you know your husband has a slick tongue and is smooth talking? Otherwise, how about we have a little fun? Get lost. Gu Yan saw Leng Qingqiu frown, and he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling even more excited. Damn, am I awakening some strange kink? He laughed. No more jokes. What do you want to eat for lunch? I can cook anything. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu realized she was indeed hungry, but couldn't bring herself to admit it, so she said, I don't want to eat. I was just planning to grab something simple. You don't need to cook for me like a servant, Gudasha. As soon as those words left her mouth, Gu Yan understood immediately. He waved his hand. Hey Qingqiu, how can we just settle for simple? That's not good for your health. How about this? Let's keep it simple and fry a couple of dishes. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu agreed in her heart, but still said indifferently, do as you wish. After lunch, Leng Qingqiu sat on the sofa in a daze. The sound of Gu Yan washing dishes drifted from the kitchen, and on the television Linger's favorite gangster cartoon was playing. For some reason at this moment her mood was incredibly tranquil and harmonious. Why do I feel this way? I shouldn't feel like this. The Knight organization has provided me with armed strength and a vast information network. If I could take over the Gu family, I would have ample funds and a superficial social status. Combining the two would undoubtedly help me find the mastermind behind it all. But why is it that at this moment my mood is so peaceful and calm? It even feels like I want to remain in this state forever. Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath and turned off the television. She forced herself to break free from that comfortable state. No, absolutely not. She must not allow herself to have such complacent thoughts. One of the culprits has been found. What I need to do next is to continue executing the plan. The culprit must be found, and the Gu family must be taken. I must tackle both sides. I absolutely cannot develop any real feelings. Qingqiu, the weather is so nice today. Oh, would you like to go out for a stroll? Gu Yan wiped his hands and skillfully sat down on the sofa, squeezing in next to Leng Qingqiu. He naturally draped an arm over Leng Qingqiu's shoulder. Feeling Gu Yan's action, Leng Qingqiu frowned slightly and shook the shoulder he was holding, trying to shake off his hand. However, Gu Yan's hand was like a sticky candy. It just wouldn't budge. In the end, Leng Qingqiu decided not to care as she shook her head and said lightly, not going. Time was already tight, and now he wanted me to waste time going out. What a joke. Gu Yan was undeterred. He smiled cheerfully. Good wife, you should know the importance of balancing work and rest. Besides, if you keep cooped up at home, your skin will get moldy. If we don't go out, at least let's sunbathe in the yard, shall we? To prevent osteoporosis when you grow old, you wouldn't want to end up like that, right? In my view, Qingqiu, you're just too shy, so you don't want to go out, right? Don't be shy. Oh, with such a good husband accompanying you, let's go out and soak up some sun. Leng Qingqiu felt as if a bee was buzzing around her ears. She covered her ears and shouted, stop, stop. Let's go, let's go. Just after she shouted, she regretted it and quickly added, wait. But before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yan had already pulled her up, his voice filled with excitement ringing in Leng Qingqiu's ears. Ha! Great, Qingqiu. Let's go out to the yard and soak up some sun. Upon hearing Gu Yan's happy voice, Leng Qingqiu, who initially wanted to refuse, firmly, inexplicably closed her mouth. She thought to herself, let it be, let it be. After all, I planned to take the Gu family from him. Before that, I might as well let this dog man enjoy himself a bit. Indeed, this was not because she agreed, just because she saw him happy. It was merely a tiny compensation for the future when she would take the Gu family away. As Leng Qingqiu was comforting herself, Gu Yan took her outside the courtyard. Although it was already the frostfall season, the high-hanging sun and its direct rays brought warmth to Leng Qingqiu's body. Stepping onto the lawn of the courtyard, she felt a bit dazed. It seemed she hadn't left that study for a long time. Time was far too precious for her, leaving her with no opportunity for rest. Ever since Gu Yan arrived, her meticulously planned schedule seemed to have been completely disrupted. This courtyard held many memories of her family. Gu Yan held Leng Qingqiu's hand as they walked along the path in the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the two of them. Gu Yan sensed that Leng Qingqiu was reminiscing about something, so he did not disturb her, quietly holding her hand. A fallen leaf drifted down, and Gu Yan reached out to catch it. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he chuckled. "Qingqiu, your family's courtyard is quite beautifully maintained with greenery planted just right." Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu, who had been lost in memories, returned to her senses. She looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, believing that if she could see it, the sky at this moment must be beautiful. She seemed to be recalling something and smiled, saying, "Yes, I believe it is beautiful. Because this is the courtyard my father loved the most during his lifetime. All the greenery and landscaping here were designed by him alone. After he passed, I took on the responsibility of maintaining this courtyard." As she spoke, Leng Qingqiu's mood slightly dampened. "Gu Yan, you truly deserve to die." Gu Yan took a deep breath, unsure of how to comfort her. Leng Qingqiu also noticed this, shaking her head and saying, "This has nothing to do with you. After all." She looked at Gu Yan as if confirming something, her tone becoming somewhat strange. "My father's death has nothing to do with you." Although she could somewhat ascertain that the events of that year probably weren't related to Gu Yan, there was still doubt. Who could guarantee that the Gu family wasn't involved? Leng Qingqiu was indeed worried about this, and because of this, she maintained a distance from Gu Yan. Sometimes she thought that perhaps by utilizing Gu Yan she could confirm whether the Gu family had been involved in that incident. Gu Yan detected the abnormality in Leng Qingqiu's tone. Comparing it with the original plot, he could somewhat guess the concerns in her heart. Because of that incident, Leng Qingqiu would neither trust nor dare to trust people like them. Thinking of this, Gu Yan tightly grasped Leng Qingqiu's hand, his tone serious as he earnestly said, "Qingqiu, please believe me, I will always protect you, I will forever protect you. I won't let anyone harm you again." Listening to these words, Leng Qingqiu smiled slightly, feeling a flicker of amusement in her heart. Protect her. There were too many things in this world that Gu Yan didn't know about, like the ancient martial world and practitioners. Such beings could withstand bullets with their bodies. Gu Yan was just an ordinary person. How could he truly walk with her to the end? Yet, his tone was so earnest that Leng Qingqiu couldn't muster the thought of mocking him. She thought no more and smiled slightly, saying, "Protection isn't just about words, but it's good that you have the determination to protect me." After thinking for a moment, Leng Qingqiu reached out to touch Gu Yan's cheek, a faint smile curving her lips. "Anyway, thank you." With the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the autumn breeze accompanying their conversation, it seemed as if nature was composing a beautiful melody for them. Time in the courtyard seemed to freeze at that moment. Gu Yan felt the cold palm on his cheek, and Leng Qingqiu's smiling face momentarily stunned. Thump, thump, even though Leng Qingqiu had turned her back. But Gu Yan reached out to touch his rapidly beating heart. This. Oh no. It seemed he had fallen in love. This time truly he seemed to have fallen for Leng Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqiu, with her back turned, felt her face slightly warm. Damn it. Why did I say that? How embarrassing, how could I say such childish words? It's infuriating, but it's all Gu Yan's fault for saying nonsense. No, I need to hurry back to the study. Leng Qingqiu had just been thinking about having Gu Yan take her back to the study. Gu Yan's voice then came through. "Qingqiu, I have inspiration again." "Inspiration? What inspiration?" Leng Qingqiu was taken aback, somewhat confused as she asked. "I just came up with a new song in my mind." "Qingqiu, do you want to hear it?" Gu Yan's words sparked a hint of curiosity in Leng Qingqiu's heart. A new song? Just now? Although she had previously heard Gu Yan's confession balloon, that was a song he had created many years ago. How could he possibly compose a decent song in just a few minutes? Naturally, Leng Qingqiu didn't believe it, but since he had this interest, she couldn't bear to interrupt him, so she nodded and said, "Then sing it." "But after singing, I need to go back to the study to read." Hearing this, Gu Yan nodded and chuckled. "Okay." Leng Qingqiu took it as a quick way to appease him, so she perked up her ears to listen. The next second, a song that made her heart tremble began to play. "I hear raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the distant school bell ringing. But I didn't hear your voice. Seriously, calling my name. When I fell in love with you, I didn't understand feelings. It's only after parting that I realize it's unforgettable." The melody of the song was gentle and melodious, giving a warm and relaxed feeling, as if Leng Qingqiu were enjoying a cup of warm tea infused with a hint of tranquility. "What is this feeling?" Leng Qingqiu pressed her palm against her chest. This song, like Confession Balloon, was also about love between men and women. This song seemed to urge people to cherish the happiness they had in front of them even more. "So beautiful." Leng Qingqiu murmured to herself, unable to help but let her mind wander, quietly listening to Gu Yan sing. And the song reached its climax. "It turns out you are the luck I most want to hold on to. It turns out we were so close to love once. Meeting you is such a stroke of luck. But I have already lost the right to cry for you." As the song concluded, Gu Yan stepped forward and took Leng Qingqiu's hand, his expression gentle, his voice soft, as he said, Qingqiu, I love you. I don't want to leave you. I also don't want you to leave me. Please let me protect you for a lifetime, okay? Leng Qingqiu was still immersed in the song from moments ago. Hearing Gu Yan's words, she came back to her senses. She looked up at Gu Yan, who, although she couldn't see his face, she could feel his love for her. It was a pure, fervent kind of love. Sigh. Forget it. Leng Qingqiu sighed and calmly replied, no. Huh. Gu Yan was stunned just as he was about to struggle. Then Leng Qingqiu lightly said, you're so weak, let me protect you instead. Being my man might lead to a swift demise. She wasn't joking, after all she was the master of the night. Moreover, she bore deep-seated enmity. Her life was destined to be a thorny path with no turning back. Gu Yan, hearing Leng Qingqiu's words, felt not at all embarrassed, but rather quite pleased. After all, wasn't it representative of Qingqiu, does that mean? Gu Yan swallowed hard, feeling hesitant and incredulous. Does this guy still need me to say it out loud? Leng Qingqiu frowned slightly, shaking off Gu Yan's hand, and turning to walk towards the house, saying, I don't know. You guess. Hey, Qingqiu, I was wrong. Qingqiu. Gu Yan hurriedly jogged after her. Leng Qingqiu's face showed a bit of disdain, yet she did not refuse. She sighed inwardly. Forget it, let this be a small compensation for utilizing Gu Yan and the Gu family behind him. T&I Medical Technology Co. Ltd. This was a pharmaceutical technology company founded by the Shen family. Their main products were skincare cosmetics. In the president's office, Shen Wan'er was feeling quite unhappy lately. She frowned as she looked at a series of data on the computer screen. Opposite her, her personal secretary Zhang Qing nervously kept her head down, saying, President Shen, I don't know what's going on, but all the companies that previously collaborated with us have withdrawn their orders and investments. Now our company's production workshop has been suspended. The batch of raw materials that were previously purchased has to be stored in a warehouse. But the deadline for paying the balance is approaching. If we don't find a partner. The more Shen Wan'er listened, the more agitated she became. She clutched her hair tightly, her gaze fluctuating as she stared at the data on the computer. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Zhang Qing's words pierced her heart like needles. All previous partners canceled their orders. Because of the trust from long-term clients, there were no clauses for penalties in the contract. They were about to pay the balance for a large batch of materials, but now that all orders were canceled, their company simply couldn't have enough money to pay the balance. Without orders, they had no new funds coming in. The revenue from their self-operated stores was just a drop in the bucket. Previously, their company's primary source of income came from the orders signed with other companies. What should we do? Shen Wan'er murmured to herself, her eyes filled with anxiety. Moreover, the end of the month was approaching, but this month's employee salaries hadn't been paid. Could it be that she couldn't overcome this calamity? Zhang Qing looked at the distressed Shen Wan'er, also showing an expression of indignation. President Shen, those company bosses are truly despicable. It's as if they all agreed to cancel their orders at the same time. Clearly they were all so friendly with us before. Zhang Qing had witnessed the coldness of the world. Although she didn't know what had happened, she could somewhat feel that this was likely the so-called business battle where there are no friends. Agreed. Shen Wan'er recalled this phrase, and suddenly her expression froze, revealing a hint of shock. Wait a minute. She seemed to have realized something. If these people suddenly agreed to cancel their orders together, then there could only be one reason. Shen Wan'er's expression became somewhat grim. Her fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. All right, Gu Yan. You actually have the heart to be this ruthless, huh? Shen Wan'er gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Qing. You can leave for now, I have other methods. The latter was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Understood, President Shen. Soon the office was left with Shen Wan'er alone. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Then she took out her phone. She opened her contacts and found a person. It displayed Gu Yan. Shen Wan'er looked at the name, her expression becoming quite unpleasant. Damn. She had clearly said before that she wouldn't call him again. But unexpectedly, he would resort to such measures to attract her attention. Shen Wan'er's expression turned furious. Gu Yan, your methods are truly ruthless. Thinking of this, Shen Wan'er dialed again. In her view, Gu Yan had turned off his phone and ignored her calls to grab her attention. Until now, with all other companies withdrawing their orders, Shen Wan'er had a strong feeling she understood what he wanted. He wanted to use this to threaten her. And now, having achieved his goal, Shen Wan'er was quite confident that he would surely end. However, what Shen Wan'er didn't expect was that, as she dialed the number, the response was, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." Shen Wan'er's expression stiffened, and she looked incredulously at her phone. Was it not this number? How could this be? If Gu Yan was turned off before, it shouldn't still be off now, right? Could it be? Shen Wan'er thought of a possibility, but that shouldn't be the case. In her mind, Gu Yan would never do such a thing to her. It can't be. Shen Wan'er showed a hint of panic on her face for the first time. She quickly opened the chat window with Gu Yan on her phone. The chat history had stopped at the day Gu Yan had invited her out to confess many days ago. With a heart full of unease and apprehension, Shen Wan'er sent a message. Gu Yan, are you there? However, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. just as she sent the message out. A red exclamation mark popped up after her message. Did he block me? Shen Wan'er murmured to herself, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. She suddenly felt a chill run through her body, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up in her heart. Why would Gu Yan block me? Why is this happening? No. I must go ask him in person. Shen Wan'er's tone became somewhat frantic as she hurriedly grabbed the car keys from her desk. It was afternoon. On the way to Zhanghai High School, Gu Yan felt that the barrier that should exist between him and Leng Qingqiu seemed to have diminished significantly after the events of noon. For instance, when he once held her small hand, he could clearly sense her obvious resistance. But now she merely pretended to struggle for a moment before allowing him to take her hand. Very good. A smile crept onto Gu Yan's lips. Although initially he approached Leng Qingqiu to avoid his destined demise. However, he now found that he seemed to genuinely like this final boss. Could this be what they call a villain attracting another villain? Gu Yan pondered briefly and shook his head. No, he wasn't a villain, and neither was Leng Qingqiu. It was merely a difference in stance. Moments later, young master, we have arrived. Lao Gao slowly parked the luxury car at the school gate. Gu Yan snapped back to reality and looked out the window. Students were coming and going, but he did not see Leng linger. After a few minutes, Gu Yan frowned. What was going on? What was that little ghost doing? Didn't he say he would pick her up after school? At that moment, there was a knock on the window. Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he slowly lowered the car window. A relatively youthful face appeared outside. The boy spoke somewhat awkwardly. Hello. Are you waiting for classmate Leng linger? Gu Yan raised an eyebrow and then looked at the boy. He was a student in a school uniform with a buzz cut and black-framed glasses, carrying a backpack that looked stuffed with books. He appeared a bit nervous after Gu Yan rolled down the window. Oh, a student. Gu Yan relaxed his guard and chuckled. Yes, but how did you know? Upon realizing that Gu Yan was indeed waiting for Leng linger, the boy's gaze flickered. He replied, well, I saw you drop her off this morning. Then I heard her and her friends planned to go sing after school today, since they took leave for the last class this afternoon. Hearing this, Gu Yan suddenly understood. Why did that little ghost follow the plot to go sing again? However, that plot had already been preemptively cancelled by him, so Leng linger and her friends were unlikely to encounter any trouble. Okay, thank you. Gu Yan nodded with a smile. He then rolled up the car window and no longer looked at the boy, whose expression had turned somewhat dim, saying, let's go Lao Gao to the city. Yes, young master. As the luxury car departed, the boy's gaze also returned, his fists clenched, revealing a hint of anguish. That Leng linger's boyfriend was so handsome and wealthy. Compared to him, I couldn't match up in any aspect. It's truly frustrating. At this moment in the city, a few girls wearing backpacks but dressed somewhat inappropriately for their age strolled aimlessly down the street. It was Leng linger and her group. Leng linger felt a bit helpless. She had originally planned to wait for Gu Yan to arrive and then tell him. However, before she could voice this thought, she was half pushed by her friends onto a bus to the city. She initially thought she would call home when they arrived at the KTV to inform them. But then, she turned back confused to look at the girl behind her, who had been lowering her head, appearing as if she had experienced some significant blow. Xiao Wei, what's wrong? What about the free KTV you mentioned? This question was also on the minds of the others. They came because Xiao Wei had called them. So why did things turn out differently than they had imagined? Yes, Xiao Wei, what happened? Where's your boyfriend? Where is he? Right, why are you the only one here? The others asked with concern. They seemed to realize something had happened to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei hesitated as she looked up, revealing a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Should she say it? But if she did, what if Linger and the others went to find that Shen Tian? The other party was the cousin of the Gu family's young master. Although it seemed there was some conflict, who knew when they might reconcile? She couldn't let her friends fall into danger. So Xiao Wei shut her mouth, shook her head, and with a somewhat low tone said, I'm sorry, I broke up with my boyfriend, so the KTV plan is cancelled. Upon hearing this, Leng Linger and the others were taken aback and exchanged glances. One by one they began to comfort her. Oh, is that all? It's no big deal. We could tell your boyfriend wasn't that great. He looked so shifty. Yes, Xiao Wei, it's not like we don't have money, but we can just find another place to sing. Right, are you going to be upset over this for half a day? Leng Linger hadn't expected Xiao Wei to break up, although she didn't know the reason the other party appeared so downcast. It seemed the breakup had a significant impact on her. Alright, since that's the case, let's celebrate Xiao Wei's liberation from the sea of love. Let's go, well, just find a random place to sing until we drop. Leng Linger raised her hand, playfully looking at the others. Who agrees? The others looked at each other and smiled. I agree. I agree. I agree. At Lingxiao KTV, in a private room, Shen Tian, with his face wrapped in gauze, was gloomily drinking alone. Beside him sat two women comforting him. Hey Tian, go calm down. Young Master Gu must be treating you like this because your sister is too unreasonable. If your sister married young Master Gu sooner, wouldn't your reputation in Zhanghai City be even higher? Shen Tian took a sip of his drink, nodding in agreement, and while intoxicated he complained, You guys have no idea, my sister is just pretending to be aloof, always trying to reel in young Master Gu. If she had agreed sooner, I wouldn't have to deal with today's mess. Look, now young Master Gu is treating his little brother-in-law like this. As Shen Tian spoke, he stood up. Wait for me. I need to use the restroom. All right. Tian Gu, take your time. We're waiting for your return. Hee, I understand. Meanwhile, at the KTV front desk, hello dear guest, here is your room number. The total time is for 2 hours. The front desk staff smiled as she handed the room card to Leng Linger and the others. On the way to the private room, the others curiously asked Leng Linger, Sister Linger, didn't you say you often come to places like this? Will you be able to choose songs once we get inside the room? I have no idea, this is my first time here too. Leng Linger felt a bit flustered inside, but on the surface she feigned calmness and said, Of course. I'm quite familiar with this kind of place. Just tell me what songs you want to sing, and I will choose for you. Yay? Sister Linger, you're amazing. After entering the private room, what a few people failed to notice was a figure peeking around a corner. Shen Tian looked uncertainly at the private room that Leng Linger had just entered. Isn't that Jiang Tao's useless girlfriend? What is she doing here? Shen Tian muttered to himself, and his eyes turned extremely greedy. Just right, since I couldn't get you a Xinghui then here. Hee. With this thought, Shen Tian walked towards his own private room, preparing to call for some help. Meanwhile, Gu Yan was hurrying towards the city, thinking about which KTV Leng Linger and the others might go to for singing. After all, Xinghui from the original story no longer existed, so he wasn't sure if they would suddenly change their minds and not sing. Tisk, since I've already prevented the plot from the original story in advance, then even if Leng Linger and the others continue to go sing at KTV, it shouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Right. Gu Yan felt a bit uncertain in his heart, because this world is known for its ability to restore itself. What if this plot actually circles back? TSK. Oh, suddenly Gu Yan had an idea in his mind. He asked in his heart, System, how do I find Leng Linger's location? Host, who is Leng Linger? This system only recognizes Leng Qingqiu, who is currently alone at home. Don't mess around. If something happens to my sister-in-law, my Qingqiu will definitely be heartbroken. To check Leng Linger's location requires 1 point of credit. Upon hearing this response, Gu Yan revealed a smile. That works. Sister Linger, are you still not ready? We've been waiting for a long time. A group of people looked impatiently at Leng Linger, who was fiddling with a screen not far away. She had been at it for over 10 minutes, but still hadn't managed to select a song. Leng Linger felt a bit embarrassed and responded while swiping the screen. Almost done, I'll have it ready soon. Oh no, this is bad. I can't understand this. Leng Linger nervously stared at the colorful screen in front of her. Heaven knows she is actually a digital novice and couldn't figure out which button was which. Xiao Wei, familiar with entertainment venues due to family reasons, quietly came to Leng Linger's side and softly said, Sister Linger, if you click on this song category, you can choose songs. Hearing this, Leng Linger rubbed the back of her head. Of course I know that. She reached out her hand, just about to click, when suddenly, bang, the door was kicked open. Several figures barged in. Shen Tian and a group of people walked into Leng Linger and the others' private room without a care and shut the door. They looked at Leng Linger and the others and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, are you sisters out to play? Do you want Big Brother to keep you company? Yeah, don't be shy, this round is on us. Seeing this scene, Leng Linger and the others were instantly stunned. Then one by one they stood up from the sofa and began to curse. Pa, what do you think you are? Why are you being a thug here? Sister Linger, I'm going to call the security. Leng Linger and the others were rebellious girls who feared nothing, and having never suffered losses, they certainly wouldn't be afraid of Shen Tian and his gang. Leng Linger's expression also turned very annoyed. Get lost, this is our private room. Saying this, she pulled Xiao Wei and said, Xiao Wei, go out and call the security. These guys want to cause trouble on their turf. However, what puzzled Leng Linger was that Xiao Wei's face turned a bit pale and her body seemed to start trembling. Xiao Wei. Leng Linger was taken aback. Sister Linger, you all should leave quickly. These people, we can't afford to mess with them. Xiao Wei tugged at Leng Linger's hand, speaking stiffly. She wasn't afraid of Shen Tian's group, but she had seen the power of Gu family's young master. Since the other party is Shen Tian's brother-in-law, they naturally weren't someone they could provoke. What are you talking about, Xiao Wei? I can take down this group with just a couple of moves. Leng Linger frowned, looking hostile at Shen Tian and the others. She took a stance and said, I advise you to hurry and get lost, otherwise I can't guarantee that you little fish will walk out of here on your own. Leng Linger's mocking voice pierced Shen Tian and the others' hearts like sharp needles. They had just been taught a lesson by Gu Yan's people, and now they were truly on edge and needed an outlet to vent. Shen Tian's temples bulged as he clenched his fists. All right, brothers, go for it. Let's show this group of kids what real society is like. He understood. We obey, Tian, go. In the next second, the group charged towards Leng Linger and the others. Are we afraid of you? Sister Linger, let's go. Leng Linger and her side also charged forward fearlessly. However, the disparity in strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Within moments, aside from Leng Linger, the others were all knocked to the ground. Sister Linger. This isn't good, we can't win. Damn, if my brother were here, you would all be dead. The few girls pinned to the ground still shouted stubbornly. Hearing this, Shen Tian gritted his teeth. Damned. One after another, first his parents looked down on him, then Gu Yan looked down on him. Now even these high school girls are looking down on him. Hold her down. Shen Tian, holding a beer bottle, pointed at the girl who shouted the loudest and yelled. He gritted his teeth and approached with the beer bottle in hand. You? Stop it. Leng Qingqiu was also out of strength. Even though she practiced taekwondo, she couldn't fend off so many adults. When she saw Shen Tian about to smash the beer bottle on her friend, she rushed over anxiously. But Shen Tian's people also stepped up and pinned Leng Qingqiu to the ground, laughing. Stay here, little girl. Just watch how your friend gets smashed by Tian Gu until her head bleeds. Let me tell you, this is the price of your arrogance. Xiao Wei looked very scared as she gritted her teeth and rushed in front of Shen Tian. Wait. You can't hurt my friend. Xiao Wei, get out of the way. If I see them smash, I'll have my brother kill him. Get lost. I just want to teach this most despicable woman a lesson now. Shen Tian pushed Xiao Wei aside and raised the beer bottle to smash it down on the girl on the ground. Qionglan. Leng Qingqiu struggled desperately, but it was futile. She could only watch as the beer bottle got closer and closer to bite Qionglan's head. However, before Shen Tian could fully bring it down in the next second, bang, the door was kicked open. Hey! An angry voice pressed down into Shen Tian's ears. Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Tian was taken aback and instinctively turned his head. What greeted him was a whip-like kick coming towards him. Pooh! Shen Tian's face was directly struck, leaving a dent as his body was sent flying several meters away. And this was just the beginning. Bang! 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 Fool! Fool! What else can you do besides causing trouble? You're a useless waste who can accomplish nothing but fail. The figure that had rushed in continued to kick at the opponent's chest, abdomen, and face. Gu Yan was almost scared to death just a second away. This damned bad plot might be presented in an even worse manner than the original story. Gu Yan angrily kicked at the pile of useless flesh on the ground, thinking that if he had come just a second later, the plot would definitely develop worse than in the original. By then, if Leng Qingqiu died, Leng Qingqiu would undergo a drastic personality change, becoming unrecognizable. All his efforts over the past few days might go to waste. Help! Help me! Don't kick me anymore. Shen Tian, bloodied and bruised, curled up his body, continuously begging for mercy. His other friends were stunned by the scene, trembling with fear in their eyes. Wait! Isn't that Gu Xiao? How did he end up here? Didn't he just teach them a lesson this morning? Run! Run! Someone shouted. The others, as if they had heard a life-saving command, released their hold on Leng Qingqiu and fled. Xiao Wei felt a chill run through her body as she collapsed to the ground, murmuring, Gu, brother-in-law. Leng Qingqiu stood up, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as she looked towards Gu Yan. Heaven knows how excited she was to see Gu Yan here, even calling him brother-in-law directly. As soon as those words left her mouth, the injured girl who was standing up also turned to look at Gu Yan. Each of them had eyes filled with light. Sister Linger's brother-in-law. Oh, my sister Linger's brother-in-law is beating up the bad guys to save them. This is simply too cool. Xiao Wei was momentarily stunned. Wait, brother-in-law. Then, what is the relationship between Shen Tian and Leng Qingqiu? Xiao Wei felt utterly confused by the current situation. Hearing the noise hiss. Gu Yan, exhausted from kicking, took a deep breath and turned to look at Leng Qingqiu, who was staring at him with an expression of disbelief. He retracted his foot and walked towards Leng Qingqiu. Seeing that she was unharmed, he felt relieved and reached out his hand. Leng Qingqiu thought Gu Yan was going to hit her, so she shyly closed her eyes and lowered her head. But instead she felt a warm touch on her head. She was taken aback and opened her eyes. There stood Gu Yan, looking helpless, speaking in a tone as if coaxing a child. What are you looking at? Do you think I would hit you? You troublemaking little rascal, come on, let's go back to eat. Buzz. Leng Qingqiu was instantly frozen. An inexplicable surge of emotion welled up in her heart. What is this? What is happening? What is this feeling? Leng Qingqiu stood there in a daze, even as Gu Yan retracted his hand and turned to observe the situation with the others. She still couldn't come back to her senses. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so handsome, a hero saving a beauty. I have nothing to repay you with, how about? Brother-in-law, look at me, I'm in my prime. Ahaha, you're all so enthusiastic, but I'm a married man with a wife and a sister-in-law. Wife is wife, baby is baby, sweetheart is sweetheart. Brother-in-law, look. Ouch. Just as a few of them were playfully holding on to Gu Yan's strong arm, their faces flushed, while saying some nonsensical things, they were suddenly punched by Leng Qingqiu, who rushed in. Linger, what are you doing? That hurts. Yes, Sister Linger, how can you stop us from pursuing love? A few of them, feeling wronged, covered their heads and looked at a slightly blushing Leng Qingqiu. Love my foot. This is my brother-in-law. Leng Qingqiu grabbed Gu Yan's hand, and as if declaring her sovereignty, shouted at the others, this is my sister's man. You are not allowed to have any thoughts about him. Though she tried to appear serious and stern, for some reason her slightly flushed face made Gu Yan find her somewhat adorable. All right, you little rascals, skipping class to sing karaoke. Saying this, he shot a serious glance at the sprawled Shen Tian on the ground and said, What if you encounter something like today? Each of you thinks you're tough, now you know in front of these bad guys you're still just inexperienced rookies without any power. Remember today's encounter, your current task is to study hard and give yourself an explanation. Gu Yan's words made the group lower their heads. If it had been someone else saying these words, they would have definitely covered their ears and turned to leave. But for some reason, when their savior Gu Yan said this, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Some even tightened their loose clothing, as if wearing it like this in front of Gu Yan was also embarrassing. Seeing that the group seemed genuinely repentant, Gu Yan's expression softened a bit. He took a deep breath and said, "You little rascals, though your abilities are not great, your courage is commendable. In the final moments you didn't abandon your companions, which shows." Gu Yan nodded, speaking with acknowledgement. "You are all good children." As these words were spoken, a thud echoed through the air. Several people raised their heads, and the girl who had shouted the loudest by Qionglan covered her chest, staring blankly at Gu Yan. Good child." This phrase had never been uttered to her before. The expressions of the others turned slightly rosy, and one by one they lowered their heads, looking quite embarrassed. Gu Yan, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In truth, they were not that problematic. They simply lacked proper guidance. Had the original plot continued, their fates would have mostly ended in tragedy. Leng Qingqiu had friends from prominent families. It was merely the absence of care that led to the current situation. "Alright, I'll call my people to take you back. Remember, don't skip classes to come out and sing karaoke." Gu Yan's expression softened slightly, his tone no longer as severe as at the beginning. Thank you. Thank you, brother-in-law of Linger. If I get into college, can you grant me a wish, brother-in-law of Linger?" Bai Qionglan raised her hand, her face slightly flushed, but her eyes looked expectantly at Gu Yan. In the end, she is still a child." Gu Yan nodded with a smile, saying, "If your wish is for me to be your boyfriend or something, then don't even mention it." Upon hearing this, Bai Qionglan appeared somewhat disappointed, puffing her cheeks. "Oh, you really are thinking about that?" Gu Yan twitched his lips. "I mean, how mature are you all? Back in my high school days, I never experienced what love felt like at all." "Qionglan, I told you not to think about my brother-in-law." Leng Qingqiu's protective tone made Gu Yan feel a bit amused. Alright, Linger, you go back with Lao Gao first. I need to handle some follow-up matters here." Gu Yan patted Leng Qingqiu's head and chuckled. You're not coming back with me." Hearing that Gu Yan wouldn't walk back with her, Leng Qingqiu felt somewhat uneasy. "Yes, don't worry. Leave this to me. You all should go to school, or do whatever you need to do. Besides, I really have something to discuss with this guy." And Gu Yan was saying this when he turned to look at the person who had just pushed open the door and walked in. "Gu Yan, what did you do to my brother?" Shen Wan'er had been looking for Gu Yan all day from the company to home. Just as she was about to give up and head back, she spotted Gu Yan's car in front of this KTV. According to the panicked front desk's response, walking into this private room, she indeed found Gu Yan. However, she also saw her brother collapsed on the ground. In an instant, she let out a sharp shriek. Looking at this tall and attractive woman, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but tightly grip Gu Yan's hand, her eyes turning extremely vigilant. "Who are you? And who are you?" Shen Wan'er was furious, her chest rising and falling. She glanced around and noticed that all the others were high school girls. But her brother was lying in the corner in a miserable state, and only then did her gaze land on Gu Yan. She had no idea what had happened, but she believed that it was all Gu Yan's fault. "Gu Yan, so you blocked me and decided to change your taste. I didn't expect you." Shen Wan'er couldn't finish her sentence. She noticed Gu Yan looking at her with a gaze filled with annoyance and indifference. "You're so noisy, shut up." Such cold words left Shen Wan'er stunned on the spot. Is he scolding me? How could Gu Yan treat me like this? Shen Wan'er felt as if the world had changed overnight. Gu Yan did not pay attention to this role that was crucial in his plans. Instead, he turned to Leng Qingqiu and the others, speaking gently, "You all go ahead. I still need to handle some matters here." Seeing this strange atmosphere, Bai Qionglan knew she shouldn't continue to stay here. So one by one they nodded and walked outside. "Linger, let's go." "Linger, we should leave first." They urged Leng Qingqiu to leave. However, Leng Qingqiu did not want to leave, for she seemed to have guessed something about the identity of the woman in front of her. What if she tempted Gu Yan and made him fall for her again? Before this, Leng Qingqiu had actually hoped that Gu Yan would part ways with her sister. But for some reason now she didn't think that way. "Brother-in-law." Leng Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan with worried eyes. The latter shook his head and smiled gently. "Wait for me to return." Hearing this simple response, Leng Qingqiu felt inexplicably relieved. She nodded, and then with a fierce gaze filled with hostility reminiscent of when she first met Gu Yan, glared at Shen Wan'er. Then she let go of Gu Yan's hand and followed the others out of the private room. Thus only Gu Yan, Shen Wan'er, and Shen Tian, who lay on the ground, remained. "She calls you brother-in-law. Who did you find? Who was that woman?" Shen Wan'er heard Bai Qionglan's address for Gu Yan. For some reason, an unnamed anger surged within her. It felt as though something that should have been hers was snatched away by someone else. However, in the face of these questions, Gu Yan's demeanor left Shen Wan'er in a daze. As Leng Qingqiu and the others left the room, Gu Yan's entire aura turned extremely cold and detached. "For Qingqiu, and for myself." Shen Wan'er was a necessity to utilize. To avoid various death scenarios in the future I must do this. Gu Yan walked over to the sofa, leaning back against it, casting a gaze at Shen Wan'er that seemed to disregard everything. In a bland tone, he said, "You came at just the right time. So let's have a chat." Shen Wan'er's face twitched as she hadn't expected Gu Yan would speak to her in such a tone and expression. Even her questions were ignored. For some reason, his demeanor made her previously relaxed mood around Gu Yan turn into irritation. Shen Wan'er clenched her teeth, threw her bag onto the sofa, and then sat on the other side of the sofa, gritting her teeth, as she said, "All right, let's chat. Gu Yan, I'm curious to see what you'll say." In the private room, Shen Wan'er sat cross-legged on the sofa, her gaze filled with anger as she looked at Gu Yan across from her. Gu Yan's expression was cold and somewhat annoyed. How infuriating, the old Gu Yan would never look at me like this. Shen Wan'er never imagined that Gu Yan would treat her with such a despicable attitude, even injuring her brother. For some reason, her heart felt a chill. She had treated Gu Yan so well in the past, yet now he turned against her. She had truly misjudged him. "Gu Yan, what exactly do you want to say? And what about my brother's injury? How do you explain that?" Shen Wan'er suppressed her anger, glaring at Gu Yan. She had already vowed that if Gu Yan did not sincerely apologize at this moment, she would never forgive him for the rest of her life. On Gu Yan's side, he never intended to get involved with Shen Wan'er again. However, with the emergence of Leng Qingqiu in the plot, he realized that merely avoiding and defending himself was ineffective. Only by laying down some strategies in advance could he prevent potential bad plot developments. With the system in play, a clear plan emerged in Gu Yan's mind. It was known that the male lead of the original story, Shaolin, would meet Shen Wan'er and fall in love with her in the subsequent plot. Rather than love, it could be said that he had become her devoted follower. Thus, Shen Wan'er became an indispensable part of his plan. Shaolin was immensely powerful, being a child of destiny, and could always level up during battles. Hence, he could defeat villains. Such an overpowered advantage made Gu Yan wise enough not to provoke him recklessly. However, that did not mean he would sit idly by. After activating the system, the store was filled with a variety of items. Among them was an item that could restrain Shaolin and disperse his powers. However, the method of use was quite complicated. It could be said that only Shen Wan'er could execute this plan, allowing Shaolin to be caught off guard. After pondering this, Gu Yan looked at Shen Wan'er, ignoring her questions, and directly stated, "Shen Wan'er, I will speak frankly. Your Shen family's pharmaceutical company is doomed. Just based on your ineffective beauty products. You know why it managed to stay afloat before, even if I don't say it. If you don't want your Shen family to be declared bankrupt like this, then." Gu Yan's indifferent voice reached Shen Wan'er's ears. Her brows furrowed, and a surge of anger welled up in her chest. How infuriating, this indifferent attitude. Does Gu Yan really intend to treat me this way? Shen Wan'er took a deep breath, interrupting him before he could finish. She scolded, "Dream on. I know you're doing this just to make me your girlfriend. Let me tell you, Gu Yan, don't even think about it. You are too despicable to use such means to obtain me. Let me tell you, I, Shen Wan'er, have my pride. I will never become your girlfriend just like that." Shen Wan'er shouted angrily. What is this person talking about? Gu Yan slowly raised an eyebrow, looking at Shen Wan'er. Her self-centered words made him see her more clearly. Foolish. On Shen Wan'er's side, Gu Yan's ever-changing expression made her feel a sense of relief after saying those words. Did I hit the nail on the head? Shen Wan'er thought she had exposed Gu Yan's scheme, rendering him vulnerable. Defenseless. However, she truly did not like Gu Yan. She reiterated, but her tone softened significantly. "Gu Yan, I know you like me, but my career is on the rise. I cannot abandon my career for love. So, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request right now." Shen Wan'er took a deep breath, delivering what she thought was a perfect statement. It is important to note that she did not directly reject Gu Yan, but rather informed him that she currently did not wish to date. Moreover, she emphasized that it was simply not the right time to agree to his request. What if she agreed in the future? Isn't that right? This way she wouldn't hurt Gu Yan's fragile heart, and could maintain her perfect image. It was simply too perfect. Sometimes Shen Wan'er felt she was too kind. Even though Gu Yan was so annoying, she still patiently explained her reasons. After venting, Shen Wan'er's mood became remarkably beautiful. Watching the silent Gu Yan, she felt an even greater relief. He let you play hard to get with me before. Shen Tian beside them opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, looking at Gu Yan's silence, he couldn't figure out whether Gu Yan was truly employing some form of hard-to-get tactic. Also, why did he say our pharmaceutical company was doomed? Shen Wan'er, with her arms crossed and legs crossed, looked at Gu Yan with a proud gaze. "Gu Yan, if you still want to talk to me, then I advise you to stop your little tricks, otherwise. Are you an idiot?" Gu Yan slowly interrupted her delusions. In an instant, the private room fell silent. Shen Wan'er's expression froze, her body trembled slightly, and she looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. "What did you say?" Gu Yan was almost amused by Shen Wan'er. Looking at the woman before him, who seemed clueless about the situation, he couldn't help but lightly clap his hands, mockingly saying, I have to say, you really have a vivid imagination. It's a pity you're not a writer." Seeing Gu Yan suddenly laugh, Shen Wan'er momentarily didn't know how to react. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Wan'er felt a hint of embarrassment from Gu Yan's mocking tone. She couldn't help but stand up, pointing her finger at Gu Yan, shouting, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" On Gu Yan's side, he lowered his hands, looking at Shen Wan'er with an indifferent gaze. The latter felt her body stiffen under his gaze. "I'm laughing at your ignorance. What led you to believe that this top heir from Jianghai City would fall for a foolish woman like you?" Gu Yan stood up, looking down at Shen Wan'er, his tone sarcastic. "Can you be more realistic? You are a fool with neither business acumen nor emotional intelligence. What do you think would make me like you? Shen Wan'er, stop indulging in your own world." As Gu Yan said this, under Shen Wan'er's gradually stunned expression, he coldly stated something that shocked her. "It'll be straightforward. Your company is not only about to go bankrupt, but your brother also owes me over 20 million. If he can't pay it back, he'll end up in jail." Shen Wan'er's face turned pale as she instinctively denied, "You're talking nonsense. My company won't go bankrupt. And my brother?" She took a deep breath, looking at Shen Tian, who had a somewhat evasive expression. "Xiao Tian, what does Gu Yan mean by that? When did you owe him money?" Shen Tian's gaze darted away, realizing he couldn't hide the truth any longer. He could only cry out with a choked voice, "Sister, just give in to young Master Gu. Otherwise I will definitely go to jail." "Sister, I don't want to go to jail." Boom. At this declaration, Shen Wan'er's mind went blank. Her body began to tremble, and she asked with a quivering voice, You mean to say that you really owe that much money?" Shen Wan'er was stunned. She had originally thought Gu Yan was just talking nonsense. After all, how could it be so exaggerated, over 20 million? However, when Shen Tian did not deny it, Shen Wan'er realized that Gu Yan was not joking. "Sister, I don't want to go to jail. Please beg young Master Gu for mercy." Shen Tian had already seen the situation clearly and no longer harbored any illusions. Once he had heard rumors about Gu Yan while he was pursuing his sister. It was said that he was arrogant and looked down on everyone during school, only to start pursuing Shen Wan'er madly after meeting her, following her from school to graduation. The person who used to be an arrogant young master had become a lowly follower. Thus this change made Shen Tian increasingly look down on Gu Yan. But when Gu Yan stopped pursuing Shen Wan'er, Shen Tian realized that Gu Yan's current demeanor was the normal one he used to know. Hence, if Gu Yan said he would send him to jail, he would definitely follow through. You. Shen Wan'er pointed at Shen Tian, wanting to say something. But the shocking information left her momentarily speechless. On one side was her brother and family, and on the other was the annoying Gu Yan she despised. Shen Wan'er found herself in a struggle. Her pride would not allow her to bend to Gu Yan. Therefore she took a deep breath, glaring at Gu Yan with anger. "I will pay off my brother's debt to you. Will that suffice?" Hearing this, Gu Yan knew she was just being stubborn, so he nodded expressionlessly. "Have the money delivered to my house within 3 days." After saying this, he showed no signs of stopping and walked toward the exit. When Shen Wan'er saw Gu Yan really about to leave, her eyes widened in panic. It felt as if she had lost something important. She instinctively shouted, "Wait." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan paused slightly, turned his head, and said, "What? Changed your mind?" Shen Wan'er, feeling that Gu Yan couldn't even be bothered to turn around, bit her lip in discontent and looked at Gu Yan with a complicated gaze. "You really intend to treat me this way?" Gu Yan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "How am I treating you? Not to mention the original story where you brought ruin to my family. Right now, I'm simply asking you to return the money, which is only fair, right? Fool, instead of feeling wronged, you should think about how to come up with the money." Gu Yan waved his hand and left without looking back. Shen Wan'er stood there in a daze. Did he just insult me again? With a thud, Shen Wan'er slumped onto the sofa. Her gaze followed Gu Yan's departing figure. As she watched, memories of Gu Yan's past kindness toward her surfaced in her mind. He used to run errands for her, shopping, how he loved her, how he wanted to treat her well. But now those images were overlapping with the cold figure who left without a backward glance. Woo! Shen Wan'er's eyes gradually filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and shouted toward the outside. "Gu Yan, you bastard!" At the Leng family. In the study. "What are you saying?" Gu Yan stayed there with Shen Wan'er. Leng Qingqiu's voice rose slightly, feeling a wave of discomfort in her heart. She had been waiting at home, wondering why Gu Yan hadn't returned. After finally waiting for Linger, the latter said Gu Yan was discussing matters with Shen Wan'er. "No, why would discussions be at KTV? What were you doing at KTV?" Leng Qingqiu suddenly noticed the loophole in Leng Linger's statement, facing her with an expressionless demeanor. Leng Linger, seeing this, lowered her head somewhat guiltily, as she was most afraid of her sister showing this kind of expression. Initially wanting to hide it, she had no choice but to explain the whole situation. A few minutes later, after understanding the circumstances, Leng Qingqiu's expression turned even colder, her voice icy. "Go wait for your brother-in-law to return." Leng Qingqiu's words puzzled Leng Linger. "Huh, why didn't my sister scold me? No matter. As long as it's all right." "Oh, okay, sister." Leng Linger nodded repeatedly, then skipped away, a hint of anticipation on her face. "Brother-in-law. Ugh, when will that useless Gu come back? I'm so hungry." After Leng Linger left, Leng Qingqiu's expression grew even colder as she clenched her fists tightly. Endless killing intent surged within her. The Shen family, the Shen family, the Shen family. Shen Tian. And that group of useless thugs. How dare they harm my sister? For Leng Qingqiu, Leng Linger was her most treasured person. She couldn't bear for anyone to hurt her. As for those who harmed her sister, no way. Leng Qingqiu shook her head, desperately pressing down on her tumultuous heart. No, the Shen family has Shen Wan'er, the woman Gu Yin once pursued. Killing her brother might bring Gu Yin trouble. I don't know how Gu Yin would feel about it. I can't do that. Yet Gu Yin saved Linger and taught that Shen Tian a lesson. Now he is staying there chatting with Shen Wan'er. I don't know why, but just thinking about Gu Yin being with the Shen family makes me feel uncomfortable. Leng Qingqiu didn't even know what this feeling was, but it just felt wrong. She became increasingly irritated with this thought, unable to help but mutter, "It's all Gu Yan's fault, you bad guy." That's right, it's all Gu Yan's fault. If he hadn't insisted on staying there talking to Shen Wan'er, she wouldn't be so troubled now. Moreover, they had just confirmed their relationship in the morning, and now he was secretly in a private room with another woman. Who knows what might happen? What if Gu Yin and Shen Wan'er rekindle their old feelings? Then No wait, it's not that I would be heartbroken or anything. It's just that I feel it would disrupt my plans. Oh, so annoying. Gu Yin, hurry back. Meanwhile, in a luxury car. TSK, drive faster. Do you believe I'll deduct your pay? Gu Yin looked at the time, urgently shouting at the driver coming to pick him up. Yikes. Yes. I'm sorry, young master. This is already the fastest. The driver fearfully let out a crowing sound, then cried out helplessly, "Young master. The car can only go this fast." Hiss. Gu Yin took a deep breath, leaning back helplessly. How annoying, he missed the best meal time. Ao Qingqiu won't starve, will she? No, when I get back, I must apologize properly. Qingqiu, I did a lot of hard work for you behind the scenes. I believe when I return you won't blame me, right? When Gu Yin returned to the Leng family, as promised, the time had just turned 1944. If nothing unexpected happened, then perhaps the unexpected would not occur. At the Leng family dining table, the atmosphere felt somewhat strange. Leng Linger was eating the simple meal she and her sister had prepared, while stealing glances at Gu Yin, who was quietly explaining something to Leng Qingqiu. What could that scoundrel Gu be discussing with Shen Wan'er? Why were they still chatting so late? Surely it couldn't be what I think. Leng Linger's eyes widened slightly, feeling an unsettling sense of her family being taken away. Leng Qingqiu shared this sentiment, her face cold, as she continued to eat. If Gu Yin didn't provide her with an explanation, she believed she would be restless and unable to sleep that night. Of course, things would not unfold quite as they imagined. Qingqiu, my dear Qingqiu, I really haven't done anything with Shen Wan'er. I stayed there just to resolve things between her and me. Gu Yin was explaining when he returned to find that Leng Qingqiu and Leng Linger had already prepared dishes waiting for him. He knew he was in trouble. To resolve your romantic ties with her. Leng Qingqiu interrupted Gu Yan's speech, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Well, it could be seen that way, but that's not the main issue. Gu Yin quickly grabbed Leng Qingqiu's hand, but it was difficult to explain as what he was about to do was too secretive, and he certainly couldn't let Leng Qingqiu and the others know. That would tarnish his image in their eyes, wouldn't it? The issue isn't about resolving romantic ties. It seems more like you're trying to rekindle them instead. Leng Qingqiu shrugged off Gu Yan's hand with a cold smile, turning her head away. For some reason, Leng Qingqiu felt a strange sensation emerging in her heart. She didn't know what it was, but she somewhat understood it was because of Gu Yin. She disliked this feeling. Seeing Leng Qingqiu turn away and refuse to engage with him, Gu Yin felt a wave of unease. Oh no, could it be that? The scenario often seen in romance novels. Because the husband is out socializing, the wife at home develops distrust, ultimately leading to arguments and divorce. Although he and Leng Qingqiu weren't officially married, yet he felt that the situation was likely heading that way. With no other choice, Gu Yin decided to mention some trivial matters. He hurriedly stood up and awkwardly approached Leng Qingqiu from behind. He then placed his hand on her shoulder and began to massage her, saying, "Qingqiu, it's not like that. Please let me explain." "Let go of me, I'm not listening." Leng Qingqiu, feeling Gu Yan's actions, pretended to struggle and shrugged her shoulders. However, as Gu Yin continued the massage, she eventually stopped resisting and turned her ears to listen to what Gu Yin had to say. As Gu Yin continued to massage, he sincerely said, "Qingqiu, you know that at the time I pursued Shen Wan'er to forget you. And during this time Shen Tian kept asking me for money, and I thought I wouldn't need to ask for it back." Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu frowned and interrupted, "Wait, what do you mean you pursued Shen Wan'er to forget me?" Cough, cough, it's not like that, or it's something often said in TV dramas that one seeks a new partner to forget someone. Back then I thought I wasn't worthy of you, Qingqiu, so I was afraid to face you. That's why I thought of pursuing Shen Wan'er, but I've now realized that I truly can't forget you, Qingqiu. I want to be with you properly, forever together. I want to massage you every day, sing to you, cook for you, keep you warm at night. Gu Yan's words became increasingly absurd, causing Leng Qingqiu's heart to race. Her small face flushed. She hastily interrupted, "Stop, stop, stop. What nonsense are you saying?" Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, but her body relaxed slightly as she leaned back against the chair, allowing Gu Yan's massage to feel more comfortable. Then she asked, forget about everything else, how much did you lend that guy Shen Tian? How could you just let it go? Upon mentioning Shen Tian, Leng Qingqiu's attitude soured considerably. After all, he had nearly harmed her sister. Not much, just 20 million. I originally thought I wouldn't ask him for it back. But he dared to bully our Linger, and I couldn't tolerate that. Just as Gu Yan said this, clang. A spoon fell to the ground nearby. He turned to look. He saw Leng Linger standing there stunned upon hearing the amount of 20 million her spoon dropped without her noticing. 20 million. Brother-in-law, how can you not ask for it back? You definitely should. That's enough for me to buy so many clothes. Leng Linger hurriedly stood up, shouting, her face turning extremely anxious. Brother-in-law, you must demand it back from that scoundrel. You don't want it. Just give it to me. Linger, what are you saying? Leng Qingqiu scolded, then feigned calmness as she asked, so you stayed there just to collect debts? Yes. Did you get the money back? No. Leng Qingqiu slowly raised an eyebrow, then turned to Gu Yan, saying expressionlessly, then why did you come back? Gu Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. But the next moment Leng Qingqiu's lips curled up slightly, as she gently smiled, hee, I was just teasing you. As long as I know you haven't done anything wrong, that's enough. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan realized the crisis was averted. He smoothly sat down next to Leng Qingqiu, and softly said, Qingqiu, how could I dare to do anything wrong behind your back? You still don't know what kind of person I am. Leng Qingqiu rolled her eyes inwardly upon hearing this. Gu Xiao's character is well known throughout Jianghai City. Oh, is it because I am exceptionally handsome and of upright character? You really have no shame. What use is shame? I am so handsome, it's a pity that you Qingqiu can't see it. Otherwise, just one glance from you would have made you fall for my handsome face. Leng Qingqiu felt like she had never met someone so narcissistic before. But for some reason, listening to Gu Yan's words made her feel at ease, yet her pride wouldn't allow her to show it. So she huffed lightly, if my eyesight were fine the first time I saw you, I might have wanted to divorce you. Oh wait. Saying this, Leng Qingqiu added, for some reason divorce would be perfect. You could go find Shen Wan'er then. Gu Yan saw the topic circle back again. He wanted to cry without tears as he explained, Qingqiu, you must believe me, I really haven't done anything with Shen Wan'er. I never said you did. Qingqiu, what are you doing, hey? A few minutes later, Leng Linger, looking displeased, served Gu Yan a bowl of rice. You scoundrel Gu, you won't die from this. She seemed quite unhappy to learn that Gu Yan lent 20 million to Shen Tian. It felt as if their family's money had been fed to dogs. This little brat. Gu Yan's mouth twitched, she was truly a straightforward little girl. He turned his gaze back to the dining table. There were only 2 dishes and soup, and it was clear that they had been poorly prepared. Did you and Linger make this, Qingqiu? Gu Yan took a bite. It was very salty and quite bitter. Yes, since you hadn't returned, we decided to try cooking. Leng Qingqiu hadn't touched her chopsticks, yet feeling a bit nervous after all this was her first time cooking since losing her sight. Leng Linger, after taking a bite, revealed a rather unpleasant expression. But thinking that this was her sister's handiwork, she held back her tears and swallowed it down. However, the next second she heard Gu Yan say, too much salt, the fire was too high, oh, it's edible, but the taste is average. Leng Linger was startled, and she quickly looked at Leng Qingqiu. Sure enough, she saw that the latter's expression had become somewhat stiff and awkward. Her face also showed signs of disappointment. Gu. Just as Leng Linger was about to speak, she saw Gu Yan set down his chopsticks, take Leng Qingqiu's hand, and gently say, but even if it's like this, I still like you, Qingqiu. I love everything about you, your strengths, your flaws, I love them all. I may not have your clever mind, and you may not have my exceptional cooking skills, but we complement each other perfectly, Qingqiu. Although I've said this many times, I still want to say it again. I really truly love you. Clang. Leng Linger's spoon fell to the ground again, watching this scene in shock. What? Big brother, you can say it like this. Thump. Thump. Leng Qingqiu was embarrassed by Gu Yan's words, her face flushed. You don't say such things, a Linger is still here. How annoying. Gu Yan's words were making her unsure of how to respond. But being passive is not my style. Who? Leng Qingqiu seemed to think of something. Taking a deep breath, she slowly reached out and placed her hand on Gu Yan's cheek. Gu Yan was stunned, his face brightening, thinking, Qingqiu, is this okay? Linger is still here. It's fine. Leng Qingqiu's face flushed slightly as she smiled gently, then picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. As Gu Yan's expression gradually stiffened, she found Gu Yan's mouth and said, come on, since you love me so much, you can't waste these dishes today. Although they are salty, bitter, and rather ordinary, please bear with it. Leng Qingqiu has a good memory. Gu Yan felt it keenly. After the meal, Gu Yan lay on the sofa in despair, gazing up at the starry sky. Should I go get a blood test? I hope all my indicators are normal. Weakling scoundrel, Gu, you can't handle this little setback. Next to him, Leng Linger, having finished her bath and wearing bunny pajamas, hopped onto the sofa, her hands cupped around her mouth, laughing mockingly at Gu Yan. The latter glanced at her, but then helplessly looked away. Having a little brat at home this life. Hey, what kind of expression do you have? That's very rude, you know. Although Leng Linger didn't know what Gu Yan was thinking, she sensed that it likely wasn't anything good. I think you look quite adorable when you're not talking, Linger. Gu Yan casually replied. Upon hearing this, Leng Linger froze, her small face slightly flushed, and even the bunny ears on her hat drooped slowly. Cute. Are you talking about me? Guyan glanced back. Leng Qingqiu had gone to take a bath. Although he wanted to join her, she had coldly rejected him. Qingqiu was really shy even though they were engaged. The next second Leng Qingqiu emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a bathrobe, drying her hair with a towel. Having just finished bathing, she resembled a water lily, even more beautiful and charming. Leng Qingqiu seemed to sense that Guyan hadn't left yet, so she skillfully walked into the living room and said, "Aren't you leaving yet?" It seemed as if she was quite sure of Guyan's direction. Hearing Leng Qingqiu's words, Guyan realized that according to the time, he should indeed be leaving. But, for some reason, he just couldn't bring himself to go. Oh, then ill. Just leave now. But since she wasn't keeping him, he couldn't just stay without leaving. After all, what if his favorability dropped? No need to send me off. Leng Qingqiu nodded, speaking lightly. Guyan reached out wanting to say something, but in the end he let it drop. Forget it, once his favorability improved, everything would follow. So he stopped dwelling on it, picked up his coat, and walked outside. He walked up to Leng Qingqiu and said, "Qingqiu, I really am leaving now." After waiting a moment, and seeing she didn't speak, Guyan felt disappointed as he prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to reach the door, Leng Qingqiu's voice came again. "It's so late. How will you get back?" The time had already reached 2234. Outside, Guyan's driver had actually been waiting for a long time. But when Guyan heard Leng Qingqiu's words, he instantly understood her meaning, a smile appearing on his face as he pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Nobody is home at my place. My parents are off traveling, and none of my subordinates would come to pick me up. Lao Gao is busy today. I'll see if I can catch a taxi back." Guyan sighed, then continued walking. Leng Qingqiu, listening to Guyan's words, frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. She had long heard that the Gu family had many internal conflicts, and many were quite dissatisfied with Guyan as the future heir of the Gu family group. But she didn't expect that there wasn't a single person who would listen to Guyan. It seemed necessary for Knight to secretly help Guyan. With this thought, Leng Qingqiu spoke up, "Wait, since that's the case, you should stay here tonight." Upon hearing this, Leng Linger, who was on the sofa, was taken aback, looking incredulously at Leng Qingqiu. "Huh?" Guyan halted, his face lighting up as he blurted out, "Really? Can I sleep next to you, Qingqiu?" This statement caused a brief silence in the room. After a long pause, "Get out!" Leng Qingqiu shouted angrily, turning away and heading upstairs. What Guyan didn't see was the flush of embarrassment on her face. "Humph, you can sleep in this room." Leng Linger, holding a pile of blankets, unhappily pushed open a bedroom door. "This room? That's right, it's my parents' room." "What? Are you unsatisfied?" "Humph." Leng Linger snorted, placing the blankets on the large bed before giving Guyan a wary look. "Scoundrel Gu, don't you dare sneak into my and my sister's room at night, otherwise I'll call the police on you." Guyan had just finished surveying the tidy room when he heard the foolish words of this little brat. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Sneaking into Qingqiu's room would be normal. What would I want to sneak into a little brat like you for? Just for your strange bunny pajamas. You bastard." Leng Linger shot back, her face turning bright red. After angrily cursing, she stormed out of the room. Click. The door was shut behind her. This little brat. Guyan couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. If she didn't constantly call him a scoundrel, she might actually be quite cute. Just then, buzz buzz. Guyan's phone vibrated slightly. He was taken aback. He should have informed his parents that he might not return tonight. Picking it up, he saw a document sent by Lao Gao. The file was titled Shaolin. Guyan's expression changed, and his lips couldn't help but curl upwards. A hint of inexplicable meaning appeared in his eyes. Oh, the protagonist has arrived, or it seems the plan is about to commence. Meanwhile, in another room, a tall woman named Mei Shui, blindfolded, was kneeling on one knee, a round object wrapped in red cloth at her feet. "Master, I learned from him that there was a mysterious entity that issued the task to annihilate the Leng family back in the day. Countless forces participated, and the god of death was merely one of them. As for who this mysterious entity is, or why they did it, he was uncertain. However, I managed to obtain the names of the forces involved from him." Saying this, Mei Shui took out a scroll from her bosom, which recorded the names of the forces that participated back then. Leng Qingqiu took the specially made blind scroll, her expression cold, as she opened it for inspection. She read quickly, seemingly searching for something. After several minutes, when she flipped through the specially made blind scroll again, but did not find the word she was looking for, the tension in Leng Qingqiu's heart finally eased. She took a deep breath before putting away the scroll. Then she spoke flatly, "Are there any forces from Jianghai City on the list?" "Yes." Mei Shui immediately replied, lowering her head. "It is understood that the Dragon King's palace once had its headquarters in Jianghai. Moreover, their young master Shaolin has arrived in Jianghai today." Upon hearing this, a murderous glint appeared in Leng Qingqiu's eyes. "The young master of the Dragon King's palace. Shaolin. All right, since you've come, don't expect to leave alive." Thinking of this, Leng Qingqiu fell silent for a moment. After a long while, she spoke, "Investigate who in the Gu family wishes harm upon the young master of the Gu family. Eliminate them in secret." Mei Shui was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly regained her composure, responding, "Understood, master." As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Shui's figure swiftly disappeared into the shadows. Inside the room, Gu Yin opened the document and began reviewing the information regarding Shaolin. The first line read, there are a total of 33 people named Shaolin in the entire city, and only one came to Zhanghai City in the past week. Gu Yin glanced briefly at the other 32 Shaolins and found that none of them matched the conditions of the original male protagonist. Next, he clicked on the individual profile of one Shaolin. A portrait of a young man appeared before his eyes. The man's looks could only be described as average, yet his eyes revealed a spirit of determination and passion. Below was the introduction of this individual. Shaolin, male, 24 years old, arrived in Zhanghai City today at 6:10 p.m. by boat. This person was born in Zhanghai Hospital, lost both parents at the age of 5, and subsequently lived in an orphanage. Until the age of 14, when Shaolin went missing from the orphanage, all information about him was lost. That was all the information available. However, a hint of a smile crept onto Gu Yan's lips as he closed the document, his eyes revealing a trace of enigmatic significance. The less information there was, the more it indicated that this person had something amiss. If he was uncertain before whether this individual was indeed Shaolin, he could now be sure. In the original story, Shaolin was captured by the master of the Dragon King Hall at the age of 14 and began his cultivation atop Dragon King Mountain. Thus, this person must be Shaolin. With this thought, Gu Yin sent a message to Lao Gao, keep an eye on the Shaolin who just arrived today. Tell me where he is now. A few minutes later, buzzing, Lao Gao called. Gu Yin answered. The next moment, the other party's voice came through. Young master, this Shaolin saved a woman who was being harassed by thugs when he just arrived in Zhanghai City today. This woman heard that Shaolin had just arrived and hadn't found a place to stay, so she offered him a room in her attic. The address is 7602 Yulin Community. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's heart suddenly understood. In the original story, when Shaolin first appeared, he saved the original female second lead who wanted to repay him by allowing him to stay at her home. If Gu Yin remembered correctly, the next day Shaolin would go out looking for a job and would coincidentally see the security job advertisement at Shen Wan'er's company. Then the wheels of fate would begin to turn. Of course, Gu Yin was somewhat surprised by Lao Gao's efficiency. You aren't personally monitoring that Shaolin, are you? On the other end, Lao Gao stood by a tree holding binoculars and looking towards Yulin Community. He answered the phone with his right hand, saying, yes, young master. I have already instructed people to keep an eye on the other 32 Shaolins. Only this one, who has a gap of over 10 years in his information, strikes me as suspicious, and he might be the one you are looking for, so I've been following him since he arrived. Hearing this, Gu Yin replied, you can stop watching the others, you just focus on this Shaolin for now. And as he spoke, Gu Yan's tone became serious. Lao Gao, you must remember, if you get discovered, make sure to run. Run with all your might. Lao Gao sensed the gravity in Gu Yan's voice. Although he didn't think this young man he was monitoring posed any threat, he would naturally keep it in mind since the young master had warned him. Understood, young master. Click. The call ended. Gu Yin put away his phone and lay back on the bed, beginning to ponder. In the original story, the woman he saved, the landlord, was also one of the protagonist's harem members, as she developed feelings for Shaolin due to his heroic rescue. Therefore, she had a good impression of Shaolin from the very beginning. However, for the two to fully open their hearts to each other, they would need to reach a crucial plot point later on. Gu Yan's expression became somewhat subtle. Aside from Shen Wan'er, Shaolin had numerous female harem members, but his one true love was Shen Wan'er. However, this group of female harem members was also quite formidable in the later stages. It could be said that if it weren't for them, Leng Qingqiu would never have perished alongside Shaolin due to exhaustion. With this thought, Gu Yan's gaze flickered coldly as he slowly clenched his hand towards the void. The female protagonists provided Shaolin with abundant support. Many life-and-death moments were crises resolved by the women. Thus, preventing these female protagonists from being associated with Shaolin was in fact a way to weaken his combat power. Not to mention, he also had Shen Wan'er as a hidden chess piece. Layer upon layer of schemes. Gu Yin did not believe he couldn't survive until the end. Alright, time to sleep. Yulin Community. A young man with thick eyebrows and a face full of fervor lay on a mattress in the attic, dressed in worn clothes. He lounged with his legs crossed, resting his head on his hand. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he grinned and said, hee, the beautiful sister is really good to me, even finding me a place to stay. What my master said is true, the women in the city are indeed wonderful. Alright, I seem to have a marriage contract supposedly with the young lady of the Bai family. No, I already have a beautiful sister. Just as he said this, a pleasant voice floated up from downstairs. Shaolin, are you cold? Do you need another blanket? Hearing this, Shaolin showed a lewd grin and shouted, him fine. Just right. Beautiful sister, you should sleep. Okay, you should also sleep early. After seeing no movement from downstairs, Shaolin wiped his nose and laughed joyfully. Living with a beautiful sister feels like a dream. Those years on that broken mountain, seeing nothing but the sour faces of old men and women today. I can finally enjoy life. But I can't always bother the beautiful sister. Tomorrow I'll go out and find a job. After saying this, Shaolin happily closed his eyes. Downstairs, a girl in pajamas sat at the table. The warm yellow light from the lamp in the corner illuminated her troubled face as she clutched a stack of hospital bills. At 26 years old, her eyes revealed exhaustion and helplessness with her long hair cascading messily over her shoulders. Under the light, her silhouette appeared particularly weary. The room was filled with a quiet atmosphere, only interrupted by the sound of her flipping through bills and her sighs of contemplation, with some medical reports, medication instructions, and folded papers scattered across the table. Mom. Wang Yulan's brow was furrowed, and her eyes showed signs of anxiety and unease. She closed her eyes and leaned on the table, tears gradually forming at the corners of her eyes. She was exhausted. Her father had passed away early, and her mother had been severely injured in a car accident 6 months ago and was hospitalized. The daily treatment costs were nearly crushing her. Every day was about earning money to pay off debts, as if nothing good ever happened. Oh wait, something good did happen today. Wang Yulan lifted her head, her eyes showing a hint of softness. Today, after visiting her mother in the hospital, she was accosted by some thugs. Just when she was frightened, Xiao Lin came to her rescue. His straightforwardness made her develop a bit of fondness for him, which is why she offered him help when she heard he had nowhere to stay. However, even if something good happened in her life, it still couldn't resolve her current problems. That was the hefty bill from the hospital. If it couldn't be paid off, then her mother. Mom. Wang Yulan murmured. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes again and slowly fell asleep. In the dead of night, the sound of rustling. Guyan was awakened by some faint scratching sounds. He groggily opened his eyes. What is that sound? Feeling a bit of a headache, Gu Yin stood up from the bed. The sound was reminiscent of someone flipping through a book. Wait a minute. With that thought, Gu Yan's sleepiness vanished and his eyes widened slightly. It couldn't be. It couldn't be Qingqiu at home, right? Gu Yin checked his phone. 2:10 a.m. No way, she can't still be awake at this hour, right? Thinking of this, Gu Yin tiptoed to open the door, and indeed. The moment he opened the door, he saw a faint glow seeping through the crack under the study room door to his right front. Sigh. Gu Yin sighed softly. Qingqiu was indeed too dedicated. Even though he knew she couldn't rest for a moment because of her quest for revenge. But, if this continued, her body would surely break down first. Moreover, Gu Yin expressed that he would help Leng Qingqiu uncover the truth behind the events of the past, though it was hardly mentioned in the original text. Thinking of this, in order not to let his beloved wife wear herself out first, Gu Yin quietly walked downstairs. After about 10 minutes, in the study room, on Leng Qingqiu's desk lay a book exuding black smoke. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes inscribed with special runes. It seemed as if Leng Qingqiu could see the contents of the book. Her fingers flipped through the pages and waves of black smoke drifted from the book into Leng Qingqiu's eyes. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, the book flickered slightly. Leng Qingqiu's expression changed. She closed her eyes and quickly replaced it with a normal book on the table. Swish. The book vanished in an instant. Then, creak. The door of the study was pushed open slightly. Gu Yin leaned against the door as he walked in. Qingqiu, why are you still awake? His helpless voice reached Leng Qingqiu's ears. Upon hearing his voice, Leng Qingqiu's heart gradually relaxed, and she replied in a flat tone, because I don't want to sleep. Nonsense, I can tell at a glance that you are very tired. Look at those dark circles under your eyes, they look like you've been smoked. Gu Yin placed the items he had prepared on the table. Then he looked at Leng Qingqiu, whose eyes were filled with dark circles with concern. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu fell silent for a moment. She couldn't exactly say that she had been practicing a sinister secret manual, could she? But even if she did, Gu Yin probably wouldn't believe her. After all, he was just an ordinary person and wasn't aware of the world of martial artists. So you haven't slept either? And what did you make? Leng Qingqiu seemed to catch a whiff of a sweet aroma and curiously inquired. Gu Yin casually pulled up a chair and sat beside her. Then he picked up a bowl from the table, scooped a spoonful, and smiled. I made brown sugar ginger water. The weather has turned quite cold lately, and now it's the dead of night, when the yin energy is heavy. If you catch a cold, it wouldn't be good. Here, let me feed you a little. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh and sighed. Ever since she practiced that sinister manual, her body had long since stopped fearing the cold. Or rather, her body temperature was already different from that of normal people due to the practice. Thinking of this, Leng Qingqiu feigned indifference and shook her head. No, I'm not cold. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin put down the spoon and took Leng Qingqiu's small hand, feeling her icy palm, which made him more concerned. What nonsense are you talking? Your hands are so cold, and you still say you're not cold. Saying this, Gu Yin hurriedly took off his coat and draped it over Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu pretended to resist, but the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Her heart felt a warmth. She didn't expect Gu Yin would specially make her a bowl of brown sugar ginger water. It was clearly the dead of night, and he must be very tired as well. Thinking of this, a strange feeling surged in Leng Qingqiu's heart, and she spoke. You should go to sleep. Ooh, I already said I'm not cold. No, I will sit here and feed you until you finish before I leave. It's not good for girls to catch a chill. You barely ate much for dinner either. Gu Yin shook his head, then sat down and scooped a spoonful of brown sugar water to bring to Leng Qingqiu's lips. If Leng Qingqiu had eyes, she would definitely roll them, she huffed lightly. If I find it tastes bad, you better hurry and take it away and go back to sleep. Gu Yan hearing this smiled with delight and slowly fed Leng Qingqiu. It will definitely be good. Seeing Leng Qingqiu frowning as if savoring something, Gu Yan eagerly asked, is it good? You put too much sugar, the fire was too high, it's just average. Leng Qingqiu said expressionlessly. How is that possible? I have godly culinary skills. The pure love interest feels happy and finds it delicious. Points 1. Gu Yan was momentarily stunned. Oh, he understood. So you are messing with me again, huh? Alright. Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu and then at the spoon in his hand. Then he thought of a good idea. Leng Qingqiu noticed that Gu Yan had fallen silent and knew he was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who told you to say my cooking skills are poor? Alright, it's about time I tell him I was just kidding. However, the moment she opened her mouth, Gu. How could this be? I will taste the saltiness with this spoon. Gu Yan exclaimed dramatically. Now it was Leng Qingqiu's turn to be stunned. Wait a second. Leng Qingqiu quickly stood up, extending her hand to try to stop Gu Yan. Her face turned instantly red. That spoon. It had just been used by her, but then she couldn't feel anyone in front of her. The sound came from behind her, and it was the sound of someone slurping soup. Slurp, slurp. It's sweet and smooth with a hint of an unknown sweetness attached to the spoon, perfectly complementing my brown sugar water. Qingqiu, tell me, how could you think such delicious brown sugar water tastes bad? Gu Yan put down the spoon, savoring the taste, then looked at the turned around Leng Qingqiu, who had a dazed expression. Did you really use the spoon I drank from? Leng Qingqiu's expression was somewhat off. Her tone seemed to be suppressing something as she asked. Gu Yan, upon hearing this, looked at the spoon he had just licked clean, then smiled at Leng Qingqiu. Yes, and I cleaned it very well. Thank you for the treat. Leng Qingqiu felt a wave of shyness and impatience in her heart, as she never expected there would be such a perverted person in this world. You. Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, picked up the walking stick beside her, then with a flushed and angry face swung it towards Gu Yan. You perverted lecher who drinks others' saliva. Pervert, die. Leng Qingqiu never imagined she would encounter such a situation. This shattered the calm mindset she had cultivated over the years. Gu Yan was dumbfounded. Hiss. Wait. Qingqiu, are you serious? Smack. Nonsense. I have nothing to say to you, perverted lecher. Die. Murdering my husband. You? What husband? Stop shouting. Don't wake Linger. Early the next morning, Leng Qingqiu sat with a cold expression, taking small bites of her breakfast. She declared that she no longer wanted to deal with Gu Yan, that lecher. Gu Yan, feeling awkward, lowered his head and said, Ahem, Qingqiu, please don't be angry. I was just confused last night, which led to my actions. However, the moment he spoke, Leng Qingqiu became even angrier. She lifted her head to face Gu Yan, letting out a cold laugh. Qingqiu, shut up, I don't want to talk to you right now. Oh. Leng Linger was eating her breakfast, her eyes darting between Gu Yan and Leng Qingqiu. A chill of sweat ran down her back as she wondered what the two had done last night. Could it be? Had something like the romantic plots she read in novels truly happened? No. If her sister really had that kind of relationship with Gu Yan, what would her status in this house be? No way. You pervert, Gu Yan. Leng Linger shouted at the bewildered Gu Yan, her face flushed with embarrassment. She then grabbed her bowl and dashed towards the kitchen. What was this little brat talking about? Hey, little brat, explain yourself. Gu Yan quickly stood up. This was not something to joke about. Because... Oh, what did you do to Linger? Indeed, Leng Qingqiu's icy words pierced Gu Yan's ears. His face stiffened as he chuckled awkwardly. Well, do you believe me if I say I know nothing? Given what you did last night, I really don't know if I should believe you. Leng Qingqiu understood in her heart that Gu Yan would not do anything to Leng Linger, but she just wanted to toy with him. Who told him to keep messing with her? Please, you have to believe me. Gu Yan sighed helplessly when suddenly it seemed he had noticed something and leaned closer to Leng Qingqiu. Sensing the familiar scent approaching, Leng Qingqiu's heart raced as she coldly asked, What do you want? Though her face was cold, a hint of panic crept into her tone. However, Gu Yan, who had discovered something strange, did not realize it, and curiously asked, Qingqiu, are you using any skincare products lately? Skincare products? I never use those things. Leng Qingqiu thought Gu Yan was going to ask something important, but it turned out to be just this. Oh, that's strange. Your dark circles were quite pronounced last night, yet they seem to have vanished this morning. Also, your skin seems to be in better condition lately, even better than when I first met you. Gu Yan pondered this discovery, wondering if beautiful women could indeed grow more beautiful by the day. What kind of physique was this that dark circles could simply vanish overnight? But upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Leng Qingqiu felt a wave of dread. The dark circles were a result of her practicing a forbidden technique last night. But Gu Yan was unaware of this. She quickly turned her head, stood up, and somewhat flusteredly said, I don't know, please don't get so close to me. Leng Qingqiu tried to speak without letting Gu Yan see her face, saying, Aren't you supposed to take Linger to school? You should hurry. But I haven't finished eating yet. Eat, it won't kill you. They'll head back to my study first. Leng Qingqiu casually remarked, then accurately picked up her cane and headed upstairs under Gu Yan's puzzled gaze. Had Qingqiu always been able to go upstairs by herself? Gu Yan was a bit surprised realizing that this was indeed her home, so it was quite normal for her to move around freely. No wonder she always claimed she could walk. Turns out it was true. Gu Yan shook his head, dismissing his sense of strangeness. However, as he continued eating, a thought popped into his mind. That was, the original text did not explain how Leng Qingqiu became a great master. The only time she appeared was when Leng Linger died. At that time, all the readers were unaware that she would turn out to be the ultimate antagonist. Seeing her sister leave, Leng Linger quickly ran to Gu Yan's side. Hey, Gu Yan, what were you and my sister doing last night? Gu Yan was interrupted by Leng Linger's voice and turned to look at her. Noticing her tense expression, he casually replied, "Just things between couples. Little kids shouldn't worry about such matters." The moment these words were spoken, a thunderous crash resounded in Leng Linger's mind. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Gu Yan. "You too? Really did that thing that produces babies? Wah. No. What's this little brat thinking?" Gu Yan was instantly speechless. Were kids these days so precocious? What is that? I give up. I just made some brown sugar water. At this moment in the study, the door clicked shut as Leng Qingqiu leaned against it. She covered her chest, breathing slightly heavily. Her hands clenched tightly together, her expression turning somewhat pained. This won't do. She needed to be more cautious. If Gu Yan discovered her secret, then Leng Qingqiu was unsure what she would do. The night was her greatest secret, but Gu Yan. She had to admit that she seemed to have developed some feelings for him, yet he was just an ordinary person. She couldn't let him get involved. The forces from 5 years ago were far too numerous and powerful. Gu Yan, an ordinary person, would undoubtedly die if he got involved. Moreover, she must not let him discover her secret. She absolutely must not let him know how she cultivated. If Gu Yan truly sensed her secret, then she did not know what she would do to him. Nor did she know what expression he would have upon discovering it. Please, don't let it be discovered. Leng Qingqiu spoke, sadly murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, no one noticed that on the rooftop of the Leng family house, Mei Shui appeared. She slowly removed the blindfold covering her eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes devoid of white. She gazed at Gu Yan and Leng Linger, who had just walked out of the house and were preparing to go to school. When she sensed that Gu Yan had no energy fluctuations, she murmured, "What a bore. Just an ordinary person." Though she said this, her hand tightly gripped the blindfold, her eyes looking at Gu Yan with no hint of emotion. But how could such a man cause the master such distress? Even I. Mei Shui covered her chest, her expression turning immensely sorrowful. Even I can feel the sadness within the master's heart. Is it all because of this man? Afraid he would discover our secret. Mei Shui felt a surge of agitation in her heart. Why would the master marry this man, and why would she ask me to investigate and eliminate any threats against him? What secret could this man possibly have? As Mei Shui thought this, she recovered her eyes with the blindfold and gradually blended into the shadows. Regardless, if I discover any betrayal or deception from this man towards the master, then I will eliminate him at all costs. At Jianghai High School, goodbye, brother-in-law. Study well. Gu Yan looked somewhat helplessly at Leng Linger, who affectionately referred to him as brother-in-law in front of her friends. That little brat Sai, I really have no way to deal with her. Gu Yan shook his head, then rolled up the car window. His expression gradually became subtle as he said, "Old Gao, take me to Jianghai Hospital." "Yes, young master." Old Gao nodded, confirming what Gu Yan had said. Shaolin had indeed gone out this morning looking for work. He had even seen the security job posting at Shen Wan'er Medical Company. Even though the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, the world's corrective force still allowed Shaolin to enter Shen Wan'er's company as a security guard. Not long after they set off, Old Gao spoke in a low voice, "Young master, someone is following us. Moreover, it's a very formidable individual." As a master, and one of the few masters in the world, Old Gao was naturally sensitive to subtle energies. Even though the other party was well hidden, Old Gao could still sense it. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan nodded indifferently. I know, don't mind her." Old Gao was slightly taken aback at this. He looked through the rearview mirror at Gu Yan's nonchalant expression. Then he withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat surprised. "Young master, can you sense it?" "Even I can only vaguely detect that concealed energy, yet the young master claims to know." Could the young master not be an ordinary person? Old Gao felt he was wasting his efforts as a bodyguard. When did the young master gain such capabilities? On Gu Yan's side, he had sensed this energy ever since he was at the Leng family home. It was a chilling, yet somewhat familiar energy. Perhaps it was due to practicing the cosmic pure love technique. Therefore, not only was his physique becoming stronger, but his perceptive abilities were also increasing. Of course, the other party was not an enemy. He could deduce the person's identity just by connecting it to the original text. Gu Yan could guess that the person was most likely Mei Shui, one of Leng Qingqiu's subordinates, a member of the ancient martial arts organization Knight. She was a mysterious figure with exceptional skills, adept at techniques that allowed her to slip into shadows. In the original text, she was always Leng Qingqiu's capable subordinate, though her ending was tragic. First, her brother whom she had been searching for was killed. Then she was found by the protagonist Shaolin, who discovered a method to counter her shadow techniques, and subsequently killed her. Guyan had not expected that she was already by Leng Qingqiu's side. As mentioned in the original text, when the dagger appears, the world darkens. The Knight organization only acknowledges the dagger. Knight. Wait a minute. Guyan suddenly froze as he thought about Leng Qingqiu's recent state. Dark Circle's Knight dagger Mei Shui. Hiss. No way. Could it be? Guyan took a deep breath. The original text did not elaborate on how Leng Qingqiu cultivated. Therefore, he had always thought that the current Leng Qingqiu was quite weak. But, given this new information, it seemed that Leng Qingqiu had already inherited the Knight organization. So she had begun her cultivation. Guyan suddenly realized. Just thinking about Leng Qingqiu's evasive demeanor made it somewhat amusing. So it's like that. Guyan's gaze softened. Although he had no evidence to prove it for some reason, he felt he could somewhat guess Leng Qingqiu's thoughts. She most likely did not want to involve him in the Leng family's extermination. She wanted to secretly find the true culprit and eliminate them. Fool. Guyan chuckled lightly and closed his eyes. Then, it was time for him to accelerate his progress as well, for the sake of both their well-being and happiness. TNI Pharmaceuticals is a conglomerate owned by the Shen family, primarily focusing on skincare and cosmetic products. Due to her relationship with Guyan, Shen Wan'er unexpectedly inherited the TNI Pharmaceuticals company. Under her management, the company achieved a remarkable market value of $2 billion. However, rumors have emerged that the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. In the president's office, Shen Wan'er said, "Mom, I know it's just a minor issue, and I will resolve it soon." Dad, what are you talking about? How could I possibly ask Guyan for help? What? You mean you know about Xiao Tian? With a click, Shen Wan'er wearily hung up the phone. She no longer looked as poised as before. The office was in disarray, covered in scattered documents and fallen trash. Due to rumors of impending bankruptcy and unpaid salaries, even the cleaning staff had quit. Why is this happening? Shen Wan'er held her head in her hands, her breathing becoming slightly rapid. Everything was as Guyan had said. Their company was indeed on the brink of collapse. The internal employees may have caught wind of the situation, gathering at the company building to voice their complaints. But Shen Wan'er was utterly helpless. She had no money to pay the employees. For the first time, a sense of defeat and surrender surged within her. In the past, Guyan had always listened to her and treated her well. All business resources had been piled upon her. The first half of her life could be described as smooth sailing. Now everything that was happening felt utterly unexpected, leaving her feeling drained. Buzzing, her phone constantly received messages from family members complaining about her refusal to accept Guyan's marriage proposal. On one side was her family's misunderstanding, and on the other was Guyan's cold demeanor. In an instant, tears streamed down Shen Wan'er's cheeks. When had she ever suffered such indignity? Damn it, Shen Wan'er muttered under her breath. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. President Shen, the troublemakers have been driven away by the newly hired security. Are you all right? Shen Wan'er's personal secretary Zhang Qing stood outside the door, knocking and inquiring with concern. She had been by Shen Wan'er's side for a long time, having witnessed her glorious moments, which made her admire and respect her immensely. Zhang Qing had heard the choked sobs from within the room. She had never seen Shen Wan'er in such a state. A wave of resentment towards Guyan surged within her heart as she began to understand the reason. If it weren't for Guyan's orders to other companies to stab TNI Pharmaceuticals in the back, Shen Wan'er wouldn't be facing such calamity. This was all because of that Guyan. This only deepened her already negative feelings toward him. Hearing the sounds from outside, Shen Wan'er wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "It's fine. Come in, Zhang Qing." The next moment, Zhang Qing walked in. Upon seeing Shen Wan'er, who looked weary and had red-rimmed eyes, her heart ached. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wan'er asked, "Zhang Qing, what did you just say?" "The people gathered at the company building have been driven away." "Who did it?" One reason for her headache and anxiety was those former employees who had gathered to protest after learning she couldn't pay their salaries. This not only had a significant impact on their group, but also made Shen Wan'er fear that they might storm her office. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing's eyes lit up as she said, "President Shen, it was a new security guard we hired. He seems to be trained." He quickly took down the ringleaders of the protest. "Oh, by the way, his name is Shaolin. He just arrived in Shanghai and is eager to find a job, which is why he came to us." Hearing this, Shen Wan'er felt a slight sense of relief, and curiosity about Shaolin appeared in her eyes. Who was this person? So capable. The troublemakers downstairs weren't just a few people, they were dozens. How could he manage to drive them all away? This made Shen Wan'er instinctively ask, "Where is he?" "Oh, he's in the security office." "All right, bring him to see me." "Oh, okay." As Zhang Qing left, Shen Wan'er finally let out a sigh of relief. If she met this Shaolin, and he truly was impressive, she wouldn't have to worry about that mob storming her office. However, this was not a long-term solution. Moreover, the 3-day deadline given by Guyan was approaching. Shen Wan'er was uncertain if extending the deadline without repayment would lead to her brother being taken away to prison. Sigh. Shen Wan'er's eyes were filled with immense pain and resistance. Did this mean she really had to seek Gu Yan for help? At Zhanghai Hospital, a beautiful figure hurriedly ran into the inpatient department. Wang Yulan rushed to the front desk slightly out of breath and said to the nurse, I came to visit the patient in room 302. Wang Yulan felt a bit regretful for being late due to work today. Oh, room 302. The nurse opened the system and then looked up with a smile saying, You're a family member of Wang Yulan, right? Someone has already gone in to visit her. Wang Yulan nodded, yes, but, She was taken aback. Wait a minute. Someone has already gone in to see her. Who? But how could that be? For so long apart from her, no one had come to visit her mother. Who was it? Do they have a name? Wang Yulan asked anxiously. The nurse was surprised, thinking they weren't together. She replied, I don't know the name, but it's a male. He claims to be a student of Wang Yulan. Student? Wang Yulan was taken aback. Her mother had indeed been a high school teacher. However, none of her students had ever come to visit her. How could that be? Wang Yulan suppressed her doubts and repeatedly thanked the nurse, saying, Okay, thank you. After that, she rushed toward the hospital room. In front of room 302. As soon as Wang Yulan arrived, she heard a gentle and choked voice coming from inside. Teacher Wang, I've come to see you. I've been overseas all these years and just returned this year. I wanted to find you when I returned to my alma mater, but I learned that you had an accident. It's so unfair. Did you know, teacher? The most mischievous student in your class has returned. I still remember when you held my hand and smiled at me, saying that studying isn't the only path, but it's the easiest one. You helped me step out of my aimless state step by step. I returned to express my gratitude and repay you, but I never expected that you would encounter such a situation. Teacher Wang, please wake up and see your student. I really want you to know that I have become successful now. Just as Gu Yin was speaking with a choked voice click, Wang Yulan's eyes turned red as she gently pushed the door open. For a moment, Gu Yin seemed to just notice Wang Yulan had arrived, staring blankly at her. Then, as if he had regained his composure, he quickly wiped away his tears with his arm, stood up, took a deep breath, and forced a smile, while looking at her, saying, Hello, I didn't know someone was here to visit Teacher Wang today. Since you're here, I'll take my leave. Gu Yin took one last look at Wang Yulan, who lay on the hospital bed, eyes closed, wearing a respirator with tubes all over her body. Then he reluctantly and sadly prepared to leave. However, just as he was passing Wang Yulan, she reached out to stop him. With a swish, Wang Yulan grasped Gu Yan's hand, saying, Please wait a moment. Her voice trembled. It worked. A faint smile appeared on Gu Yan's lips, but it quickly faded. He looked at Wang Yulan with a hint of sadness, asking in a low voice, What is it, miss? Are you really my mother's student? Wang Yulan looked up at Gu Yan, her eyes slightly red, her voice trembling, and her arms shaking. She didn't expect that after all this time someone who had once been her mother's student would come to visit her. If her mother were awake, she would surely feel very gratified. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression shifted from sadness to surprise. Then he closed his eyes again. It seemed he was suppressing something, and in a hoarse voice he said, Since Teacher Wang is your mother, you must be called Wang Yulan, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan's heart trembled, and she asked shakily, How do you know? The next second, Gu Yan opened his eyes, looked at the unconscious Wang Yulan, and with a sorrowful voice said, Teacher Wang often spoke about her daughter Wang Yulan in front of us back in the day. She spoke of how intelligent, kind, and filial you are. She even mentioned that your dream was to get into Jingda. When she said this, I could feel the joy radiating from her face. I'm sorry. Gu Yan took a deep breath, looking at Wang Yulan with deep regret as a tear rolled down his cheek. I'm really sorry for visiting Teacher Wang so late. Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan's heart trembled violently. It was as if all the emotions she had accumulated over time had erupted. It felt as though she had always been alone, but now there was a second person who knew about her mother's situation. Memories of her mother's smile in her conscious days flooded her mind. She would often mention the students she had taught at home. Whenever she talked about her students, a smile would always light up her face, bringing joy to those around her. Wang Yulan could no longer hold back. Woo! Wah! She burst into tears, her voice filled with sadness and joy. Sadness that her mother didn't know her students had come to visit, and joy that her mother's students still remembered her. Gu Yan looked at the weeping Wang Yulan, and his expression turned sorrowful as well. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently embraced Wang Yulan, saying, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Gu Yan's voice was filled with sincerity and regret. Feeling this warm embrace, Wang Yulan did not struggle, but instead cried even harder in Gu Yan's arms. As she cried, she choked out, It's fine. Thank you. It's really fine. Gu Yan quietly held Wang Yulan, allowing her to vent the grievances that had built up for so long. However, Wang Yulan didn't notice that at some point Gu Yan's sorrowful expression gradually faded. It was replaced by a calm and indifferent demeanor. He glanced at the original second female lead, Wang Yulan, who was nestled in his embrace with a detached gaze. Because of her mother's death and Xiao Lin's concern and comfort, she would utterly fall in love with Xiao Lin and become a significant asset to him. In the original story's final moments, it was because she sacrificed herself using her power that Xiao Lin broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster level. This would force Leng Qingqiu to perish alongside Xiao Lin. It can be said that Wang Yulan was also a crucial character. The conclusion is, it's absolutely impossible to let her fall in love with the original protagonist Xiao Lin again and provide those critical aids. To achieve this goal I will stop at nothing. After Wang Yulan finished crying, and venting her mood seemed to lighten considerably. Her eyes were still red as she brought a chair for Gu Yan, pulling him to sit in front of her mother's hospital bed. Because she had just cried in Gu Yan's arms, Wang Yulan felt a bit awkward and was hesitant to look at him. Gu Yan initiated the conversation first. He reached out and held the unconscious Wang Lan's hand, then sighed lightly, saying, "When did this happen?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan's gaze dimmed, and her tone revealed anger and despair about the past events. It was 6 months ago. My mother was riding her bike home normally when she was suddenly hit by a car running a red light while crossing the road. My mother fell unconscious on the spot. Fortunately, she was rescued in time, and her life was saved. But, the doctor said. At this point, Wang Yulan's voice choked up again. She looked at Wang Lan and choked. The doctor said my mother might never wake up again. Moreover, she has to undergo continuous treatment to prolong her life every day. 2 months ago, the doctor advised me to give up and not to continue treatment as it would be futile. But, I can't give up. This is my mother. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I will definitely hold on. Wang Yulan couldn't help but cry again as she spoke. She didn't mention that the daily treatment fees along with hospitalization costs were exorbitant to the point where she couldn't afford it even after working 4 jobs a day. Even though Wang Yulan sensed that Gu Yan seemed wealthy, she didn't bring it up. After all, she had borrowed all the money she could, and her relatives and friends had long avoided her like the plague. She didn't want to lose the only person who still remembered her mother. If that were to happen, her mother wouldn't agree if she woke up, would she? No matter what, she couldn't do that. Then Gu Yan comforted Wang Yulan, listening to her pain and suffering from the past few years. It turned out that the person who hit Wang Lan back then was the young master of a second-tier family in Shanghai. Even if found fully responsible, he only compensated her 1,000 yuan. But that 1,000 had long been spent, and the subsequent treatment expenses had already amounted to several hundreds of thousands. Wang Yulan had sought them out, but there was simply no way. She felt despair, and not wanting her mother to die like this, Wang Yulan began working 4 jobs a day. Her goal was to extend her mother's life until she woke up. Before leaving, Wang Yulan's emotions had stabilized. She stood at the door of the hospital room, her expression gentle, and thanked Gu Yan, saying, "Thank you for remembering my mother." "Thank you, Gu Yan." Gu Yan waved his hand, smiled slightly, emanating a warm glow, saying, "It's nothing, Sister Yulan. You can call me for help with anything, as I have always respected Teacher Wang since school." Wang Yulan naturally didn't want to trouble Gu Yan. After all, he was her mother's student. No matter what, she couldn't let this precious friendship be ruined because of her repeated requests. So she shook her head and smiled, saying, "No, it's fine, I can handle it myself." Gu Yan nodded in response. He looked at his watch and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Sister Yulan, keep it up. I believe Teacher Wang will definitely recover." Thank you." Wang Yulan felt warmth in her heart and nodded. Arriving downstairs, Gu Yan looked up at the hospital building and then picked up his phone to make a call. "Hello, is this Director Pu? There's a patient named Wang Lan in room 302 at our hospital. Please waive all her medical fees. By the way, remember to note that someone has paid for it." He hung up the phone. A slight smile appeared on Gu Yan's lips, revealing a hint of something unusual in his eyes. In fact, this Shanghai hospital is a third-grade hospital owned by the Gu family. As the young master of the Gu family, waiving someone's medical expenses is quite easy. Alright, the plan is officially underway. Xiao Lin, I truly look forward to meeting you. Shanghai Hospital. Inpatient department payment window. What? Are you saying that all the medical fees I owed before have been settled? Wang Yulan looked at the nurse, checking her medical expenses with a hint of shock. That's right, Miss Wang. The system shows that your fees were completely paid off 2 hours ago. The nurse smiled and nodded as she recognized the family of patient 302. After all, they had been in the inpatient department for half a year. Everyone knew their family situation, so even if they couldn't pay the medical fees in one go, the hospital director turned a blind eye. However, she did not expect that not long ago some kind-hearted person had actually cleared Wang Yulan's previous debts and even advanced 2 million for future treatments on her account. It could be said that Wang Yulan's family had truly encountered a benefactor. Could I know who paid the fees? Wang Yulan's tone was somewhat agitated, her hands gripping the counter tightly, as if the suppressed emotions she had long held were beginning to ease. She really didn't expect someone would settle her previous treatment costs. Wang Yulan was not the kind of person who would accept kindness without gratitude. As long as she could find the person who helped them, she would be willing to do anything they asked. The nurse, hearing Wang Yulan's words, felt a bit awkward. She shook her head. I'm really sorry, Miss Wang, but I wasn't the one at the window before, so I don't know who cleared the fees. Moreover, generally speaking, we don't record other people's names and information here. At this point the nurse suddenly added, "By the way, that kind-hearted person also deposited 2 million into your mother's account." "Ms. Wang, are you alright?" The nurse looked at Wang Yulan, who seemed stunned. What was wrong? Wasn't it a good thing that someone had cleared their debts? "No. I'm fine. I need to step out for a moment." Wang Yulan snapped back to reality, shaking her head, and then suppressing her excitement walked out of the hospital. She arrived at the hospital's entrance. A ray of sunlight shone on her face. Wang Yulan looked up, shielding her eyes slightly from the sun. Looking at the clear blue sky, Wang Yulan appeared somewhat lost in thought. Today was a sunny day. Just as she was enjoying this happy moment at the hospital's upper management, Gu Yin stood expressionless in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down, his gaze calm at Wang Yulan, who was showing a long-lost relaxed demeanor. "Are you happy? You will soon have a happier time ahead. Consider it a compensation for depriving you of your originally set storyline." Gu Yin muttered to himself. He then picked up his phone and made a call, prepare to act as planned. At that moment the door to the room was pushed open. An elderly man in a white coat, holding a stack of documents, walked in. He looked at the back of Gu Yin standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. In his mind the youthful image of Gu Qingqiu, the head of the Gu family, surfaced. He chuckled, truly worthy of being that man's son. Gu Yin also heard the noise and put down his phone. When he turned his head, a gentle smile had already appeared on his previously expressionless face. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Pu. I came today to visit my teacher. It has been a long time since I last visited you, so I thought I would come by. I hope it won't disturb you." Gu Yan's humble and polite demeanor instantly won over Pu Songlin. He placed the materials he was holding on the table and amiably walked to Gu Yan's side. "Not at all. I'm almost retired. What could be so important? But Xiao Gu, I didn't expect you would still remember this old man. You used to dislike me the most when you were a child, as I was the terrifying doctor in your eyes." Pu Songlin reminisced, recalling that Gu Yin was born in Zhanghai Hospital. He never expected that so much time had passed. Over the years he had been following Gu Yan's news, but the reputation was not very good. Words like sycophant and ungrateful son were common. It made him extremely disappointed in Gu Yan. But now looking at him, he seemed not as bad as the rumors suggested. "Hee, I was foolish as a child. Please forgive me, Grandpa Pu." Gu Yin smiled slightly and exchanged a few pleasantries. "My father has always missed you, but he has been tied up with family matters. I came to visit you on his behalf." Pu Songlin felt very gratified and moved. At this moment he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Xiao Gu, you mentioned you came to visit your teacher. Is it Wang Lan, the 302 patient you called to have her hospitalization fees waived?" Pu Songlin had some impression of this 302 patient since she had been in the hospital for half a year. The medical fees had been delayed for a long time, but fortunately her daughter was gradually paying off the debts. Although the progress was slow, he was not a hard-hearted person. Moreover, since this hospital was run by the Gu family, there were not so many rigid rules. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Keeping patient 302 in the hospital was merely adding one more bed. Furthermore, the Gu family certainly did not lack this little money. Hearing Director Pu's words, Gu Yin also made a sad expression. He took a deep breath, his gaze sorrowfully looking out the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, Wang Lan is my teacher. I learned that she was hospitalized due to a car accident. Her husband passed away, and she only has a daughter who graduated a few years ago. A life is very hard. That is why I chose to waive her medical fees. This can be considered as repaying her kindness for teaching me back then." Gu Yan's words deeply moved Pu Songlin. He patted Gu Yan's shoulder with pride. "Good boy. I knew I didn't misjudge you back then. You truly are Gu Tianming's son. Your father would surely be proud of you." Pu Songlin looked at this grown-up child and couldn't help but feel immense anger towards the spreaders of those rumors. Such a good child was labeled as a sycophant and an ungrateful son. Truly too much. Did they think we elders were nothing? Gu Yin nodded, then, as if remembering something, he specifically urged Director Pu, "By the way, Grandpa Director, please don't tell Teacher Wang's daughter that I cleared their debts. I don't want to affect my position between them." The sentence was not finished. Pu Songlin nodded, smiling with satisfaction. "All right, I will definitely keep it a secret for you. Not arrogant or hasty, and with such filial piety. Yes, he is a good child, it seems. At the family gathering, I will definitely vote for Gu Yin as the successor of the Gu family group." Indeed, the Gu family is vast and prosperous. Although Gu Yin is the sole heir, to prevent a new heir from being a talentless fool, the Gu family invites heads of their enterprises and industry tycoons to hold a family gathering at the end of each year. During the gathering, each head of the enterprises can vote for the heir. If the number of negative votes exceeds the affirmative ones, Gu Yin will lose his qualification as the heir of the Gu family group after 3 consecutive vetoes. In the past 2 years, Gu Yin has already been vetoed twice. This means that if he is vetoed again this year, Gu Yin will completely lose his qualification to become the heir of the Gu family group. Subsequently, a new heir will be elected through a vote. This is a tradition that the Gu family has upheld to this day. Of course, Gu Yin is quite the oddity, having been voted down twice in a row. One can only imagine how much of a disappointment he was back then. Gu Yan smiled on the surface, but inwardly, he was also contemplating the voting system of the family gathering at the end of the year. According to the original plot, Gu Yan will lose his qualification as the heir of the Gu family group due to the voting system at this year's end. Because of this, Shen Wan'er, who has only regarded him as a backup, has become even colder towards him. Gu Yan has also become more extreme due to Shen Wan'er's increasing closeness with Shaolin. He even resorted to kidnapping Shen Wan'er, though ultimately Shaolin resolved the crisis, creating a moment of showmanship for the protagonist. This is how the bad ending of being killed by Shaolin came to be. Just thinking about it is a bit frightening. But click click. Just then Gu Yan caught a glimpse of the old man Pu, who was moved by his current acting skills. Hee Gu Yan, you can't laugh at this moment. Otherwise. Hee. No, I really want to laugh out loud. Gu Yan lowered his head, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from rising, his shoulders beginning to shake from holding back. Gu Yan, what's wrong with you? Pu Songlin asked with concern, thinking Gu Yan was sick. It's nothing, Grandpa Pu. I just thought about how painful it is to see my teacher become like this. Gu Yan covered his mouth and shook his head at Grandpa Pu, letting the corners of his mouth drop. He then put his hand down, took a deep breath, and said, "It's getting late, I should head back now. Grandpa Pu, please take care of yourself, as I still want you to attend my wedding." Gu Yan's words warmed Pu Songlin's heart. This child, I can't believe the kid I watched grow up is already preparing to get married. Although I don't know who the bride is. Alright, I will definitely go. Pu Songlin nodded, saying a few more words before Gu Yan left. Arriving at the hospital entrance, Lao Gao had been waiting in the car for a long time. Once Gu Yan got in vroom, the car started and drove on the road. Lao Gao's eyes through the rearview mirror looked at Gu Yan with a strange expression. This was a question he had long wanted to ask. Although he knew it wasn't appropriate to ask, he couldn't help but inquire. "Young master, is that person named Wang Lan really your teacher?" Others might not know, but as Gu Yan's bodyguard, Lao Gao was well aware that his young master hardly ever attended that school, let alone had any deep feelings for a teacher. Hearing this, Gu Yan revealed an expression of "Are you an idiot?" and waved his hand, saying, "Huh? How could that be? The name Wang Lan is something I only found out today from the patient list at the hospital." "Don't ask so much, Lao Gao. Focus on driving and prepare for tonight's performance." After speaking, Gu Yan's mouth slightly lifted, as if he thought of something fun for the night, occasionally letting out a low chuckle. "Oh," Lao Gao replied, a bit dazed. He looked at the smiling Gu Yan and felt strangely uneasy. Young master. Do you know you seem like a villain character described in novels?" Lao Gao shook his head, dismissing it. The young master has changed, at least to a version he feels is much better than the previous one. That's fine, as long as he knows he is the most loyal bodyguard to the young master, he will follow him no matter how he changes. It's just... Lao Gao looked at the rearview mirror, seeing Gu Yan's expression suddenly turn sad. "Young master, do you have a split personality? Laughing one moment and crying the next?" Gu Yan's sadness was not due to pity for Wang Yulan's family. His sadness stemmed from frustration. Because he needed to take preventive measures for the future, he regrettably couldn't go to Qingqiu today. Although he had sent someone to cook for Qingqiu, would the dishes suit her taste? After all, she was used to his god-level cooking. Poor Qingqiu's stomach. "Qingqiu, I miss you. Not being with you makes me feel as if ants are crawling all over me. Just one taste, and I could regain my spirits. In the future, when I'm out handling matters, could I ask Qingqiu for something that carries her flavor? Just thinking about her makes me want to take a shallow breath. Does Qingqiu miss me? Is she wondering why I didn't go today? Although I really want her to think of me." However, Gu Yan sighed softly, as he was also self-aware. According to Qingqiu's personality, she would likely continue reading indifferent and with an expression of cold indifference. Sigh. Gu Yan leaned dejectedly against the window. "Sigh, I still need to improve my favorability." Finished. The young master truly has a split personality. What if he splits again and creates a dog-like personality for Shen Wan'er? No, I can't let that happen. In the Leng family, in the study, Leng Qingqiu was bored, resting her cheek on the table. Her fingers were drawing circles on the table as she mumbled, Gu Yan said he wouldn't come today. But soon Leng Qingqiu realized something. Her face turned slightly red and the speed of her drawing circles quickened. No, why am I thinking so much? He just has something to do today, that's all. He'll come tomorrow, right? I'm just worried that if he doesn't come, no one will cook for me. That's right, it's not because of any other reason, it's all because he didn't call to say he wouldn't come today. By the way, why isn't he coming? Is he going to do something? Could it be that he is going to find Shen Wan'er? The more Leng Qingqiu thought, the more chaotic it became. She had already lost interest in reading. So annoying. If only Mei Shui were here. Then she could go see what Gu Yan was up to. At this moment, Mei Shui was crouched beneath the luxury car, carrying Gu Yan. Her face was calm, but upon closer inspection, one could see her brow slightly furrowed. She couldn't comprehend. She couldn't understand her master's affection for this useless man. In Mei Shui's eyes, Gu Yan's behavior today was simply to drop Leng Linger off at school, and then come to the hospital to meet a teacher who wasn't even really his teacher. That pretentious and hypocritical performance nearly made Mei Shui want to vomit. Forget it, let's continue to observe the situation. In the car, Gu Yan looked at the darkening sky outside the window. It was getting late. Suddenly Gu Yan realized something, and his expression changed. Hiss. Oh no, I forgot about my sister-in-law. At Jianghai High School, Leng Qingqiu stood dazedly at the nearly empty school gate. She was disheveled in the cold wind. Wait, where's that useless Gu? I've been waiting for almost an hour. Hello, is anyone coming to pick me up? Hello. There's still a girl here who hasn't gone home. Evening. Inside a convenience store in Shanghai City. Hey Yulan, did something happy happen to you today? A middle-aged woman looked curiously at Wang Yulan, who was arranging the shelves. This girl started working here 6 months ago. She really liked her kind and diligent personality. Over the past 6 months, she learned about Wang Yulan's family situation. Although Wang Yulan tried hard to appear optimistic, the weariness and sadness in her eyes would still inadvertently show. However, this afternoon, when she came to work, for some reason, all that sadness seemed to have vanished. Instead, she appeared to be rekindling hope. Hearing this, Wang Yulan smiled, continuing to organize the shelves, and replied, Hey manager, did you notice? That's right, so many things happened today. Wang Yulan turned her head, her face revealing a long-lost smile. I see. The manager wasn't the type to pry too much, as she felt relieved that this pitiful girl had something happy happen to her. At least she finally showed signs of joy. How about this, you can leave work early today. The manager sat on a chair looking kindly at her. You should go see your mother early while you can. My daughter is actually the same age as you, but she hasn't come back because she's busy with work. Seeing you feels like seeing my own daughter. Wang Yulan was taken aback, touched, and smiled. Thank you, manager. At that moment, outside the convenience store, a van parked and several men observed the convenience store through the window. Ding dong, goodbye manager. Wang Yulan walked out bidding farewell. Then with a heart full of joy she headed towards the hospital. Seeing this scene, the men in the van quickly exchanged glances, then covered the lower half of their faces with cloth. Boom. The van started and quietly followed Wang Yulan without her awareness. Time passed by. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Yulan walked down a familiar little path she had always taken. I didn't expect that today not only would my mother's student come to visit her, but there was even a kind person who paid for our medical expenses. Wang Yulan thought of this, and her face showed a relaxed and happy expression. Once her mother woke up, she felt she must find that kind person who cleared their debts and repay them. Speaking of which, Wang Yulan looked oddly at the little path she had always walked. This was a park path leading to Shanghai Hospital. There should be many pedestrians walking here every evening. But for some reason today it was deserted and very quiet. Maybe I shouldn't think too much. Wang Yulan shook her head, tightened her coat, and quickened her pace. However, what she didn't expect was crack crack. Several figures stepped on branches and walked out from behind a large tree. Under the streetlight, Wang Yulan saw that the lower half of their faces were covered with black cloth. Masked men. Why did they suddenly come out from there? Wang Yulan's expression changed, feeling uneasy. But she didn't think much of it. After all, this was a society governed by law, and Wang Yulan believed she hadn't offended anyone. She hoped that the person they were looking for was not her. However, as she thought this, her body honestly stopped and turned to walk back. Only, she didn't expect that at the moment she turned around, there were suddenly several masked men behind her where there had been no one. Wang Yulan's face turned pale. Are they here for me? She looked around, suppressing her fear, and slowly moved to the side, forcing herself to ask with a feigned calmness, Who are you? What do you want? What do we want? The leading masked man spoke words that made her face turn white. That day the guy next to you injured my brother. His ribs are all broken, and he's still lying in the ICU. What do you think I want to do now? As he spoke, the masked man pulled out a fruit knife from his waist. His eyes fixed on Wang Yulan. Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan immediately realized that it was when she had just encountered Xiao Lin. She had been harassed by thugs, and just then Xiao Lin had helped her. But unexpectedly, just 2 days later, that group of thugs had come back to confront her. Especially the shining fruit knife in the leader's hand made Wang Yulan's heart fill with fear. She retreated towards the nearby woods, trembling, and saying, Clearly that day your people were the ones who harassed and teased me. Xiao Lin was just acting in defense. Before she could finish, the leader shouted, Shut up. Who cares about that? Wang Yulan was startled and dared not mention what happened that day again. Instead, she fearfully asked, Aren't you afraid of the police? Do you know what kind of legal judgment you will face for doing this? Wang Yulan never thought that the park path she had always taken would become the best place for them to ambush her. The entire park is dense with trees. Killing you and disposing of your body would go unnoticed, the leader said while signaling the others to approach Wang Yulan. Get her. Seeing this scene, Wang Yulan, not knowing where her courage came from, gritted her teeth and ran into the depths of the woods without thinking. No, I can't die now. Wang Yulan, pale-faced, ran for her life. She realized that these people were masked and chose to strike under the cover of darkness. They were definitely intent on killing her. Moreover, she was uncertain if they would do anything else before killing her. Why? Why is this happening? After running for a while, Wang Yulan tasted blood in her mouth. Years of working late and malnutrition had already caused her physical condition to deteriorate. She gasped for breath as she ran. Not caring whether there was a path ahead, she thought, As long as she ran into the woods, they would likely not find her immediately. After that, as long as she found a way to report to the police, then she would be safe. Wang Yulan quickly organized her thoughts, and her panic gradually decreased. That's right, as long as she reached a slightly concealed place and called the police, she would be safe. At that moment, at the park's entrance, some park staff were apologizing for blocking the entrance. Sorry, the park is temporarily closed for equipment maintenance. It will be fine by tomorrow, please understand. Also, please do not approach the vicinity of the park because the equipment replacement requires a power shutdown, so the park and nearby signal base stations are temporarily offline. Although the sudden notice of closing the road for equipment replacement at night left everyone somewhat puzzled. After all, this was a public area, and they naturally understood. However, some sharp-eyed people pointed at someone who walked in without obstruction and questioned, "Hey, why can that person go in?" Upon hearing this, the staff glanced over and then chuckled awkwardly. That person is from the park's construction team. It was a joke. That was the young master of the Gu family, and the park was built with their money. In fact, this place was considered a private property of the Gu family, just made available for public service. Moreover, today's road closure was requested by the young master of the Gu family, who would dare to say anything. Wang Yulan on her side gasped and ran behind a large tree. She peeked out quietly, looking back, and saw no one. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Did I shake them off? I need to call the police quickly. Wang Yulan took a deep breath, and then pulled out her phone to dial the emergency number. But then a shocking scene occurred. She heard on her phone, "There is no signal in your service area." Buzz. Wang Yulan's mind went blank. It should be known that even if your phone has no signal, you can still dial official emergency numbers. If there is a situation where you can't dial out, it can only indicate that there is no signal base station nearby, and you are in a completely deserted area. How? How could this happen? Wang Yulan's face turned pale, and her voice clearly showed her fear. What should I do now? Just as she thought this, bang. Found you. A fruit knife stabbed into the tree Wang Yulan was leaning against. Hey. Wang Yulan's whole body went cold. She heard the voice and looked at the fruit knife beside her face. My phone doesn't work, and the people who want to kill me have found me. For a moment, Wang Yulan screamed in despair. She wanted to run again in fear. But unfortunately, a masked man grabbed her arm. Want to escape? Let go of me. Let me go. Don't kill me. Seeing the man who grabbed her arm, Wang Yulan screamed in terror. I still have my mother in the hospital. I can't die. I don't want to die. I can't die now. Wang Yulan struggled desperately. But more and more masked men gathered, pressing her shoulders down and pinning her to the ground. Does running so fast help? The leading masked man pulled out the fruit knife from the tree and pointed the blade at Wang Yulan's face. Looking at the fruit knife that would take her life if it pierced her brow, her expression turned desperate. Please. Don't kill me. Hee in your next life, keep your eyes open and don't provoke people you shouldn't. The masked man mocked as if he hadn't heard. Then he gripped the fruit knife, his eyes fierce, and lunged towards Wang Yulan's face. Off. Wang Yulan fearfully closed her eyes. No way. Am I really going to die like this? If I die, what will happen to my mother? Why is this happening? I have never done anything wrong. Why do this to me? Just when life was starting to have a bit of brightness. What? Just as Wang Yulan closed her eyes and quietly awaited death, a cold voice filled with anger appeared in Wang Yulan's ears. Let her go. With the appearance of this voice, the angry shouts and sounds of fighting from the masked men followed. This continued for less than a few minutes. You? Remember this. I will definitely come back for you. A panicked voice from the masked man rang out, followed by a flurry of footsteps fleeing. What happened? Wang Yulan, who had been scared and kept her eyes shut, felt puzzled and uneasy. She didn't feel any pain, as shouldn't she have been stabbed to death just now? No pain. Am I still alive? Sister Yulan, are you okay? At that moment, a familiar voice full of concern rang out. This voice was. Wang Yulan opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the man squatting down looking at her with concern, she was stunned. Gu Yan, how did you end up here? Wang Yulan looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. Gu Yan, hearing this, nodded with a worried expression. It's me. I was visiting teacher Wang and was heading back when I suddenly heard screams from this side of the woods. So I hurried over. Did you chase away all those bad guys? Yes, I practiced before. I can barely handle a few small thugs. Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan felt a sense of relief and tears streamed down her face as she suddenly threw herself into Gu Yan's arms. Wah! I was so scared. I was so scared. Clearly life was starting to get better. I was so scared. Gu Yan, I'm so glad you came. Gu Yan comforted Wang Yulan, who was nestled in his arms. It's okay, it's okay. As he comforted her, the expression on his face gradually became calm, and he asked curiously, Sister Yulan, who were those people? Why did they come looking for you? Wang Yulan regained her composure and choked out. It was something from before. A moment later, after hearing the whole story, Gu Yan spoke angrily. They are too much. Sister Yulan, don't worry, I'll call the police right away. We must catch these people. Looking at Gu Yan like this, Wang Yulan felt inexplicably secure in her heart, and she nodded. Thank you, Gu Yan. Half an hour later, after visiting Wang Yulan's mother, Gu Yan suggested taking Wang Yulan home. Naturally, after the incident of being surrounded by thugs, the frightened Wang Yulan agreed. Sitting in the back seat of the luxury car, Wang Yulan felt somewhat uneasy. She had never been in such an expensive car in her life. At the same time, she felt a strange sense of inferiority. Gu Yan seemed to have noticed this and comforted her. Don't be nervous, Sister Yulan. You are Teacher Wang's daughter, which makes you my sister. You can come to me for any difficulties you have. You should sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive. Listening to Gu Yan's gentle words, Wang Yulan's tension eased slightly. She gratefully nodded to Gu Yan, who was driving them. After that, too exhausted, she couldn't help but close her eyes and fell asleep. As for Gu Yan, upon seeing Wang Yulan close her eyes, his previously worried and gentle expression gradually disappeared. A dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The plan is going so smoothly. Nighttime. Inside Wang Yulan's home. In the living room, Xiao Lin lay back on the sofa with his legs crossed, a silly smile plastered across his face. Shen Wan'er is so beautiful. I never expected my boss to be this pretty. She even smiled at me today. The girls in this city are truly different. By the way, why hasn't the beautiful sister returned yet? At that moment, Xiao Lin seemed to sense something. A glimmer of joy crossed his face as he hurried to the window to look outside. However, what he saw was unexpected. His beautiful sister stepped out of an expensive-looking luxury car, being supported by a man. Watching this scene, Xiao Lin felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a fly tainted with filth. He instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Gu Yan's face. In his eyes, the beautiful sister was someone he had his sights set on, as she should be with him. Who was that man? So what if he has some money? Xiao Lin felt extremely displeased watching Gu Yan. Coincidentally, the man whom Xiao Lin inexplicably disliked suddenly looked up and met his gaze, accompanied by a slight smile. Xiao Lin furrowed his brows. Looking at Gu Yan, Xiao Lin felt quite uncomfortable. The man seemed to be much more handsome than him, and appeared to have money. But judging by the man's aura, he was just an ordinary person. After realizing Gu Yan was merely an ordinary person, Xiao Lin suddenly found his previous feelings amusing. Just an ordinary person, how could he compare with a genius like me? The old men on the mountain all said my talents are unmatched in the world. In the future, I am meant to inherit the position of the Dragon King Palace's master. How could such a slightly handsome, somewhat wealthy man compete with me for the beautiful sister? Meanwhile, downstairs, Gu Yan kindly supported Wang Yulan as she got out of the car. Sister Yulan, remember to sleep early and drink some warm water when you get home. Wang Yulan nodded at his words, feeling an overwhelming warmth in her heart. It seemed she hadn't experienced such warmth in a long time. She couldn't help but look seriously at Gu Yan, as if trying to imprint his image in her mind. However, noticing his expression turning slightly puzzled, Wang Yulan quickly averted her gaze, her face flushing slightly, as she softly said, thank you for today. For some reason, she felt her heart racing. It's nothing. Why, I should say it was fortunate that I arrived in time. Gu Yan shook his head and smiled. Okay, you. Drive slowly on your way back. Wang Yulan bit her lips, speaking with concern. Seeing Gu Yan's smiling expression, her face turned red, and she hurriedly walked towards her home. Anyway, see you next time. See you tomorrow. Gu Yan waved his hand, his expression still full of smiles. At this moment, Gu Yan looked up and happened to see the original male protagonist, Xiao Lin, who had turned around and was preparing to return to the living room. Xiao Lin, this marks our first meeting, doesn't it? Look forward to it. You will have a life different from the original story. Gu Yan smiled gently, then sat back in the car. He took out his phone and dialed. Hello, the money has been transferred to your account. Thank you, young master. Please feel free to contact us again for such good opportunities in the future. The performance was good. I will call you next time if there's an opportunity. After hanging up, Gu Yan's expression became extremely calm. The original female, second, It's surprisingly easy to raise her favorability. Oh, what a fool. But calculating the time, the incident from the original story should be happening soon. When that time comes, it will be the moment I completely win over Wang Yulan. However, it's merely using her. Looking at his reflection in the glass, Gu Yan felt inexplicably devoid of any guilt for engaging in such actions. Clearly not fond of those women, yet in order to further my plans I had to appear caring and protective. Clearly, I didn't even have enough time to stay beside Qingqiu. Qingqiu, I miss you so much. Gu Yan sighed softly. In the next second, thud, a dagger emitting black smoke was pressed against Gu Yan's neck. A voice filled with indifference and murderous intent pierced Gu Yan's ears. Shut up. Mei Shui, who had been following Gu Yan for a day, had been holding back from killing him. But the situation was that he shamelessly spoke of missing Leng Qingqiu while flirting with other women outside. Isn't this straddling two boats? Isn't this a betrayal to his master? Mei Shui declared that she must kill this man who had bewitched her master. Finally showing up. Gu Yan felt no panic at all, even with a dagger pressed against his neck. Instead, a strange smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, when Wang Yulan returned home with mixed emotions. Sister Yulan, who was that man? Xiao Lin's slightly jealous voice reached her ears. Wang Yulan was taken aback, looking up to see Xiao Lin standing at the entrance with an unhappy expression. She shook her head and chuckled lightly. He's a student of my mom. He just happened to come to visit my mom today. Wang Yulan did not mention the incident where she almost got killed by that group of thugs earlier. Firstly, she was afraid of causing Xiao Lin to panic. Secondly, it seemed unnecessary to share such matters with others. Oh, so Sister Yulan, you have no relationship with him, right? It's best that there is none. That man does not seem like a good person. Sister Yulan, you are so beautiful. He must have some ulterior motive for approaching you. Seeing Wang Yulan's casual response, Xiao Lin felt his mood lift. He believed that Wang Yulan must be quite annoyed with that kind of man. It was just that she was forced to let him drive her home. Hearing Xiao Lin's question, Wang Yulan was momentarily taken aback. She looked at his skeptical gaze as if he were accusing her of doing something wrong, especially at his disparaging comments about Gu Yan. She couldn't help but frown, her tone slightly harsher. Xiao Lin, what are you saying? Gu Yan is my mom's student. Oh, what relationship could I possibly have with him? And Gu Yan is a good person, a really good person. I hope you won't casually slander others behind their backs in the future, Xiao Lin. Wang Yulan recalled Gu Yan's heartfelt words to her mother in the hospital. She also remembered how Gu Yan chose to save her without regard for his own safety. For a moment, she felt an overwhelming disappointment toward Xiao Lin. She shook her head, her expression filled with disappointment as she walked back to her bedroom. Xiao Lin was left stunned by the sudden coldness of the beautiful sister. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Lin stared blankly at the already closed door. Hey, that man really makes me uncomfortable. My instincts cannot be wrong. That man is definitely not a good person. Xiao Lin's expression turned a bit sad, his mood inevitably darkened. Sigh, the beautiful sister dislikes me. Damn it, it's all because of that rich man. Xiao Lin naturally wouldn't blame Wang Yulan, so he placed all the blame on Gu Yan. Gu Yan remained calm, not showing any signs of panic as he caught a glimpse of the dagger pressed against his neck from the corner of his eye. The dagger was entirely black, adorned with an eerie plum blossom pattern. In the original work, it was mentioned that the members of the Knight organization wield black daggers. The pattern on the dagger represented their names. With this thought, Gu Yan coolly turned his gaze behind him, asking, "Is there something you need, miss?" "I don't recall provoking you," came the response. Mei Xue's eyes were fixed fiercely on the man before her, who could be killed with the slightest movement of her hand. The other party radiated no aura of cultivation. He was merely an ordinary person. Yet why? Why was he so calm? Could it be all an act? He truly enjoyed playing the part. Mei Xue felt disdain in her heart. She had seen too many people feigning calmness before their demise. Yet when she drove the dagger into their bodies, those who pretended to be composed would inevitably break down and beg for mercy. What a useless man. She truly didn't understand what her master saw in him. Mei Xue had already categorized Gu Yan among those she had killed before. With this thought, she applied a bit more pressure, allowing Gu Yan to distinctly feel the icy tip of the blade against his neck. Her voice was cold enough with the nonsense. "I simply came to kill you because I find you unpleasant. You can only blame your bad luck." Gu Yan felt the sharp pain at his neck, yet he remained unfazed, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, "Ah, is that so? I thought Miss Mei Xue came to inquire about her brother's whereabouts." At these words, a jolt surged through Mei Xue's heart, her expression turning shockingly astonished. The dagger pressed against Gu Yan's neck instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. What did you say? You know my brother's whereabouts?" Mei Xue seized Gu Yan by the collar and pulled him closer, bringing Gu Yan face to face with her. Gu Yan now saw the capable aid of the Leng Qingqiu from the original work, Mei Xue. She appeared just as described in the book, clad in an elegant red robe, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure long and graceful. Her eyes lacked any other color, possessing only a pair of pitch-black pupils. Yet at this moment her enchanting face bore a hint of panic and excitement. In the original work, it was revealed that before becoming Mei Xue of the Knight organization, she had a brother. She had been searching for her only family since she was summoned by the Leng Qingqiu. Unfortunately, her efforts had always been in vain. And quite coincidentally, Gu Yan, having read the original work, naturally knew the whereabouts of her brother. Seeing Mei Xue's flustered and excited demeanor, Gu Yan did not answer directly, but smiled slightly, saying, "Miss Mei Xue is indeed beautiful. Your brother often mentions you to me, it's just a pity." Gu Yan let out a slight sigh. "It seems you disappeared for quite a long time, and even adopted the name Mei Xue." Upon hearing Gu Yan speak, as if he were familiar with her brother, Mei Xue's heart ignited with hope. The Knight organization was a very mysterious group. She had relied on her brother during their difficult, yet joyful days together. One day she was taken to the ancient martial world to cultivate under the pretense of having good potential. They constantly brainwashed her, instilling in her the belief that she could only serve the Night King. After all these years, she had long been indoctrinated as a loyal subordinate of the Night King. Yet the one thing she never forgot was her brother. She had vowed that once she found him, ensuring he had a stable life with a family would be her only desire, and she would completely relinquish the past, dedicating herself solely to the current Night King. Thus, when Gu Yan spoke, her voice trembled with excitement. "Tell me, where is my brother?" Mei Shui completely forgot her earlier intention to kill Gu Yan. The thought of killing him was instantly cast aside. Observing this scene, Gu Yan maintained a smile on the surface, yet within his heart a chill began to rise. In the original work, Mei Shui was actually an unstable factor. The brother she had been searching for was in fact a member of the protagonist group. The protagonist's verbal prowess was formidable. Mei Shui found herself confused due to the protagonist's rhetoric and her brother's stance. She ended up betraying the cold Qingqiu. All the traps laid by Qingqiu and various information on our side were known to Shaolin and others. Only after Qingqiu sent others to kill Mei Shui's brother did she completely fall into the role of a killing tool in Qingqiu's hands due to profound grief. Ultimately, she was also killed by the protagonist group. Overall, she could be considered a hidden bomb. In the early to mid-stage, she indeed served as the most capable tool beneath Qingqiu. However, in the later stages, she caused the deadlock set by Qingqiu to collapse from within. Had it not been for Mei Shui's betrayal, there probably wouldn't have been the subsequent 500 chapters involving the protagonist group. Originally, Gu Yan only intended to test the current attitude of the other party towards her brother. It seemed that she indeed matched the description in the original work. Gu Yan subtly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Mei, but I cannot tell you any information about your brother right now." "What did you say? Do you believe I won't kill you?" Mei Shui gritted her teeth and reached out, grasping Gu Yan's neck. However, Gu Yan frowned, seemingly unfazed by her tightening grip. "Miss Mei, your brother is still of school age, and yet you are covered in countless bloodstains. Do you really think it's appropriate for you to appear before him? Or do you think your brother would recognize an elder sister with blood on her hands?" "Miss Mei, I cannot say, at least not now." Mei Shui listened to Gu Yan's words, her heart jolting. She looked at her hand gripping Gu Yan's neck, then at his sincere words. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if Gu Yan's reasoning was indeed valid. She released her grip, lowering her head to place her hand on her chest. Thud, thud. She could feel the intense excitement within her, yet Gu Yan was right. She was covered in blood. If she rashly appeared before her brother, it would undoubtedly frighten him. Even if she could secretly observe him, Mei Shui realized, thanks to Gu Yan's reminder, that she had long become a murderer with blood on her hands. After a long silence, Mei Shui gradually calmed down. She lifted her head, her expression inexplicably directed at Gu Yan. "How do you know about me?" She had never shown herself before Gu Yan, yet he knew her name. The calmness he displayed at first was not an act. Could it be that, by making an appearance, he would tell her about her brother? Was this all premeditated? "Miss Mei Shui, is it really important how I know about you?" Gu Yan smiled slightly, rubbing his neck, his expression shifting subtly. "I know much more than you can imagine." Gu Yan's confidence stemmed from knowing Mei Shui's identity. He also possessed information she sought. Thus he could remain so calm as he held information regarding her brother, ensuring she would not run off to expose his true identity to Qingqiu. Mei Shui fell silent. She stared intently at Gu Yan, trying to glean something from him. Yet no matter how she looked, he appeared to be an ordinary person. However, in this situation, his ordinariness felt strangely dangerous. Her master would never reveal any information about them. How did this man know about her? Damn! Mei Shui felt a tumultuous mix of confusion and agitation. This man was even more dangerous than she and her master had anticipated. According to her usual thought process, Mei Shui felt she should choose to kill him right here, right now, to eliminate future troubles. But, oh, that look in your eyes isn't thinking. This man seems dangerous, maybe I should kill him to prevent future issues, right? Gu Yan's slightly exaggerated performance made Mei Shui clench her fist tightly, and the next moment his words deflated her. But don't think about it. Because... Gu Yan raised his voice, slightly leaning closer to Mei Shui's ear, and whispered with a laugh, "You should want to know the whereabouts of your brother, right?" Damn it. Mei Shui gritted her teeth. This guy was incredibly dangerous. What was his purpose in approaching her master? She should have killed him here. Yet, when will you tell me about my brother's whereabouts? Mei Shui asked in a low voice, thinking that once Gu Yan revealed this information, she would eliminate him at the first opportunity. Gu Yan, of course, was aware of this, so he shook his head. "Let me think. Since you possess such skills, let's do it this way." Gu Yan raised 5 fingers, smiling at Mei Shui. "You do 5 things for me, and he'll tell you about your brother's whereabouts. How about it? Of course, I won't ask you to do anything that would harm your organization." Upon hearing this, Mei Shui fell silent for a moment. 5 tasks. Did he see her strength? Did he want her to kill someone? Oh right. Mei Shui suddenly recalled that her master had previously instructed her to eliminate any factors from the Gu family that posed a threat to Gu Yan. But before she could start investigating, she had already been exposed to Gu Yan's view. It seemed that he wanted her to deal with the unfavorable elements from the Gu family against him. With this thought, Mei Shui nodded, her voice cold. "All right, I hope you keep your word." Upon hearing this response, a cold light flickered deep in Gu Yan's eyes, yet he smiled on the surface naturally. This subordinate really was just like in the original work. Willing to conceal information from Qingqiu and even act against her for the sake of her brother. But it's fine. I will make Mei Shui a loyal subordinate. Inside the car, Mei Shui has already left. Gu Yan's expression turned remarkably calm, and a hint of an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. As the most trusted subordinate of Leng Qingqiu, Mei Xue knew far too much. To avoid repeating the plot of the original story, he had to take some preventive measures against her. However, that method is rather cruel. I hope Miss Mei won't break down and cry when the time comes. All right. Gu Yan suddenly remembered the wound on his neck and reached out to touch it, intending to make a simple treatment. But, edge. Gu Yan let out a light exclamation and quickly looked up at the rearview mirror. Just as he felt the wound on his neck had actually vanished. Gu Yan was momentarily stunned. What is going on here? However, he quickly reacted, suspecting it was probably related to the cosmic pure love art he was practicing. It seemed this technique had many effects he was unaware of. Just from this wound, healing it appeared to be. So could it be that this technique really only strengthens the body? Gu Yan sighed, recalling how he could still be injured earlier. This technique did not make him impervious to blades and arrows, and looking at how it could heal his wounds. It seemed this technique was more like a type of healing support. Could it be? Gu Yan felt a bit helpless, wondering if he was destined to be a support for Leng Qingqiu. But, Gu Yan thought for a moment what he was doing now was indeed what a good support should do. Yes, that's right. Let Leng Qingqiu steadily grow stronger, while all the other matters are left to me. As soon as Gu Yan thought of Leng Qingqiu, he felt a discomfort all over his body, as if ants were crawling on him. Hiss. No, I need to hurry back. Gu Yan's face revealed an expression of anticipation. He hadn't seen Qingqiu all day. Since it's not too late, he should hurry to the Leng family and have a good time together. At this moment in the Leng family, the aunt who cooked had finished cleaning and left. The two sisters of the Leng family rarely sat together on the living room sofa. Sister, that bastard Gu actually left me at the school gate for several hours. After all this effort, the one who came was still his butler. What did he say? He said his young master had matters to attend to. Leng Linger complained angrily to the expressionless Leng Qingqiu, who understands what the family is going through. It's a completely baffling incident. That dogman claimed he would pick me up from school every day. Yet it's only the second day and he left me alone at the school gate. He wasn't even there when they came to pick me up. Sister, when brother-in-law gets back, you must have a good talk with him. Leng Linger shouted. On Leng Qingqiu's side, she listened to Leng Linger's words with a blank expression. Her hands were tightly clenched together. Inside, she was not as calm as she appeared. Gu Yan hadn't come to see me all day. He didn't even pick up Linger after school this afternoon. What's going on? What is he doing? Why hasn't he come back yet? Alright, he doesn't actually live in our house. He just stayed here because it was too late before. So where did he actually go? Why didn't he tell me what he was doing? Was Linger picked up by the butler after school? The butler said he was still busy. Busy with what? Is it because of the internal matters of the Gu family? Didn't I ask Mei Xue to investigate who in the Gu family might be a threat to Gu Yan? Why hasn't Mei Xue informed me of any news? Leng Qingqiu never considered that Gu Yan might be doing something wrong to her outside. After all, hearing the affectionate tone Gu Yan used when he confessed to her, she found it hard to imagine he would seek other women. At that moment, Leng Linger happened to switch to a melodramatic romance channel. Macy, I've told you long ago that this man's affection for you is all an act. Look, he hasn't come back so late, always saying he's busy, but isn't it just him being caught on a date with another woman? I don't believe Jack would do something like that. Don't believe it. Just look, even though he writes poetry and sings for you every day saying he loves you, a man is still a man who once he gets you, he'll get tired of you. This photo is the best evidence. He might be at a hotel with some woman right now. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, why not call and ask? I'll call. Leng Qingqiu. Listening to the voices from the TV program, she who was originally calm felt a little flustered now. Wait. Why does this situation mentioned on TV sound so familiar? Writing poetry, singing songs, always saying he loves me. Now that they had confirmed their relationship, he seemed to be saying he was very busy. Oh no, could it really be that way? Leng Qingqiu's heart began to fill with unease. Meanwhile, Leng Linger found the show quite boring and scoffed at the tasteless program. What a stupid show. Saying this, she was about to change the channel. But, smack. Leng Qingqiu forcefully held down her hand that was trying to change the channel. Wait. Let me hear how they call. Leng Linger was confused. Sister? You like this kind of drama? She felt like she had discovered a new world. Her sister, who usually only read and studied, was actually interested in TV programs. Although her sister couldn't see the TV screen, Leng Qingqiu felt embarrassed, but the plot of this TV program was indeed too similar to her current situation, making her unable to help but want to know what was happening next. You don't understand, just ignore it. Leng Qingqiu said coldly. Oh. Leng Linger was startled, closing her mouth and shaking beside her. Sorry, Linger, but I really want to know what happens next with Macy and Jack. Leng Qingqiu thought to herself. The next moment, the sound of a phone call came from inside the room. Then, Macy, what are you doing? Jack, why does your voice sound a bit strange? What are you doing? Me? Oh, I'm not doing anything, babe, don't overthink it. Then why does your voice sound so tired? I'm running, Macy. Night running is a normal thing, isn't it? Now everything seemed normal, but the next second, another voice came through on the phone. Oh, Jack, who are you on the phone with? Jackie, how can there be a woman's voice? May see. You have to let me explain. The subsequent plot made Leng Qingqiu unable to continue listening. Her body gradually stiffened. No, it can't be. Leng Qingqiu's heart felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Guyan wouldn't have done something like this, would he? No way, no way. Beside her, Linger took this opportunity to say, "Sister, this Jack is truly despicable. He clearly has a beautiful wife at home, yet he still goes out to fool around. Is it just because his wife is physically disabled that he would despise her? Thank goodness brother-in-law isn't like that. Sister." Leng Linger noticed that her sister had become a bit abnormal. She didn't know when, but her sister had slowly lowered her head, and even her expression began to change. Leng Linger's words echoed in Leng Qingqiu's mind. Fooling around, being unfaithful, despising her disability. Ah, I understand now. Guyan must have gotten tired of me after he had me, and because he despised me for being blind, he went to find other women. Clearly they had just confirmed their relationship. So, since that's the case, then I will. Just as Leng Qingqiu's mind began to contemplate something dangerous, the next second, the door squeaked open. "Ah, sorry, I'm late. There were just too many things today. A friend's mother is in the hospital, and I was busy over there for half the day." Guyan's voice came through. Guyan originally thought that by this time the Cold family's gate should have been firmly closed. Unexpectedly, it was still open. Oh, what good fortune. And even more fortunate was that he immediately spotted Cold Qingqiu sitting on the sofa in the living room. His eyes lit up, and he dashed over in a flash. With remarkable skill, he squeezed in beside Cold Qingqiu, then grabbed her arm, and leaned his face close, saying, "Qingqiu, my dear Qingqiu, I missed you so much. You have no idea how tiring my day has been. For you I have sacrificed far too much. Putting on a smile in front of others has been excruciating for me. But perhaps this is what a mature man should feel, as a sense of family responsibility." Guyan felt he was truly magnificent. Although he had spent the entire day mentally drained, just returning home and touching Cold Qingqiu made him feel blissfully overwhelmed. Cold Linger looked at Guyan, who had suddenly rushed over and tightly embraced her elder sister with a face full of disdain. She shouted, "Stinky fish Gu, you still know how to come back. You made me wait so long at the school gate today. Did you go play with your friends? Tell me, who was that friend? Male or female?" Cold Linger glared at Guyan. If Guyan didn't explain himself today, she vowed to whisper sweet nothings into Cold Qingqiu's ear. Guyan, who already felt a bit guilty for forgetting to pick up Cold Linger today, coughed awkwardly and said, "Ah, sorry, I was just too busy today. Next time I'll treat you to McDonald's and milk tea, okay?" Cold Linger had been angry, but upon hearing this her eyes lit up. "Really? Hooray, you're the best brother-in-law." After saying this, she happily settled down to watch television. That little brat. Guyan looked at Cold Linger, whose expression had changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. However, he realized that Qingqiu had been unusually quiet. He lowered his head to look at Cold Qingqiu. "Qingqiu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy that I'm here?" Guyan looked at Cold Qingqiu, who wore a rather peculiar expression, with curiosity. She seemed to be in a state between normal and abnormal. In any case, it made Guyan feel strange, as if something had happened to her. Cold Qingqiu's mind was filled with the plot of the television drama she had just watched. All that talk about being busy and tired about friends and mothers in the hospital. It's all a lie. With this thought, Cold Qingqiu coldly shook off Guyan's arm, her expression icy as she said, "Go away." Guyan slowly typed out 3 question marks, looking in shock at Cold Qingqiu, who had turned her head away from him. What was going on? She was angry. Guyan immediately understood it must be because he hadn't come by all day. Such anger was only natural. Who wouldn't be upset after just confirming a relationship and then not showing up for a day? Although he wasn't sure if this was exactly why Cold Qingqiu was upset, he still said, "Qingqiu, I'm sorry." Guyan activated his passive apology skill. Cold Qingqiu initially wanted to hear Guyan's explanation. However, once she heard his apologetic tone, a wave of sadness and grievance surged within her. She never expected that Guyan would actually do something to hurt her. While she was secretly having Mei Shui help Guyan clear out unfavorable factors, it turned out it was all just her own wishful thinking. Cold Qingqiu thought she had finally developed feelings for a male, but now she realized that outsiders would always betray her. Ah, Cold Qingqiu, you truly cannot be like a normal girl. You will ultimately only walk the path of revenge in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Cold Qingqiu took a deep breath, suppressing the sadness in her heart, and said, "You don't need to say anything more. Since you've done this, there's nothing left to say between us." "No, I want to say." Guyan shook his head and pressed down on Cold Qingqiu's shoulders. Cold Qingqiu felt an overwhelming sadness. Did this person still want to humiliate her? She angrily faced Guyan and shouted, "I don't want to listen." "You have to listen." "I don't want to." "You must." "Why must I?" "Because I like you. So I need to apologize to you." "You? At this time you still have the nerve to say this, eh?" "Yes, exactly, because it's this time. That's why I want to say it." Guyan and Cold Qingqiu's voices grew louder. Cold Linger, who was watching from the side, felt a bit afraid to stay there any longer. She gulped as she looked at the two who seemed to be about to argue. Is this what a couple arguing looks like?" No, I'm just a high school senior. Can I really watch this? Cold Linger covered her eyes with her hands, but still couldn't help peeking through her fingers. She saw Guyan take a deep breath and sincerely say to Cold Qingqiu, Qingqiu, I'm sorry. I have a female friend named Wang Yulan. Her mother was in a car accident and is hospitalized at the Zhanghai hospital run by my family. For the sake of emotions and reason, I had to go visit her as she's been through a lot, losing her father at a young age, and her mother has been in a vegetative state for 6 months due to a car accident lying in the hospital. She works several jobs a day, and after borrowing from relatives and friends, she barely manages to keep her mother receiving treatment. I only found out about this yesterday, and I didn't want to hide it from you, Qingqiu. I paid off her debts because with her ability, she could never repay the millions in medical expenses. But her mother is a wonderful teacher. I can't just watch her mother die because of unpaid medical bills. I also don't want to not do something that would be a simple act of kindness for me. I'm sorry, Qingqiu, I didn't want to tell you fearing you would misunderstand. However, I still want to explain the reason for my late return. Guyan's explanation left both Cold Qingqiu and Cold Linger stunned. Cold Linger looked at Guyan, unsure why he seemed to radiate a saintly glow. With teary eyes she thought, brother-in-law. I initially thought you were a bad person, but it turns out you're actually a good person. Cold Qingqiu was also in shock. She never expected it to be this way. For a moment she felt a bit embarrassed, her tone stammering as she said, you. Cold Qingqiu couldn't find her words and simply lowered her head weakly, saying, I'm sorry. I didn't know. No worries. Guyan interrupted, gazing affectionately at Cold Qingqiu, and as she was lost in thought, he declared loudly, Qingqiu, I like you too. Qingqiu, I love you. I'm sucking so much. Guyan buried his head in Cold Qingqiu's embrace and began to inhale deeply. What are you doing? Linger is still watching. The misunderstanding cleared. Cold Qingqiu's heart raced at Guyan's sudden action. Oh no, I can't get too excited. What if Guyan hears that my heart is racing too fast? She's just a child and doesn't understand. Cold Linger. I'm going back, Qingqiu. Oh, just go then. Why are you telling me? Haha, I just like you like this, Qingqiu. You. Cold Qingqiu felt anger rise within her, but before she could teach Guyan a lesson, he had already sped away in his car. Listening to the sound of the car that had already driven away, she helplessly shook her head. No, Qingqiu. Why do you lose control of your emotions every time you are in front of this man? You are the king of night. As a king, one should not let so many emotions gather within oneself. It would affect the judgment in many matters. Sigh. Cold Qingqiu covered her chest, her expression becoming quite complex. What about herself? Have I really developed feelings for Guyan? If I haven't, then how can I explain today's events? When Guyan didn't come, her heart was filled with anxiety and unease. She was deeply afraid he might do something unforgivable outside. But when he returned, a joy appeared in her heart that she could hardly imagine. Why is it that just because Guyan is by her side, just because of that she feels happy? It's infuriating. Why is it like this? I shouldn't be this kind of person. Cold Qingqiu took a deep breath to calm herself down. No. Maybe this is not love at all, but a different kind of feeling. Something akin to that between a master and a servant. Yes, it must be that. Because I am the king of night, I can't tolerate the betrayal of my subordinates. That's why I feel uneasy about Guyan not reporting his whereabouts when he's not by my side. It's not due to some ridiculous reason of liking Guyan. Cold Qingqiu's expression became incredibly confident as she believed she had found the truth. Exactly. It must be so. Just then Cold Linger also came out, rubbing her hands together against the cold. Upon seeing Cold Qingqiu, she shouted, Sister. Guyan said he wants to treat me to McDonald's. Do you want some? I can bring you some next time. Upon hearing this, Cold Qingqiu instinctively frowned after stepping out of her thoughts and said, Linger, how many times have I told you? Guyan is your brother-in-law. You shouldn't be so disrespectful to him, calling him a small fish. Also, you should sleep late tonight. Finish your math problems before sleeping. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so take it seriously. After saying this, she ignored Cold Linger's dazed expression and continued to think as she walked back into the house. Her expression became incredibly confident. So that's it, I understand everything. This is not really about liking Guyan, but rather as compensation for the future when I will take over the Gu family. I am reluctantly staying with Guyan. What a ridiculous farce. How could I possibly like Guyan? With everything figured out, Cold Qingqiu's mood improved greatly. By the way, Guyan seems to have mentioned before leaving that he wants to visit a friend's mother tomorrow. TSK. What a headstrong guy. Cold Qingqiu frowned slightly, wondering who that female friend named Wang Yulan was and why Guyan needed to accompany her. Clearly Guyan had already helped her pay off her debts, yet she still wanted Guyan to do this and that. What a shameless person. No, I need to let Mei Shui investigate the situation. Holding on to an unknown feeling, Cold Qingqiu leaned on her cane and went upstairs, leaving Cold Linger alone in the cold wind, stunned. Ugh, sister, you've changed. You've become a stranger. Cold family study. The atmosphere felt slightly strange at this moment. Cold Qingqiu sat at the desk, while beside her stood Mei Shui, who had been observing the situation from the rooftop. Mei Shui's expression was very complex as she witnessed her master personally sending Guyan off. The way the two interacted left her feelings in turmoil. Especially knowing that Gu Yan was outside being affectionate with another woman today, her feelings became even more complicated. Does the master know about Gu Yan looking for women outside? If not, should I remind her? Clearly she could immediately tell her master that Gu Yan was seeking another woman outside. She was certain that if her master knew about this, she would order her to kill Gu Yan at once. But, no, if I tell my master and she demands Gu Yan's death, then I won't be able to get any news about my brother. I can't do that. But if I don't say anything, does that mean I'm betraying my master? Mei Shui clenched her fists tightly, her expression incredibly complex. One side was her brother, and the other was her master. Mei Shui found herself in a difficult position. Just then Leng Qingqiu spoke up. Mei Shui. Yes. Mei Shui jumped in surprise, and quickly replied. Leng Qingqiu ignored her slightly flustered tone, and continued. Is Gu Yan with someone named Wang Yulan today? Mei Shui's heart jolted. What? Does the master know? Mei Shui's eyes widened in panic, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her face. The king of night truly is the king of night. Can she know everything in the world, even at home? What should I do now? Mei Shui clenched her fists, steeling herself to reply softly, yes. Gu Yan, it's not that I don't help you, but my master is too perceptive. Right now I can't even guarantee my own life. On Leng Qingqiu's side, upon hearing Mei Shui's acknowledgement, she felt no surprise. After all, she had sent Mei Shui to investigate the adverse factors concerning the Gu family for Gu Yan, so it was quite normal for her to also check what Gu Yan was doing. Now the question arises. What is Gu Yan doing with that woman? When Leng Qingqiu asked this question, she felt a bit nervous. It wasn't that she didn't trust Gu Yan, it was simply a psychological phenomenon. It's like when you ask someone a question and receive an answer, you still choose to ask the same question to another person. Only when the answers are consistent do you feel completely at ease. What is he doing? Mei Shui fell silent, feeling deeply conflicted. Should I say or should I not? Should I tell about Gu Yan and that woman hugging? Is my master testing my loyalty? But what if it's not? If I say everything, won't Gu Yan be doomed? Then I won't be able to get news about my brother. Mei Shui was caught in a mental storm, but soon a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. No, she would have to take a gamble. Master Gu Yan went to Zhanghai Hospital to visit Wang Yulan's mother. During that time, he sent his butler to pick up Miss Linger. Then he continued to visit Wang Yulan's mother in the evening. Mei Shui said, her body trembling slightly. She hadn't lied, but there were many details she hadn't mentioned. For example, Gu Yan had specially arranged for an actor to block Wang Yulan, and she had acted as the hero to save the beauty at the last moment. Not to mention that Gu Yan had personally sent Wang Yulan home, etc. But to prevent her master from killing Gu Yan, she chose to conceal some key details. Next, it would be left to fate. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. Leng Qingqiu said nothing, and Mei Shui kept her head down, not daring to speak. She was afraid, wondering if her master was angry. What she did not expect was that on Leng Qingqiu's side, upon hearing that Mei Shui's words matched Gu Yan's statement, her mood inexplicably became even more comfortable, even causing her lips to slightly curve up, though she quickly suppressed it. After all, Mei Shui was still there. Thinking of this, she bypassed the topic and asked, "Alright, so has there been any progress regarding the Dragon King's Hall? How strong is that so-called young master of the Dragon King's Hall?" Leng Qingqiu would not forget her revenge just because she was with Gu Yan. Upon hearing that Leng Qingqiu did not continue to question about Gu Yan, Mei Shui felt a wave of relief. She quickly replied, "Master Shaolin is currently working as a security guard at TNI Pharmaceutical. TNI Pharmaceutical is on the verge of bankruptcy. So many people have gathered to protest in front of the company. I've sent someone to test their background amidst the chaos tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu nodded, but wondered why TNI Pharmaceutical felt so familiar. Whose enterprise is TNI Pharmaceutical? Master, it belongs to the Shen family, currently managed by the eldest daughter Shen Wan'er. Oh, it's her. Hearing this name, Leng Qingqiu's expression turned extremely cold. She didn't know what she was thinking, and after a long time she said lightly, "You can leave." Mei Shui felt as if she had been pardoned, saying yes. Gu family. In the bedroom on the 5th floor, Gu Yan's parents were looking out the window through binoculars with serious expressions. When they saw a black car speeding towards them from afar, Gu Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put down the binoculars and turned to his wife, complaining, "Morong, take a look. This brat coming back later each day. Who knows where he's been fooling around?" Su Morong also put down the binoculars and, hearing her husband's words, looked at him kindly and said, "Yin Yin is Yin Yin, and you are you. I still haven't scolded you about that matter with President Liu from Xinxin Technology today. Liu Shuqing practically had her face glued to yours." Su Morong reached out and pinched Gu Tianming's cheek, threatening, "You have a good relationship with President Liu, but I didn't know you were acquainted with my good friend." Gu Tianming, sweating, said, "Wife, you're wronged. At that time I was negotiating a contract. How did I know she showed up? I swear I only love you. I don't care. I'm very unhappy. You can't sleep in the bedroom tonight." On Gu Yan's side, he hummed a song as he returned home. However, as soon as he entered, he saw his father sitting on the sofa on the 1st floor, looking utterly disheartened. Gu Yin couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, saying, "Dad, I told you not to make Mom angry. Look, you can only sleep on the first floor now, right?" Hearing this, Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yin with embarrassment. "You brat. How dare you say that? You've forgotten your family after getting a wife. Look at the time." Gu Tianming thought, "If I can't handle Su Morong, can I not handle you?" Gu Yin pouted. "For young people, this time is just the beginning of nightlife. But Dad, you might be a bit slow on that front." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianming's face twisted in anger. "Are you implying that I'm old? You brat. You. Don't you dare walk away. Hee Dad, you might as well stay on the first floor and reflect on your actions. I'm going to sleep in the big bed." Gu Yin laughed heartily and dashed upstairs. Gu Tianming, watching Gu Yin slip away, angrily sat back down on the sofa. He grabbed a blanket and muttered, "This brat is really grown up and doesn't fear his father anymore." However, as he continued to grumble, Gu Tianming's expression softened. "But how long has it been since we last talked like this?" "It must have been several years." Gu Tianming pondered. His son has indeed grown up. Gu Yin, having washed up, lay on the long-lost soft bed. As he recalled his interactions with Leng Qingqiu, the fatigue of the day seemed to vanish. Thinking of Leng Qingqiu's face, he couldn't help but smile. Gu Yin hugged a pillow and playfully rolled around, saying, "Qingqiu, Qingqiu, ha." He was very happy because he could feel that today Qingqiu loved him more than ever. Hey, how did Gu Yin notice this? Purely a man's sixth sense. By the way, system, check my pure love points. Gu Yin called out to the system while lying on the bed. The next second, a buzzing sound echoed. A panel appeared. Pure love points, 312 points. Seeing this number, Gu Yin smiled even wider. Very good. That should be enough to exchange for that item. And considering the time, Shen Wan'er should be coming to beg for mercy soon. Gu Yin opened the item interface and found an item worth 300 points. Destruction liquid. Price 300 points. Description: a deadly assassination potion developed by an ancient assassination family. Due to its brutal methods, this family was destroyed by righteous people within a few years. Effect: after the user consumes it, it will cause the target with whom they have deep interaction to lose all their cultivation. After reading the description and confirming there were no issues, Gu Yin chose to exchange. In the next second, a small purple bottle appeared in Gu Yin's hand. Holding it, information about the destruction liquid automatically appeared. The greatest assurance is here. Gu Yin's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of mischief. Although the method is despicable, as long as it can deal with Shaolin, it's all worth it. Indeed, this bottle of destruction liquid is colorless and tasteless, and the user will not experience any issues. However, once someone engages in deep conversation with the user, then the target will have their meridians severed and their cultivation will be lost. This can be considered the most vicious assassination method. Haha. Gu Yin displayed a malicious expression, thinking that according to the plot, Shaolin should have already met Shen Wan'er. If all goes well, he must have been deeply attracted by Shen Wan'er's looks and demeanor. But this works in his favor. I really look forward to seeing your expression, Shaolin, when you fall from heaven to hell. Gu Yin grinned wickedly, and then put away the destruction liquid. Time to sleep. Tomorrow he needs to quickly raise his favorability with Wang Yulan. Then go and snuggle with Qingqiu. The next morning, in the Yulan community at Wang Yulan's home. After a night of reflection, Wang Yulan felt that her words to Shaolin the previous night were too harsh. Therefore, her attitude towards Shaolin had softened slightly in the morning. After all, considering how Shaolin had helped her drive away the thugs, he was indeed a kind-hearted person. The harsh words she used to disparage Gu Yin last night were likely due to her fear of being deceived. She too had been impulsive and had spoken too strongly. Beautiful sister, are you going to work today? Would you like me to give you a ride? My boss lent me a little electric scooter. Shaolin also noticed that Wang Yulan's attitude towards him had become much more gentle than the previous night. He also started to act playfully. Well, Wang Yulan paused for a moment upon hearing this. The place where she worked was quite far from her home, and she usually walked to the bus stop to take the bus. However, using the electric scooter would only take about 20 minutes. Thinking of this, Wang Yulan hesitated and asked, "But Shaolin, if you give me a ride, won't you be late for work? Today should be your second day at work, right?" Hearing this, Shaolin's face lit up with joy. This was great. It seemed like the beautiful sister wanted him to give her a ride. At that moment, with her sitting behind him, their bodies would be pressed against each other as the speed picked up. No, our boss is really nice. I think it must be because I am so charming and handsome that my boss decided to lend me an electric scooter. Shaolin rubbed his nose and chuckled. When he mentioned his boss, the image of Shen Wan'er popped into his mind. She was simply his type. I see, then that's fine. Thank you, Shaolin. Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan nodded in agreement. Haha, this is wonderful. On the surface, Shaolin remained calm, but inside, he was laughing wildly. A moment later, at the bottom of the community building, Shaolin walked ahead, turning back to say, "Beautiful sister, let me tell you, our boss is a great beauty and particularly nice. On my first day at work, I earned her favor by helping her deal with some troublemakers." Wang Yulan initially listened without much thought, but as she heard Shaolin mention troublemakers, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Everyone is equal, and there are reasons behind every conflict. How could there be such a term as troublemakers? For a moment she lost interest in what Xiaolin was saying. Xiaolin noticed that Wang Yulan did not seem inclined to continue listening, and he chuckled awkwardly. Just as he was about to change the subject suddenly, he saw Wang Yulan's expression change to one of surprise, and even a hint of joy. What's going on? Xiaolin was taken aback and followed Wang Yulan's gaze. He saw a luxury car parked at the entrance of the community. At the same time, a handsome and extraordinary man stepped down from the car. Hi, good morning, Yulan. Gu Yan leaned against the car and extended his hand with a smile to greet Wang Yulan. Today he wore a fashionable gray coat with a high-neck sweater underneath, paired with fitted jeans. His good looks and aura combined with the enhancement from his cultivation technique gave his physique a desirable muscular appearance. This made Wang Yulan's heart race. Hearing Gu Yan's words, she quickened her pace, bypassed Xiaolin, and walked up to Gu Yan. With a cheerful expression she asked in surprise, "How did you end up here?" Gu Yan shrugged and smiled. "I remember you saying that your workplace is quite far from home. So I happen to have nothing to do, so I came to give you a ride." Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan covered her mouth and smiled. "Are you for real? You came all this way for me. Have you eaten breakfast?" "No, I was afraid that if I ate I would miss you." You have to eat breakfast. By the way," Wang Yulan suddenly thought of something, and took out a wrapped rice ball from her bag, handing it to Gu Yan. "Here you go." Gu Yan took the rice ball, and seeing the expectant look on Wang Yulan's face, he teasingly asked, "This rice ball wasn't made by you, was it, Yulan?" Hearing this, Wang Yulan felt a bit shy. "Yes, why? Do you think my cooking is bad so you don't want to eat it?" "Haha, how could that be?" Gu Yan laughed heartily, pretending to want to eat it. It seemed like he had noticed something, as if he had just seen Xiaolin standing behind Wang Yulan. He feigned surprise and asked, "Yulan, who is this behind you?" Xiaolin had been silently standing at the back. His expression turned extremely ugly the moment Gu Yan appeared. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy and anger as he glared at Gu Yan, who was chatting and laughing with Wang Yulan. That damned rich guy. Xiaolin felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction as he watched Wang Yulan become so happy just because Gu Yan showed up. Their conversation seemed very natural, and Wang Yulan appeared very happy. Gu Yan's clothes looked expensive, while Wang Yulan's clothes, though faded from washing, were clean. Only he, having previously not cared about such things, was still wearing that dirty and torn outfit from the mountains. Initially he did not think there was anything wrong with his attire, as he had always worn it in the mountains. But now he felt like he stood out awkwardly compared to the two of them. Xiaolin felt annoyed and frustrated. He realized that he seemed like an outsider. How despicable. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Wang Yulan also realized that Xiaolin was still behind her. Not knowing whether it was out of fear of Gu Yan misunderstanding or something else, she hurriedly explained, feeling a bit flustered. This is a friend who helped me before. Since it's his first time in Shanghai, and he has no place to stay, I let him stay in my attic." Meanwhile, Xiaolin, hearing Wang Yulan's fervent explanation, felt even more displeased with Gu Yan. He stared at Gu Yan, and without waiting for Wang Yulan to introduce his name, stepped forward, slightly raised his head, and coldly said, "My name is Xiaolin." Gu Yan glanced at the original male lead standing before him, and found it somewhat amusing. As expected, he was just like the character in the original story, a hot-headed youth with no brains. Impulsive and easily angered, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, he would probably have died countless times at the hands of Leng Qingqiu. Wang Yulan noticed that Xiaolin's attitude was off as she tugged at him, and said, "Xiaolin, what are you doing?" Wang Yulan was somewhat worried that Gu Yan would be angry because of this, but to her surprise, Gu Yan shook his head, extended his hand to Xiaolin, and with a friendly expression said, "Hello Xiaolin, my name is Gu Yan. Since you are Yulan's friend, you are also my friend." Seeing this scene, Wang Yulan felt a sigh of relief. It was truly wonderful that Gu Yan was not angry. She feared a conflict between the two, uncertain of whom to support. However, in comparing them, her impression of Gu Yan improved significantly. Xiaolin also noticed that Wang Yulan's gaze towards Gu Yan grew kinder. He felt a surge of anger. How detestable. He looked up at Gu Yan, who was smiling, but having trained for many years and fought against ferocious beasts in the mountains, he could clearly sense something. Beneath Gu Yan's smile lay a malice more sinister than that of the most ravenous beasts. Indeed, Xiaolin was on high alert. From the moment he first laid eyes on Gu Yan, he could feel the blatant hostility directed towards him from the other. Although Gu Yan tried to conceal it, the thick aura of malice was still detectable. This man was very dangerous. Xiaolin assessed Gu Yan, concluding that his intentions towards Wang Yulan were certainly not pure. So, he gazed at Gu Yan's outstretched hand. "If you seek death, then don't blame me for giving you a taste of hardship." With that thought, Xiaolin also reached out and grasped Gu Yan's hand, his eyes fixed on Gu Yan as he coldly said, "Your name is Gu Yan, right? I have no intention of being friends with you. But I advise you to keep your little schemes to yourself and stay away from Yulan." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan feigned surprise, saying, "What are you talking about?" "My own little schemes." His expression became somewhat awkward as he looked at Wang Yulan, who also wore an unpleasant expression, saying, Yulan, did your friend misunderstand something? Should I explain?" Wang Yulan shook her head, taking a deep breath as she spoke to Xiaolin with a more serious tone. "Xiaolin." Gu Gu Yan is my mother's student. How could he have any ulterior motives towards me? What you said is incredibly disrespectful. Shaolin, apologize to me. Apologize. To this man. Shaolin felt a surge of anger at Wang Yulan's words. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Gu Yan, thinking this man actually uses such acting to deceive Yulan. Good, since it's come to this, I'll make you suffer a bit. With that thought, Shaolin tightened his grip on Gu Yan's hand. He held on tighter. Gu Yan, on the other hand, felt Shaolin's grip gradually intensifying. However, it was as if some energy was blocking the force of that grip, so Gu Yan didn't feel much of anything. Yet for the sake of his plan, he feigned a painful expression and said, Shaolin, you need to loosen your grip. You're gripping too hard. Huff. Gu Yan's face turned pale as he twisted his body, crawling against the car door, but Shaolin did not loosen his grip. Seeing Gu Yan's miserable appearance made Shaolin's previous frustration dissipate. Ha. Serves you right. A commoner should act like a commoner. How could a mere mortal be compared to a genius like me? Meanwhile, Wang Yulan, witnessing Gu Yan's state, was momentarily scared pale, quickly rushing over to support Gu Yan's arm. Then she angrily reprimanded Shaolin, who still held Gu Yan's hand, and even appeared to be smiling, saying, Shaolin, let go of him now. Are you trying to kill Gu Yan? Upon hearing this, Shaolin quickly released his grip, realizing he had gone too far. After all, Gu Yan was just an ordinary person. With his grip, it was highly likely that Gu Yan's bones would be broken. However, seeing Wang Yulan protect Gu Yan like this only made Shaolin feel even more displeased, saying, Yulan, don't keep defending him. This man Gu Yan is a scum. The stench of malice coming from him nearly makes me want to vomit. You better not. Slap. The sound abruptly stopped. Thud. Thud. Shaolin felt his brain throb, and his cheeks burned painfully. What just happened? I was slapped. He looked incredulously at Wang Yulan, who still had her hand raised after slapping his left cheek. Wang Yulan's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked disappointedly at Shaolin, saying, Shaolin, you've gone too far. I never thought you were this kind of person. I truly misjudged you. I didn't do anything. Gu Yan is truly a bad person. Yulan staying by his side will definitely be miserable. Shaolin's expression was a bit dazed. He couldn't believe that the beautiful sister would say such words to him. Shaolin, I am very grateful that you saved me earlier, but I cannot let you insult my mother's student like this. I didn't insult. Shaolin reached out, wanting to explain something. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Gu Yan's expression. From a perspective only he could see, Gu Yan was actually smirking with malicious glee, his derision unmasked. In an instant. Boom. Oh, you hypocritical jerk. Get away from Yulan. Go to hell. Shaolin was instantly blinded by rage and charged at Gu Yan, fists raised. Meanwhile, Wang Yulan, seeing this scene, screamed in fear, Shaolin, what are you doing? Without time to think, Wang Yulan rushed in front of Gu Yan. Bang. Cough. Shaolin's fist didn't hit Gu Yan, but instead struck Yulan. Why, oi? Shaolin looked pale as he gazed at Wang Yulan, who stood protectively in front of Gu Yan. She suddenly charged out, and although he tried to lessen the force in a moment of panic, he still hit her back. She was just an ordinary person taking his punch. Yulan, are you okay? Shaolin trembled as he stepped forward, wanting to check on Wang Yulan's injuries. However, slap. Gu Yan reached out and swatted away Shaolin's hand. His previously pale face was now filled with indignation, expressing, look at what you've done. You bastard. I never imagined there was such a scum around Yulan. Yulan, are you alright? Gu Yan hurriedly supported the trembling Wang Yulan, whose face was drained of color. I am fine. Wang Yulan endured the severe pain, took a deep breath, and pulled Gu Yan's arm, her face pale, as she turned to Shaolin. Seeing his panic-pale expression, she weakly shook her head, her tone filled with disappointment, saying, Shaolin, you should move out of my house today. I cannot allow someone like you to live in my house. Wang Yulan's fondness for Shaolin dissipated at this moment. She was utterly disappointed in him. That punch was no different from a death sentence. Thankfully, it struck her. Seeing him, that punch was clearly aimed at Gu Yan's face. This kind of dangerous person, I absolutely cannot allow him to stay with me any longer. Yulan, I'll take you to the hospital. Gu Yan assisted Wang Yulan into the car, feeling quite amused in his heart. Who would have thought? The progress came so quickly, like a tornado, it was beyond my imagination. What? Shaolin was stunned upon hearing this. He reached out, wanting to explain something. But Wang Yulan had already gotten into the car with Gu Yan. Boom. The car started and disappeared from Shaolin's sight in an instant. He stood there dazed, not understanding what he had done wrong. He merely wanted the beautiful sister to not stay beside that dangerous man. What exactly did I do wrong? Shaolin murmured to himself. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Mei Shui frowned as she observed the entire process. She looked at the dazed Shaolin, who hung his head. Is this really the future heir of the Dragon King Palace? How can he be so deeply affected by a woman? However, Gu Yan is truly impressive, managing without lifting a finger to shatter the mindset of the heir of the Dragon King Palace. Wait a minute. Mei Shui shook her head. Gu Yan didn't even know this person was the young master of the Dragon King Palace. It was really just a lucky coincidence. Alright, It seems this young master is nothing special. Let my subordinates test him casually. Jianghai Hospital. In a luxurious single room. Where is this? On the hospital bed, Wang Yulan slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling somewhat dazed. Wang Yulan remembered that she seemed to have lost consciousness midway due to excruciating pain. Am I in the hospital? Did Gu Yin bring me here? Are you feeling better? At that moment, a voice beside her that brought her comfort rang out. Wang Yulan turned her head to see Gu Yin sitting on a chair looking at her with concern. Seeing this scene, Wang Yulan's heart warmed, and she shook her head saying, I'm fine. As she spoke, her gaze darkened. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Shaolin to be such a person. Wang Yulan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It seemed she had almost put Gu Yin in a precarious situation. If Gu Yin had been beaten by Shaolin in front of her, she feared she would never forgive herself. Hearing this, Gu Yin shook his head and said, I'm fine. But you, after being attacked by that dangerous person, fainted in the car. The doctor said that the back connects to various organs and nerves in the body. Fortunately, that scoundrel Shaolin held back in the end otherwise. Wang Yulan understood how dangerous the situation had been when Gu Yin didn't continue. Thinking about how she had brushed past death, Wang Yulan felt a bit scared. But don't worry, Sister Yulan, I have already reported to the police. They will catch that scoundrel. He will get what he deserves, Gu Yin said with a smile. Police. Wang Yulan was taken aback. Right, we still have the law. This kind of dangerous person must not be allowed to roam free. And about my. Wang Yulan nodded, seeming to think of something, her face showing some hesitation. Seeing her like this, Gu Yin spoke in a reassuring tone, saying, It's okay, I've already spoken to your workplace. Just focus on resting these days. Hearing this, Wang Yulan felt relieved, but she still shook her head saying, No, staying in the hospital is very expensive. I've improved a lot. Gu Yin, I want to handle the discharge procedures. Usually to save costs for her mother's hospital treatment, Wang Yulan had been enduring illnesses with her own body. As she spoke, she tried to sit up, but the movement tugged at her wound. Hiss! The sharp pain made her involuntarily turn pale. Gu Yin quickly pressed her down, saying, Sister Yulan, don't move. Money is not the issue. What's most important now is for you to rest well. No, I. Wang Yulan wanted to struggle to get up, shaking her head anxiously. She wanted to say she didn't have that much money. Moreover, she didn't want Gu Yin to spend money on her. Seeing this, Gu Yin smiled helplessly, making a mock expression of being scared, saying, All right, since that's the case. Then Sister Yulan, just consider that you owe me this money, okay? You can slowly pay me back when you start earning money, how about that? Wang Yulan was slightly taken aback by these words. Looking into Gu Yan's sincere eyes, she saw his genuine concern for her health, and since he had already put it that way, she couldn't refuse any longer. So Wang Yulan nodded and softly said, Time passed second by second, and Gu Yin glanced at the time, feeling it was time to leave. He smiled at Wang Yulan and said, All right, Sister Yulan, focus on your recovery. We'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just call the medical staff. I've already prepaid for your lunch. You don't need to think about anything right now. Just rest quietly. By the way, I've placed your personal belongings on the chair beside you. Listening to Gu Yan's thoughtful care, Wang Yulan felt warm inside. You go ahead, I'm fine here. Wang Yulan nodded. Gu Yin left the ward. Wang Yulan's gaze became increasingly gentle. Gu Yin. She felt as if she hadn't experienced such warmth in a long time. Right. Wang Yulan seemed to remember something, reaching out to grab her cloth bag. She took out a still warm rice ball. Feeling the warmth from it, she let out a sigh of relief. To save costs, her lunch was also made from leftover rice from last night. She had prepared two for herself, but one was given to Gu Yin. You must eat a good breakfast. Wang Yulan held the rice ball in her hand, a hint of happiness curling at the corners of her mouth. I wonder if it suits Gu Yan's taste. Gu Yin meanwhile left the hospital calmly. In his mind, he began planning the next steps. Wang Yulan's favorability should have reached its peak by now. To make further progress, he could only wait for the next plot point. Before that, he needed to find another female lead who would help the protagonist Shaolin in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Yin took out his phone and dialed. Hello, is it Uncle Chun? Oh, it's like this morning at the entrance of Yulin Community, a serious injury incident occurred. A friend of mine was beaten and hospitalized by someone named Shaolin. The injuries are quite severe. They'll catch him soon, right? Good, thank you, Uncle Chun. They'll come over to visit you when I have time. Click. He hung up the phone and hummed a tune as he sat back in his luxury car. Sometimes he just didn't understand. Why do so many novels depict situations that can obviously be resolved using the law, yet those villains insist on charging in without a brain? In urban stories, the male protagonists, according to the law, are mostly violent offenders. This is a civilized society, and people should handle matters in a civilized way. Although, in this world, warriors hold a higher status than ordinary people, and some even surpass the law. Even if Shaolin goes in, he will probably be out soon. However, Gu Yin was more than willing to irritate Shaolin like this. The car started. At that moment, Gu Yan's peripheral vision caught sight of something. It was a rice ball. He smiled, not knowing what he was thinking. Then when he drove by a trash can, he casually threw the rice ball into it. I don't eat rice balls. T&I Pharmaceutical Technology. At this time a group of former employees demanding an explanation was still gathered at the entrance. They were holding banners and shouting angrily with a megaphone. Return my hard-earned money. TNI pharmaceutical technology is inhumane. They deceived us. Pay back. Pay back. We haven't received our salaries for 2 months. Don't think you can run away. Pay back. Pay back. Inside the security room, Zhang Qing looked anxious, staring at Xiaolin, who sat on a chair with a dazed expression as if something had happened. Xiaolin, hurry up and go out. These people have surrounded us already. Zhang Qing didn't know what was wrong with Xiaolin. He had been fine yesterday, so why was he like this today? Why did this happen? Xiaolin was still in a state of self-isolation. His heart was filled with deep suffering and self-reproach. After striking himself with that punch, he wondered how the beautiful sister was doing. Damn it. It's all that man's fault. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Xiaolin's eyes. If it weren't for that man performing in front of the beautiful sister, he wouldn't have acted in such a way. But this is not a deep forest. He absolutely cannot rush over and kill Gu Yan directly, especially since the beautiful sister still didn't know Gu Yan's true face. If he rashly killed the man, it might only make the beautiful sister hate him even more. That's right. He must come up with a way to let the beautiful sister know Gu Yan's true colors. Zhang Qing looked at Xiaolin, who still wore a dazed expression. She stomped her foot in anger and shouted, "Bastard! I told President Shen to talk to you." With that, Zhang Qing stormed towards the building, cursing inwardly that he was such an unreliable man. Meanwhile, while everyone was causing a commotion, several people with strange expressions quietly blended into the crowd. Mei Shui stood in the shadow of a large tree, her eyes covered, yet it seemed she could see the situation at the front door of TNI pharmaceutical technology. Sending these people should be enough, right? She murmured to herself. However, the next moment a mocking voice rang in her ear. Are you really going to let these useless people test Xiaolin's details? Startled, Mei Shui quickly pulled out her dagger and stabbed towards the source of the voice. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce the person, Mei Shui clearly saw their face, or rather, sensed their energy fluctuations. She instinctively frowned. Gu Yan. That's right, it's me. Gu Yan looked at the dagger that was merely 0.01 millimeters from his throat, smiling and nodding. According to the original plot, the first conflict between Leng Qingqiu and the original male protagonist Xiaolin occurred when Xiaolin became the security guard at TNI Pharmaceutical Technology. So he naturally had to come and take a look. Mei Shui expressionlessly put away her dagger and said coldly, "Next time don't sneak up next to me. I'm afraid I won't hold back and might kill you." Haha, my apologies, but I didn't expect Miss Mei to actually fail to sense a mere ordinary person approaching you. Gu Yan shrugged, a hint of enigmatic meaning flashing in his eyes. Oh, the other party couldn't sense him coming. This was rather interesting. Could it be the ability of the cosmic pure love technique? Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Mei Shui naturally did not believe it. You'd better be an ordinary person. As soon as the words fell, some commotion came from the entrance. It turned out that the few people who had mixed into the crowd with strange expressions began to lead the charge. I say, everyone stop just protesting here. It's useless unless we storm into that damn Shen Wan'er's office and talk to her face to face. We must take back a part of what belongs to us. Those with guts, charge in with me. After all, we're here to get paid. It doesn't count as rioting. A man with a scar on his face shouted, holding a protest sign. As soon as he spoke, another man with a strange expression shouted, I agree. I support this. A woman with lip piercings stepped forward, angrily cursing, I want my money. Those with guts, charge in with me. Those without guts don't expect us to help you get your money. Once these words were spoken, everyone no longer hesitated. Charge. They never open the door. They never meet with us. Let's storm in and drag Shen Wan'er out. They roared as they rushed to the railing. Crack. Crack. Using sheer force, the fragile railing broke with a collision. The crowd surged in like ants. Hey, what do you want to do? Don't come in. Do you realize you're committing a crime? A group of security guards changed their expressions, desperately trying to stop them. Outside, Gu Yan watched this scene with no surprise in his eyes. In the original story, although Shen Wan'er's company did not face bankruptcy to test Xiaolin's details, Leng Qingqiu arranged for a group of people to cause a commotion and force Xiaolin to act. However, how much do you look down on the young master of the Dragon King Hall to control a bunch of useless people for testing? Gu Yan chuckled and shook his head. This cannot uncover any details about the other party at all. Upon hearing this, Mei Shui's eyes under the cloth suddenly changed. She clenched her fists tightly. Cold sweat dripped down her back. What? Gu Yan knows her abilities. Does he even know that Xiaolin is from the Dragon King Hall? If before this Mei Shui still thought Gu Yan was just an ordinary person who knew a bit of information, now she completely thought otherwise. Gu Yan is definitely not simple. The other party's strength, it's very likely above her. After all, the biggest reason she couldn't sense Gu Yan's strength is that either he is an ordinary person, or the other party is stronger than her. And if he is stronger than her, doesn't that mean his cultivation must be at least? Thump, thump. Mei Shui was startled at this thought. No wonder Gu Yan knows many hidden things. That turns out he is not simple. So, The other party's intention to approach my master is even more impure. Mei Shui does not believe that someone with Gu Yan's strength would genuinely approach her master out of affection. Huh. No, stay calm, stay calm. Mei Shui took a deep breath trying to calm herself. So according to you, what should I do? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan smiled slightly simple. He pointed at Mei Shui. You act with all your strength. I act. Mei Shui frowned slightly. A mere young master of the Dragon King Hall actually needs me to take action personally and to use all my strength. According to their usual logic, they would typically send some small fry to deal with Shaolin. If the small fry were defeated, they would send stronger ones. If even the stronger ones were defeated, they would send even stronger ones. Only when all the dispatched ones were defeated by Shaolin would it be their turn to take action. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. That's right, but don't think I'm joking. Gu Yan's expression grew increasingly serious. Shaolin's strength is a grandmaster. Upon hearing this boom, Mei Shui's mind went blank. Shaolin's strength is actually a grandmaster. How is that possible? You must know that there are martial artists in this world. Their cultivation levels range from low to high as follows: third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, first-rate martial artists, acquired, innate, grandmaster, great-grandmaster. In this world, very few people can become martial artists. There are probably no more than 10 grandmasters in Huaxia. Moreover, there hasn't been a great grandmaster for thousands of years. It can be said that grandmaster is already the highest level in this world. It is not an exaggeration to say that very few people can become grandmasters. And Gu Yan actually said Shaolin is a grandmaster. A 24-year-old young man. I know Gu Yan seems to be a grandmaster as well given this situation. What is going on? Are grandmasters now so cheap? No wonder, no wonder. After finishing her shock, Mei Shui murmured to herself, no wonder. She could only sense the aura of a first-rate martial artist when checking Shaolin's cultivation. She still wondered how someone like this could become the next heir of the Dragon King Hall. It turns out he was hiding his cultivation. In that case. Alright, I understand. Mei Shui nodded seriously. If facing a grandmaster at the age of 24, then she must give it her all, to try and probe more of the other party's abilities. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile appeared in Gu Yan's eyes. When Shaolin first appeared, he already had the peak standard of a grandmaster in the early stage. His strength was incredibly formidable. Gu Yan had no intention of letting Mei Shui, who currently only had the strength of an early innate, take down the other party. His goal is actually something else. A glint of light shone in Gu Yan's eyes as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This plan is named Operation to Weaken Shaolin's seemingly cheat-like upgrade speed. What? Are you saying that Shaolin refuses to go out? Shen Wan'er listened to the report, and a surge of anger appeared on her face. What is wrong with this new security guard? Weren't they talking fine yesterday? How did it come to this today? Damn it, indeed no man is reliable. Shen Wan'er's expression was grim. Shen looked quickly. At this moment, Zhang Qing seemed to see something from the floor-to-ceiling window, and suddenly shouted in panic. Shen Wan'er had a bad premonition in her heart, and hurriedly walked over to look down. Immediately her face turned pale. She saw that the mob outside the company, which was originally just holding protest signs, had now broken through the barriers and surged in. Those few security guards were no match for them at all. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they stormed into the company building. Shen, what should we do? Zhang Qing was just a secretary. She had never seen such a scene before. Shen Wan'er forced herself to breathe calmly, shaking her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination, since it has come to this. She clenched her fists tightly. Shen Wan'er felt a deep conflict and resistance in her heart. Initially, she had fantasized that Gu Yan was behaving this way just to grab her attention. So she had not gone to seek him out since that day. But now it seems that if she didn't go find him, she would probably not know how the out-of-control mob would treat her. Unwilling. Too unwilling. Just a mere Gu Yan. Shen Wan'er clenched her fists, her eyes revealing immense unwillingness. She had thought that relying on that capable security guard could buy them some time. But now it seemed that these guards were indeed unreliable. Shen. Zhang Qing looked at Shen Wan'er with a worried expression, sensing that her boss seemed about to do something that would greatly annoy the other party. Shen Wan'er, having completed her thoughts, said seriously, Zhang Qing, let's go down. Oh, Shen, go down. Zhang Qing was stunned. Below were a group of people who hadn't received their wages for 2 months and had just learned that the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Going down like this could lead to, it's fine if all goes well, the company will be back to normal by tomorrow. Shen Wan'er shook her head, letting out a light sigh. Zhang Qing didn't understand these matters, but she trusted her boss, and for a moment her mood lightened. She smiled and said, okay. Return my money. T&I Pharmaceuticals doesn't treat people like humans. Shen Wan'er is a big fraud. Inside the security room, Shaolin lowered his head, pondering how to expose Gu Yan's true face in front of the beautiful sister. At this moment, he had completely lost interest in dealing with the voices outside. And at this moment, everyone, please listen to me. I am Shen Wan'er. There's been a problem with the company, so it has caused some negative impacts. This has also given some villains an opportunity to stir things up. However, it's okay. Everyone, please believe me. By the end of this month at the latest, the company will resume normal operations. and the wages owed to everyone can be repaid. Outside came words that shocked Xiaolin. This voice was Shen. Xiaolin's face lit up with joy as he excitedly ran to the security room and looked outside. The plan he had just thought of to expose Gu Yan's true face in front of the beautiful sister had completely vanished. Shen Wan'er also saw the new security guard Xiaolin coming out of the security room. She rolled her eyes inwardly. These useless men, whenever something happens they hide away, and in the end it's still up to her to step forward. The crowd who initially just wanted to get their wages back now looked at each other in confusion. They were all ordinary people, and in their eyes, TNI Pharmaceuticals was one of the larger companies in Zhanghai City. It couldn't just go bankrupt or run away. It was just that the person in charge had not shown up, so they felt uncertain. And now since the boss of TNI Pharmaceuticals, Shen Wan'er, had appeared, they naturally set aside their anxiety and concerns. In an instant, the tense atmosphere that was on the brink of conflict began to dissipate. One by one, they put down their protest signs. Shen, we don't distrust you, but you must keep your promises. Yes, we have old and young to take care of. The company isn't really going bankrupt, right? Listening to the questions in front of her, Shen Wan'er patiently explained with a gentle expression, everyone, since I am here, then everything I say is true. Everyone can go back and wait for their wages to arrive with peace of mind. At this point, Shen Wan'er even made a small joke to lighten the mood during this time. Just think of it as a holiday. As soon as these words fell, the crowd set aside their doubts and smiles appeared on their faces. Xiaolin watched this, seeing his admiration for Shen Wan'er deepening. My boss is so cool. I really like this kind of city woman. Meanwhile, in the distance, under a large tree that could see the whole scene, Mei Shui frowned at the sight of things coming to an end. Gu Yan, aren't you going to let me take action? Seeing this, Gu Yan shook his head, speaking in an inexplicable tone. You can take action, but not now. When night falls, you will have the chance to act. But for now, it's okay to let you see the strength of that Xiaolin. Saying this, Gu Yan slightly turned his gaze and said, let your shadow slaves attack Shen Wan'er. Thud. Mei Shui's expression remained unchanged, but her heart skipped a beat. Gu Yan actually knows her abilities. But Mei Shui suppressed the shock in her heart and asked in confusion, attack Shen Wan'er. Isn't that you? Before she finished speaking, she felt a chill all over her body. She saw that Gu Yan was looking at her with a calm and indifferent gaze. But just that look made her feel immense fear and panic. She quickly lowered her head, stunned. Mei Shui couldn't believe it. It was as if she saw the aura of her master wanting to kill someone emanating from Gu Yan. However, this coldness quickly disappeared, and Gu Yan once again wore a smile. Don't insult me, Miss Mei. I am pure love. Pure love. Mei Shui didn't understand what pure love meant, but she knew that Gu Yan was definitely very dangerous. Suppressing the inexplicable sense of panic in her heart, Mei Shui removed the blindfold over her eyes. Then, revealing her completely black eyes, she looked in the direction of Shen Wan'er. I can attack her, right? Gu Yan nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Mei Shui's eyes narrowed and a faint black glow appeared in her eyes. Whatever happens, I won't care. As her ability activated, the next second, buzz. Several individuals in the crowd with strange expressions suddenly froze. The next second, oh, who believes your nonsense? Go to hell. A man with a scarred face directly pulled out a spring knife from his pocket, glaring fiercely as he lunged toward Shen Wan'er. Oh. Seeing this, Shen Wan'er turned pale and screamed loudly. The others also shouted in panic. They just wanted to get their wages back, but never expected it would lead to a life-threatening situation. Am I going to die? Why? I haven't fully enjoyed life yet. I still have grand aspirations. I want to take the company further. I still want. Countless images surfaced in her mind. Family, friends, and even Gu Yan's figure. Ultimately, the scene froze on a silhouette of figure that drew the attention and support of everyone. How envious. I have yet to become that kind of person. President Shen. Zhang Qing screamed in panic. Goodbye, world. Shen Wan'er gave up, struggling quietly, waiting for death to arrive. However, in the next moment, give it to me. Get away. A roar echoed and a figure appeared. Swift and decisive, he rushed into the intersection between Shen Wan'er and the spring knife. He was dressed in a security uniform, his eyes filled with intense anger. But the scar-faced man seemed not to notice. His gaze was solely fixed on attacking Shen Wan'er. Xiaolin no longer hesitated, swiftly striking in that split second. Bang! A punch struck the scar-faced man's wrist. Clang! The spring dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The scar-faced man's wrist was knocked into a twisted shape by that punch, filled with fury. And it wasn't over. Xiaolin quickly threw punches, knocking down all the strangely expressioned individuals who had been lurking since the beginning. Oh! The sounds of painful groans echoed throughout the venue at that moment. Shen Wan'er widened her eyes, unable to believe the sudden appearance of this savior. Xiaolin! Shen Wan'er shouted in shock, uttering the name of the person before her. Are you okay, President Shen? Xiaolin quickly turned his head, staring intently at Shen Wan'er, his concerned gaze revealing deep worry. Shen Wan'er was clearly frightened. She took a deep breath, suppressing her fear and the emotions of surviving a near-death experience. She looked gratefully at the man before her. Thank you. At that moment Shen Wan'er felt a surge of emotion. Had there not been so many people around, she might have burst into tears from fright. Thankfully, this newly recruited security guard was here. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin shyly scratched his nose and chuckled. No need to thank me, oh, as long as you're okay, that's enough. Next time something like this happens, I will protect you. Hearing this, Shen Wan'er nodded. All right, thank you, Xiaolin. At the same time, she secretly thought to herself, this Xiaolin is quite powerful, oh, perhaps he has practiced martial arts. It would be a waste for him to just be a security guard. After everything settles down, I will definitely have him become my personal bodyguard. Xiaolin felt even more exhilarated upon hearing Shen Wan'er's thanks. Outside, Mei Shui's expression was somewhat grave, a master. Truly formidable. Just now Xiaolin had made his move without using any true energy or techniques. It was purely based on his physical prowess. It's known that those transformed into shadow slaves by oneself possess 1/10 of their strength. Moreover, the speed at which he acted was exceptionally fast. The speed from the security room to Shen Wan'er was something even she couldn't clearly see. Gu Yin chuckled softly, speaking mysteriously, otherwise how could he be a master? Alright, we have nothing more to do here for now. Prepare for tonight's operation. I will inform you of the details later. Consider this the first task I am asking of you. Looking at Gu Yin, who was slightly squinting and smiling, Mei Shui was curious about what he wanted her to do that night. However, what do you mean we have nothing to do? Mei Shui asked, puzzled. In the next second, a series of police sirens approached from afar. Mei Shui paused, then looked over. She saw police cars quickly surrounding TNI Pharmaceutical. Officers holding riot shields and firearms appeared swiftly. Police. Mei Shui was taken aback, then glanced at Gu Yin. Seeing him nod slightly, she retracted her dazed expression and continued to watch the company entrance. No, big brother. This is just a conflict between martial artists. Why would you call the police? This. Mei Shui clearly had never seen such a situation. If the ancient martial world knew about this, they would surely mock them for a lifetime. Gu Yin naturally didn't care about such formalities. He looked at Mei Shui and said meaningfully, deactivate your abilities. Upon hearing this, Mei Shui was slightly taken aback. Deactivating her abilities would. This guy is truly wicked. Although Mei Shui disliked letting secular organizations intervene since Gu Yin had said so, she concentrated, and with a thought she deactivated her shadow slave transformation. Inside the company, Shen Wan'er clearly hadn't expected the police to come here. She quietly asked Zhang Qing beside her, did you call the police? To be honest, she didn't want to call the police over something she felt guilty about, as it would only escalate the situation. No, not at all. Zhang Qing shook her head in confusion. Xiaolin was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it. The arrival of the police was timely. They could apprehend those armed thugs. The other onlookers exchanged glances, watching the few individuals lying on the ground. Could it be that the police were here to arrest them? Thinking this, the crowd quickly made way for the police. Outside, a female officer in uniform stepped forward. She was extremely beautiful, exuding a strong and righteous aura. Upon her arrival, a police officer approached her and whispered, Sister Chun, it seems something else has happened here. Should we go in and understand the situation? Hearing this, Chun Yingyin frowned slightly, as she had received reports from the public about a violent assault earlier in the morning, claiming that the perpetrator was at TNI Pharmaceutical. She had already visited Jianghai Hospital to gather information from the victims. After confirming that the incident was indeed true, she had rushed over without delay. However, Chun Yingyin looked curiously at the path cleared by the crowd, where several people with knives lay sprawled in disarray. Could they be the perpetrators of the morning's assault? Let's go, a few of you follow me to check the situation. Chun Yingyin waved her hand, and several officers with riot shields followed her as they proceeded. In no time, Chun Yingyin arrived inside the company. A few officers squatted down beside the scar-faced man and began to examine their injuries. Chun Yingyin then sought to understand the situation from Shen Wan'er and the others. So that's how it is. Chun Yingyin furrowed her brow, looking at Xiaolin, who was standing by dazed. She asked somewhat strangely, you said your name is Xiaolin. How could this person have the same name as the one she was supposed to apprehend? But since he had just taught those armed thugs a lesson, he shouldn't be a bad person. Yes, what's wrong, officer? Xiaolin raised his head upon hearing Chun Yingyin call him, and at that glance he was stunned. What a beautiful woman. Chun Yingyin frowned slightly at his gaze, just as she was about to ask something, a panicked voice came from beside her. Sister Chun, not good. These people are dead. Chun Yingyin's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to look. Upon seeing the strange expressions of those lying on the ground, she quickly stepped forward. After discovering that they were indeed dead, her expression became incredibly grim. Sister Chun. The young officer's voice trembled with fear. It was his first encounter with such a situation. Shen Wan'er turned pale upon hearing that someone had died, instinctively glancing at Xiaolin. The latter was startled and quickly explained, how could that be? I did make a move, but I never targeted their vital spots. They should just be resting in a hospital for a few days. This explanation only made things worse, proving that all of this was caused by Xiaolin. Chun Yingyin's eyes filled with anger. She commanded, arrest him. Xiao Lin was stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was pressed to the ground by the rushing police officers. He could have easily broken free, but he knew this wasn't the mountains, so he kept explaining, "Hey, wait, I really didn't kill them. You can explain everything at the station later," Chen Yingyin said coldly. Then she turned to the pale-faced Shen Wan'er, reassuring her, "Don't worry, we will get to the bottom of this." "Oh, okay." Shen Wan'er nodded, her face still pale. She felt that so much had happened today. Outside, Gu Yan smiled satisfactorily upon seeing Xiao Lin being taken away by the police. "Very well. Let's meet at the entrance of the Leng family at 8 tonight." Gu Yan reminded Mei Shui, then leisurely hummed a tune as he left. Hearing this, Mei Shui slowly turned her head to look at Gu Yan's retreating figure. Her eyes were filled with complexity. She knew she should inform her master about what she was doing. The Leng family. In the study, a man dressed in an orange and yellow robe with his hair tied back stood behind Leng Qingqiu. His eyes were also covered with a cloth strip, and in a respectful tone, he said, replying to the master after several days of investigation, "We have found 5 organizations related to the events of that year in Jianghai City. They are Long Wang Dian Si Shun, Yan Wang Dian Tao Hua Hui, and Xian Wu Men. Long Wang Dian is currently hiding in Jianghai City, but their young master is out and about. The only member of Si Shun was recently slain by Mei Shui. Tao Hua Hui and Xian Wu Men have also suffered from vendettas over the years, becoming destitute, with only a few minor characters hiding in Jianghai City. It is said that they are looking for some heir. The only one we need to pay attention to is Yan Wang Dian. After years of establishing themselves in Jianghai, they have formed a considerable power there. Not only in the ancient martial world, but they have also infiltrated both the underworld and the legitimate world of the secular realm." Listening to her subordinates report Leng Qingqiu's killing intent gradually solidified. She never expected that a mere Jianghai city would harbor the 5 forces from that year. If it weren't for the fact that she had accumulated increasingly more strength and capital over the years, she might not have even realized that the enemy was right beside her. Thinking of this, Leng Qingqiu slightly nodded and said calmly, "Jun Xilan, you have done well." The man named Jun Xilan's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly opened his folding fan to cover the corner of his mouth that couldn't help but curve upwards. His tone was tinged with barely restrained joy. "Haha, I Jun Xilan am the master's person. It is only right to share the master's worries." Hee. The master actually praised me. Jun Xilan felt extremely excited, his body twisting with glee. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqiu was silent and contemplative. The young master of Long Wang Dian had already sent Mei Shui to probe their depths. If the opponent's strength was average, then killing the young master first would be a decent choice. If they were very strong, then it would be best to set them aside, temporarily searching for the remnants of Tao Hua Hui and Xian Wu Men first, and then taking them down one by one. Just as Leng Qingqiu was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed, as if she sensed something unusual. Immediately she stood up and turned to Jun Xilan, commanding, "Go." Jun Xilan was taken aback. "Go? But I still have things to say. For example, my respect and admiration for the master, and some poems praising the master's heroic stature." Seeing that Jun Xilan still didn't understand the situation, Leng Qingqiu's expression turned icy. "Get out." Jun Xilan felt the chill, and his face turned pale. He hurriedly responded, "Yes." In the next moment, bang, his figure transformed into a swarm of butterflies and flew out the window. Just a few seconds after Jun Xilan left, "Xiao Qingqing," came Gu Yan's voice, calling out in a sickeningly sweet manner. Leng Qingqiu saw that Jun Xilan had left, and while she breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt uncomfortable with Gu Yan's nauseating nickname. Creak. The door swung open. "Xiao Qingqing, I'm here." Gu Yan naturally pushed the door open and instantly spotted Leng Qingqiu standing by the window. He immediately grinned and lunged forward, intending to give her a loving embrace from behind. But who would have thought that Leng Qingqiu seemed to know what he was about to do and dodged, causing Gu Yan to miss his target. Not deterred, Gu Yan straightened up with a grin, looking at the cold-faced Leng Qingqiu, and said, "Xiao Qingqing, what are you doing?" As he spoke, he glanced left and right, then concluded, "It's been a while since we last met, Qingqiu. You've become even more beautiful." This guy. Leng Qingqiu initially intended to maintain a calm demeanor in front of Gu Yan. After all, she was the master of the night organization. Her prestige was certainly high. Yet, why was it that upon hearing this dog's voice and his words, she couldn't help but lose her composure? With this thought, Leng Qingqiu could no longer maintain her facade of calmness. She slightly tilted her head and huffed. "You don't need to say so much, and also please don't call me Xiao Qingqing in the future." Leng Qingqiu almost wished to directly cover this dog's mouth, using such a tone and name to address her. Didn't he know it would embarrass her? If the dignified Night King were to have such a name as Xiao Qingqing spread, how would her subordinates view her? Speaking of which, he always came over while she was deploying work. What if he discovered her secret? At that time, as an ordinary person, getting caught up in the conflicts between ancient martial artists would be difficult to escape from. As Leng Qingqiu thought of this, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. This man always relied on her for cover side. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen him in the morning, and he showed up at this time. Leng Qingqiu seemed to think of something, her expression turning cold. So how is your friend's mother doing? What? Did you just remember to come after visiting her? This morning Linger was still clamoring for her brother-in-law to take her to McDonald's, but what she got instead was your butler. Guyan felt a bit embarrassed. He had grievances he couldn't voice, so he could only cough lightly, naturally taking Leng Qingqiu's jade hand and leading her back to the desk. Touching the pure love object points 1, then he wore a face of I only love you, and said, Qingqiu, trust me, I really have nothing with my friend. I'm just too kind-hearted, so I can't bear to see others living in such dire straits. Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu abruptly shook off Guyan's hand and turned her head, saying, I never said you had anything with your friend. Why are you in such a hurry to clarify? Moreover, there are many people living in dire straits in this world. How come I never see you helping anyone? Leng Qingqiu herself didn't know why she was saying these things. She also didn't understand why merely thinking about Guyan visiting that woman named Wang Yulan earlier made her feel a bit irritable. Of course, Leng Qingqiu didn't think this meant she liked Guyan. It was more likely that it was that possessiveness spoken of in the book Linger read, because she regarded Guyan as her servant. Therefore, she didn't wish for this servant to serve others. Yes, it must be because of this. Guyan could sense that Leng Qingqiu wasn't truly angry because her heartbeat and breathing rate when she was angry were quite chaotic. Yet now her breathing and heartbeat were very regular and calm. Thus Guyan determined that she wasn't angry, and so he spoke more casually. Guyan took Leng Qingqiu's hand again, gently saying, Qingqiu, don't say that. My friend was also hospitalized this morning. Do you think I could just leave her there? But after that it will be fine. I helped her with the hospitalization procedures, and also paid for her subsequent medical expenses. I've already done my utmost. After this I won't have anything to do with it. Hearing this, although Leng Qingqiu felt a slight sense of satisfaction on the surface, she casually replied, Really? I thought that your Miss Wang would want to repay you for being so good to her. What do you mean by repaying me? Qingqiu, don't speak nonsense. Even if all the women in the world fell at my feet, the only one I love is you. Are you saying you fantasized about all the women in the world falling at your feet? This is just a metaphor. Trust me, Qingqiu. Inside the room, after the initial warm interaction, the atmosphere between the two became incredibly harmonious. Qingqiu, do you think I should learn Braille as well? Guyan, with his eyes closed firmly, placed his large hand on the Braille book that Leng Qingqiu was reading. Feeling the large hand blocking her view from the side, Leng Qingqiu sighed helplessly. Sometimes she didn't understand Guyan's train of thought. Why would you want to learn Braille? Your eyes are perfectly fine, aren't they? Seeing that Leng Qingqiu was willing to engage with him, Guyan smirked and said, You see, for you, Qingqiu, the world is all pitch black. But for me, this world is vibrant and colorful. So there are bound to be many barriers between us. I can't understand your world of the blind, and you can't understand my world of the seeing. That's why I thought if I became blind, would I be able to understand you better? Guyan's words jolted Leng Qingqiu's heart. This guy. Her expression was complex as she pursed her lips. I'm not. I didn't voluntarily become blind. It was just unavoidable. Leng Qingqiu felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. What a hopelessly foolish man. He actually wants to become blind just to understand me better. But Leng Qingqiu was still lost in her thoughts. Guyan waved his hand again and said, But after thinking about it, forget it. I don't want to be blind anymore. Leng Qingqiu was still touched, but Guyan was completely oblivious to the atmosphere. He just ruined my moment of sentiment. However, the next moment Leng Qingqiu felt a wave of warmth wash over her face. Then she heard Guyan's gentle voice. If I became blind, I wouldn't be able to see how beautiful you are, Qingqiu. Such a beautiful face should not go unseen. Wouldn't that be a pity? Just thinking about it makes me feel bad. Leng Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively swatted away Guyan's hand that was caressing her face, her tone a bit flustered. Remove your dirty hands. Qingqiu, you're being too much. What's wrong with a husband touching his wife? Guyan pretended to be in pain, then couldn't help but pounce on Leng Qingqiu, hugging her tightly. What are you doing? Leng Qingqiu was flustered by Guyan's sudden embrace. Obviously, just the daily affection with my wife. I've been running around outside these days, it's killing me. Guyan said with righteous indignation. Daily affection? And you've been out there on your own, wasn't that your own doing? I don't care about you, let go of me. Leng Qingqiu felt a wave of panic in her heart. As she sensed the man's presence in front of her, a blush crept onto her face. However, Guyan had buried his head in her embrace, so he didn't see it. I won't let go, unless you call me your most beloved husband. Guyan shouted from Leng Qingqiu's embrace. Most beloved? Leng Qingqiu's breath hitched. What a shameless title. You actually want me to say that? And can you not lean on me in such a strange way? Leng Qingqiu tilted her head slightly. She felt a ticklish sensation whenever Guyan spoke. No, I am the leader of the night organization. How can I let an ordinary person treat me this way? Thinking this, Leng Qingqiu showed a hint of anger on her face and directly pressed her hand against Guyan's shoulder. You better stop it. She pushed Guyan hard, but unfortunately the rules of that dagger meant she was still an ordinary person. Before she unlocked her powers, Leng Qingqiu was just an ordinary woman. Damn it. She was both shy and angry. She had never been this close to a man before. Who knew Gu Yin would be so shameless as to pounce on her? Moreover, he had even eaten from the spoon she used. He was truly a hopeless pervert. Qingqiu, if you call me once, I'll get up. Gu Yin stubbornly refused to rise no matter how much Leng Qingqiu pushed. Because Gu Yin remembered the knowledge he had learned from books. In love, one must have a thick skin, and one must learn to be persistent. Only in this way can one have a chance to embrace the beauty they desire. However, Gu Yin remembered that there seemed to be a few prerequisites. He forgot what those prerequisites were, but he knew that using ordinary methods to increase Leng Qingqiu's affection would likely not work. Only by doing something memorable could he make this future greatest villain remember him. Moreover, the pure love interest feels embarrassed points 20. The pure love interest feels annoyed points 30. The pure love interest feels angry points 40. These points keep increasing, and I can't afford to miss out. Leng Qingqiu was unaware of Gu Yan's thoughts. She only knew that she felt very embarrassed now. How could the dignified Night King be swayed by a man? So she bit her teeth and pushed hard against Gu Yan's shoulder. You get up. Ouch. Gu Yan was still enjoying the thrill of points increasing when suddenly he was roughly pushed, interrupting his beautiful dream. His body tilted backward. After Leng Qingqiu finally pushed the annoying man away, she stood up, breathing slightly heavily. If she could open her eyes right now, she would definitely have a look of embarrassment and anger wanting to kill. She knew Gu Yan had been pushed to the ground by her, but she didn't care about that. Qingqiu, you are too much. Is this how you treat your husband? Gu Yan rubbed his head, looking helpless and guilt-ridden at the cold expression of Leng Qingqiu, who had her arms crossed. Hee, too much. There's something even worse. Leng Qingqiu sneered. This guy really thought he was the dominant one in this relationship, without her showing him some real consequences. In the next moment, under Gu Yan's astonished gaze, Leng Qingqiu stepped forward. Bang! She stomped her icy foot on Gu Yan's chest. With her arms crossed, she rotated and trampled him while coldly saying, "You suddenly hugged me. You're truly a hopeless pervert, aren't you?" Cough. Gu Yan pretended to be in great pain, but his expression was quite the opposite. Qingqiu, don't do this. I feel so bad. I'll let me go, Gu Yan shouted. Leng Qingqiu couldn't see Gu Yan's expression, but she could hear his miserable cries, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Do you know you were wrong? But I'm sorry, I'm still not done being angry. Just keep lying there while I step on you and make you cry out uselessly. Do you know you angered me? You really thought Leng Qingqiu was easy to deal with, and just some naive little girl who never dated. Do you really think that if you say you love me a couple of times I would blush and have my heart racing? Let me tell you, Gu Yan, that's impossible. Gu Yan was still pretending to be in pain, but his expression was off. Ah. Qingqiu, I was wrong. Oh. Stepped on by the pure love interest points 50. Continuously stepped on by the pure love interest points 100. No, is there a problem with your pure love system? Do you have some strange kink? Though Gu Yan cursed inwardly, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Listening to Gu Yan's pitiful cries, Leng Qingqiu felt a bit of reluctance. Fine, just a little lesson would suffice. Gu Yan was just an ordinary person, why should she be so stingy? With that in mind, Leng Qingqiu retracted her foot and huffed. Now you know the consequence of making me unhappy. If you try this again, the punishment will be even worse. Gu Yan, seeing Leng Qingqiu withdraw her foot, felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't continue earning points. But on the surface, he also put on a face of I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, dear wife. You're the boss of this house. Whether you want to step on me or hit me, I won't utter a single complaint. Seeing Gu Yan being so perceptive surprised Leng Qingqiu, but it was a good thing. Gu Yan understood who the dominant one was in their relationship, so she nodded in satisfaction. As long as you know. Saying that, she reached out her hand to help Gu Yan up. Gu Yan held Leng Qingqiu's small hand and was halfway up when he suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, Qingqiu, I won't be coming tonight, I have something to do. Ouch. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu's face turned cold, and she let go of his hand, ignoring Gu Yan, who fell back to the ground, and coldly said, oh. Gu Yan lying on the ground. Gu Yan rubbed his neck as he left the Leng family, his expression somewhat troubled. Ouch, it hurts. Qingqiu is angry again. However, this is unavoidable. Perhaps it is due to cultivating the pure love technique, gaining strength through pure love, allowing him to sense many special auras. For instance, as soon as he stepped into the Leng family's door, he sensed that besides Leng Qingqiu in the study, there was actually another person's presence. The aura of this other existence felt slightly different from Mei Shui's, yet both carried a sense of chaos, like throwing all leftover dishes into one pot to cook. It must be another subordinate of Qingqiu. However, as he approached the study, he found that the aura quickly rushed toward the outside and disappeared. Thus, Gu Yan speculated that Leng Qingqiu should also be able to sense his presence. Originally, he had planned to spend a romantic evening with Qingqiu. When the time was right to leave, he would go with Mei Shui to Shaolin to carry out his plan. But now it seems that this plan is unfeasible. If he were to meet Mei Shui so close to Leng Qingqiu, he would surely be detected. Currently, he did not want Leng Qingqiu to know what he was doing behind the scenes. First, because his relationship with her hadn't reached a very high level of affection yet. If she were to discover that he was not an ordinary person as he appeared, she would undoubtedly have concerns about him. Secondly, regardless of whether his affection level increases according to Leng Qingqiu's villainous character in the original text, once she finds out he may not actually be an ordinary person, the consequences would be dire. He certainly didn't want to be mistaken for a participant in that massacre event from years ago. Then everything would be over. Sigh. Gu Yan sighed lightly, thinking, let's take it step by step. If he gets discovered, he would deal with it then. Alright, let me see where Mei Shui is. Gu Yan called out to the system in his mind, starting to locate Mei Shui. Zhanghai City. Inside a tea restaurant named Night. Waiters dressed in maid outfits and butler attire busily moved between the tables carrying fragrant dishes. At the cash register of the restaurant, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses calmly observed everything in the store. This restaurant had a unique feature. From the staff to the manager, they were all blindfolded blind people. Customer no. One wants a bowl of pork cutlet rice with a fried egg. Okay, coming right up. Mei Shui, the customer at table 3, has left, go clear the table. Sure, manager. Mei Shui, though blindfolded, could still skillfully stack dozens of plates. See, this is the amazing part of this tea restaurant. Look, all the staff are blind, yet they serve dishes and clean up just as if they could see. A customer said to the friend he had brought along. They must be faking it, the cloth they wear must be transparent from the inside. The friend scoffed, not believing in this so-called blind tea restaurant. At that moment, would you two young gentlemen like to order something? A sweet voice came from beside the two. They turned in surprise to see a white-haired girl with a high ponytail dressed in a maid outfit, holding a menu and blindfolded. Although she couldn't see clearly, she exuded an aura that was endearingly captivating. Gulp. The two immediately swallowed hard. Ah, this is my second time here, my friend is here for the first time. Upon hearing this, the high ponytail girl gently placed her hand on her mouth, her voice soft and fluffy. Oh, then I must take good care of this first-time young gentleman. Saying this, she set down the menu, reached out, and took the blushing first-time young man's hand, moving it to point at the most expensive dish on the menu, priced at 88 yuan. This love-like-water soft bone noodle is one of my top recommendations. It represents my deep affection for you young gentlemen. Love. Love. The first-time young man felt the warmth of her hand, and the beauty that was so close, instantly becoming dazed. He dazedly nodded, then I'll have one of these. Me too. The other young man who had been here before quickly chimed in. As soon as he finished speaking, the high ponytail girl retracted her hand, picked up the menu, and warmly called out to the kitchen, 2 sets please. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Ah, so boring, why do we have to do this here? The girl, turning her back to the two, instantly dropped her sweet smile and revealed a look of disdain. As Mei Shui passed by the girl to clear the plates, she quietly said, Bai Lian, watch your expression, customers are coming. Hearing this, Bai Lian put on a sweet smile again. Sure thing, sister Mei Shui. Mei Shui felt too lazy to deal with this insincere person. She walked into the kitchen with her hands stacked with dozens of plates. Bai Lian secretly gave her the finger behind her back. The next second, ding-ling-ling, the door was pushed open. Bai Lian quickly put on a smile and turned to greet welcome. Upon seeing that the newcomer was a strikingly handsome man in terms of looks and demeanor, Bai Lian's eyes lit up. Wow, he's a handsome guy. Gu Yan walked into the tea restaurant named Night. He first glanced around. The number of customers was just right, and there were 1 or 2 staff members receiving outside. At the cash register stood a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses. It looked like an ordinary tea restaurant. However, the aura exuding from here, similar to that of Mei Shui and others, made Gu Yan's lips curve up. TSK. Who would have thought that the base of the Night organization from the original text was actually here? The original text did not specify the exact location of the Night organization base, only vaguely mentioned that it was hidden in Zhanghai City. Young gentleman, I haven't seen you before. Is this your first time here? Bai Lian thought Gu Yan was silent because he was captivated by her appearance. She couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. Oh, tonight's meal ticket was secured. Seeing his wealthy appearance, she thought to let him treat her to the most luxurious restaurant in Zhanghai City. However, Gu Yan merely glanced at Bai Lian before striding directly toward an empty seat. Bai Lian ignored, slowly raised an eyebrow, her expression barely holding. Ignoring me. Is this a game of desire and retreat? Wealthy people really know how to play. Bai Lian took a deep breath. She did not believe that the charm exuded from her naturally alluring body could be resisted by a man. Thinking this, she put on a smile again and walked toward Gu Yan. When Gu Yan stepped into the tea house, the middle-aged man behind the counter wearing sunglasses knit his brows. Strange. Why do I sense the master's aura on that man? Is he an acquaintance of the master in the secular world? Yet there is no detectable cultivation upon him. Could he be some peculiar existence? With that thought, he glanced toward Bai Lian as she approached Gu Yan. The intention was for her to probe him. Bai Lian arrived bearing an empty cup. Holding a teapot, she bent slightly, drawing her body nearer to Gu Yan as she flicked a strand of hair aside, and an inexplicable sweet fragrance emanated from her. She batted her eyes like silk and cooed. Young sir, why did you ignore me just now? Her voice was honeyed, the patrons around her shivered and flushed with embarrassment. Bai Lian smiled inwardly. Surely this will get to him. But Gu Yan only glanced at her and frowned. Why all the theatrics for merely pouring water? What sort of people serve Qingqiu? He had sensed as much when reading the original tale. These people were all peculiar in their own ways. Bai Lian's expression stiffened. Seeing his frown, the hand that held the teapot trembled slightly. Why it's so many gestures? Calm. Damn it. Oh haha, I was only. Hurry and pour. Fine. I won't let you get away with this scoundrel. Bai Lian forced a genial smile, and after she finished pouring she picked up the teapot, with a stiffness already scheming another approach as she prepared to leave. The next moment, wait. Gu Yan called out suddenly. Bai Lian's heart leapt, so he finally lost control, she thought. She brightened, convinced her charm had taken hold. She could see it in the bowed figures of patrons at nearby tables. What is it, young sir? Bai Lian turned smiling coquettishly. Gu Yan pointed to a bowl of egg fried rice on the menu, and said, give me that. Seeing it was a 6 yuan dish, Bai Lian's face flickered. Very well, please wait a moment. Just a moment, she chimed as she glided toward the kitchen. Watching her step fully into the back, Gu Yan shook his head in resignation. What manner of subordinates are these, each more unreliable than the last? In the original work, Bai Lian was an eccentric as well. In that novel she used her innate seductive physique Tian Sheng Mei Ti to seize control of hundreds of men in a mall, threatening the protagonist Xiao Lin with the lives of ordinary people to force him into submission. When Xiao Lin later appeared to give up struggling, Bai Lian believed she had him under her sway. She did not anticipate that it was Xiao Lin's ruse. He wore a Qingxin jade pendant bestowed by the Bai family's eldest miss, which rendered him immune to her control. Bai Lian's ending was unsurprising. Xiao Lin felled her with a single punch. Sadly, Bai Lian had long relied on her Tian Sheng Mei Ti alone. She paid little heed to cultivation. By the time she died, her level had only reached the early grandmaster stage. The full potency of her innate allure was never realized. The original text explained that if such a trait were cultivated to the great grandmaster level, it would undergo a profound transformation. With but a blink she could sway the minds of those who control the city. Perhaps the author found that too perverse, and thus wrote her off swiftly. Yet more baffling to Gu Yan was the fact that in the original Leng Qingqiu subordinates had no sense of unity. Each time a single underling was sent to confront the entire protagonist party, one would die and then another would go. Repeating this cycle, they inflicted scant damage. Instead, their assaults only served to make the protagonists grow stronger and break through new boundaries. Gu Yan lifted his cup and took a quiet sip. He felt it necessary to alter the current state of affairs. What nonsense is this of always preferring lone wolf skirmishes? At that moment in the kitchen, I'm so furious. That damn man. Bai Lian, clad in calfskin boots, kicked at a sack of rice with force. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, treating the bag as if it were Gu Yan himself. Mei Shui, washing plates, asked, what's wrong? Who made you angry? She found it amusing. Wasn't Bai Lian perfectly amiable when she first came in? Now how has she gotten so worked up? At Mei Shui's words, Bai Lian grew even more furious. She stamped a foot onto the sack and snarled, a man came in. He resisted my charm. That attitude. It's infuriating. With that she resumed stomping the rice and venting. A man wearing a headscarf frying pork chops said calmly, Bai Lian, stop stepping on the rice. Customers will eat it. On hearing him speak, Bai Lian reluctantly withdrew her foot and folded her arms in displeasure as she sulked to the side. You're not going out? Mei Shui asked after finishing the dishes. Bai Lian shook her head, produced a lattice cigarette from her pocket, and lit it, heedless of being in the kitchen, exhaling a delicate smoke ring as she waved her hand. I'm not going. If a man can resist my charm, I refuse to see such an unappreciative fellow. There are always a few oddities in the world who shrug off my allure, like the pork chop fryer and the one sitting outside. Mei Shui nodded. Then you stay and help in the kitchen, or we'll go outside. With that she left, leaving Bai Lian's face momentarily strained. Help in the kitchen, cutting vegetables and washing dishes. Bai Lian felt some regret, but staying inside seemed preferable to seeing that infuriating man's face. Mei Shui dried her hands at the counter. A bearded man in a cook's uniform carried a plate of egg fried rice through the kitchen window. The fried rice for table 11 is ready, Mei Shui, please take it. All right. Mei Shui nodded and set off toward table 11 with the dish. But after only a couple of steps, she felt a sudden jolt in her chest, as if sensing something. She hurriedly glanced toward table 11. A familiar aura sat there, its contours beginning to shift, as if beckoning to her. She betrayed no emotion and walked over, placing the fried rice on the table. Gu Yan watched Mei Shui in her maid uniform approach with the dish. An unexpected smile tugged at his lips. As she set the plate down, Gu Yan murmured, does Qingqiu know you are doing this here? Mei Shui's expression changed slightly. She clenched her fist. She had suspected something ever since Gu Yan had asked her to meet at the Leng family gate earlier. Now her conjecture was confirmed. Gu Yan knew their master's true identity. Damn it. Mei Shui drew a deep breath and instead of answering directly whispered, what are you doing here? Gu Yan smiled gently. Don't be so tense. What if the others notice? Why don't you pretend him a friend you know from the secular world? He'll also take a moment to tell you the latest revised plan for tonight. Mei Shui thought for a moment, then without hesitation smoothed her skirt and sat opposite Gu Yan. The manager at the counter, still in sunglasses, furrowed his brow on seeing this. Mei Shui's friend. And a man at that. Oh, I see. No wonder I sensed the master's aura. The manager realized and lost interest in the matter. Looking at the smiling figure before her, Mei Shui couldn't help but admire the man's audacity. He actually dared to come alone to their base without bringing along his formidable butler. Mei Shui was unsure how Gu Yan had found this place, but she only hoped that he would leave quickly. Her expression unchanged with a hint of urgency in her tone, she said, "So, what do you want to say? Just finish it quickly and leave. Don't rush me. I'm eating while talking." "I didn't even get a chance to have breakfast," Gu Yan replied, taking a bite of the fried rice, looking somewhat satisfied. "This rice tastes decent, though it still pales in comparison to mine." Mei Shui glanced towards the kitchen and, not hearing anything from that direction, whispered to Gu Yan, "You'd better be careful. The others aren't as easy to talk to as I am." Easy to talk to? Gu Yan looked at her in surprise. Which easygoing person would want to slit my throat upon first meeting? However, compared to the depiction of others in the original work, Mei Shui did indeed come across as somewhat humane. Gu Yan shrugged. All right, who told you this is your stronghold? Then it'll be straightforward." He continued eating while adopting a casual demeanor, as if discussing daily matters. "The plan has changed. We'll meet directly in front of the police station at 8 tonight. The plan is as follows. Since Xiao Lin has been arrested, but his identity is that of a martial artist, the young master of the Dragon King Palace, there will naturally be people to ensure his release. This morning you broke the control of the Shadow Slave, which resulted in those people becoming corpses. This framing method is at best just a way to annoy Xiao Lin and won't have any real impact on him. But at the very least it can delay the time before they're able to spring him from custody. We just need to drag it out until nightfall." Gu Yan took another bite of fried rice, grinning at Mei Shui. "You can only unleash your full power at night." Mei Shui frowned slightly. "Damn it, this feeling of having all my secrets laid bare is uncomfortable." Gu Yan continued, "And what you need to do isn't about fighting Xiao Lin to the death. You don't even need to test his full strength. What you need to do is the first task I've assigned to you. That is, to retrieve something from Xiao Lin. Or rather, you just need to make him reveal that item." Upon hearing this, Mei Shui's mind began to form a rough idea. She took a deep breath and asked, "What is it?" Gu Yan pointed to his neck, saying, "Half a jade pendant which Xiao Lin has always worn around his neck, though he usually hides it under his clothes, making it invisible." "Half a jade pendant?" Mei Shui asked, somewhat puzzled and curious. "Is that all?" "That's all." Gu Yan smiled lightly, and after finishing his last bite of fried rice, he reminded Mei Shui, "Don't think about confronting Xiao Lin, Hedon. He isn't an opponent you can handle right now. Even you in the dark can't. You must understand that the gap isn't just in cultivation level. There's also a gap in fortune. Xiao Lin is the male protagonist of the original work, the chosen one of fate. No matter how hard Mei Shui tries, she won't be able to defeat Xiao Lin." Hearing this, Mei Shui clenched her fists and said defiantly, "My combat power in the dark can even rival that of a master. Even if I can't defeat Xiao Lin, at least I can force him to use his full strength." "How could there be someone as incapable as you say?" Gu Yan chuckled. "Oh." With that, he stood up and walked towards the cashier. Mei Shui slowly raised a question mark in her mind, feeling somewhat gloomy for some reason. Though he said nothing, his oath seemed to convey everything. In short, it made her very frustrated. "That'll be $6 in total." At the cashier, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses smiled professionally as Gu Yan approached. After Gu Yan settled the bill, he waved at Mei Shui, who had also come over, smiling. "Goodbye, Miss Mei." Ding-ling-a-ling, Gu Yan left. Mei Shui found that title and tone somewhat annoying. This guy really knows how to act. At that moment, the sunglasses man could no longer contain his curiosity and teased, "Mei Shui, you seem quite familiar with that guy from the secular world." Mei Shui let out a soft sigh. "We're just acquaintances." After all, she had no real understanding of Gu Yan and couldn't fathom what he was up to. "I understand, but Mei Shui, don't get lost in the joys of romance. That could jeopardize the master's plans." The sunglasses man said earnestly. "What strange things are you talking about, store manager? It's ridiculous." Mei Shui frowned and returned to the kitchen with a cold expression. "That guy is nominally the master's husband, though she had no idea what the master liked about him." The store manager shook his head. This child was just too indirect. However, that man was merely an ordinary person without any cultivation fluctuations. If he were to get involved in the ancient martial world, it would likely lead to disaster. The two were highly likely to fail. At this moment, at the Jianghai City Police Station in the interrogation room, Xiao Lin sat in the interrogation chair, facing a serious-looking Chen Wan'er. She held a document in her hand and asked one by one name. "Xiao Lin. Age, 24 years old. Gender, can't you tell?" Bang. Chen Wan'er slammed her palm on the table, her expression furious. "In the one asking you." Xiao Lin felt like crying without tears. He felt incredibly frustrated. Why was this happening? Clearly he had done nothing wrong, so why must he endure this treatment, as if he were a criminal? Unfortunately, his master had always instructed him to adhere to the laws of the secular world before descending the mountain. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. However, this woman named Chen Yingyin was quite beautiful. Staying here didn't seem too bad. Seeing Chen Yingyian's increasingly unfriendly expression, he snapped back to reality and responded, "Cough mail." Chen Yingyian's impression of Shaolin worsened, and she was convinced that he was the mastermind behind these incidents. Thus, she coldly asked, "Were you involved this morning in injuring someone named Wang Yulan in the Yulan community?" Shaolin was taken aback. Wang Yulan. Yulan. Combining the current situation, he thought of a possibility and replied somewhat dejectedly, "Yes." As he said this, he tightly clenched his fists. Sister Yulan called the police, but he had only wanted to help her get away from that bad person. With this thought, Shaolin raised his head to explain, "But I didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt Yulan, I just..." Before he could finish, "Shut up." Chen Yingyin scolded in a low voice, her eyes filled with anger. "Do you know that your punch almost killed her? If it weren't for someone taking her to the hospital, she would probably be dead." Buzz. Hearing those words, Shaolin's face turned pale, his mind blank. How can this be? I clearly held back." Seeing that Shaolin was still stubborn, Chen Yingyin suppressed her anger and said, holding back, "Let me make an analogy. The punch thrown by a boxer who holds back and the punch thrown by an ordinary person who holds back, do you think they are the same?" According to the doctor's diagnosis, if Wang Yulan had been sent any later, she might have perished from your punch. Upon hearing this, Shaolin was completely speechless. His gaze gradually became vacant. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-blame. His master had told him that this power of his was not meant to kill, but to protect others. His master had instructed him to protect those he cared about. But what have you actually protected, Shaolin? You actually let Yulan. Seeing this, Chen Yingyin understood that this was indeed Shaolin's doing. Thus the subsequent work went much faster. As she asked, Shaolin replied in a low mood, "Do you know who the deceased at TNI Pharmaceuticals today were?" "I don't know. I just saw them trying to attack Wan'er, so I intervened. They were just former security personnel of TNI Pharmaceuticals. Because the company delayed their wages, they gathered to protest. During that time, they behaved irrationally, but their crimes were not worthy of death." Chen Yingyin shook her head and sighed. "Now they are all beyond saving. Do you realize the consequences of your actions? A total of 5 families have lost their loved ones because of this." Thud, thud. As Shaolin listened, the guilt in his heart grew even stronger. For the first time, he found himself confused about his own power. He stared blankly at his own hands. Could it be that those people were also killed by him? Although he thought he had held back, the physical condition of people varies. He had been fighting monsters in the mountains, so he completely overlooked that most people were incredibly fragile. A light touch from him could very well leave someone disabled. His master had always urged him to find a way to control his power when coming down from the mountain, and that he must never use his full strength unless absolutely necessary. But when people like Wang Yulan and Shen Wan'er were about to be harmed, his mind would heat up and he would lose control. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do that." Shaolin closed his eyes, his voice choked. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he felt a sudden fear of the power he possessed. "I'm sorry." Chen Yingyin sighed, softly looking at the weeping man before her with pity. At only 24 years old, he had committed multiple grave sins, as if he had just arrived in Jianghai seeking work not long ago. What a pity. She stood up, patted the young police officer's shoulder, and whispered, "Have you recorded everything?" The young officer nodded with difficulty, holding a recording device. He never expected to encounter such a terrifying murderer right after graduation. It was truly unexpected. "All right, you keep an eye on him here. He'll go out and report to the director." After saying this, he walked out in front of the young officer, whose face had turned pale. Gulp. The young officer swallowed nervously, secretly glancing at Shaolin, who was bound to the interrogation chair, lost in self-doubt. His heart felt somewhat relieved. This couldn't possibly escape, could it? Inside the director's office, Chen Guoping listened to his daughter's report, nodding in satisfaction. "Very good, you will handle this matter. As for the families of the deceased, just say that the case is still under investigation and that we cannot disclose too many details for now." Chen Yingyin nodded just as she was about to leave, when Chen Guoping seemed to think of something. He cleared his throat and asked, Daughter." Chen Yingyin frowned, interrupting him. "Director Chen, please address me by my name at work." Chen Guoping felt a headache coming from his serious daughter, reluctantly nodding. "All right, Chen Yingyin, how old are you now?" 27. Chen Yingyin wondered why her father was asking this. 27, huh? Look at old Fang's daughter. She's the same age as you, and her kid is already running around the streets. You're not getting any younger, as shouldn't you be looking for a suitable partner? Chen Guoping sensed Chen Yingyin's increasingly unfriendly expression, but if he missed this moment, his daughter, who was busy with cases all day, might not even be home for a while. So he forced himself to continue. "You know Xiaogu, right? He always followed you around when you were young. His dad and I are good friends. Not long ago, his dad asked me if you had a boyfriend." This was before Gu Yan realized things. Gu Tianming thought about not letting their family's son waste his efforts, and tried to see if he could match his son with Chen Guoping's daughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yingyin recalled how Gu Yin used to follow her around calling her sister. But all those beautiful memories shattered with the emergence of the bad rumors about him. In Chen Yingyin's eyes, a man who behaved like Gu Yin, so sycophantic and unfilial, was unacceptable. Therefore she resolutely refused. Impossible, I will not agree to that. Moreover, Chen Yingyin thought of Wang Yulan in the hospital. The latter always showed a happy smile when mentioning Gu Yin. She shook her head. He may already have someone he likes. Before Chen Guoping could say anything further, Chen Yingyin turned and left. Chen Guoping sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, this child. That night under a big tree in front of the police station. Has Qingqiu been eating well? Gu Yin asked Mei Shui nervously. The latter fell silent for a moment before nodding. Seeing Gu Yin breathe a sigh of relief, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. This guy really likes my master. No, he is the best actor. Maybe he is just playing the role of a loving husband now. Then it's fine. You know the plan, right? Gu Yin smiled lightly, returning to his usual self. When you go inside, I will have our people cut off all the power. That's when you start your action. No problem. Mei Shui went through Gu Yan's words in her mind. Once confirmed, she nodded. Got it, as long as I need to get that half of the jade pendant, or make Gu Yan reveal it, right? Exactly. Mei Shui thought this shouldn't be too difficult, but just as she was about to act, Gu Yan suddenly pulled out a small in-ear microphone and handed it to her, smiling. Put this on. I will inform you how to proceed with some details. Without saying a word, Mei Shui took the microphone and put it on her figure, instantly turning to nothingness. After she left, Gu Yan smiled slightly, a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. So, let the beginning commence. Cut off Xiao Lin's greatest opportunity. That half of the jade pendant that matches the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Nighttime. In the duty room. Sister Chun, I will be leaving now. All right. With a click, the door closed. Only Chen Yingyin remained in the police station, flipping through a recent murder case, her brow furrowed tightly. It was written above, 4 people have tragically died in the Qiushui Garden community, each with 3 claw-like scratches on their chests. The victims are. This was already the 4th murder case in Qiushui Garden, and the murderer had still not been caught. The only clue was the 3 claw marks on the victims' chests. They looked like the claws of a fierce beast, but were completely unlike those of a tiger or a lion. Not a bear either. There was no wildlife park nearby Qiushui Garden, and this bizarre murder case gave Chen Yingyin a headache. She had suspected that these were actually knife marks deliberately carved by the murderer with a long knife. However, after the forensic examination, it was determined that these were not knife marks, but claw marks. This left the entire police station in a quandary, prompting them to invite various well-known experts for assessment. All shook their heads in recognition. Tisk, what kind of creature could cause such wounds? Chen Yingyin furrowed her brows, twirling a pen in her hand, her gaze drifting towards the surveillance room. Xiao Lin sat on the wooden bed in his solitary cell, his expression downcast, as he was a murderer who had killed several people and was kept alone in a separate room. Once their public announcement is made, Xiao Lin would be taken to court for sentencing. It's such a pity for such a young man. Chen Yingyin shook her head. Just then the door creaked open gently, and Chen Yingyin instinctively asked, "Did you forget something?" As the words were on the tip of her tongue, her expression froze when she saw the visitor. Long time no see, Yingyin's sister. Gu Yin closed the door with a smile and waved hello. Seeing him, Chen Yingyin's expression carried some confusion. Although they hadn't been in contact for a long time, she still recognized him. Gu Yin, what are you doing here? She actually didn't want to give Gu Yin a pleasant expression. After all, he was a man who acted like a sycophant, going against his parents and disrespecting his elders. Thus, she didn't particularly like Gu Yin, even though he had been a rather adorable child in his younger years. Seeing her reaction, Gu Yin didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he casually found a sofa to lie down on, smiling at Chen Yingyin. Didn't I report the case this morning? I was just wondering if that person has been caught. So I called Uncle Chen for information. He said you were here, and since it's been a while, I thought I would come and see you. Gu Yin wasn't lying. He had indeed called Chen Guoping not long ago, covering his tracks well. Damn, old man. Chen Yingyin rubbed her temples, recalling what her father had said about arranging a marriage earlier in the day. She looked at Gu Yan's youthful, smiling face and shook her head helplessly. No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible to be with someone so much younger than herself. What was her father thinking? All right, I understand your intentions, but as you can see, I'm very busy. If you have nothing else, you should leave quickly. The Xiao Lin you reported has already been captured and will soon be sent to court for sentencing. Are you satisfied now? Chen Yingyin waved her hand dismissively, clearly indicating she wanted him to leave. Seeing this, Gu Yin couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this was how it developed in the original story. Xiao Lin was mistakenly arrested as a murderer. However, in the original, the one who liberated Mei Shui from her influence was Leng Qingqiu. In the original, Xiao Lin had indeed met the criteria for sentencing. But sadly, after tonight, someone would bail him out. And this would lead to a fierce argument between Chen Yingyin and her father. Thus began her journey to ensure Xiao Lin was imprisoned. The plot then became cliched, yet familiar. After repeated encounters with Xiao Lin, Chen Yingyin discovered his virtues. He was honest and kind. In crucial life-and-death battles, she developed a fondness for him and realized he was not the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately. Thus, he became a powerful ally for the protagonist. Shen Wan'er's fate as a female lead was immensely thick. In the later stages, there would be various fortuitous opportunities awaiting her. Once these individuals grew, they would pose a significant threat. Therefore, of course I'm satisfied. Then I'll take my leave. Gu Yan stood up with a smile, pretending to prepare to leave. However, whether intentionally or not, he suddenly turned back and said with some concern, "But Ying's sister, I heard Shaolin has quite an unusual background. What if he is bailed out by someone? What will happen then with such a menace still in the world?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wan'er's expression darkened. She put down the materials in her hand and looked at Gu Yan, speaking earnestly. "That's impossible. I have never failed to detain anyone in my cases. Let's not even mention Shaolin. He is just a young worker who has just arrived in Zhanghai City. If he really has a background, then I want to see how extensive that background is, to be able to bail out this murderer from my hands." As a police officer, Shen Wan'er naturally believed in punishing evil and promoting good. She only felt pity for Shaolin for being so young, yet committing such a crime. However, she would never be soft-hearted enough to let him off, so she was extremely confident about this matter. Hearing this, Gu Yan feigned a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. "Then I can rest easy because my friend is still in the hospital. I'm afraid that after Shaolin gets out, he might do something irrational to my friend. After all, my friend was deceived by the innocent and kind facade he initially put on." Innocent and kind facade. Shen Wan'er frowned slightly, recalling the scene in the interrogation room, where Shaolin looked self-reproachful and guilty. That didn't seem like an act. But then she remembered how Shaolin had looked at her with those lecherous eyes at first, and his nonchalant demeanor in the interrogation room. Shen Wan'er felt uncertain again. No, it didn't matter. He would be sentenced anyway. Whether he was acting or not was irrelevant. Shen Wan'er shook her head, looking at Gu Yan with displeasure. This little punk was truly annoying, getting her to overthink with just a few words. "Why are you telling me all this? Do you have a grudge against Shaolin?" "No grudge. I don't know him, but he almost killed me." "Almost killed you?" Shen Wan'er was taken aback, surprised as she asked, "What happened?" Gu Yan sighed and pointed to his own face. "I went to pick up my friend who was lying in the hospital to go to work, but as soon as Shaolin saw me, he charged at me with a fist raised. The target was my head. If my friend hadn't shielded me, I probably wouldn't even be able to stand here talking." "Hiss." Shen Wan'er gasped as the doctor's examination revealed that the force of Shaolin's punch could have nearly shattered Wang Yulan's spine. The power he used against Gu Yan would be even greater. It was clear he intended to kill Gu Yan. Shen Wan'er thought of many things in an instant. Gu Yan was the young master of the Gu family corporation and the only son. His special status might have attracted some assassination attempts. But if they truly wanted to kill Gu Yan, why would they let him go after injuring Wang Yulan? Could it be that the other party had some other motive? Shen Wan'er furrowed her brows, realizing that this situation might be more complicated than she initially thought. But it didn't matter anymore. She let out a soft breath and comforted Gu Yan. "Don't be too anxious. Shaolin has committed the crime of intentional homicide, and it isn't as simple as just going to prison." Although Gu Yan had a lot of bad reputations, after all, the other party had always followed her around, calling her sister when they were young. Thus, she couldn't entirely treat Gu Yan with hostility. Not to mention, Gu Yan had never done anything to her. She was just a bit frustrated with him for not living up to expectations. They had promised to become police officers together when they grew up, yet she was the only one who got into the police academy while he was out skipping school. "Thank you, Ying's sister. I knew you still cared about your younger brother." Gu Yan sighed in relief, a joyful smile appearing on his face. Seeing this sincere moment from Gu Yan, Shen Wan'er couldn't help but be taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed about her previous cold attitude. "That's because I'm your sister." Sigh. Although he had a bad reputation, Gu Yan indeed hadn't done anything to harm his family or society. She would have to correct his dog-like personality in the future. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Crack, crack, crack. The lights went out completely, and the surroundings instantly plunged into darkness. What was happening? Shen Wan'er suddenly stood up, looking at the surveillance monitor, which was now pitch black. Her expression changed drastically. "Not good," she exclaimed quietly, and headed towards the duty room, reminding Gu Yan as she left, "Stay here and don't come out. There might be trouble. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, call my dad and have him send reinforcements." After saying that, she grabbed a flashlight and her service weapon and rushed out. "Oh, be careful, Ying's sister." Gu Yan waved his hand, a dangerous smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Too bad Shen Wan'er couldn't see it. In the cell, Shaolin was still lost in self-doubt. Even with the lights dimmed around him, he remained oblivious. Suddenly, a chill surged up Shaolin's spine. The next moment, an attack suddenly struck him from the darkness. His expression shifted, and he instinctively dodged, hearing a sharp sound slicing through the air. Swish! The attack grazed his cheek, leaving a trace of coldness. Shaolin quickly jumped from his bed to the corner, his eyes alertly scanning his surroundings. What's going on? His body was tense. The attack had seemingly emerged from the dark of night. Who was it? Could it be a martial artist? Shaolin felt something was off. Oh, why would a martial artist appear here? Was the target still me? Above him, Mei Shui hung upside down, looking down with cold eyes at the alert Shaolin. Her abilities could reach a terrifying level in the darkness. Even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to perceive her presence, making her the perfect assassin. She slightly opened her palm, conjuring a black dagger. Although Gu Yan only asked her to retrieve the jade pendant from Shaolin, judging from her earlier probing, she might just be able to eliminate him. Killing the heir of the Dragon King Palace would surely earn her master's respect. In the next moment, she tightened her grip on the dagger and plunged downward. Shaolin remained on guard, but suddenly a feeling surged within him. It was a sensation honed from years of battling those monsters. Without hesitation, Shaolin lunged forward. Bang! A violent sound erupted at his previous position. Once he reached a safe spot, Shaolin looked up to see a figure crashing into where he had just been. However, that figure quickly vanished like a shadow. A shadow. Shaolin's training enabled him to react quickly, focusing intently on his surroundings. Indeed, it was a martial artist, and their abilities were unlike anything he had encountered before. The tense atmosphere in the cell seemed to freeze in the air. Shaolin sensed something unusual. He knew this was not an ordinary attack. Captured, lights out, and now an assassination. This was a premeditated action. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Shaolin said while scanning his surroundings. Unfortunately, he couldn't perceive anyone's presence at all. There was no answer. Mei Shui's figure suddenly appeared behind Shaolin like a ghost from the darkness. Her eyes revealed a hint of coldness as she once again gathered the black dagger in her hand, thrusting it fiercely towards the back of Shaolin's head. She had it. Mei Shui's breath quickened. However, it seemed Shaolin sensed something. The moment the dagger neared his head, he suddenly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping this deadly attack. What? Mei Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she hadn't had time to shadow herself. Bang! Shaolin's right fist smashed backward his hand, gathering a layer of golden light. Ha! Thud! Cough! His fist slammed into Mei Shui's abdomen, causing her to spit out blood, her expression filled with fear as she clutched her injured area and retreated into the darkness. Shaolin gazed into the darkness that had enveloped them, once more his voice deep as he responded, I don't know who you are or why you want to kill me, but I want surrender. He assumed a fighting stance, although he couldn't sense the presence of the attacker. He was aware that he had already injured the other party. Blood was the best means of locating an opponent. In the shadows, Mei Shui clutched her abdomen, suppressing her pain in silence, her eyes filled with fear. This was a grandmaster. Even if she couldn't perceive my existence, he could still instinctively sense an attack against him. Damn it. Just then Mei Shui heard a mocking voice through her earpiece. Fool, I told you not to think about confronting him directly. In close combat, Shaolin's speed and strength are unmatched. Now, according to the plan, even if we exhaust your body, you must force out half of the jade pendant from him. Otherwise, don't expect to see your brother again. The surveillance power in the cell unexpectedly turned back on. Gu Yan, expressionless, watched the surveillance in the duty room. He had seen everything that just transpired, and Mei Shui's ridiculous behavior had left him with a deeper impression of her. A conceited woman. It is. Mei Shui's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Listening to the voice in her earpiece, a wave of panic unexpectedly washed over her, as if Leng Qingqiu was issuing commands to her. She took a deep breath and used the power of the night to staunch her wound. The taste of blood was masked as Shaolin furrowed his brows, and after losing his sense of direction, his vigilance heightened once more. The next second the same trick was played. A sharp blade suddenly flashed from the darkness. Shaolin's figure swayed and hummed. A golden light radiated from him as he transformed his right hand into a claw, shifting between dragon claws and human hands, the same move. His eyes fixed, he charged towards the direction of the blade, growling, Do you think I will fall for the same trick twice? Boom. Thud. A clear sound rang out, followed by a grunt as the blade shattered, fragments flying towards Shaolin's cheek, sending Mei Shui crashing into the corner. Shaolin tilted his head to dodge the debris attack, the aura of the dragon claws fading. Sorry you missed. However, the next second the broken fragment that had grazed his cheek suddenly turned and lunged fiercely at his neck. Clang. The protective aura of the Grandmaster was instantly breached. Shaolin's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Thud. He crouched to steady himself as a glistening piece of jade pendant shaped like a dragon head tied with a rope popped out from around his neck. Shaolin looked at the fragments embedded in the ground, feeling a lingering fear. So the target was my neck. Speaking of which, how could such an attack breach his Grandmaster protection? Could it be the other party was also a Grandmaster? In the monitoring room, upon seeing that piece of jade pendant, Gu Yan's lips curled slightly as he picked up his phone, calmly saying, Move. The next moment, bang bang bang, the lights turned on all at once. On Shaolin's side, just as he was about to check who wanted to kill him, the suddenly illuminated lights dazzled his eyes. He instinctively closed his eyes for 0.1 seconds, and in that 0.1 second, a figure dressed in black appeared beside Shaolin, extending a hand to strike at his chest. Shaolin sensed this formidable aura, his heart racing as he hurriedly protected his chest. However, that attack suddenly shifted, reaching for the jade pendant around Xiao Lin's neck instead. Slap! The sound of the rope snapping echoed sharply as the black-clad figure seized the jade pendant and hurled it into a corner. Not good. The target was my jade pendant. Xiao Lin's eyes widened in anger. He disregarded the black-clad figure beside him and sprinted towards the direction where the pendant had been thrown. However, Mei Shui had been waiting there. The moment she grasped the pendant, she vanished into the darkness. Xiao Lin didn't see his jade pendant. He turned to look at the black-clad figure again, but found that they had also disappeared. Ah! Xiao Lin's eyes instantly filled with rage as he slammed his fist down onto the floor. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared instantly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This was the first time Xiao Lin had such murderous thoughts since arriving in the mundane world. Shen Wan'er felt a surge of unease as she watched the suddenly activated power supply. She lowered her flashlight and raised her handgun, cautiously making her way towards the detention room where Xiao Lin was held. Just moments ago, she had heard a loud crash coming from inside. As she gazed at the nearby detention room, Shen Wan'er swallowed hard and leaned against the wall, slowly moving closer. The power suddenly went out, followed by the loud crash from the detention room, combined with Gu Yan's mention of Xiao Lin's unusual background. It was hard for Shen Wan'er not to suspect that these series of events were connected to Xiao Lin. Leaning against the wall, she tightened her grip on the gun, took a deep breath, and rushed forward. Don't move. Shen Wan'er aimed her handgun at the detention room. However, the scene before her left her frozen. Xiao Lin's eyes were bloodshot and a fist was smashing into the already cracked concrete floor. What happened here? Xiao Lin, what did you do? Shen Wan'er did not lower her gun. Instead, her vigilance heightened. She looked at the disastrous scene inside the detention room, which looked as if a fierce battle had just taken place. Hearing a sound, Xiao Lin lifted his head, revealing a ferocious glare. Shen Yingyan's heart sank. She had seen that look many times before. That was the look of someone wanting to kill. Seeing Shen Wan'er aiming her gun at him, Xiao Lin's mood worsened. If he hadn't been captured, he wouldn't have encountered those mysterious people. His jade pendant wouldn't have been taken from him. All of it was because of this woman in front of him. He stood up, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Shen Wan'er, his arms beginning to shimmer with a glow. Shen Wan'er was jolted by the change in Xiao Lin's arm. What was this? Magic? Illusion? Regardless, she suppressed the fear of the unknown within her and shouted, Xiao Lin, what do you want to do? Do you want to make things worse? As she spoke, her heart raced violently, and she felt as if she could barely hold her gun steady. Humans are fearful of unknown powers, especially when that power is right in front of them. Xiao Lin glared at Shen Wan'er, memories flashing through his mind of the teachings from his masters on Longwang Mountain. Xiao Lin, your power is not meant for killing, but for protecting others. You must remember this after you descend the mountain. Take this half of the dragon-shaped jade pendant on your chest to find the Bai family for the other half. When the two pieces come together, you will be able to command all the people of Longwang Palace. You are the key to saving this world, and finding a way to control your power is your top priority. Longwang Palace will assist you. In an instant, Xiao Lin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and the glow on his hands slightly faded. He weakly lowered his hands and hung his head, his eyes revealing immense regret and unwillingness. Regret for losing his temper with someone from the mundane world, and unwillingness because his jade pendant had been taken from him, a gift from his master, and his greatest secret on the path of cultivation. Generally, no one knew of the existence of this jade pendant. But why did those people today seem to know it was around his neck? Damn. Why? Who had their sights set on him? Watching Xiao Lin, who had lowered his hands and retracted his murderous intent, Shen Wan'er felt a chill running down her back, recalling Gu Yan's words about his unusual background. Could it be that this young man who came to Zhanghai to work truly had some great secret? Just as Shen Wan'er was about to investigate some information about Xiao Lin, the next second a worried voice called from outside the door. Sister Wan'er, are you alright? Xiao Lin seemed to react instinctively, suddenly raising his head. His gaze fixed on the source of that voice at the door. Gu Yan. Xiao Lin almost growled out, unable to believe he had encountered him here. Shen Yingyan's expression changed, blocking Gu Yan's path. Xiao Lin, what do you want to do? The matter is already over. She recalled Gu Yan's earlier words about Xiao Lin wanting to kill him, which she hadn't taken seriously at first. But now, seeing the current situation, she had no choice but to believe it. Gu Yan feigned a pale face, his eyes filled with fear, shrinking behind Shen Wan'er, and tremblingly said, Brother Xiao Lin, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Is it just because you dislike me for being with Sister Yulan? Xiao Lin looked at Gu Yan, who was terrified and flustered. Though he felt a sense of satisfaction, it didn't quell his anger. Shut up. You deceived Yulan, causing me to injure her, and creating misunderstandings. You are clearly a scoundrel. You must have some ulterior motive for being around Yulan. Hearing this, Shen Wan'er furrowed her brows slightly. She had thought it was something serious that made Xiao Lin want to kill Gu Yan. However, the situation seemed more like a love rivalry. In an instant, she felt no sympathy for Xiao Lin. To kill someone over such a trivial matter. Such a person deserved to die. Gu Yan, hearing this, pretended to hold back his fear, his gaze gradually firming. He stepped beside Chuningyin looking at Shaolin without fear, as if Shaolin had said something absurd. Gu Yan's voice rose slightly, no longer the weakness from before. Purpose. Yes, I have a purpose. My purpose is to share some of Sister Yulan's burdens. Do you know her mother is in the hospital? The daily medical expenses are astronomical. Sister Yulan works 4 jobs a day, do you know that? Her physical condition has deteriorated to the point where she is worse than an average person, do you know that? You know nothing. You are just an ignorant young man who has just arrived in Jianghai. All you know is using your fists to kill and fight. What else can you do? Sister Yulan's mother is my teacher, so I help Sister Yulan. And you? Besides making Sister Yulan, who is already struggling to make ends meet, stay in the hospital, what have you ever done to help her? I don't know what I did to cause you to misunderstand, but I know one thing. Gu Yan took a deep breath, looking at Shaolin with derision. One must be grateful. I am grateful to Sister Yulan's teacher for teaching me, so I help her daughter. And you, Sister Yulan, found you a place to stay, yet you repay kindness with enmity and injured her. Can you visit Sister Yulan in the hospital? I even covered her medical expenses. What have you done? All right. Gu Yan looked disappointedly at the increasingly pale Shaolin. I've heard that it seems like you've killed a few more people, causing others to be ruined. Someone like you. Gu Yan, stop talking. Chuningyin, seeing Shaolin's body starting to tremble, pulled Gu Yan, who was about to continue. Fearing that he might say something that would provoke Shaolin further, Gu Yan took a deep breath, seemingly furious over Shaolin's actions, and sighed. Even in the hospital, Sister Yulan told me don't hate him, he is a good person. He helped me before. But I had already called the police before she said that. I intended to withdraw the report, but I didn't expect you to do such things at TNI Pharmaceutical. Shaolin, you have disappointed both me and Sister Yulan. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Shaolin's mind instantly went blank. His anger was drowned by endless regret. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his gaze vacant. What have I done? Oh. He didn't use any cultivation, but his fist slammed down on the ground, making it bleed. Shaolin's eyes were red, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. Even in the end, Sister Yulan still believed in me and spoke well of me. But I did such a thing. Under the dual blow of the jade pendant and Wang Yulan crack, it was as if something had shattered and a bone spur was forever lodged in Shaolin's heart. Seeing this scene, Chuningyin closed her eyes, sighing that in the next life she should be a good person. Yet what no one noticed was that Gu Yan's previously angry expression gradually faded, revealing a deeply malicious smile. The incident concluded. Chuningyin summoned reinforcements and reported the situation. Though the detention cell had been destroyed, Shaolin remained inside, now guarded by several additional officers. His gaze was vacant, unresponsive to anyone who addressed him. Outside the police station, Chuningyin cast a mildly reproachful glance at Gu Yan. Didn't I tell you to wait in the duty room? What if you'd been in danger? Gu Yan shook his head, sheepishly scratching the back of his neck with a smile. But you're my elder sister. I was worried you might be in danger. This boy. A warmth stirred in Chuningyi's heart, rekindling her affection for Gu Yan. So the rumors circulating outside were indeed just rumors. Her younger brother, whom she'd watched grow up, might be mischievous, yet his nature remained fundamentally kind. She smiled faintly and ruffled his hair. Understood. It's late. Go home now. All right, elder sister Ingyin. Do take care of yourself too. Moments later, after watching Gu Yan board the car sent to pick him up and drive away, Chuningyin finally entered the police station with peace of mind. In her thoughts lingered Gu Yan's sincere, gentle countenance, and once more she smiled softly. This boy isn't nearly as reckless as the rumors claim. Inside the moving car, a metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air. Hiss. Here. This is what you wanted. Cough. Mei Shui's vision blurred. Clutching her wound, she endured the searing agony and forced her palm open, revealing half a dragon-shaped jade pendant. A faint knowing smile curved Gu Yan's lips as he lifted it. The jade gleamed translucent and flawless, though only half remained. Its latent power resonated unmistakably. Take this moment for instance. As Gu Yan held the fragment, his vitality surged, his spirit sharpened, his essence deepened. Pure, untainted qi welled up within him, flowing like spring water from a mountain source. Excellent. A satisfied smile flickered across his face, a flash of incisive brilliance gleamed in his eyes. This fragment bore the name Dragon Sovereign Jade. It was the supreme sacred treasure of the Dragon Sovereign Hall, a relic said to enhance insight and cultivation speed while shielding its bearer from all forms of spiritual enthrallment. Only one who possessed the complete Dragon Sovereign Jade could command the entire Dragon Sovereign Hall. Yet in a cataclysmic battle long ago, the jade shattered into 2 halves. One half remained in the possession of the hall's former sovereign master, the other lay hidden within the Bai clan. Gu Yan's mind traced the original narrative. According to the story's course, Shaolin would be released by the Bai family the following day and introduced to their eldest daughter by Qiongwan. The first purpose was simple acquaintance, perhaps even courtship. The second, however, was bound by ancient protocol to claim the remaining half of the jade. Shaolin would need the consent of its current holder, the very person whose pure-hearted aura resonated with the artifact by Qionglan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Gu Yin twirled the jade between his fingers, amusement dancing in his eyes. The Dragon Sovereign Hall recognized no master, only the jade. The instant the two fragments fused into one whole, the hall itself would acknowledge its true sovereign. Was this not in essence a subtle yet decisive usurpation of the protagonist's destined fortune? The Dragon Sovereign Jade conferred immense advantage upon Shaolin. He had to possess it. With that thought, Gu Yin turned toward Lao Gao, the driver ahead, and asked with a wry smile, "Lao Gao, what do you make of Shaolin's strength?" Lao Gao had in fact arrived at the station much earlier, the black-clad assailant who struck Shaolin. Lao Gao fell silent for a moment, then spoke with solemn gravity, "Remarkable. That young man surpasses me." Had Gu Yin not whispered through the earpiece, ordering him to toss the jade toward Mei Shui, the woman crouching in the corner, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lao Gao dared not imagine the sensation of taking a single blow from Shaolin at such close range. Truly, heroes rise young. Yet what mattered most was this. Keeping his eyes on the road, Lao Gao's voice lowered heavy with weight. "Young master, do you know of martial cultivators?" "From the moment you instructed me to seize the jade, I sensed something unusual," Lao Gao added. "Our young master seems to know far more than he lets on." Gu Yin shrugged lightly and countered, "As Jianghai City's most prominent scion, why wouldn't I know?" "Huh, you're absolutely right, young master." Lao Gao laughed heartily, then grew serious. "Still, you ought to look at that woman coughing blood beside you. She's fading fast." Gu Yin glanced sideways. Mei Shui lay motionless, eyes closed, skin pallid, breath shallow and weakening. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. She truly knew how to complicate matters. Had she followed his plan precisely, she wouldn't have sustained such grievous injury. "To the hospital," Gu Yin began, but Mei Shui seized his arm with surprising strength, forcing her eyes open. Her voice frail as mist rasped, "No, we cannot go there. True qi has invaded her meridians. Mundane medicine is useless. In battles between cultivators, worldly methods could mend only surface wounds. The invasive true qi demanded specialized cultivation remedies." Gu Yin furrowed his brow. Where then did she intend to go? Surely not to Leng Qingqiu's place. That would be worse than dying here. The next instant, Mei Shui gritted her teeth and whispered, "Tea. Restaurant." "Ah, that place." Gu Yan's expression remained impassive as he instructed Lao Gao, "Drive to Jianghai Shualu Street." "Yes, young master." Within moments, the car slowed to a halt on a quiet, nearly deserted street. Gu Yan jerked his chin toward the door. "Get out. You can crawl the rest of the way." He had no intention of revealing his true connection with Mei Shui, not yet. Nor would he risk trusting other members of the night organization to keep that secret. Mei Shui clenched her jaw, pushed open the door, and staggered out, every movement trembling with effort. As the door clicked shut, the window rolled down. Gu Yan's voice drifted out, calm and detached. "Your first task is complete." Before she could utter a word, the window rose again, and the car pulled away smoothly. Mei Shui watched it vanish down the street, then shook her head, struggling to clear her fogged consciousness. For tasks remained. "Brother, wait for me. Your elder sister will find you." Although Gu Yin had mentioned that she could crawl back the remaining distance, she still collapsed at the entrance of the night organization due to her severe injuries. In the last moment before losing consciousness, all she could think of was, "How could this guy leave me so far behind?" On the way back, Gu Yin tossed the jade pendant into the system space, which was the safest way to store it. This system space was a feature he had discovered not long ago with infinite capacity to contain anything. It was indeed a useful feature. As he gazed out at the fleeting scenery through the car window, Gu Yan's expression grew exceptionally calm. He already had half of the Dragon King jade in his possession, the other half would take time. If all went well, Shaolin would be released by tomorrow morning and taken to the Bai family, and he certainly couldn't act rashly right now. However, Gu Yan thought of something interesting. In the original story, the Bai family did not actually know Shaolin. They only recognized the Dragon King jade, and the reason for saving Shaolin was naturally due to the actions of the former head of the Dragon King Palace, who had sent a letter to the Bai family a long time ago. The letter stated that a young man named Shaolin, whom he had taken a liking to, would come to Jianghai soon. It was this letter that led the head of the Bai family to believe that Shaolin was the future master of the Dragon King Palace. Especially after seeing the half-piece of Dragon King jade on Shaolin, he became even more convinced of this idea. That was why they sought to build a good relationship. However, now that the Dragon King jade from Shaolin had been taken by him, he wondered how the plot would unfold afterwards. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. A slight smile crept onto Gu Yan's lips at that moment. Buzz. Gu Yan's phone vibrated, and when he picked it up, it was an unfamiliar number. He initially intended to hang up, but for some reason, he ended up answering it. In the next moment, a complex voice that sounded resigned came through. "Gu Yan, this is Shen Wan'er." In the Shen family, Shen Wan'er sat wearily on the edge of her bed. The incident where the security of her company had killed several people had caused an overwhelmingly negative impact. It had instilled unnecessary panic among the employees who had initially had confidence in her. She only wished to resolve the company's impending bankruptcy issues as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Gu Yan thought to himself that she had finally called. Unable to suppress a smile, he asked, "What brings the young lady Shen to me?" As if intentionally provoking her, Guyan inquired, "Why didn't you use your previous number to call me?" On the other end, Shen Wan'er clenched her fists at Guyan's slightly sarcastic remarks. Her eyes filled with grievance and her voice lowered. "Guyan, do you really have to be like this?" In the past, her tone and expression before Guyan had always been lofty. But now her tone sounded incredibly feeble. All right, let's talk about serious matters then. You? Just come to my house to find me tomorrow." Guyan thought for a moment and said, "Resolve the issue by noon and bring your sincerity with you." Hearing this, Shen Wan'er bit her lip and a flicker of embarrassment and anger appeared in her eyes. Yet as if resigned to her fate, she weakly let her hands drop and sighed, "Understood." With a click, the call ended. Shen Wan'er sat by the bed for a long time, staring blankly out the window. Finally, she stood up and walked toward the wardrobe. She began rummaging through her clothes. Randomly, she picked up an exquisite piece of lingerie, and as she gazed at the garment meant only for home, where Shen Wan'er ultimately couldn't hold back her tears. She tightly clutched the clothing, thoughts of Guyan's indifferent demeanor running through her mind. She choked back her sobs and said, "Why? Why do you have to treat me this way? Clearly you were not like this before." On Guyan's side, after hanging up the phone, he turned to Lao Gao and said, "Tomorrow ask Annie to help me buy some ingredients. And also, Lao Gao, you should go deliver to Linger as well." It had been a long time since he cooked for Qingqiu. He wanted to settle Shen Wan'er's matters early, and then head to the Leng family to cook for Qingqiu by noon. Delicious meal indeed. Lao Gao was focused on driving, and upon hearing this he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. He had heard Shen Wan'er's voice on the phone, and it seemed she was coming to the Gu family to find the young master tomorrow. Lao Gao thought to himself, was the young master going to split into the Shen Wan'er devoted personality again? However, he shook his head, reminding himself that he was just the young master's bodyguard, and didn't need to think so much. So he said, "Understood, young master." After a pause, Lao Gao added, "Should I have Auntie send the ingredients directly to the house?" To the house. Guyan was taken aback and then chuckled, "There's no one at home to eat. I'll go cook for Qingqiu at noon, so just send the ingredients over." This time it was Lao Gao's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth then said, "Understood, young master." Hiss. It truly was hard to predict the young master. In the night organization's tea restaurant. 5,000 meters underground in a subterranean space. In a pure white ward. Really useless. How could a young warrior injure you so severely? If the master had sent me at that time, the young master of the Dragon King Palace would have already been controlled into suicide. Bai Lian crossed her arms mocking as she looked at Mei Shui, who was lying on the hospital bed with her injuries bandaged. Mei Shui remained silent. Her body was injured in multiple places, and her internal organs had been severely damaged by the continuous assaults of that golden true energy. If she were an ordinary person, she would have died countless times already. "What did I hit a sore spot? So you're not speaking?" Bai Lian wore a provocative expression. Yet Mei Shui continued to remain silent. Seeing this, Bai Lian retracted her smile and huffed, "Humph, if I hadn't sensed your aura and saved you, you would have died." Hearing this, Mei Shui finally showed some reaction. She turned her head and looked expressionlessly at Bai Lian, saying, "Thank you." Bai Lian clearly didn't expect this woman to actually say thank you, making her feel a bit awkward. "You can actually say thank you. But that's fine. Oh, I'm not someone who. Just that if the master had sent you, you probably wouldn't have crawled back either." Bai Lian slowly raised a question mark, her expression turning exceptionally grim. "Hey, I really dislike you, woman." At that moment, a middle-aged shopkeeper wearing sunglasses walked over and lightly coughed. "All right, stop arguing. The strength of the young master of the Dragon King Palace, possessing master-level prowess, is indeed something we didn't anticipate. This matter has already been reported to the master. As for Mei Shui..." The shopkeeper paused and said, "The master said go to her tomorrow. She will help you recover from your injuries." Upon hearing this, Mei Shui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, her tone filled with a mix of gratitude and guilt. "All right." Bai Lian, however, seemed displeased and muttered, "You completely botched the task, yet you can still earn the master's favor. I really don't get it." She shrugged, shook her head, and left. In the Leng family, Leng Qingqiu appeared cold and indifferent. She certainly did not expect that the young master of the Dragon King Palace was a master. The next day, at the Gu family residence, a white Porsche stopped at the entrance. Shen Wan'er, dressed in a black coat and high heels, stepped down. She gazed at the luxurious mansion before her with a complex expression. Guyan was the richest second-generation heir in Zhanghai City, and perhaps following him would not be a bad thing. Moreover, since Guyan had been so fond of her before, he probably wouldn't treat her poorly after marriage. Sigh. Shen Wan'er sighed lightly, her expression dimming. At this point, she had already made up her mind by coming here. With a complex heart, she walked into the mansion. At this moment, in the Zhanghai City Police Department. Bang! Shen Yingyin barged into the director's office, slamming her hand on the desk, shouting, "What kind of joke is this? He is a murderer. Do you understand what a murderer is? How can you just let him go like this?" Chen Guoping sighed slightly at this. He understood his daughter's anger, but there were too many things in this world that ordinary people could not grasp. For instance, that Xiao Lin, He could never have imagined that the other party was a martial artist from the ancient martial arts world. Thinking of how his daughter had captured such a dangerous person who was beyond the reach of the law made him feel somewhat apprehensive. At this moment, a man in a pure white uniform beside Shen Guoping smiled and said, "Miss Chen, please try to remain calm. Mr. Xiao's identity is special, and according to our professional's assessment, the people who died at TNI Pharmaceuticals were not killed by Xiao Lin." Shen Yingyin looked at the speaker, her brows furrowing. "Who are you?" This person was wearing what seemed to be a pure white uniform from some organization with a golden badge pinned to his chest. I forgot to introduce myself. Here is my identification." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and then took out his identification, handing it to Chen Yingyin. As she took it with a frown and glanced at it, her expression suddenly froze. The identification clearly stated, "Member of the Special Operations Investigation Department of Huaxia." By Jun, Chen Yingyin had never heard of this department. Confused, she handed the identification back, asking, "What kind of department is this? How come I've never heard of it?" Bai Jun shook his head and said meaningfully, "This is an organization that operates outside the law, distinct from the secular world. Of course, Miss Chen, you are not one of us, so I don't need to elaborate further. But your father knows about this, so if you have questions you can ask him, provided he is willing to answer you." After saying this, Bai Jun turned to the complex-faced Chen Guoping. "Then Director Chen, I will take this person with me now." With that, Bai Jun walked towards the exit. Naturally, Chen Yingyin disagreed. Just as she was about to stop him, she was sternly reprimanded by Chen Guoping Yingyin. Chen Yingyin's heart trembled, and in that moment of distraction, Bai Jun had already left. She looked at Chen Guoping in disbelief. "Dad, do you really believe in this mysterious organization?" Sigh. Chen Guoping sighed lightly, stood up, and walked over to the shocked and unwilling Chen Yingyin. He patted her shoulder, his emotions complex. "Yingyin, don't think about capturing Xiao Lin anymore. The other party is not an ordinary person, and that organization is also a legitimate state organization. Even if Xiao Lin is guilty, they will handle it." Upon hearing this, Chen Yingyin tightly clenched her fists. The words from Gu Yin last night flashed through her mind. "Sister Yingyin, I heard that Xiao Lin has quite an unusual background. What if someone helps him out?" She had promised that such a thing would never happen. How frustrating. Chen Yingyin's expression was unreadable as she nodded. "Okay, Director Chen." Gu Yin seemed to have known something long ago, and it looked like he needed to find a time to talk to him. At the Gu family residence, Gu Yin, dressed in a bathrobe, lazily walked down from upstairs. He immediately spotted Shen Wan'er, who was nervously standing in the living room downstairs in her black coat. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "What brings Miss Shen to my humble abode?" "This guy." Shen Wan'er looked at Gu Yin, who was approaching with a wicked expression, and couldn't help but grit her teeth. In a weak and soft tone, she said, "TNI Pharmaceuticals is my hard work. What can you do to let me go?" Gu Yin walked in front of Shen Wan'er, looking down at her, his gaze shamelessly sweeping over her body. "What can I say? Didn't I already tell you? First, pay back the debts your brother owes me. Well, she looks pretty good, and her figure is nice. Xiao Lin would surely be enchanted, and then all it would take is for Shen Wan'er to drink the incapacitating liquid, and half of my plan would be complete." Seeing Gu Yan's gaze, Shen Wan'er believed she understood his intentions. She bit her lip, lightly placed her hand on the buttons of her coat, her voice trembling slightly. "I have no money." Gu Yan looked surprised. "No money? Well, that's not a problem." As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze. Shen Wan'er was slowly unbuttoning her coat. Revealing a bit of rosy skin, Shen Wan'er turned her head away, her face flushed, her voice trembling. "This is my first time. What I said before about being busy with my career and not wanting to date was not a lie. What is this woman doing?" Gu Yan's expression turned cold, his gaze filled with sarcasm. Seeing that Gu Yan was not moving for a long time, Shen Wan'er felt a bit puzzled. Didn't he always want this? Thinking this, Shen Wan'er shyly glanced over, but she found that Gu Yan's expression was very indifferent, as if the beautiful woman standing before him was not a stunning beauty, but merely a lump of flesh called human. Gu Yan lost interest in the performance, his voice calm and indifferent reached Shen Wan'er's ears. "Put your clothes back on." Thud. Thud. For some reason, Shen Wan'er's heart suddenly raced, and her expression turned pale. She hurriedly rebuttoned her coat, gripping the collar tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly. She admitted she was afraid of this Gu Yan. "Wait for me here," Gu Yan said calmly. Shen Wan'er was about to nod in response, when Gu Yan had already left. In less than a moment, Gu Yan returned holding 2 wine glasses. Gu Yan handed one of the glasses to Shen Wan'er. She was a bit confused, but took it nonetheless. Gu Yan looked at her, who appeared somewhat frightened, and sighed lightly. "Shen Wan'er, I once liked you very much, so I gave you everything without reservation. But now I realize that it wasn't love, it was merely the stubbornness of youth. Wanting to possess you was just a childish idea from my younger days. Now we have both outgrown that age, and I will soon be engaged. Your company will resume normal operations after today, and I won't require you to repay your brother's debts. Drink this glass of wine, and let's consider ourselves even." At this, Gu Yan revealed a relieved smile. "I wish you a smooth future, General Manager Shen." As soon as his words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Buzz. Shen Wan'er felt her mind go blank. Engaged? Engaged? For a moment Shen Wan'er was stunned. Looking at Gu Yan, who appeared relieved, her heart inexplicably ached intensely. Tears streamed down her face, feeling as if she had lost something very important. Engagement? Engagement? Are you getting married? Shen Wan'er asked, somewhat dazed. For some reason, when she heard Gu Yan speak of his upcoming engagement, in that tone her heart felt an unbearable ache. She felt she shouldn't like Gu Yan, yet why did it hurt so much to hear he was moving on to a new chapter in life? Gu Yan nodded, a hint of warmth in his eyes as he said, indeed, she's a good girl. I see. Shen Wan'er fell silent for a moment, staring at her wine glass, which reflected her somewhat sorrowful face. She tightly gripped the glass, raising her head to force a smile. I wish you happiness. As Shen Wan'er spoke those words, she felt her heart twisting in pain. Why was it like this? Clearly she didn't like Gu Yan. Yet why did it hurt so much? Why was she so sad? Why did it feel so heartbreaking? Gu Yan clinked glasses with her, saying, I also wish you find your own true love. He took a small sip. Shen Wan'er forced a bitter smile in her heart, then raised her glass and drank it all in one go. What she didn't notice was the strange glint in Gu Yan's eyes as she drank. Shen Wan'er usually didn't drink, but overwhelmed by persistent frustration, she finished the red wine in one breath. Her complexion instantly flushed, she rubbed her forehead and took a deep breath. The world around her began to blur again, and she cried once more. With her head lowered, she began to sob softly. I'm sorry. It was my fault before. She looked at Gu Yan with tears streaming down her face, asking, can we go back to the past? Gu Yan remained silent, just smiling. Not receiving the response she desired, Shen Wan'er's gaze dimmed completely. At that moment she realized it wasn't Gu Yan who couldn't let go of her, but rather she couldn't let go of Gu Yan. She regretted it so much, truly regretted it. Putting down her glass, she wiped her tears and forced a smile. All right, I understand. Yet beneath that smile Shen Wan'er's heart surged with regret and loss. It seemed she was truly wrong. Feeling despondent, Shen Wan'er walked out of the Gu family home. Gu Yan. Her eyes were red and the world around her appeared somewhat blurred. The alcohol was taking effect, making her feel a bit lightheaded as she stumbled towards her Porsche. Meanwhile, a black car made of special material was approaching from afar. Shaolin, right? I am Bai Jun. If I'm not mistaken, your strength should be at the early stage of a master, right? Bai Jun sat in the back, smiling at the silent and gloomy Shaolin. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Was this dejected man really the next heir of the Dragon King's Hall? Though his strength was decent, could someone with such a mindset really go far? Before coming to pick up Shaolin, Bai Jun had already investigated the events leading up to this. Upon learning that Shaolin was captured out of jealousy, he felt an immense disappointment. After all, he greatly admired the old master of the Dragon King's Hall and had been looking forward to the successor he deemed worthy. But who would have thought that this person's performance seemed lackluster? Shaolin heard what was said beside him, not understanding why this man wanted to take him away. He only knew that he didn't have the mood to care about those things right now. Shaolin clenched his fists tightly, his expression becoming pained. Memories of Gu Yan's words kept replaying in his mind. People like you. People like me. Shaolin closed his eyes, realizing that your strength shouldn't be used to harm others. He felt an overwhelming guilt. If he could, he really wanted to visit Wang Yulan in the hospital right now. Suddenly, it seemed he sensed something and abruptly looked up at the window. He saw an unexpected figure crouching by the car, her trembling shoulders indicating she was crying. Shen Wan'er. Shaolin's heart jolted, and he quickly shouted, stop the car. Bai Jun frowned. Stop the car. What are you saying, Shaolin? I'm supposed to take you to. Before he could finish, Shaolin looked at him with pleading eyes. Please. I saw someone very important. After I handle this, I will cooperate with whatever you want. Bai Jun fell silent, adjusting his glasses as he glanced at the striking figure outside, smiling all right. Meanwhile, Shen Wan'er, due to the effects of the alcohol and her sorrow, began to sob right by the front of the car. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Shen Wan'er's ears. Boss, are you all right? She paused, turning her head to see the security guard she had hired standing behind her. He looked at her with a worried expression. At that moment, warmth surged within her heart, and she wiped away her tears, shaking her head. I'm fine. What are you doing here? This was the first time Shaolin saw Shen Wan'er like this. Her face was flushed from drinking. Her tone carried a hint of softness, causing him to stammer, I was released without charges. What are you doing here, boss? Hearing this, Shen Wan'er recalled Gu Yan's words. Looking at the nervous Shaolin, she shook her head and smiled. Do you know how to drive? Yes. I learned on the mountain. On the mountain? What a strange place. It's a place called Dragon King's Mountain. All right, here you can take me back to the company. Shen Wan'er interrupted Shaolin, handing him the car keys. As he took the keys, her hand brushed against his instantly, making his face flush. Okay, sure. Shaolin nodded in agreement without thinking. Meanwhile, Bai Jun watched the interaction between Shaolin and the girl, his glasses reflecting light. Drive, let's go back. Bai Jun's tone was somewhat indifferent. Understood, sir. Virum. The car roared to life. Bai Jun took a deep breath, contemplating the interaction between Shaolin and the girl. He scoffed lightly. Is this really the current young master of the Dragon King's Hall? Not impressive at all. As the older brother, there was no way he could allow his little sister to marry such a man. By the way, his little sister mentioned she was bullied before. He asked the man in front, "Have you found out who bullied my sister?" "Yes, they're a bunch of small-time thugs. The leader is named Shen Tian. He is the younger brother of Shen Wan'er, the eldest daughter of the Shun family, and had many financial dealings with the eldest son of the Gu family. However, investigations show that Gu Yin has fallen out with Shen Wan'er and was the one who rescued her back then." Upon hearing this, a glint of killing intent appeared in Bai Jun's eyes. Shen Tian. Shen family. Unfortunately, as a martial artist, he was not allowed to interfere in worldly affairs. And the eldest son of the Gu family. He had heard rumors that he was just a lapdog of Shen Wan'er. But since he saved his little sister, then he was a friend. This favor Bai Jun would repay. It seems he should find a time to meet this Gu Yan. Gu Yan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his grand villa, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed the two figures in the outer yard. When he saw Xiao Lin helping Shen Wan'er into the car, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent, the plan was already halfway completed. Xiao Lin's presence here was initially unexpected, but the outcome turned out to be surprisingly favorable. Moreover, the car carrying Xiao Lin likely contained Bai Jun, the eldest son of the Bai family from the original story. Very good, the plot was progressing smoothly. Perhaps Xiao Lin's appearance here was due to the world's force correcting the course of events. After all, a sorrowful female protagonist weeping on the car hood was the perfect moment for a male protagonist to appear and comfort her, thus enhancing his favorability, wasn't it? This truly was splendid. However, Gu Yan knew that this was a crucial turning point for the two to increase their affinity. That would be the death of Shen Tian. Only with Shen Tian's demise would Shen Wan'er be driven to despair. At that moment, when Xiao Lin offered his comfort and concern, he could penetrate her heart. Of course, while Shen Tian could indeed die, it was imperative that Leng Qingqiu remained uninvolved. After all, that would revert to the original plot. Following that, the sorrowful and weeping Shen Wan'er and the comforting Xiao Lin. At that point, as they interacted, just thinking about that situation made Gu Yan nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, he had already made Shen Wan'er consume that bottle of extinguishing water. It was the red wine she drank in one gulp, which only required a single sip to be effective. However, he hadn't expected her to drink it all. In her drunken state, she lay there crying, just as Xiao Lin was released. What a splendid development. Gu Yan had previously considered numerous plans to weaken Xiao Lin's strength. One straightforward idea was to eliminate Wang Yulan and the other female protagonists. This elimination was meant literally to assassinate them directly. However, he quickly abandoned that thought. Firstly, these female protagonists were considered daughters of destiny, and even if they were killed, they might suddenly encounter some fortuitous event that would grant them a resurrection. Secondly, many of the female protagonists had substantial backgrounds, and with his current methods and strength, it would be impossible to achieve what he envisioned. Thirdly, Leng Qingqiu was still in her developmental stage. Unnecessarily establishing so many enemies would only hasten his own demise. Moreover, simply killing female protagonists wouldn't entirely weaken Xiao Lin's strength. He would still remain powerful. It should be noted that Xiao Lin was chosen to be the successor of the Dragon King's Hall, not solely due to his physique being compatible with the Dragon King's jade for rapid cultivation, but rather because of his pure passionate heart that refuses to give up. Thus, to defeat him, one must attack his heart. Gu Yan planned to utilize these original female protagonists to inflict irreparable damage on Xiao Lin. The damage to the heart. After contemplating all this, Gu Yan's mind had already developed the next steps and plans. But before that, he glanced at the time 930. Just the right time. Hey, Xiao Qingqing, I have come to find you. Gu Yan adjusted his clothes and then bounced toward the underground garage. The Leng family. In the study. Mei Shue's face faintly flushed with an unnatural red as she lay flat on the couch. She was enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Leng Qingqiu stood before her, his eyes wide open, revealing those peculiar orbs. The open book in his hand, titled Night, emitted a chilling black glow. A continuous stream of black mist cascaded from that book, enveloping Mei Shue. Master. Mei Shue struggled to open her eyes, breathing heavily as she looked at Leng Qingqiu. He appeared calm, seemingly contemplating matters while treating her. Thus the force he used seemed to have increased. Mei Shue felt a constant influx of power within her body, a sensation that was both invigorating and uncomfortable. Hang in there, Mei Shue. The treatment will be over soon. Leng Qingqiu said calmly. The treatment was short, lasting about a minute. However, Mei Shue felt as though it had been half a century. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling involuntarily. Two forces clashed within her, turning her world upside down. Finally, at the last moment, a more ferocious black true energy swallowed the golden true energy. The treatment concluded. Mei Shue was drenched in fragrant sweat. She also sensed that her bottleneck had loosened slightly. Mei Shue understood this was her master's handiwork. She breathed lightly, gazing at Leng Qingqiu with a dazed expression. Thank you for the master's grace. Although this treatment method was somewhat strange, there was a task to be assigned to Mei Shue. Therefore, the intensity was heightened, and she was granted some night power. She believed that soon Mei Shui would be able to break through her realm. Leng Qingqiu closed his eyes again, thankful that no one was around, or otherwise who knew what they would think she was doing. Listening to Mei Shui's words, Leng Qingqiu slightly nodded and said, "There is a secret task I need to arrange for you." Mei Shui regained her focus and quickly stood up, kneeling on one knee. "Master, please command." Leng Qingqiu slightly nodded, his expression slightly unnatural, and said, "For the grand plan of the organization, we need the power of the Gu family. Thus, as the next heir, Gu Yan is a target we must secure. From this day forth, you will secretly follow Gu Yan and ensure his safety." He paused for a moment, then emphasized, "Even if you die, Gu Yan must not die." Mei Shui's heart trembled violently. She lowered her head, her face already covered in cold sweat. Yes. Why would the master suddenly mention Gu Yan? Did he discover my secret with him? No. Impossible. If he had discovered what I was doing with Gu Yan in secret, I would have been executed long before reaching the door of the night organization. So, the master merely assigned me a normal task. With this in mind, Mei Shui felt somewhat enlightened. No wonder the master was with Gu Yan. It was to control the Gu family. So that's it, but Gu Yan is not as simple as he appears. After much contemplation, Mei Shui couldn't help but mention master. There is a powerful elder beside Gu Yan. Implicitly, Mei Shui wanted to remind Leng Qingqiu that the Gu family also had a formidable background, hoping the master would be cautious. Leng Qingqiu nodded and calmly replied, "I naturally know." Hearing this, Mei Shui was shocked. At the same time, she felt utterly embarrassed. Who was the master? How could he not know such matters? Surely the master must have known Gu Yan's true nature long ago. He merely sent her to protect Gu Yan to gain his trust for the purpose of seizing the Gu family. This must be the master's masterstroke. Gu Yan thought the master was unaware of his true face, but seeing her take such measures to protect him would surely move him greatly. At the last moment, the master would reveal a thunderous power and swiftly absorb the Gu family. Truly the master is remarkable. Mei Shui looked at Leng Qingqiu, feeling ashamed and unworthy. The thoughts in her heart were not something mere subordinates like them could fathom. She nodded again. "Yes, master. I promise to complete the task." Leng Qingqiu felt somewhat puzzled by Mei Shui's excitement, but she still calmly nodded. "You should wash up first, then secretly protect Gu Yan." "Yes." Fearing revenge from Shaolin, Gu Yan decided to have Mei Shui protect him in secret. When danger arose, Mei Shui immediately stepped in to shield Gu Yan. Afterward, she left a message. "You don't need to know who is protecting you." Thinking about it, it should be a perfect plan. It was supposed to be like this, but... In the Leng family, at the dining table on the first floor, 3 individuals with varying expressions sat together. "So, why did Gu Yan suddenly come over? Aren't you the one who called your aunt to bring food today? Shouldn't it be your aunt cooking instead?" No, I can't expose myself." With this thought, Leng Qingqiu cleared her throat and calmly introduced, "This is my relative's child, named Mei Shui. She just happened to come to visit me today." Mei Shui's expression also turned awkward as she struggled to contain her anxious feelings. Water droplets still clung to her hair, and swallowing hard, she dared not look at Gu Yan's expression. "Hello, I am Mei Shui, a close friend of Leng Qingqiu." "Oh no, I just directly referred to the master by name, I'm doomed." Mei Shui was confused. All she knew was that her mind was in chaos. After finishing her shower and putting on clothes, she intended to dry her hair. However, she caught a glimpse of Gu Yan standing behind her with a strange expression in the mirror. Then hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. And thus it led to the current situation. Gu Yan glanced at Leng Qingqiu, then at the flustered Mei Shui. What is going on here? He had simply wanted to enjoy a happy time at the Leng family home, with Qingqiu creating a delightful world for just the two of them. But why was this Mei Shui here? Moreover, it had led to this situation. Even someone as clever as Gu Yan hadn't anticipated that he, Leng Qingqiu, and Mei Shui would all be at the same table. After all, in Gu Yan's mind, the best-case scenario was to privately resolve the storyline, where Mei Shui betrays Leng Qingqiu. He never expected it to come to light like this. However, now that it was the case, Gu Yan forced a smile, and kindly looked at Mei Shui, saying, "Miss Mei, hello, I am Gu Yan. My Qingqing has been in your care all this time." As soon as he said this, Mei Shui's expression changed. "Qingqing? This guy is calling my master Qingqing. How rude. Is he not afraid of death?" She quickly looked at Leng Qingqiu, only to find her face remained unchanged. Mei Shui suddenly understood. To seize the Gu family, that's why her master pretended to be indifferent. After all, she didn't really like Gu Yan. No matter how much she was annoyed and dissatisfied inside, she wouldn't show anything on her face, as expected of the master. With this thought, Mei Shui also forced a smile, and replied to Gu Yan, "Oh no, it's me who should thank you for taking care of Qing Qiu. It is Miss Mei who deserves the thanks. It is Mr. Gu who deserves it." Of course, neither of them noticed that although Leng Qingqiu's expression showed no change, her hands under the table were tightly clenched. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Damn it. How infuriating. How could I be called that in front of me? What will they think of me? How infuriating. How embarrassing. Leng Qingqiu felt incredibly ashamed, wishing she could lock herself in her study and never come out. Ding dong, at that moment the sound of the hour chime rang out. Guyan looked up and said to Mei Shui, "It's almost mealtime. Miss Mei, why not stay for dinner?" A hint of inscrutable meaning glimmered in his eyes as he thought to himself that he needed to ask her properly. Upon hearing this, Mei Shui felt conflicted. Whether she could stay was not up to her. It depended on her master. Moreover, as a servant, how could she have dinner with her master? Yet Leng Qingqiu spoke up with a smile, saying, "Guyan is right, Mei Shui, you should stay for dinner." Leng Qingqiu didn't want Guyan to think she was stingy, although this would slightly affect her image in front of her subordinates. Upon hearing this, Mei Shui nodded repeatedly, "Yes. I mean, that sounds good." Guyan looked speechlessly at the flustered Mei Shui. "Please, can you act a little more convincingly? Fortunately, I am here. If it were someone else, they would have long since seen through this. What a fool. No, my alone time with Qingqiu was already scarce. I couldn't let this fool disrupt it." With that thought, Guyan smiled and said, "Miss Mei, why don't you head to the kitchen and help me prepare the side dishes for lunch? I already had Annie send them over. You should know how to wash and cut them right." Hearing this, Mei Shui felt a bit uncomfortable. "Please, my master is not yours. Even though I have a request of you, don't expect me to do everything you say." Then Mei Shui stood up smiling as she replied, "All right, I'm very good at this. Fine, staying here was too torturous. Being alone in the kitchen would relieve some pressure." After Mei Shui left, Leng Qingqiu actually sighed in relief. After all, Mei Shui was her subordinate, and she was involved with the night organization. She definitely didn't want Gu Yin to know about it. Now being alone with Gu Yin, she could relax a bit. Just as she was thinking this, a warm body pressed against her. Leng Qingqiu felt herself being embraced by something. Qingqiu, why didn't you tell me there are guests at home? You made me so nervous." "She's a woman. You don't know how shocked I was when I saw her drying her hair when I just arrived." Gu Yin stood up, walked over to Leng Qingqiu, and directly wrapped his arms around her, inhaling her fragrant scent. "Hey, pay more attention. There are people here. She is my close friend. Isn't it normal for her to come see me?" Leng Qingqiu's face turned slightly red. After all, Mei Shui was still in the kitchen. She pushed Gu Yin hard, trying to get him to back off. But Gu Yin was as sticky as chewing gum, refusing to budge. Bear hugging pure love interest points 10. Continuing to bear hug pure love interest points 30. Pure love interest feels embarrassed points 100. What a joke. This was the perfect time to replenish pure love energy. However, he couldn't let Qingqiu feel too troubled, so Gu Yin moved a chair over and sat beside Leng Qingqiu, then draped his hand over her shoulder, pulling her closer to him. The latter resisting fiercely, and thus they entered a tug-of war. "Qingqiu, after such a long time apart, don't you miss me? We've only been apart for one night. Is that so? There's an old saying in Huaxia, being apart for 3 days feels like being apart for 30. One night apart feels like 10 days apart. What kind of strange metaphor is that? Shouldn't it be a scholar is separated for 3 days? Good wife, you are so clever. I reward you with a kiss. Get lost." After a while of tugging, Gu Yin realized that he simply could not pull Leng Qingqiu into his embrace. Reluctantly, as Leng Qingqiu mentioned, she wanted to go upstairs to read. Gu Yin had no choice but to give up. "Qingqiu will call you when dinner is ready. Got it, you can leave now." Hiss. "Qingqiu, you look so beautiful when you scold someone." With a creak, the study door closed. Bang. Leng Qingqiu suddenly covered her face, a look of shame and anger appearing on her features. She opened her eyes. Although those eyes lacked color and brilliance, combined with the blush on her face, they presented an alluring beauty. "What a rude fellow. Do you not know that I am not only the actual head of the Leng family, but also the king of night? To do such things right in front of me, it has ruined my image before them. Damn bastard." Leng Qingqiu gritted her teeth, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. No, she must not let Gu Yin disturb her mind and plans. Since the young master of the Dragon King Hall is rather difficult to deal with, she decided to focus on other weaker forces. Although she wanted to say this, it seemed there had been some issues at the company recently. Leng Qingqiu fumbled through the letter from Leng Qing'an, the nominal head of the Leng family. The letter stated, "Dear niece, things are not well. There is an internal spy in the company who has escaped with our research results. Investigations show they are from Yinqing Group. What should we do now?" Sigh. Leng Qingqiu sighed, lightly picturing Leng Xinggan's helpless expression in her mind. What will the Leng family do without me? But Yinqing Group. Leng Qingqiu thought for a moment, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. In fact, the information provided by Jun Xilan had mentioned that the Dragon King Hall was interfering in the secular world. Yinqing Group is a large real estate company established by the Dragon King Hall in the secular realm. Over half of the properties in Jianghai City were built by them, showcasing their formidable strength. Having been rooted in Jianghai for so many years, they must have infiltrated every corner. How many martial artists do they have? Leng Qingqiu's expression grew serious. Her current strength was still too weak, and recklessly striking against the Dragon King Hall posed too great a risk. Moreover, she was puzzled about one thing: why does a real estate company like Yinqing Group need the medical technology data of the Leng family? Leng Qingqiu furrowed her brows, biting her nails. After a moment, her expression turned cold, deciding to let Mei Shui and the others investigate. They should dig up all the information on the Dragon King Hall. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the atmosphere felt slightly eerie. Gu Yin was washing vegetables, while Mei Shui was chopping. The former kindly asked, "What are you doing washing up in my house?" "Your house." Mei Shui frowned and replied, "The master asked me to wash up here." "Oh." Gu Yan nodded and asked again, "What does Qingqiu want you to do? Why don't you tell me about it?" Since the two had a special communication in secret, Gu Yan didn't mind acting. Hearing this, Mei Shui hesitated for a moment. Should she say it? Would saying it reveal the secret task given to her by the master? However, this matter was originally related to Gu Yan. After thinking it over, Mei Shui chose to speak, hoping it would enhance Gu Yan's trust in the master. "After being injured by Xiao Lin yesterday, the master asked me to come treat my wounds. After the treatment, the master instructed me to secretly protect you." Gu Yan's face brightened upon hearing this. He washed the vegetables more diligently. "Aha, is that so? Well, no wonder our Qingqiu is so good to me, even thinking of secretly sending someone to protect me." Clearly putting on a proud facade while telling him to go die. What a woman who says one thing and means another. Seeing the effect was profound, Mei Shui couldn't help but smirk internally. Foolish man, you probably don't realize the master's true intention is to make you so touched that in the end, she will seize your Gu family. You are only happy for this moment. Once I complete the remaining 4 tasks and get news of my brother, I will promptly report your true face to the master. Mei Shui thought to herself. Gu Yan, unaware of Mei Shui's thoughts, was happily contemplating a plot point from the original work. If he wasn't mistaken, a preliminary antagonist from the original work in Zhanghai City, Dragon King Hall, would soon make an appearance. This organization was considered the largest martial artist organization in Zhanghai City. They had infiltrated various industries and established the Yinxing Group as a real estate company. They had many collaborations with the Gu family. Every year during the family annual meeting, the Gu family invited representatives from the Dragon King Hall to attend. While the two families appeared to be harmonious, it was quite the opposite. The master of the Dragon King Hall harbored grand ambitions to swallow all the families in Zhanghai City. He aspired to become the emperor of Zhanghai City. The master of the Dragon King Hall, named Yin Huang, was a mid-stage grandmaster. In the original work, he was portrayed as a major early antagonist. The family he wanted to swallow included the Shen family, which was why the protagonist Xiao Lin would cross paths with him. After a series of deadly battles, Xiao Lin successfully broke through to the mid-stage grandmaster and killed the master of the Dragon King Hall, Yin Huang, taking over all the properties under the Dragon King Hall, thus expanding his power and rising to prominence in Zhanghai City. In short, it was a troublesome organization. However, there was no need to worry too much. According to the plot, the Dragon King Hall would eventually be eliminated by the protagonist group. As for why they were related to the protagonist group, it was because one of the families the Dragon King Hall wanted to swallow was the Shen family. As Shen Wan'er's new admirer, Xiao Lin naturally took on the responsibility of eliminating the villains. Not only did he resolve the crisis of the Shen family, but he also won Shen Wan'er's favor. Thus Gu Yan believed he only needed to develop safely behind the scenes. Let the Dragon King Hall be a headache for the protagonist Xiao Lin. Just as Gu Yan was thinking this, he paused, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Wait a minute, according to the details in the original work, it seems that the Dragon King Hall's ambition to swallow all families in Zhanghai City was instigated by Leng Qingqiu. The Dragon King Hall's efforts to oppose Xiao Lin were also due to Leng Qingqiu's instigation. After all, in the original work, when Yin Huang died, he said something like this, "Haha. Do you think killing me will give you peace? The truly terrifying existence has yet to emerge. All those people from back then will die. The devil is crawling out of hell. You Xiao Lin, who carries the same karma, will too. Whether it's you or your friends and comrades. They will all die. I will be waiting for you in hell." As the recollection ended, Gu Yan's mouth twitched. So it was all you Qingqiu causing this commotion. Good news, Silver Branch Pond, red hair, powerful, knowledgeable. Bad news, the character is named GZ. The author has no intention of ruthlessly tormenting the characters like in typical railway novels. After all, the original story follows a standard heroic and passionate narrative. The protagonist team believes they have defeated their strongest enemy, but in reality, there is an even stronger foe behind that enemy. According to the information revealed by each villain after their defeat, the true mastermind controlling them is actually Leng Qingqiu. No wonder it's our Qingqiu. Gu Yan pondered. Suddenly his expression stiffened. No wait. Based on various plot points in the original work, every villain encountered by the protagonist team is actually being manipulated by Leng Qingqiu. This means that during that period, Leng Qingqiu was already at an invincible stage. As for why she didn't directly kill the protagonist, she mentioned in the original work that it was to allow the protagonist to gradually feel the despair of losing those around them, to let the other party experience the pain caused by their sister's death. In other words, when Xiao Lin was targeted by the Underworld Palace, it actually represented that Leng Qingqiu had already broken the seal on her eyes and become invincible. According to the original work, that's how it is. Gu Yan's mouth twitched as he discovered an unexpected situation. Although the original work did not specify how Leng Qingqiu became invincible, but based on the various details written by the author, Gu Yan could speculate. It probably required the heart's blood of Leng Qingqiu to restore the light in Leng Qingqiu's eyes, making her invincible. According to the plot, Shen Wan'er's brother Shen Tian was killed by Leng Qingqiu, which caused Shen Wan'er to be heartbroken and reveal her feelings to Xiaolin. In order to avenge Shen Wan'er, Xiaolin killed Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu completely collapsed and turned dark due to her sister's death, using Leng Qingqiu's heart's blood to restore the light in her eyes, thus becoming invincible. But this is all part of the original plot. As it stands, Shen Tian is not dead. Guyan will not allow Leng Qingqiu to die either. So, how does Qingqiu restore her sight and become invincible? If she cannot be invincible, how can she control the underworld palace? Can she rely on the current Night Organization? It's not that Guyan looks down on the Night Organization, it's just that the original work mentioned that before Leng Qingqiu gained her powers, the strongest member of the Night Organization was only at the mid-level of the Master Stage. Guyan still remembers that dramatic moment. That esteemed one bestowed me power. 800 words omitted here. You fools are foolish for doing that, allowing that esteemed one to break through their own limitations. We received the esteemed one's grace and gained enhancement. If you want to blame someone, blame your own foolishness for opposing the esteemed one. It can be inferred that once Leng Qingqiu breaks the seal, she grants immense powers to all members of the Night Organization and some branch members, allowing them to break through from acquired to innate and from innate to master. Until all members of the Night Organization appeared, the strongest among them only reached the peak of the late Master Stage. This means that the current members of the Night Organization are likely not a match for the Underworld Palace. Xiaolin has also suffered damage to his Dao heart due to Gu Yan's meddling, and once the martial heart is damaged, it becomes very difficult to break through to a higher realm again. It's hard to say whether he can break through to the mid-level of the Master Stage like in the original work. If the Underworld Palace targets Leng Qingqiu, won't that be troublesome? Gu Yan took a sharp breath as he had been focused on wanting to eliminate the protagonist Xiaolin, subconsciously forgetting that there are actually many other villains in this world. However, Leng Qingqiu is the biggest villain boss, controlling all these small and large villains in the original work. But the premise is that this is how it was in the original work. If Leng Qingqiu's power cannot become the strongest, then not only will she not be safe, but her own safety will also be at risk. There must be other ways, Guyan thought. Right. There is also that half piece of Dragon King Jade. It is said that once the Dragon King Jade is combined, 800 words omitted here. In summary, a complete piece of Dragon King Jade can lead the entire Dragon King Palace. However, a half piece will lose this effect. The previous palace master could not command the Dragon King Palace because the Jade was damaged. It seems I have a new idea. Merge the Jade to obtain the Dragon King Palace. Then use this power to resist some potential risks. He does not believe that Leng Qingqiu can only rely on Leng Qingqiu's heart's blood to restore her eyesight. Furthermore, why must it be Leng Qingqiu's heart's blood? Are there any other connections besides bloodlines? If it's about bloodlines, wouldn't using the heart's blood of the superficial head of the Leng family, Leng Xing'an, work just as well? Forget it for now. I won't think about that too much. My primary opponent is still the protagonist Xiaolin. After all, in the original work, the opponent's strength is enough to perish together with Leng Qingqiu. But now this raises another question. It is known that Leng Qingqiu is very powerful in the original work, and the ambition of the Underworld Palace to dominate the rivers and seas is manipulated by Leng Qingqiu. However, since Leng Qingqiu cannot restore her strength, she is unable to control the Underworld Palace. So will the Underworld Palace no longer have the ambition to dominate the rivers and seas? Would that mean they won't provoke the protagonist team? If that's the case, what would the plot turn into? Guyan felt a bit of a headache. No matter how the world's power adjusts, it shouldn't be under the premise that Leng Qingqiu is not invincible. Should the plot just reconnect? Even if it does, who will take over? Surely it can't be him. His thoughts were a bit chaotic. Given the situation, Guyan turned off the faucet and smiled lightly. Let's have a meal first. Mei Shui felt a chill run through her body as she glanced at Guyan, whose expression had been changing like a palette since just now. This guy, doesn't he have a split personality? It's lunchtime. Mei Shui lowered her head and scooped rice, secretly glancing up at the front. She saw Guyan sitting beside her master feeding her, while asking with a smile, Qingqiu, it's been a long time since you had my cooking. Do you miss this taste? Of course, if it's made by you, it must be delicious. With subordinates around, Leng Qingqiu naturally would not reveal her true thoughts. She did not want her subordinates to think she was a very sentimental woman. So she smiled, gently warm as the morning sun. Guyan looked at Leng Qingqiu's demeanor, his heart racing. Hiss. No way. What version of Leng Qingqiu is this? Why is she showing me such a gentle and beautiful smile? No, often it is said that when a woman smiles at you, it means you've done something wrong. Could it be that I did something that Qingqiu found out? Guyan fell into deep thought. Mei Shui also watched, nervously hissing, so that's how it is the master pretends to be a good wife and mother to gain Guyan's favor and trust, right? Just by looking at Guyan's dazed expression, one can tell that the master must usually be very gentle. It's a pity that Guyan, no matter how you calculate, you didn't foresee that everything the master does is just to take over the Gu family. Truly the master Leng Qingqiu was unaware of the mental storm between the two outside. The aroma at her nose had already made her fingers itch. She gently opened her mouth and tasted the dish. Gu Yan handed over her heart, racing her breathing becoming slightly quicker. Leng Qingqiu's body involuntarily tensed up. It had been 3 days since she had tasted something so good. Leng Qingqiu felt like she was about to cry. Delicious. This is the taste. Wow. I missed this flavor. So blissful. Though Leng Qingqiu wanted Gu Yan to feed her more, she was still aware of her subordinates around. So she took a napkin to wipe her mouth and smiled at Gu Yan, who was still immersed in self-doubt, as I thought it's very delicious. Before Gu Yan could recover, Leng Qingqiu picked up a pair of chopsticks, as if she knew exactly where each dish was. She picked it up and held it to Gu Yan's mouth, smiling gently as she said here. Though her smile was outwardly warm, she felt immensely embarrassed inside. Even her hand holding the food was trembling. Leng Qingqiu had thought about acting proud in front of Gu Yan. But, with Mei Xue present, she didn't want her subordinates to think that Gu Yan was like a servant who constantly pleased her. She also didn't want her subordinates to look down on Gu Yan. Of course it wasn't because of her various thoughts. It was simply that she did not want her nominal husband Gu Yan to be looked down upon by her subordinates. Truly, just because he is her nominal husband. So she was willing to show a gentle and considerate demeanor towards Gu Yan. Even though this might affect her subordinates' perception of her. That said, Leng Qingqiu was finding it difficult to maintain her smile. Why hasn't she felt Gu Yan eat yet? Hey, do you think my hand won't get sore? In the next moment, a hand pressed against Leng Qingqiu's forehead. Gu Yan asked worriedly, Qingqiu, are you not burning up? Is something wrong with your body? He was somewhat suspicious. Why was the usually cold Leng Qingqiu, who either told him to roll or wore a cold face today, acting so differently? How could she be so gentle and considerate towards him? Leng Qingqiu. She maintained her smile, her chopsticks still grasped tightly, looking kindly at Gu Yan, and then... Stamp. Hiss. Gu Yan's face twitched as he looked down, only to find that Leng Qingqiu had stomped hard on his foot, with her foot clad in home slippers. Gu Yan, what are you talking about? Haven't I always been like this? Also hurry up and eat. I specifically picked this for you. While Leng Qingqiu twisted her right foot, she kindly said this. Gu Yan, no matter what, was now able to understand. He endured the pain and sat back down, biting down on the chopsticks Leng Qingqiu had handed him. Stepped on by the pure love interest through shoes. 50. Ignoring the pain in his foot, he felt an immense happiness inside. Although he did not know what had happened, this version of Qingqiu was simply amazing. Mei Xue looked at Gu Yan with a cold smile, unable to contain her laughter. Hee hee, you can only be happy for a moment. When the master takes the Gu family from you, don't come crying. As if sensing Mei Xue's gaze, Gu Yan turned his head with an expression that seemed to ask, what are you looking at? Are you envious? Mei Xue exclaimed. Her face twitched as she reminded herself not to get angry, as this was all just a beautiful illusion woven by the master for him. Soon you won't be able to smile anymore. But to be fair, Gu Yan's cooking is indeed delicious. It's no wonder he said that fried rice at the tea restaurant wasn't as good as what he made. Mei Xue thought as she looked over at Gu Yan interacting with her master. As she watched, for some reason, she started feeling uncomfortable all over. That damn guy, don't push your luck. How dare he still touch her? Mei Xue's face turned slightly red, feeling that if she continued watching she would lose her composure, so she hurriedly stood up and said, I'm full, before taking her bowl into the kitchen. Gu Yan glanced at the departing figure, a smile forming in his heart. He truly understood how to read the room. He knew I wanted to cherish my time with Qingqiu. With that thought, he looked at Leng Qingqiu with a beaming smile. Qingqiu, this time let me feed you. However, as he was speaking, Gu Yan found himself unable to continue. He noticed that Leng Qingqiu's originally gentle and considerate demeanor quickly turned icy, resembling her usual cold self. The former, hearing Gu Yan's words, felt deeply ashamed and angry. She coldly replied, get away, who needs you to feed me? I can eat by myself. You just made me hold the chopsticks for so long. Her words were left unfinished. Where's the dish soap? At this moment, Mei Xue walked out of the kitchen. It's under the cabinet. Come on, Gu Yan, open your mouth. Leng Qingqiu displayed a gentle demeanor, thoughtfully bringing food to Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Yan was taken aback. Wait a minute, is Leng Qingqiu suffering from a split personality? Oh, okay. Mei Xue looked at her master with a strange expression, feeling an indescribable sensation. She shook her head and turned back into the kitchen. Leng Qingqiu let out a sigh of relief. At this point, Gu Yan finally understood. He suddenly realized that because Leng Qingqiu hadn't fully turned dark, yet she would certainly appear gentle and considerate in front of her subordinates. That's why she showed her gentle side in front of Mei Xue. So it was like this. Gu Yan gazed at Leng Qingqiu's soft expression that was gradually fading, and he let out a disappointed sigh. So it was like this. Looking at the chopsticks so close, he shook his head and said, Qingqiu, Mei Xue has left. His words revealed a sense of disappointment. Leng Qingqiu felt a jolt in her heart. Gu Yan seemed very disappointed. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was because she feigned gentleness that Gu Yan misunderstood her actions as being for Mei Xue. As a man who loves her, he naturally would feel extremely disappointed and disheartened. After all, Gu Yan loved her so much, treating her with unreserved kindness. But why couldn't she lower her guard? Leng Qingqiu gritted her teeth. Damn it, just this once. It seemed she made a decision, taking a deep breath. On Gu Yan's side, just as he thought Leng Qingqiu wouldn't continue the act, she looked up and said with a slightly strange voice, "Feed me." Gu Yan was taken aback and asked Qingqiu. Mei Shui isn't here. Why would she continue acting when her subordinate was gone? Since she didn't like doing such things, Gu Yan wouldn't force her. Yet Leng Qingqiu gritted her teeth and faced Gu Yan, saying, "Feed me." Gu Yan was stunned, then accepted the chopsticks that Leng Qingqiu had used. Was it good? She asked. Delicious. After that, she picked up another bite and brought it to Gu Yan's mouth, saying, "Feed me." Gu Yan was a bit confused but complied. Was it good? Delicious. Following that, Leng Qingqiu picked up another bite to offer Gu Yan, this time without speaking. However, Gu Yan was stunned because Leng Qingqiu's little face was slightly flushed and even her hands were trembling. Gu Yan couldn't help but ask Qingqiu. But before he could finish, Leng Qingqiu interrupted softly, "Can you not talk?" She spoke with a slightly trembling tone, her heart feeling a bit ashamed as she turned her head away. "I just don't want to let you be looked down upon by my best friend, but that doesn't mean I can only do these couple things for that reason." Leng Qingqiu didn't know why she said those words. Perhaps it was. She noticed a wave of sadness coming from Gu Yan's chest. She then realized how much her actions could hurt Gu Yan, realizing that this was not the time to be pretentious. Leng Qingqiu's voice gradually lowered and the chopsticks fell. "This is my first time being in a relationship. Doing this kind of thing is very embarrassing, okay?" Thump, thump. Gu Yan's eyes widened, his heart racing wildly. Thump, thump, thump. He pressed down on his chest, pounding it hard. "Hey, what are you doing?" Leng Qingqiu was taken aback, standing up as she wanted to stop Gu Yan, but he reached out and held her down. Hiss. Huh. Gu Yan took a deep breath, the pain in his chest unable to stop him. His mouth, which was about to break into a smile, was raised high. "I love you so much. Qingqiu, I love you to death, ha ha." Gu Yan laughed as he grabbed Leng Qingqiu's hand holding the food and took a big bite. "Delicious. Qingqiu, it tastes even better when you feed me." Is it? Leng Qingqiu sighed in relief, thinking something was wrong with Gu Yan. Even though she didn't want to continue, hearing Gu Yan's happy voice made her inexplicably happy. "Then how about trying this?" "Delicious. This one, still delicious. Why is everything I eat delicious?" "Because everything you picked is delicious." "Really? Then next time I'll cook for you." "Why aren't you talking? I need to wash the dishes." Escaping like that, Gu Yan hurriedly took the food to the kitchen. Leng Qingqiu showed a hint of anger on her face. This jerk, did he think my cooking wasn't good? However, the corners of Leng Qingqiu's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, and the blush on her face didn't fade. She pinched the chopsticks, making motions as if to pick food in the air. For some reason, her mood became exceptionally joyful. What a willful guy. In the kitchen, Gu Yan hummed a song while tidying up the dishes. Mei Shui, who was helping nearby, looked on in exasperation. This guy is really annoying. Although he sings beautifully and cooks, while the owner doesn't genuinely like him, yet he keeps clinging to her. Once I seize the Gu family, let's see if you can still laugh." At that moment, Gu Yan suddenly turned to Mei Shui and said with a smile, "By the way, Mei Shui, I have something to ask of you." This sudden friendly attitude really caught me off guard. Mei Shui felt awkward facing Gu Yan's genuine emotion, as he had previously spoken to her with a hypocritical smile. "What is it?" "It's nothing much. Didn't Qingqiu ask you to protect me secretly? But it's fine. I have other experts around me, so I don't need you. So you should go protect Qingqiu's sister Leng Linger." Just in case, although Gu Yan had already dispatched many people to keep watch near Leng Linger's school. But better safe than sorry, having Mei Shui, who is skilled at hiding in the shadows, protect Leng Linger, serves as an extra layer of security. Her safety should be assured. Even if Mei Shui can't defeat the attacking enemies, escaping with Leng Linger should be manageable. Mei Shui frowned slightly upon hearing this. "But the master's order was for me to protect you." Even though Leng Linger is Leng Qingqiu's sister, the master's command was to protect Gu Yan. She would certainly prioritize Leng Qingqiu's orders. Gu Yan smiled slightly and said, "Then consider this your second task for me. Moreover, this might actually be a good thing for you." "A good thing?" Mei Shui frowned slightly, her expression troubled. After some contemplation, she nodded. "All right, but is this really how you want to spend your opportunity?" Mei Shui didn't quite understand Gu Yan's line of thought. What did the safety of others have to do with him? Gu Yan nodded slightly. Mei Shui fell silent, and her mood began to grow a bit excited. "Soon. Very soon. Brother, just wait a little longer. Sister will find you soon." What Mei Shui didn't know was that Gu Yan's gaze had turned somewhat enigmatic. He had previously sent Lao Gao to investigate Mei Shui's brother. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be him. Interesting. Could this be fate? At Zhonghai High School, in a restroom bang. "Didn't I tell you not to keep staring at Linger?" A boy with dyed yellow hair punched a frail-looking boy in the face. The latter was knocked to the damp floor, covering his bruised cheek, terrified as he cowered in the corner, trembling as he stammered an apology. "Sorry." Hey, this guy is actually crying. "Are you even a man? Ha ha ha. Oh, I forgot, you're just a piece of trash without parents, and even your sister has gone missing." Ha ha Wang Ge, with this kind of waist, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to compete with you for Sister Linger. Besides the yellow-haired boy, there were several other boys of similar age around. They all looked at the frail boy cowering against the wall, unable to hide their mocking smiles. Wang Zilin listened to his brothers and felt very satisfied. He glared fiercely at the weak boy threateningly, saying, Deng Feng, I advise you to keep those little thoughts of yours to yourself. Don't think just because you're good at your studies that you can do anything with Leng Linger. As he said this, Wang Zilin felt quite frustrated. Recently Leng Linger had suddenly decided to focus on her studies. She even said she wanted to get into university and stop participating in club activities. I had originally planned to ask my parents for movie tickets this weekend, thinking of inviting Leng Linger to a movie. Oh wait, I heard Leng Linger found a wealthy boyfriend, but they say he's her brother-in-law. Seriously, Leng Linger clearly likes me. How could she be looking for other men? I should really beat up those people who spread rumors. Deng Feng clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Wang Zilin's insults about his family, wishing he could rush up and punch this person who insulted his family in the face. But he felt powerless as he loosened his grip. His eyes filled with guilt and despair. I am such a waste. Why am I so useless? The people who insulted my parents and sister are right in front of me, but why? Can't I even muster the courage to stand up and refute them? Why? Why am I so worthless? A person like me would be better off dead. The people who insulted his family stood right in front of him, yet he couldn't even summon the courage to act. So pathetic. So cowardly. Just then Wang Zilin. Stop it. A furious reprimanding voice came from the restroom entrance. Wang Zilin's expression changed. He and his gang turned around. They saw Leng Linger holding a notebook, glaring angrily at Wang Zilin and the others. Bai Qionglan, who was beside Leng Linger, also mocked. What a bunch of cowards, bullying one person with so many of you. Are you even men? Wang Zilin was immediately choked, his face turning a bit ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Leng Linger was the girl he liked, and Bai Qionglan was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, someone he couldn't provoke. So he could only force a flattering smile, saying, Linger, what are you doing? I'm just teaching this ignorant waste a lesson. Leng Linger frowned upon hearing this. She coldly looked at Wang Zilin and said, Who called me Linger? Are we that familiar? And you're punishing my friend. Apologize to me now. Friend. This waste. Wang Zilin's face twitched. It seemed his maintained smile was about to collapse. The brothers beside him averted their gazes. They felt the atmosphere had grown heavy. Apologize? You want me to apologize to this waste? Leng Linger. You must be joking. Wang Zilin took a deep breath. Asking him to apologize to someone he deemed inferior was more painful than killing him. You call him a waste, but did you eat shit? Why does your mouth stink so badly? Leng Linger handed the notebook to Bai Qionglan and then stepped in front of Wang Zilin, clearly displaying her anger in her eyes. Apologize to me. Wang Zilin tightly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he looked at Leng Linger, who was defending someone else. Ultimately, he muttered sorry. After speaking, he seemed to feel it was too humiliating, so he glared fiercely at Deng Feng, who was cowering in the corner, saying, You remember this. He then left in a huff. Once it was over, Leng Linger walked up to Deng Feng, reached out her hand, and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Leng Linger. Deng Feng stared blankly at Leng Linger, who was extending her hand, his eyes flickering with light. He subconsciously tried to reach out his own hand, but suddenly the image of the man who came to pick up Leng Linger flashed in his mind. That man is Leng Linger's boyfriend. A person like me, a person like me. No, I'm fine. Deng Feng forced a smile and shook his head, then leaned against the wall to stand up. Thank you. After saying this, he lowered his head and ran away. He didn't want others to see such a humiliating version of himself, especially in front of the person he liked. He's gone, a Linger Jia. Bai Qionglan glanced at the fleeing Deng Feng, then waved the notebook in her hand, saying, Aren't you going to ask him about today's class content? Leng Linger stood up and walked over to Bai Qionglan, feeling a bit frustrated as she sighed. Darn it, I wanted to ask him a question. How did he just run away? Forget it, I'll just go back and ask my sister. Seeing this, Bai Qionglan showed a strange smile, poking Leng Linger and teasing, Why do you suddenly want to be a good girl? You really want to get into university? The latter seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She chuckled and said, I'll only tell you my brother-in-law said that if I get into university he'll take me to get my driver's license and let me pick any motorcycle I like. Yet she looked a bit unhappy again, but he seems to have been very busy lately and hasn't come to pick me up at all. Hearing this, Bai Qionglan's eyes lit up. Oh, our brother-in-law is actually so nice. Does that mean? Get lost. That's my brother-in-law. Don't think about anything funny. Leng Linger immediately scolded. Bai Qionglan chuckled, but a hint of envy shone in her eyes. The two playfully bickered as they left. However, neither of them noticed that after they left, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and holding a physics book approached. He looked at the spot where Deng Feng had just been beaten and fell into deep thought. That boy. Afternoon. The time of affection is indeed brief, as Leng Qingqiu is faced with company issues, revenge problems, and the matters concerning the underworld palace. There truly is no way to remain in the realm of tenderness for long. Leng Qingqiu held Guyan's hand and said to him, Although Mei Shui is my close friend, she won't stay here forever. Guyan, please escort her for me. Mei Shui coughed lightly and said, that's right, I have work to do this afternoon. Just take me to my workplace. Guyan nodded, all right then. As he spoke, he held Leng Qingqiu's small hand, gently rubbing it. After all, this was the only chance he had to do so. After enjoying the moment, he said gently, he'll come back later, Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu forced a smile, but inwardly she was desperately wanting to withdraw her hand from Guyan's grasp. Okay, be safe on the road. I'm leaving now. You may go. I'm really leaving. Upon sensing a trace of killing intent, Gu Yin reluctantly released her hand and followed Mei Shui out of the Leng residence. After the two left, Leng Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face flushed with anger as she clenched the hand that Gu Yin had just been rubbing. That despicable guy truly knows how to take advantage of the situation. After some contemplation, she decided that the urgent matter at hand was to investigate the underworld palace. With that thought, Leng Qingqiu turned and went upstairs. Meanwhile, Gu Yin was driving his luxury car on the road, reminding, remember what I instructed you, you must ensure Leng Linger's safety. Don't be as foolish as you were when dealing with Shaolin before. Remember, don't pick fights you can't win. Running away is not a shameful act. In order for you to find your brother as soon as possible, you must live to fulfill the tasks I've assigned to you. Mei Shui felt a bit ashamed as she knew she had been too arrogant at the police station before, but she did not want Gu Yin to lecture her. So she took a deep breath and said, I understand. After saying that, her figure gradually faded away, and in an instant she vanished from Gu Yan's car. Seeing this scene, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Gu Yan's mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of inexplicable meaning. Upon arriving at Jianghai High School, Mei Shui hid in the darkness and quickly found her target, Leng Linger. The latter was currently in a classroom, troubled as she stared at the content in her book. It seemed like she was studying or something. Beside her was a girl snacking and giggling who looked somewhat familiar, seemingly the young lady of the Bai family. The girl seemed to be wearing some sort of accessory around her neck, but that wasn't important. Mei Shui sensed the surroundings and concluded that there was no danger nearby. It seemed the task would be quite easy. Just then she frowned slightly as she observed a frail boy in a corner who had been staring at Leng Linger. Was he an enemy? Mei Shui looked closely. She saw that the frail boy's eyes were filled with admiration. However, within that admiration lay 3 parts timidity and 4 parts guilt. Oh, so he was just a pure-hearted, useless boy. Mei Shui scoffed disdainfully. How could such a coward possibly be worthy of the young master's sister? What a ridiculous clown, a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Shaking her head, Mei Shui no longer observed the boy, but instead focused intently on everything around her to prevent any unexpected incidents. Meanwhile, she thought to herself that if it were her brother, he would be nearing the age for college entrance examinations. I wonder how he is doing. Has he found a girlfriend? As Mei Shui pondered, she couldn't help but smile, looking forward to meeting her brother. In the stronghold of the underworld palace within the Yinxing group. In the office on the top floor, an old man with a frail arm shakily picked up a document. He studied it carefully while across from him stood a stern-looking man. The man respectfully said, Godfather, according to our investigation, Leng Qingqiu from the Leng family is indeed blind. The information we stole from their company is precisely about the technology related to treating blindness. Upon hearing this, the old man set down the document, nodding his head as if he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He rasped, if that's the case, then we need not concern ourselves with the Leng family anymore. We have made too many mistakes regarding that matter in the past. If it weren't for that thing being in the Leng family, we would not have. Cough, cough, cough. He spoke halfway through, coughing persistently, even coughing up blood. The stern-looking man revealed a hint of indifference in his eyes, but still approached to feign concern. Godfather, are you all right? I will have the doctor come right away. No need, this is all retribution. Yan Huang's eyes showed a trace of pain as he waved his hand. The hidden ailments from the great battle of the past are too horrific. Normal medical means can no longer cure them. Unless we find the master who inflicted this wound to treat it, there's simply no way. The stern-looking man paused for a moment, then inexplicably said, it is rumored that there is a divine doctor in the Dragon King Palace who can bring the dead back to life. If we could get him to come. Upon hearing this, Yan Huang's eyes widened in surprise, but he still shook his head and chuckled bitterly. The matter from back then shattered the Dragon King's jade. The old palace master has gone missing, let alone the hidden Dragon King Palace. This is all fate. He looked seriously at the stern-looking man beside him. Long Heir, you are my most valued adopted son, so Godfather wants to speak to you sincerely. The Leng family is no longer the Leng family of the past. We have done many wrong things in order to eradicate the demonic path, causing harm to too many innocent people. So you absolutely must not. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Zitian solemnly nodded. All right, Godfather, I promise you. Yan Huang nodded in satisfaction and closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. Long Heir, let me rest for a while. The affairs of the group will be left to you. But remember, we must not do anything to wrong the common people. Our goal is solely to eradicate the demonic path. Long Zitian replied, understood, Godfather, I will follow your lead. However, What Yin Huang could never have expected was that when he closed his eyes to rest, a trace of disdain appeared in Long Ziyishan's eyes. He sneered at the old man who was already half in his grave, mocking in his heart. Old man, your era has already passed, clearly possessing such powerful strength and influence. Yet you only wish to curl up in Zhanghai. Rest assured, after your death, I will definitely ensure that the underworld palace unifies the entire world. The first target will be the Leng family, whom you have felt guilty about for so many years. In the shadows, a butterfly quietly flitted by, vanishing in an instant. Time slowly passed. After Mei Shui left, the elder Gao, who had been following Gu Yin, resumed his duties as the driver. Gu Yin sat in the back, his eyes filled with malicious amusement. Mei Shui should be meeting her brother soon, shouldn't she? However, it's very likely she won't recognize him, as that person named Deng Feng is still a weak and useless fool at the moment. Gu Yan's mind recalled the scene of their first meeting, where the other party appeared timid and informed him that Leng Linger had gone to the city to sing. One could only say it was fate. Gu Yan smiled faintly. If his predictions were correct, Deng Feng would soon be noticed by the Xuanwu sect and taught cultivation techniques, thus opening the door to his path of practice. He would also accompany the protagonist as one of the main forces, becoming an indestructible shield for him. However, Gu Yan's mind flashed with the cowardly affection Deng Feng held for Leng Linger, and he scoffed. What a pity! If she were the female lead, he could have used his charm to make her dislike the protagonist, and thus withhold help from him. As for supporting male characters, sorry, he neither had the inclination for same-sex relationships nor the idea of using his companions to bind the other party. Not to mention, Deng Feng was a key factor in Mei Shui's betrayal later on. A cold light flickered in Gu Yan's eyes, though he felt regret. He knew. You must die, Deng Feng. Elder Gao drove the car and saw that his young master seemed to have emerged from his thoughts, so he spoke up. Young master, I have investigated the details of the Yin Xing Group. On the surface, this company is a charitable real estate firm that frequently donates, but behind the scenes it colludes with many local criminal forces. They specifically send those ruffians to threaten other real estate companies and building material firms every so often. Moreover, to acquire certain prime plots, they resort to unsavory means. Numerous safety incidents have occurred on construction sites, resulting in many casualties, but unfortunately these matters cannot appear online. The families of the deceased have repeatedly sought answers, but to no avail. Not only are there no compensation funds, but even an apology is impossible to obtain. Many families of the deceased, who were either victims of accidents or entangled with criminal forces, chose to commit suicide due to the lack of hope. According to our investigation, although more than half of the buildings in Zhanghai City were constructed by this real estate company, numerous unfinished buildings have also appeared. Some who purchased homes watched hopefully as the construction rose floor by floor, anticipating the day they could move in, only to despair when construction halted, leaving the projects unfinished. Even repeated demands for answers were utterly useless. Some people were severely injured while seeking explanations. At this point, Elder Gao could no longer suppress his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Young master, the reason the Yin Xing Group can act so lawlessly is because there are also martial artists among them. Moreover, they are linked to related." Before he could finish, Gu Yin interrupted, "All right, I understand." Although he had long known about the Yin Xing Group's despicable deeds, hearing them again felt utterly absurd. The reason they have such confidence and resources is primarily due to the Yin Wang Hall, which has close ties with a powerful figure in the Special Operations Investigation Department. Hence, they can act with impunity in Zhanghai City. If he is not mistaken, the only one capable of such actions should be the Hall Master of the Yin Wang Hall, Yin Huang. Elder Gao calmed down a bit, as if he had thought of something, and continued, "Young master, there's one more thing to report. The Yin Xing Group is holding a banquet and has invited our Gu family. The elder wishes for you to attend. It's a good opportunity to meet the younger generation of the Yin Xing Group. The lady has reminded you to be polite and greet the elders when you see them." A banquet? Gu Yin was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Why are they suddenly holding a banquet? Elder Gao hesitated and replied, "It is said that the most powerful figure in the Yin Xing Group, Yin Huang, is on the verge of death. This banquet is actually to select the next heir." Death? Gu Yin was stunned. Wait, does this mean Yin Huang is about to die? Huh, no, that can't be right. In the original work, he was still full of life. If he is dead, how could he have encountered the protagonist Shaolin? Gu Yin felt something was off, a guess rising in his heart. Could it be that Leng Qingqiu's ability allows people to be resurrected or extend their lifespans? It wasn't mentioned in the text, and if it isn't mentioned, does it mean it doesn't exist? Gu Yin felt a headache. This situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. The most crucial issue is that it is completely different from what he remembers. Sigh. Alright, I'll take it step by step. When is it? I'll attend. Gu Yin rubbed his temples. The day after tomorrow afternoon. The day after tomorrow. Gu Yin nodded. Just then, ding dong, a notification sound came from his phone. He picked it up and saw it was a message from someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. "Are you there?" He had guessed this person would reach out to him, so he directly called. It was almost answered instantly. Gu Yin smiled gently and deliberately asked, "Hello? Why did Sister Yingyin suddenly think of messaging me? Shouldn't she be busy framing Shaolin right now? The voice on the other end immediately replied, Guyan, where are you now? I ran into a bit of trouble. Shen Yingyin was at home changed into casual clothes, and a hint of reluctance appeared in her eyes upon hearing Guyan's words. Damn it. Shaolin, no matter what your identity is, I must arrest you. Oh, never mind, I'll just come find you. Guyan glanced at how close he was to Chen Yingyan's house, and then changed his words. That's fine. I have something very important to discuss with you. Call me when you arrive. With a click the call ended. Guyan put away his phone and smiled, his eyes revealing a vague meaning. Let me think, it seems that the plot point involving Chen Yingyin is that matter. But it seems that person behind that matter is also someone from the Yin Wang Hall. Can't escape the Yin Wang Hall, can I? No wonder they are the early antagonists. But besides Chen Yingyin, there's also Wang Yulan. Her plot is also moving fast. The Long Wang Hall too. That half-jade pendant must be obtained quickly. Mei Shui's side is also unstable along with her brother. Shen Wan'er is also crucial and the most hidden step. All of these are future threats to Leng Qingqiu. I must eliminate them all. If I miss one, it could lead to a predetermined tragedy. I don't want Leng Qingqiu to die, nor do I want to die. I want to live with Leng Qingqiu. Even if many must die, it doesn't matter as long as the people around me are safe. Other than that, no matter how dirty my methods are, it doesn't matter how much of a scum I am. I need to hurry the next plot point. Guyan felt a sense of urgency. The plot was becoming somewhat different. He had to resolve the known threats before everything fell apart. Otherwise, his family Qingqiu and himself could all die. Elder Gao drove the car, looking through the rearview mirror at the contemplative Guyan. He felt a bit worried. It seemed like the young master had changed a lot, becoming mature and steady, but for some reason Elder Gao felt that his young master was carrying something very heavy. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up to interrupt Guyan's thoughts. Young master. Although I am not the elder or the lady, it may not be appropriate for me to say this, but I still want to mention it. Young master, the Gu family is large. You can occasionally rely on the family's power after all. You are the young master of the Gu family. Guyan, who had come back to his senses, was taken aback. He looked at Elder Gao and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Elder Gao, you're right. Guyan took a deep breath, allowing himself to relax slightly and suppress his restlessness. Yes, the Gu family, how could I forget? The biggest reason for the Gu family's downfall was precisely because they were besieged by all the forces led by the protagonist Shaolin. That's why they fell apart. But let's not forget. Gu family has Elder Gao as their master bodyguard, and the foundation behind him is certainly not to be underestimated. If that's the case, then he has a new line of thought. Suddenly, everything became clear, and Guyan felt the pressure in his heart ease significantly. When faced with uncertainty, find a strong backing. Arriving at the foot of Chen Yingyan's building, Guyan sent a message to the other party, and within moments a striking figure unlike any other descended. The other person opened the car door, gracefully stepped in with long legs, and although not in a police uniform, the aura of heroism was unmistakable. The first thing upon entering, Chen Yingyin clenched her fists and apologetically said, Guyan, I'm sorry. Guyan gestured for Lao Gao to drive, then looked at Chen Yingyin in confusion and asked, Sister Yingyin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Why are you apologizing to me? Chen Yingyin took a deep breath, glanced at Lao Gao, and after some thought said, as you said, Shaolin indeed has a significant background. Lao Gao, who was driving in front, maintained his composure, his gaze slightly tightening at the mention of Shaolin. Guyan displayed a look of surprise. Sister Yingyin, means to say? Yes, just as you thought, Shaolin has been taken away by an organization called the Special Operations Investigation Department of Huaxia. The person who came to take him is named by Juna. Do you know this organization? Guyan, I feel like you know a lot. Can you tell me? My dad won't reveal a word to me. Chen Yingyin's gaze was serious. She genuinely wanted to understand this bizarre situation. She wanted to know everything from Shaolin's strength that shattered the ground with a punch to the peculiar investigation department. So this really happened. Guyan sighed, and then slowly spoke with a serious expression. Sister Yingyin, if I told you there was magic in this world, would you believe me? What? Chen Yingyin was taken aback, took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and then revealed a wry smile. If you had asked me this before today, I surely wouldn't have believed it. But last night's events were too unbelievable. I had no choice but to believe. So Shaolin is a magician. Those organizations exist to restrain magicians. Guyan was somewhat surprised by Chen Yingyin's capacity to accept this, nodding. That's one way to understand it. But Shaolin is not a magician, he is a warrior. A warrior is a being distinct from ordinary people. They are neither fighters nor martial artists. A warrior is simply a warrior capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. Shaolin's strength is exceptional even among warriors. Due to my unique status, many want to kill me. Thus I understood the matters concerning warriors, and when I learned that Shaolin was also a warrior, I realized he wanted to kill me. What I didn't expect was that Shaolin had developed feelings for Wang Yulan, which made him reluctant to kill me directly in front of her to avoid creating a bad impression. Now he has indeed been taken away. Gu Yan sighed, saying, because warriors are not bound by the laws of the secular world, they can only be punished by the departments for warriors. That is to say, the Special Operations Investigation Department, or the Ancient Martial Department. Hearing this, Chen Yingyin felt her worldview being shaken. Gu Yan had no need to deceive her, and coupled with the radiant light she saw on Shaolin's hands that night, Chen Yingyin had already believed more than half of it. So this world has so many hidden matters. Chen Yingyin murmured, no wonder her father never wanted to tell her. Just like back then when he advised me not to become a police officer, but to be a teacher instead. His reasoning was the same old story about how dangerous it was, how it was not suitable for a girl, and that he wanted to protect her. Gu Yan looked at the pensive Chen Yingyin and casually asked Sister Yingyin, what do you want to do next? What to do? Chen Yingyin pondered, her eyes no longer confused, and she looked at Gu Yan seriously. I want to capture Shaolin and send him to prison. Who knows if what that so-called Baijun said about him not killing anyone is true. Gu Yan smiled gently at her words, extending his hand and saying, all right, Sister Yingyin, we are allies now. Shaolin harmed my friend and wants to kill me. Oh, I want to capture him too. Let's cooperate. Chen Yingyin looked at Gu Yan, feeling a mix of emotions, realizing that the little boy from back then had grown up so much. He knew more than she did, and she grasped Gu Yan's hand, saying, okay. I'll inform you if I get any news. She then turned to Lao Gao. Grandpa Gao, please take me back to the police station. There's a problem that has been bothering me that seems like it can be resolved. Gu Yan nodded. Lao Gao, take Sister Yingyin to the police station. All right. Lao Gao nodded, clicking his tongue, surprised that Chen Guoping had always been reluctant to let his daughter enter the ancient martial world. But he never expected that it was actually the young master of his family who brought her in. This is going to be interesting. Chen Yingyin withdrew her hand, her eyes revealing a hint of excitement. If her instincts were correct, the serial murder case at Xiaoshui Yuan community would probably be solved very soon. Gu Yan slightly turned his gaze to the excited Chen Yingyin, the corners of his mouth curling up. The plot at Xiaoshui Yuan was also approaching its climax. Cold family. Study. A butterfly landed on the desk of Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu paused in her reading for a moment. In less than a second, the butterfly disintegrated into powder and scattered out the window. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqiu's expression gradually turned cold. So that's how it is. The body of the Lord of the Underworld is already failing, so there will be a banquet in 2 days to announce the next heir. Hee, interesting. Leng Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes, reaching out to gently touch the corner of her eye. A hint of killing intent appeared in her gaze. Since they are all going to die, then it should be fine to use them for her purposes, right? Oh right, he has a most valued adopted son named Long Zaiqian. The strength of his young body can just be used to maintain the various functions of this old man's body. Even if he's useless, he still has some value in being useless. It seems that I must attend the banquet being held in 2 days. Of course, not in a conventional manner, but as the king of the night organization. The banquet will surely be lively. But no one would expect that the Lord of the Underworld would become her puppet in 2 days. Dusk. Zhanghai High School. At the school gate, Bai Qionglan sat in a luxury car, sent to pick her up, leaning out to wave farewell to Leng Linger. All right then, senior sister Linger. I'm off. Yes, just go already. Leng Linger curled her lips in mock disdain and waved dismissively. Internally, she felt a pang of irritation. How vexing. Why were Gu Yan's underlings so late today? Bai Qionglan seemed unusually cheerful. After rolling up the window, she signaled the driver to start the engine. As her closest friend departed, the school gate gradually emptied until only Leng Linger remained. Arg. Again. He forgot me, again. Fuming, Leng Linger kicked repeatedly at the concrete pavement, just as before, and now once more. The next instant, a luxury sedan glided to a halt before her. Click. The rear door swung open automatically. A face she hadn't expected appeared within. Gu Yan sat inside, smiling warmly. What's this? Who dared upset my Linger? Leng Linger froze for a beat, then let out a sharp, defiant huff and strode forward, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Only after sealing herself inside did she whirl around and glare fiercely at Gu Yan. Why you? Why not me? Gu Yan shrugged lightly, his eyes crinkling with quiet amusement. You'd rather it weren't me? Though her heart fluttered with surprise, her expression remained stubbornly aloof. I don't need you. I've already recruited your subordinates as my junior brothers. I'll have them pick me up. She declared it with haughty pride. Gu Yan meanwhile recalled his subordinate's tearful report just days earlier. Young Master Miss Linger insisted I address her as Big Sister Boss, or else she'd beat me. I couldn't dare retaliate. He smiled faintly. Very well. If that's how you feel, shall I drop you here and summon my men instead? At those words, Leng Linger shook her head violently, like a drumstick on a spinning top. No. Stop. Ahem. Fine. You may drive me home today, and perhaps every day thereafter. She cleared her throat, adding hastily, don't misunderstand. It's only because we're familiar, you and I. Nothing more. Yet beneath her bravado, her pulse quickened. She feared deep down that he might actually heed her words and abandon her there. Gu Yan sighed softly and ruffled her hair with gentle exasperation. Such an unyielding little one. Under her indignant glare, he turned to the front seat. Lao Gao. Let's go home. Yes, young master. As Gu Yin withdrew his hand, Leng Qingqiu clutched her head with both hands, muttering under her breath, "Stupid Gu, rotten Gu. Don't you know messing with someone's hair stunts their growth?" What was that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Is that so? Gu Yin replied casually, his gaze drifting, almost imperceptibly, to a point beyond the window. How has campus life been lately, Ling? I heard several of your friends transferred schools. Do you feel lonely? Her bright eyes dimmed instantly at those words. She sighed, voice softening with quiet sorrow. After the KTV incident came to light, Xiao Wei's parents demanded she transfer immediately. Lonely. A little, but it's all right. I still have Qionglan by my side. At the mention of that name, Gu Yin shifted his gaze from the window and asked almost offhand, by Qionglan. Leng Qingqiu blinked, then nodded, her tone edged with mild indignation. Yes, and apparently you remember her quite well. You wouldn't seriously be aiming to become her brother-in-law, would you? I never imagined you'd think that way. Gu Yin exhaled wearily. Your imagination truly knows no bounds. Bai Qionglan has only one sibling, her elder brother Bai Jun. So tell me, who exactly am I supposed to marry into? Leng Qingqiu realized her blunder, but still retorted defiantly. Who says romance must be heterosexual? What if you're that kind of person? A sharp inward hiss escaped Gu Yin. Drawing a slow breath, he reached out, snap, and gently pinched both her cheeks, holding firm as she squirmed helplessly. MMPH. Stupid Gu, let go. Yet he paid no mind to her protests, gazing at her with serene, unwavering kindness. Brat, let me make one thing crystal clear. Your brother-in-law's taste and orientation are perfectly conventional. You. But mid-sentence, Gu Yin noticed her cheeks flushing crimson, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. With a quiet sigh, he released her. Shaking his head, he declared, voice cool and final, effective immediately. I'm confiscating all your romance novels hidden in the nightstand. You, how dare you? Still flustered, Leng Qingqiu had kept her head bowed, until those words struck like lightning, jolting her upright in outrage. They'll be returned after your gaokao. His tone held no mercy. You monster. He who labels his brother-in-law same-sex lacks the moral authority to utter that word. This is unfair. Leng Qingqiu squeezed her eyes shut, sinking into despair, as if life itself had lost its luster. Moments later, a thought flickered across his mind, and the corner of his mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Qingqiu, he recalled, had a pronounced fondness for sweets, especially the scene where she stirred spoon after spoon of sugar into her black coffee. Meanwhile, tucked into a shadowed corner, Deng Feng stood motionless, eyes fixed upon the receding luxury sedan. Every afternoon he stationed himself here, watching Leng Qingqiu depart. Until today, her escorts had always been Gu Yan's subordinates. So Deng Feng had felt quietly a profound sense of peace. Simply witnessing her safe return was enough joy for him. But today, a surge of bitter disappointment welled within him. Her boyfriend came to fetch her. Sorrow pooled in his eyes, deep, quiet, and unrelenting. After a long pause, he walked slowly toward the school gate. Glancing around, he crouched low and began gathering scattered pebbles from the ground, one by one, murmuring softly, so Qingqiu won't trip, won't fall. Farther away, a bespectacled man turned to the elderly figure beside him. Master, what do you think? The elder remained silent, his clouded eyes narrowing slightly as they settled upon Deng Feng. A rare glimmer of approval flickered within them. One who thinks first of others, who surrenders self without hesitation, embodies the very essence of the Xuanwu sect. If this youth cultivates our sect's arts, he will surely restore the Xuanwu sect's lost glory. Approach him. His body resonates with pure Xuanwu qi. He is almost certainly one of the prophesied celestial chosen, the saviors destined to redeem the world. Understood, master. Hardly had the words left his lips when the spectacled man spotted a group approaching Deng Feng, Wang Zilin, and his cronies. His heart lurched. He stepped forward instinctively to intervene. But the elder raised a hand, calm and unwavering. Wait. Do not interfere. Yes, master. Hesitating only a moment, the man lowered his hand and watched silently from afar. Back at the Leng family. Sister, I'm back. Today it's Zhu Gu who came to pick me up. Leng Qingqiu dashed inside as soon as she got out of the car, shouting loudly. On the second-floor study, Leng Qingqiu listened to Leng Qingqiu's calls from downstairs, a faint smile appearing on her face. So today it was Gu Yin who came to pick Qingqiu up, such a rare occurrence. Considering the time, it must be dinner soon. I wonder what we're having tonight. I truly look forward to it. If I could, I would love to have some snacks, as I've been thinking, and my mind craves some sugar. No. She shook her head, pulling back her thoughts. Leng Qingqiu realized her mind had wandered far away, as she was supposed to be planning the specific details for the day after tomorrow. This was crucial for her revenge plan. It's infuriating. Ever since Gu Yan arrived, she found her thoughts constantly interrupted, which greatly affected her revenge plans. Leng Qingqiu felt she needed to lessen Gu Yan's importance in her heart. She must not let him surpass her inner resolve for revenge. After all, Leng Qingqiu was quite confident in this. If it were divided into 1,000 parts, she believed Gu Yan would only occupy one part in her heart, while the remaining 999 were all about how to seek revenge. Indeed, it must be this way. Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, continuing to contemplate the plan for the day after tomorrow. According to her investigation, the Yan Wang Hall's Yin Xing Group is a giant enterprise in Zhanghai, and Yin Huang is highly respected. Presumably, most prominent families in Zhanghai would be invited to the banquet. Certainly, the Gu family would be included. As Leng Qingqiu thought of this, she hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head. It's fine, as she had considered many scenarios. Even if Gu Yan attended the banquet, it wouldn't stop her from doing what she needed to do. Jun's Island had already investigated thoroughly. At the banquet site the day after tomorrow, there would be several martial artists and a large number of security personnel stationed. Beside Yin Huang were his trained death warriors and a few of his adopted sons and daughters. Of course, except for Long Zaiqian, who was at the early stage of innate cultivation, the rest were only third-rate martial artists. P.S. Third-rate martial artist, second-rate martial artist, first-rate martial artist acquired, innate master, grandmaster. The cultivation of the death warriors should be quite high, but Leng Qingqiu speculated, or rather was certain, they wouldn't exceed the early stage of the master level. Currently, she had a total of 9 people on her side, each with different levels of cultivation and abilities. Leng Qingqiu already had a rough flow of ideas in her mind. Next, she just needed to have her people conceal themselves and enter the banquet site. This was quite simple, they just needed to ensure not to replace anyone from the Gu family. Clearing her thoughts, Leng Qingqiu opened her eyes, the special runes in her eyes shimmering slightly. Although she had no cultivation herself, she could still utilize some abilities that inherently belonged to her. Yin Wang Hall. He let you become a part of my power. Just as Leng Qingqiu was about to let out a dark chuckle the next moment. Crack. Qingqiu, I'm here. With the door being pushed open forcefully, a voice that made Leng Qingqiu's body tremble rang out. Leng Qingqiu hurriedly closed her eyes, then awkwardly pretended to be reading and studying. Gu Yan curiously walked over to Leng Qingqiu's side and poked her cheek with his finger. Qingqiu, what are you doing? You seem to have shivered for a moment. Leng Qingqiu was furious inside, thinking that she must lock the door next time. Then, with a face full of murderous intent, she faced Gu Yan and gritted her teeth, saying, next time you come in, can you knock on the door first? Also, stop poking my face. Qingqiu, if you make a request, I will naturally agree. Gu Yan walked to Leng Qingqiu's side and placed the items in his hands on the table. Then he smiled and said, Mei Shui has been safely sent back, so you can rest assured about your good friend Qingqiu. While speaking, Gu Yan leaned closer to Leng Qingqiu again. Mei Shui is an innate martial artist. Rather than worrying about her, you should worry about yourself. However, why can't I sense Mei Shui's aura? Oh right, because I had told her earlier that if Gu Yan returned to the Leng family, there would be no need for her to guard anymore. Leng Qingqiu no longer dwelled on this issue, but with a face full of embarrassment and anger, tried to push Gu Yan, who was crowding her. Can you move over a bit? Don't disturb me from reading. Of course, Gu Yan was unwilling. This was a great opportunity to absorb pure love energy. So he solemnly said, Qingqiu, what are you saying? I'm just leaning against you, not speaking or doing anything. How is that disturbing you from reading? As he spoke, Gu Yan stuck to Leng Qingqiu like a piece of gum, poking at her and flipping through her braille books. This gradually softened Leng Qingqiu's expression as she clenched her fists tightly. No, I must endure. I must endure. Qingqiu, your shoulders are a bit stiff. Do you want your good husband to give you a massage? Leng Qingqiu, oh Leng Qingqiu, getting angry over such trivial matters. How will you seek revenge in the future? Qiu, speak. Hey, what brand of shampoo are you using? It smells so good. You have to be composed. You are the king of night, you are. Qingqiu, your complexion looks a bit pale. What's wrong? Is it a stomach ache? I must be composed. Oh, I want to sew your mouth shut. Leng Qingqiu suddenly stood up and accurately found Gu Yan's position, then firmly grabbed his collar. Swinging back and forth, you bastard. Are you that free? How can you talk so much? I'm going to be driven mad by you. Leng Qingqiu didn't understand why she could never remain calm in front of Gu Yan. Seeing this, Gu Yan laughed, even more happily, stammering, Qingqiu, wait. I bought you something delicious. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu slowly raised an eyebrow, releasing her grip, crossing her arms, and scoffing, what did you buy? Just to be clear, I never eat outside high-calorie foods. Don't worry, it's not high-calorie, just high in sugar. As Gu Yan spoke, he took out the dessert, cream puffs, that he had just bought on the way. He pulled out one and said, want a cream puff, Qingqiu? This shop is said to sell only 100 cream puffs a day, and once they're sold out, there's no more today. Cream puff. That soft, sweet one filled with cream. Wow, I used to love it. Gulp. Leng Qingqiu swallowed hard, but on the surface, she still coldly said, did you not understand what I meant? As a member of the Leng family, I have very strict and regular. Before she could finish her sentence, Leng Qingqiu felt her mouth stuffed with something big and soft. Her mouth was suddenly blocked. Gu Yan stuffed it in while laughing. Although I can't understand what you're saying, I think you should like this taste, Qingqiu. Who would like it? Leng Qingqiu felt shameful inside, but the delicious taste that stimulated her taste buds made her show a very happy expression. Ah, this tastes so great. In no time the cream puff was finished, and Leng Qingqiu licked her lips, still wanting more. How was it? Gu Yan asked with a smile. It was just okay. I'm not really fond of sweet food. After all, it can make one gain weight. Leng Qingqiu said awkwardly. Oh, I thought it should be really delicious. Saying this, he curiously took one out, preparing to taste it himself. As a result, smack. Leng Qingqiu swiftly snatched it away before Gu Yan could react, her face slightly flushed. I already said it can make one gain weight. Gu Yan, you've been working out all this time, right? You can't eat this kind of thing. Saying this as if feeling embarrassed by Gu Yan's gaze, she pretended to be angry and said, also, shouldn't you be making dinner? Hurry up and leave. Gulp. Gu Yan looked at such a Leng Qingqiu nodding dumbly. He even forgot how he got out. Ah, so cute. Qingqiu has cream on her lips. All right. Gu Yan opened the door again, excitedly asking. Qingqiu, you have cream on your lips, can I help you lick it off? Get lost. Ah, it seems that won't work either. Gu Yan left with a disappointed expression. In the study, Leng Qingqiu panted angrily, this bastard. Truly shameless. How could he say such things? She calmed down for a moment, then extended her fingertip to wipe the cream at the corner of her mouth. Feeling the cream on her fingertip. Lick it for me. Leng Qingqiu's face turned red, and she hurriedly shook her head. Idiot. There's no way I would let him do that. So perverted. But this can't go to waste. Leng Qingqiu put the cream on her fingertip into her mouth, revealing a happy smile. Eehee, there's still so much I can enjoy it to the fullest. Alright, where was I? Forget it, I'll finish eating first before Zhanghai High School. What? Why do this to me? What have I done wrong? Deng Feng lay on the cement floor, battered and bruised, his face covered in contusions, his body racked with pain, a look of confusion and despair in his eyes. Just now he was ganged up on by Wang Zilin and others, and he could not understand why he was suddenly attacked. It was so abrupt. The group charged at him and taught him a lesson. They even warned him not to think about anything with Leng Linger. What? I clearly did nothing, just standing here watching Linger. Is that not allowed? Do you really have to take everything from me? Deng Feng's vision blurred once more, and he wept. In the shadows, Mei Shui looked at the weak boy lying on the ground with immense disdain in her eyes. She initially thought he was hiding in the corner to secretly watch Leng Linger, assuming he was some hidden killer waiting for his chance. Emotions truly are just a foolish infatuation causing him to stay here, wanting to see the true face of the one he admired. However, Mei Shui's gaze shifted to a tree not far from Deng Feng. She felt puzzled. Were those people from Xuanwu's sect? Why are they here? What connection do they have with that boy? In the next moment, an elder from Xuanwu's sect and a middle-aged man approached. Deng Feng sensed the movement, and thinking Wang Zilin and the others were coming back to beat him, immediately curled up in fear. Then he heard, "Child, do you wish to protect the person you care about?" A gentle voice entered Deng Feng's ears. He was taken aback, opening his eyes to see two people standing beside him. One of them he recognized as a physics teacher from another class. You? Who are you? Deng Feng asked, a bit frightened. Don't be afraid, child. Just tell me, do you want to protect the ones you cherish? The elder kindly extended his hand. Deng Feng stared blankly at the hand reaching out to him. Protect the ones I cherish. The figure of Leng Linger flashed in his mind. Her image of saving and helping him made him fall for her completely. But he was too weak enough that he didn't even have the courage to confess his feelings to Leng Linger. I want to protect, he cried, choking up. But how can I protect? I'm too weak, I can't do it. It's alright, hold my hand, child. We will help you become stronger. We will grant you the power to protect others. The elder smiled even more happily upon hearing this, his voice gentle. In the shadows, Mei Shui's eyes were filled with killing intent. So this boy is the heir that Xuanwu's sect has its eyes on. No wonder Gu Yan asked me to protect Miss Linger. It turns out he knew about this beforehand. No, I must report this to my master. With that thought, Mei Shui's figure quickly vanished, and she mentally noted that Deng Feng was on her must-kill list. Meanwhile, at the Leng family. At the dining table, the atmosphere was tense, and Leng Linger nervously shoveled rice into her mouth. Her cheeks were stuffed, and she dared not look at Gu Yan. Oh no, my brother-in-law is so scary. Gu Yan looked kindly at the flinching Leng Qingqiu, observing her slightly bulging belly, and asked, so, have you finished those cream puffs? Leng Qingqiu felt a bit guilty, lowering her head and stammering, I haven't finished them all. Is that so? Gu Yan's tone slightly raised as he stepped forward, pressing his hand firmly on Leng Qingqiu's belly and squeezing. What is this? What's inside here? What is in here? Ugh, no. Don't squeeze so hard. Leng Qingqiu stiffened, gripping Gu Yan's arm with a slightly uncomfortable expression. Is that so? If you knew it would be uncomfortable, why did you eat them all? Now you can't even eat dinner. I shouldn't have bought them for you, Gu Yan threatened as he pressed down. Quickly tell me, did you eat them all? Leng Qingqiu felt powerless under the pressure, and because she had eaten too much, she felt a mix of discomfort and nausea. To make Gu Yan release her, but feeling embarrassed to be lectured by him, she chuckled awkwardly. Well, I can't say I finished them all. I can only say I accidentally finished them all. Is there any difference? Gu Yan's lips twitched, and he released his hand, allowing her expression to ease a bit. Before Leng Qingqiu could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Gu Yan coldly say, "I won't buy you sweets in the future." Leng Qingqiu was stunned, her expression turning blank. "No. You won't buy them for me anymore. That means I won't be able to eat sweets again." "No. Please not that." Leng Linger looked at her dazed sister and felt a pang of sympathy. How scary her brother-in-law was capable of making her sister speechless. She swallowed hard and awkwardly said, "Sister. Brother-in-law's sister has already realized her mistake, so please don't." Before she could finish, Leng Linger saw Gu Yan's cold glare directed her way, causing her to squawk in fright and immediately lower her head to keep eating in silence. As for Leng Qingqiu, she felt immense shame and grievance in her heart. Clearly she was the actual power behind the Leng family and the queen of the night organization, but why must she be lectured by Gu Yan here? How despicable! Right in front of her sister, does he not realize how embarrassing this is for her? Looking at the somewhat sad expression on Leng Qingqiu's face, Gu Yan felt a twinge of sympathy. He sighed helplessly and sat next to Leng Qingqiu, using the divine level massage technique to gently massage. She stiffened for a moment, but did not refuse. Gu Yan spoke earnestly, "Qingqiu, I'm doing this for your own good. What if you hurt your body? I intended for you to eat while studying, but who knew you would finish everything in one go? This could make you sick. You must feel uncomfortable in your belly right now, right? After not eating for so long, suddenly eating so much at once will definitely upset your stomach." Leng Qingqiu remained silent. She did indeed feel a bit uncomfortable. Listening to Gu Yan's now gentle tone, she felt a strange warmth in her heart. She couldn't describe the feeling, but sensed it was warm. Speaking of which, did Gu Yan get angry too? She had thought he would always be gentle with her. But how could he be so inconsiderate? She found it quite exasperating. Seeing Gu Yan no longer angry, she reverted to her usual demeanor, arrogantly huffing, "I know my body best, you don't need to worry about it." Gu Yan couldn't help but laugh. The two sisters were indeed quite alike. "But it's exactly this Qingqiu that I like the most. All right, but I'm really not buying sweets anymore." Really not buying. Really not buying. Gu Yan's face twitched for a moment. How did this involve Shen Wan'er? You seem guilty. I really didn't say that. I only mentioned it to Qingqiu. You believe me, right? Feeling Gu Yan's panic, Leng Qingqiu's mood improved significantly. "Very good, this is the right rhythm. However, no matter how I change, will you still like me?" Leng Qingqiu felt a bit complicated. "Even if you knew what I was doing behind the scenes, would you still like me? Would you still like me even knowing how I cultivated? Would you still like me with blood on my hands?" Leng Qingqiu was uncertain. She didn't dare to imagine what expression Gu Yan would have upon learning her true nature. Would that cause? Leng Qingqiu didn't know why, but thinking of that scene made her heart ache immensely. Over here, Leng Linger watched the warm banter between the two, and her eyes sparkled even brighter. The warm interaction between sister and brother-in-law was just too delightful. Of course, this is provided that brother-in-law isn't angry anymore. That would be terrifying. By the way, brother-in-law didn't mention my romance novels. Has that matter already passed? Although I said I would take them away, you were just scaring me, right? You're really a man of contradictions. The next moment, as if hearing Leng Linger's thoughts, Gu Yan said, "By the way, Qingqiu, I need to discuss something with you. The college entrance exam is coming soon, and those romance novels on Linger's bedside table are too distracting for her studies. So, I'm planning to take them away for now and return them to her after the exam. What do you think?" Leng Qingqiu snapped back to reality, feeling a bit confused. Romance novels. Romance novels. She turned to the pale-faced, trembling Leng Linger. "Linger, what romance novels? I've never heard you mention any." Seeing Gu Yan's devilish smile, Leng Linger felt darkness close in on her. "It's over. Brother-in-law, how can you hold a grudge like this? There are still several months until the college entrance exam. Are you trying to kill me?" After quickly cleaning up the dishes, Gu Yan left. On the way back, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. This life is quite interesting. In 2 days, he would attend the banquet hosted by the Underworld Palace. Based on his estimates, most of the families in Jianghai City would probably be present. The security preparations must be ample. I hope I don't encounter those scenarios that only appear in novels. The protagonist showing off and slapping faces. Gu Yan felt a hint of amusement. According to the plot, it should be those foolish antagonists launching sarcastic attacks on the protagonist. Then the protagonist would directly reveal their strength and crush the rich second-generation antagonist. I really want to see that kind of scene. Shen family. Shen Wan'er was lost in thought in front of her wardrobe. In 2 days, I will attend the banquet hosted by Yin Xing Group. Which outfit should I wear? She felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. This was an opportunity. Although the Shen family's pharmaceutical business had returned to normal operation, due to Gu Yan's maneuvers, they had lost many partners and market credibility. The banquet hosted by Yin Xing Group was a significant opportunity for her. After all, the attendees would be either rich or noble. She must find new partners there to elevate the company to the next level. However, a hint of hesitation appeared in Shen Wan'er's eyes. Would Gu Yan be there too? After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. No, even if Gu Yan when it wouldn't matter. They had already moved on, as she shouldn't overthink it. At that moment, her phone vibrated, and Shen Wan'er pulled it out to check. "Shenzong, are you asleep?" It was a message from Xiao Lin, and a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Previously, she had drunk too much due to the wine Gu Yan gave her, and in a daze, she had Xiao Lin escort her back to the company, even giving him a phone and adding him as a friend. As a result, he seemed to think she had feelings for him, and often messaged her. He didn't consider that he was just a security guard. Oh, how could she possibly like him? However, Shen Wan'er thought for a moment. Xiao Lin's skills were decent, so it might be better to arrange for him to be her bodyguard at the banquet to avoid troublesome advances from those who wouldn't know their place. It would serve as a good shield. With this in mind, Shen Wan'er began chatting with Xiao Lin. In a rented room, Xiao Lin lay on the wooden bed, holding his phone, eagerly watching the chat window. The next second, not asleep, Shen Wan'er sent a message, and Xiao Lin trembled with excitement. Shen Wan'er replied, and she wasn't asleep. Did she like me? He immediately began chatting with her. Bye, family. Bang bang. Xionglan. Come out. Don't be so willful. You must meet Xiao Lin. Outside by Xionglan's bedroom, her father by Tiangang was banging on the door. His expression was filled with anger. This child used to be so obedient as a child. Why has she become so unruly now? Is it a rebellious phase? Or is it the school's fault? Perhaps a transfer? No, just drop out completely and learn how to manage the family business instead. Xionglan, I will say this one last time. You must meet that Xiao Lin. No matter the outcome, you must go. Bai Tiangang shouted loudly, shaking his head and leaving. Inside the room, Bai Qionglan curled up in her blanket, tears welling in her eyes. She tightly clutched a half piece of jade pendant, sobbing softly, "Mom." Downstairs, Bai Jun looked at his father, who had just yelled and was coming down, and said faintly, "Dad, I've seen Xiao Lin. He's not suitable. Don't let my little sister meet him." Bai Tiangang shook his head at this and sighed. "Xiao Jun, you don't understand. This person is someone the former Dragon King personally wrote to. How can I afford to be negligent?" He patted Bai Jun's shoulder and said, "Who would dare to bet whether the former Dragon King will come out again to protect the one he has chosen as the next Dragon King heir?" Bai Jun said nothing. He clenched his fists tightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. That night at the Leng family, after Gu Yan left, Mei Shui arrived at the study and began reporting everything that had happened today. "Master, while I was protecting Gu Yan on his way to Jianghai High School to pick up Miss Linger, I sensed the presence of a martial artist. To be cautious, and also because there was that formidable elder guarding beside Gu Yan, I chose to stay behind, and as a result spotted the shadow of Xuanwu sect. They have set their sights on a student named Deng Feng. And that Deng Feng is a classmate of Miss Linger." Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu's expression turned cold, her hands tightly clenched together. Xuanwu sect was one of the forces involved in the siege against the Leng family back then. I never expected that the heir they were looking for would happen to be a student at Jianghai High School. Moreover, it is such a coincidence that he is actually Linger's classmate. This makes it hard for Leng Qingqiu not to overthink. Although she wanted to immediately instruct Mei Shui to eliminate the one called Deng Feng, doing so would undoubtedly alert Xuanwu sect and cause them to hide. If she wanted to act, it had to be at the same time taking out both the heir and the Xuanwu sect together. Thinking this, Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath and slowly said, "All right, I understand. I will send Jun's Island to Linger's side. You continue to protect Gu Yan." Mei Shui hesitated for a moment and then said, Master, I am protecting Miss Linger." Although she thought this in her heart, she still replied yes. After saying that, Mei Shui's figure gradually disappeared from the place. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists tightly. "Xuanwu sect. It seems I need to ask Linger about Deng Feng." The next morning, on the running track of the Tianhu Cave Villa, Gu Yan, dressed in sportswear, began his daily morning training, guided by the master-level experiences in his mind. To maintain a healthy and pleasing physique, he exercised every day. While running, he also listened to music through his headphones. A succession of melodious female vocals flowed in. The melody of love surges like the tide. The harmony of the soul lingering and melodious. Together for a lifetime, never to part. You are the eternal rainbow in my heart. Is this a song from this world? Gu Yan smiled inwardly. Despite the presence of martial arts masters in this world, it is fundamentally not much different from the one in his past life. There is music, variety shows, anime, and dramas, and the enterprises under the Gu family happen to be involved in the entertainment industry. Many well-known stars and directors in the industry are under their enterprises banner. Just then, two figures ran in front of Gu Yan. One of them, a beautiful figure, wore sunglasses and a cap with her hair tied back, dressed in a tight-fitting black tracksuit. The other was a male who seemed to be talking to the person beside him while running. I don't think I've seen him before. After all, after morning runs for so long, Gu Yan had gotten to know some fellow runners. However, he didn't think much of it, as there were too many people running in this villa area. Sometimes it's quite normal not to run and miss someone due to other commitments. I should finish my workout quickly and then find Qingqiu. Ahead, the man said helplessly to the woman beside him in a low voice. "Yan Qingqing, could you please not run home without a word? What if those paparazzi catch you? What will your family do if they find out?" I know you're upset because the female lead you had your eyes on for a drama has been taken by someone else, but that's unavoidable. That person was forced in by Yanxing Group's investment. Yanxing Group has a cooperative relationship with the entertainment enterprises invested by Gu family, so our Shinkong Entertainment really can't compare with them. Leng Qingqiu complained while running, as if no one has a background. Is Yanxing Group really that amazing? The reason I'm upset is that my song was actually outperformed by an unknown online singer. As she mentioned this, she became very annoyed as being an actor was just an aside, while singing was her main career. Originally her new song, The Melody of Love, had consistently ranked first, but now it was surpassed by an unknown song called Confession Balloon. How infuriating. The main problem is that this song sounds like it was recorded by someone next to her. It's driving me crazy. The agent beside her broke into a sweat saying, "There's always someone better, Leng Qingqiu, don't be so loud. It would be bad if someone recognizes you." Oomph. Leng Qingqiu snorted coldly, but did not refute. If she were recognized, she would probably end up surrounded by people taking photos with her. However, it's really infuriating. Just don't let me find out who's saying that. At the Leng family. In the second-floor bedroom of Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu secretly pulled out a phone from under the mattress. She held the phone grinning widely. Hee hee. Thankfully that loser Gu didn't discover my biggest secret. The romance novels are just a cover. The phone is what I really need to hide. That loser Gu doesn't realize that in this day and age who still reads physical books. Can't I just read on my phone? I can also browse Douhu Shop on Zaihongshu and watch blog. Recently I was recommended to download an app called Jiebai, where people reportedly speak beautifully and the content is quite rich. Of course that's not the most important part, the most important thing is. Leng Qingqiu happily opened the National Music Platform app, and when she saw the new song rankings for the month her eyes sparkled even more. Because ranking first was, Unnamed Confession Balloon. Hee hee hee. I knew it would be a hit. What a pity because it was recorded secretly before the sound quality was a bit poor. If I could shoot a video it would be perfect to upload the loser Gus performance on Douhu, it would definitely go viral. Hey, would I become an internet celebrity then? Wouldn't that be a delight? Just then, what are you doing? A voice full of confusion came from behind Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu was so startled that her entire body stiffened, and she quickly stuffed the phone into the blanket. Then with a nervous expression she stood up and looked toward the door. Seeing Gu Yan she became even more anxious. Oh no, why is that loser Gu here? If he finds out that I not only have a phone but also uploaded his song online, that would be disastrous. I absolutely cannot let Gu Yan discover my phone. No, I have to stay calm. Thinking this, Leng Qingqiu forced a smile and said, "Sister. Brother-in-law, good morning. What brings you here?" Gu Yan found this a bit strange. He turned on the light and glanced at the bed behind Leng Qingqiu saying, "Why didn't you turn on the light after getting up? Also, aren't you supposed to go to school today? What do you think I came here for? Instead you. What were you doing just now?" As Gu Yan spoke he wanted to walk over, but Leng Qingqiu appeared very agitated. She hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly, Wait. No, you can't come over. That just makes me even more curious." Gu Yan slowly raised an eyebrow seeming to notice something and walked faster. Seeing this scene Leng Qingqiu felt a surge of panic. Helplessly she had to shamefully close her eyes and shouted, "I was just XXXX. There are still traces on the bed, don't come over." Hearing this Gu Yan looked at the embarrassed Leng Qingqiu, who had her eyes closed. He fell silent staring at the half-exposed phone. To hide the phone, that excuse really puts you in a tough spot. "I will wait for you downstairs." Gu Yan cleared his throat, then chuckled and walked downstairs. Leng Qingqiu was left stunned. The next second, she couldn't hold back anymore. Her face turned completely red. Oh, my lifelong reputation. In the study Leng Qingqiu covered her ears, her face flushed, wondering what nonsense Leng Qingqiu was saying. Did Gu Yan come? What happened? What were they doing? I'm so curious, it's infuriating. After a long period of silence, Gu Yan and Leng Qingqiu finally arrived at Jianhai High School. "Pay attention in class," he said. "I didn't hear anything," she replied. Gu Yan didn't know what to say, so he could only offer such words of comfort. However, this made Leng Qingqiu bury her head even lower in shame. She trembled silently as she clutched her backpack, unsteadily getting off the car. Even the force she used to close the door was light and airy. Looking at Leng Qingqiu, who seemed to have lost her soul as she walked into the campus, Gu Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. This is the restlessness of a girl in her teenage years. "Old gal, you can go back now," Gu Yan said with a light laugh. "Understood, young master." Old gal replied, somewhat puzzled as to why Miss Leng Qingqiu, who usually acted so carelessly, was being so well-behaved today. But he didn't dwell on it. After all, the young master used to act this way often. It was just a phase of youthful exuberance. Pretending to be mature like an adult, Gu Yan returned to the Leng household and began his day's work. He tidied up a bit, clearing the clothes scattered on the sofa. Then came the most important moment. He looked around, and upon discovering that Leng Qingqiu had not yet come down, he made his way to the bathroom. Glancing around, he noticed a basket of clothes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He thought, Qingqiu, it's not good to leave these dirty clothes piled up here. Let me help you clean this up." With that thought, he stepped forward and naturally reached for the basket. The next second a cold voice filled with indignation came from behind him. What are you doing? Gu Yin stiffened awkwardly, turning his head to see Leng Qingqiu leaning against the doorframe with a frosty expression. Her face seemed to be filled with murderous intent. Oh, this is bad. Fortunately, Qingqiu couldn't see him, and as long as he pretended to be cleaning, everything should be fine, right? Thus Gu Yin pretended to be calm and explained, are you planning to do something with my and Linger's clothes? Before Gu Yin could elaborate, Leng Qingqiu had already pierced through his intentions. Are you a god? How do you know this? But that's not it. I'm only concerned about your personal clothes, Qingqiu. I don't care about anyone else's. You have to believe me, Qingqiu. Please don't insult my character. Gu Yin hurriedly clarified, insisting that he was only interested in Qingqiu's clothes. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists in indignation, the twisted things Gu Yin had done in the past vividly replaying in her mind. Hearing such outrageous claims made her clench her fists even tighter. Shut up, you pervert. She quickly walked towards Gu Yin, blocking the basket, and coldly said, step aside, I will wash the clothes myself. Oh, what a pity. Gu Yin awkwardly smiled. All right, Qingqiu, you wash them yourself. If you need anything, just call me. With that, he left feeling guilty. However, as he walked out, he felt a bit puzzled. Qingqiu clearly had her eyes closed. How could she walk over so precisely? Oh right, Qingqiu is highly intelligent, plus she has the support of her cultivation. It's quite normal for her to remember the layout of the room. Truly she is Qingqiu. Feeling Gu Yin had left, Leng Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up a piece of clothing and sighed. It's just a piece of clothing. Oh, why am I so worked up? No matter how perverted someone is, it shouldn't be possible for them to have any ill intentions towards a dirty piece of clothing. However, just thinking about it, Leng Qingqiu's mind was flooded with the bizarre things Gu Yin had done before. Well, it shouldn't be the case. It can't be right. Surely not. After having breakfast, Gu Yin and Leng Qingqiu sat on the sofa in the living room. The television was on, broadcasting the morning news. Hello, citizens. As you can see behind me, this is the scene of a crime that occurred this morning. Counting this one, it's already the 5th murder case in the Qiushui Garden community. The deceased this time was a boss in the civil engineering materials sector, and the forensic team has already entered to investigate the situation. Gu Yin watched the news while turning to Leng Qingqiu, who was lost in thought, and said, Qingqiu, listen, the world is indeed dangerous these days. The 5th murder case has occurred in Qiushui Garden, and it is said that each victim had claw-like marks on their chests. I wonder if a ferocious beast from the zoo escaped its cage. Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu snapped out of her contemplation, briefly considered, and replied, it's unlikely to be a species recognized by humanity. If it were, the murderer would have been caught long ago. But don't worry too much, after all, Qiushui Garden is far from here. Such things won't happen to us. Regarding Qiushui Garden, she had heard her subordinates report that they had detected a presence resembling true qi. But she didn't care, after all, the deaths of others had nothing to do with her. However, now that Gu Yin mentioned it, Leng Qingqiu thought he was worried that the murderer would come near them. Gu Yin nodded upon hearing this and smiled. Since you're not afraid, I'm relieved. Leng Qingqiu snorted softly. Do you need me to say more? On the television, the footage switched to the police rushing to the scene after receiving a report. Moreover, the police on screen was someone Gu Yin recognized. Shen, facing the camera, spoke with a serious tone. Citizens, please trust us. The police will surely catch the criminal responsible for the crimes in Qiushui Garden. Is the plot about to unfold? But the mastermind behind Qiushui Garden is not easy to deal with. That person is extremely dangerous and has some connection to the underworld. However, Gu Yin speculated, or rather had a premonition, that Shen Wan'er would definitely come to find him to investigate together. Perhaps it was a man's sixth sense. Oh right, he needed to inform Qingqiu about tomorrow's plans. With that thought, Gu Yin switched channels and said, by the way, Qingqiu, I have to attend a banquet tomorrow, so I won't be around. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu was silent for a moment before she replied calmly, is it the banquet for the Yinxing group? Yes. They also invited our Leng family. Tomorrow Linger will go with Leng Xing'an. Oh, I see. Gu Yin smiled and said, that's good, but what about your meals tomorrow, Qingqiu? Tomorrow I won't be home all day, and I will be turning the master of the underworld into a puppet in the guise of the Night King. Naturally, such matters cannot be disclosed. So the best answer is, you don't need to worry about it, Leng Qingqiu said flatly. Gu Yin nodded repeatedly, chuckling. I just love that you're such an independent woman of the new era, Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu couldn't hold back at this moment. How could this man respond to everything she said? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. No, tomorrow is the day when all members of the night organization will be dispatched. She must quickly change her identity. Having spent too long with Gu Yin, her imposing aura had diminished significantly. By the way, Leng Qingqiu suddenly said to Gu Yin, at the banquet tomorrow there might be some particularly beautiful women, don't let them lure you away. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin was displeased. Are you questioning my character? Qingqiu, I only love you. You better mean it. My dear Qingqiu. Stop. Speak properly. Leng Qingqiu immediately pressed down on Gu Yin, who was about to pounce. At the same time, she secretly sighed in her heart. She hoped that tomorrow would not present any scenes she did not want. The time has come to the next day. Gu Yan originally planned to spend the morning in the Leng family enjoying tender moments with Leng Qingqiu. However, he was coldly rejected by her last night, as she expressed that she needed a rare day of peace to focus on her studies. Hiss, what a heartless woman, but perhaps it's just as well. Gu Yan opened his phone and a message from Chen Yingyin popped up. Gu Yan, although this might trouble you, I still hope you can join me to investigate a case. If you agree, I will come to pick you up. Sure enough, would she call me? Gu Yan felt no surprise after all this was a role that should have been filled by Xiao Lin. The reasoning was, if you want to clear your name, you need to present some evidence that you are a good person. After replying positively, Gu Yan was still pondering when the other party would arrive and whether he should bring along Lao Gao or someone similar. The next moment, Gu Yan, hurry down. Look who has come, came the delighted voice of his mother Su Murong from downstairs. Gu Yan seemed to have thought of something, and a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he arrived downstairs and saw Chen Yingyin smiling and chatting with Su Murong, his expression turned a bit helpless as he walked over with a smile saying, "So Sister Yingyin, you've already come to my house. How can I refuse you now?" Seeing Gu Yan's helpless expression, Chen Yingyin smiled as well. Time is of the essence. This case is extremely important. Saying this, she turned to the bewildered Su Murong and added, "Auntie, I will take Gu Yan with me." "Wait, take him away. A case." Su Murong opened her mouth wanting to say something, but Gu Yan interrupted. All right, but I must return before evening. I still have to attend a banquet." "That's fine. Then Mom, I will go out with Officer Chen for a bit." After saying this, the two of them left, leaving Su Murong in a state of confusion. "Wait, can someone tell me what is happening right now? Is my son in trouble? Or has he been taken away by a friend of his father's? A conflict of duty and family. Performance. Just going through the motions. Hiss. I don't understand." Su Murong hurriedly took out her phone and dialed Gu Tianming. "Our son has been taken away by the police." Driving towards the Qiushui Garden community. Up ahead, Lao Gao was driving. Behind him, Chen Yingyin and Gu Yan were reviewing the case at Qiushui Garden. Gu Yan looked at a stack of materials while listening to Chen Yingyin's explanation. She held up a photo of a hollow-eyed, weary young man and said the Qiushui Garden case occurred in May of this year. This is the first victim of the case, named Hang Cai, a young man who came to Zhanghai City for work. However, for some unknown reason, he stopped going to work starting in April and stayed home until May 15th, when he was found dead in his house. He had no relatives, so there was no one to claim the body. At this point, Chen Yingyin took out another photo. Gu Yan glanced at it. It showed a vibrant young man. Chen Yingyin sighed. This is a live photo of Hang Cai taken before April. Gu Yan's eyes revealed an inexplicable meaning, but he remained silent. He looked at the photo of Hang Cai's corpse. Gazing at the claw-mark wounds, Gu Yan felt a flicker of recognition, and the storyline began to resurface in his mind. Next, Chen Yingyin pulled out the information and photos of the next 4 victims. After explaining everyone's details, she said, all of them exhibited abnormal behavior before their deaths and had 3 claw-like marks on their chests. The coroner also determined that the victims died from this vicious attack. Unfortunately, despite searching extensively, biologists have been unable to identify the creature responsible for the attack. Initially, I was limited to known human species, but now. Chen Yingyin looked at Gu Yan seriously, saying, Gu Yan, do you think this was done by a martial artist? How insightful! Gu Yan smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, it was indeed a martial artist. Up ahead, Lao Gao's gaze sharpened. Having listened for so long, he had roughly understood that the young master was to investigate several murder cases at Qiushui Garden with Miss Yingyin. Most importantly, there were martial artists orchestrating these events. While he was not worried about the young master's safety with him around, he still did not wish for the young master to take risks. With the enemy in the dark and us in the light, rushing in would be too dangerous. He spoke up. Young master, matters concerning martial artists are handled by the Ancient Warriors Department. I can notify them about this situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yingyin was taken aback as she looked at Gu Yan. If professionals could resolve it, that would be ideal. After the resolution, they could announce that this was a particularly heinous murder case, and the perpetrator had already been apprehended. This way it wouldn't cause too much panic among the public. However, Gu Yan revealed a strange smile. The martial artists department has known about this matter for a long time. It was just that for certain reasons they had yet to capture the perpetrator. They knew. Then why haven't they caught the criminal? Chen Yingyin instinctively asked. Gu Yan remained silent, shaking his head. Once we arrive at Qiushui Garden and reach the perpetrator's home, you will understand. This. Chen Yingyin hesitated, but still nodded. Lao Gao did not speak further, but focused on driving. Zhanghai High School. After class, the teacher looked at the 2 usually most rowdy students below with confusion. Why are Leng Linger and Bai Qionglan so quiet today? Odd. With an uneasy heart, he left the classroom wondering if these 2 were plotting something big. Would they pull off a major prank? Leng Linger was quiet because of the remarks made in front of Gu Yan that morning. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with shame, her hands tightly clenched together. Her heart was very unsettled. Oh no, I not only failed to hide my phone properly, but I also said such things in front of Gu Yan. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. How can I ever lift my head in front of him again? On the other hand, Bai Qionglan was troubled because of her father's threatening remarks this morning. He said that if she didn't meet a man named Xiao Lin, she might as well drop out of school and return home to learn how to manage the family. Thinking of this, her eyes reddened again, and she took out a half-piece of jade pendant from her chest. Looking at it, she started to cry again. Nearby, Leng Qingqiu, hearing the commotion, quietly looked at her good deskmate, best friend, and confidant, Bai Qionglan. Seeing that she seemed to be choking on her tears, she immediately panicked. Qionglan, what's wrong? She hurriedly comforted her, instantly casting aside her own troubles. Nothing. Bai Qionglan wiped her tears and smiled at Leng Qingqiu. Linger if I mean if. If I were no longer here, would you feel lonely? Upon saying this, Leng Qingqiu was taken aback. The next moment, bang. Leng Qingqiu slammed her hands on the table and shouted at Bai Qionglan, no, no. Qionglan, you can't commit suicide. You're my only friend right now. If you die, what will I do? Woo woo woo. As she spoke, Leng Qingqiu began to cry. A bunch of people turned to look over, curious about what was happening. Bai Qionglan was instantly stunned, quickly pulling Leng Qingqiu down and comforting her. Wait, what are you saying? I would never commit suicide, please don't cry. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu sniffed, looking at Bai Qionglan with surprise. Really? Saying this, she threw herself into Bai Qionglan's arms. Qionglan, you scared me to death. The latter looked at Leng Qingqiu, gently sighed, and reached out to pat her back, murmuring, it's because of this that I worry about you, Qingqiu. Qiu Shui Yuan Residential Complex. A building situated at the far edge of the compound. Outside room 401. Gu Yan and his companions arrived here. Shen Wan'er gripped her handgun, tightly glancing uncertainly at Gu Yan. This is where the killer lives. So simple. So effortless. We've already located his residence. Gu Yan nodded, then turned to Lao Gao. Lao Gao. Understood, young master. Lao Gao stepped forward and grasped the doorknob. With a soft, crisp click, the door swung open slowly. All done, young master. Shen Wan'er watched in astonishment. She had expected the doorknob to be wrenched off entirely. Sensing her bewilderment, Lao Gao explained, this is an application of true qi. It functions like an extension of one's hand, capable of penetrating the lock mechanism to unlock it from within. Shen Wan'er marveled at the mystique of martial cultivators. They entered the apartment. What met her eyes left her momentarily stunned. Unlike an ordinary dwelling, this room was pitch black, every window sealed with concrete. By the faint light spilling in from the corridor, a bedroom door stood ajar, emitting eerie, unsettling sounds from within. Shen Wan'er's instincts flared with caution as she instinctively stepped in front of Gu Yan. Let's proceed carefully. She scanned left and right, confirming no immediate threats. Gu Yan smiled faintly, then strode past her. Meeting her anxious gaze, he said calmly, no need to tense up. The killer hasn't returned yet. Indeed, Lao Gao affirmed. I detect no trace of cultivated energy or true qi within. Only then did Shen Wan'er relax, but kept her firearm ready, the oppressive atmosphere still tightening her nerves. Gu Yan glanced toward the partially open bedroom door, smiled, and walked ahead. Let's take a look. All right. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the same residential block, a group, clad in white garments, suddenly grew alert. A tall, stern-faced man approached the window, drew back the curtain, and his expression darkened. His white uniform bore intricate concealed patterns, and upon his chest gleamed a golden crescent moon. He gazed for a moment, eyes narrowing, then murmured low, something's wrong. Someone has entered the room. At those words, the other three sprang to their feet. One man hurried to a device, an all-angle surveillance monitor displaying room 401 in real time. As he saw Gu Yan and the others step into the bedroom, his face paled. Who are they? Plainclothes police. The others gathered around, their expressions grim. The technician buried his face in his hands. We've repeatedly instructed secular organizations to halt investigations into Qiu Shui Yuan. Why haven't they complied? Why hasn't the message reached them? A woman sighed. Never mind that now. The items inside that bedroom are extremely dangerous. And if Tianfeng returns before we intervene, these people will certainly be silenced, permanently. The one destined to die is Tianfeng. Among them stands someone extraordinarily powerful. Likely a grandmaster. What a... They recoiled in shock. The woman exclaimed, a grandmaster. You're joking. I'm not. The aura I sense confirms it. The stern-faced man spoke gravely. He may not be a plainclothes officer, but a hidden martial cultivator operating among the mundane world. Yet that woman appeared on Jianghai City's television broadcasts as a police officer. Since when can secular agencies command cultivators? Regardless, we cannot allow them to disrupt our long-standing operational plan. We're already at the final stage. Only a sliver remains before we secure irrefutable evidence linking Tianfeng to the Yama sect. They exchanged terse glances. Then we must intervene. Let's hope that Grandmaster proves reasonable. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Gu Yan paused. Lao Gao raised his hand. A surge of true qi welled forth, illuminating the entire chamber in brilliant white light. What is all this? Shen Wan'er froze. The bedroom walls were covered in sinister talismanic patterns, painted in deep crimson and black resembling archaic script and forbidden sigils. Interwoven in complex, disorienting geometries, the symbols exuded an alien, ancient presence, chilling enough to stir primal dread. At the room's center stood an ancient stone altar, its surface carved with unfathomable glyphs and esoteric motifs. Flickering black candles burned around the altar, their wavering light causing the inscribed patterns to shimmer and writhe, as though breathing in a dream. In one corner lay several mold-speckled flesh masses and detached eyeballs, evidently ritual implements. The floor was draped in a heavy matlack carpet embroidered with arcane spiraling motifs. The air hung thick and suffocating. Shen Wan'er swore she'd never witnessed anything like this in her life. She clapped a hand over her mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit. Gu Yan. We need backup, immediately. She realized this was no ordinary crime scene. Gu Yan pinched his nose, surveying the room with disdain. No need for backup. The perpetrator is a demonic cultivator. Sending more ordinary officers would only deliver them to their deaths. Besides, relevant authorities are already en route. Relevant authorities? Shen Wan'er blinked in confusion, when in the next instant voices echoed from the bedroom doorway. Hello. And at the sound, Shen Wan'er's body instantly tensed as she raised her handgun and aimed it steadily at the doorway. Not only upon seeing four figures clad in identical white uniforms did her expression falter. She recognized the uniform from that man, named by Jun. Lao Gao, however, recognized both the group and their attire. Leaning slightly toward Gu Yan, he murmured softly, "Young master, they're from the ancient martial arts division." In hearing this, none of the four seemed surprised. After all, the division was no secret to most cultivators. They regarded Lao Gao with deep respect. He was a grandmaster, and offending him would be unthinkable. Yet what truly captivated their attention was the young man beside him, smiling faintly. And could he be the scion of some reclusive, ancient clan? Has he brought clan elders along? Though, why does he look so strangely familiar? And no matter, stabilizing the situation comes first. And with that thought, the tall, broad-shouldered man, his black hair cropped short, his features sharp and resolute, offered a courteous smile. Greetings. I'm Li Yan. As your senior mentioned, we are members of the ancient martial arts division. This incident at Qiu Shui Garden is now under our official investigation. And these are my teammates. Not that the slender woman beside him inclined her head with a gentle, knowing smile. I'm Lin Yajing. My role is intelligence gathering. I'm Zhao Tianyu, said the man with piercing brown eyes, his voice calm and unflinching. And the last figure, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man, spoke with quiet nervousness. I'm Chen Lei. I handle technical support. Hearing their introductions, the tension in the room eased ever so slightly. Shen Wan'er lowered her gun and asked, puzzled, "If you already know the suspect's exact location, why haven't you apprehended him yet?" And she had assumed, until now, that the division simply couldn't locate him. But clearly that wasn't the case. At her question, Li Yan's expression flickered with discomfort. He shook his head. "Madam, the circumstances are highly complex, and this is a classified operation. Regrettably, we cannot disclose further details." Before Shen Wan'er could press further, Gu Yan's voice interceded smoothly. "In that case," and he shrugged lightly and smiled at her, "let's withdraw. Let the professionals secure and reconstruct the scene." After all, Ni's gaze lingered meaningfully on the four agents, whose faces paled visibly. "You wouldn't want the homeowner discovering that someone entered his private quarters, would you?" Lin Yajing offered a strained, fleeting smile and glanced discreetly toward Li Yan. Li Yan forced a smile, his eyes briefly meeting Lao Gao's behind Gu Yan, then returned his attention to Gu Yan himself. Curiosity deepened within him. Not only was Lao Gao a grandmaster, but this young man Gu Yan radiated something profoundly unsettling. Not a single ripple of true qi emanated from him. And how utterly bizarre. Shen Wan'er grew increasingly anxious. This concerned civilian safety after all. Yet Gu Yan firmly, almost insistently guided her away. Once they departed, Li Yan's smile vanished. Turning to Lin Yajing, he ordered quietly, "Initiate full reconnaissance. Our months-long effort must not unravel now." Understood. Li Yan surveyed the scene before him, the scattered remnants in the corners, and exhaled slowly. "Forgive us, but to eradicate the Yama Palace, such measures are unavoidable." Back in the car, Shen Wan'er sat in silence, her mood somber. Gu Yan instructed Lao Gao to drive home, then turned to her. "Jia, do you grasp the complexity of this situation now?" "Yes," she murmured, nodding slowly. She looked up at Gu Yan, her mouth parted then closed again. What were you about to say?" Her voice dropped, hesitant, yet resolute. "Do most cultivators truly regard ordinary lives as expendable?" Gu Yan's eyes gleamed with quiet, enigmatic depth. "Why do you ask that?" Shen Wan'er recalled the bedroom. Those sinister talismans, those grotesque fragments scattered like refuse in the shadows. Each detail screamed the homeowner's monstrous cruelty. Clenching her fists, she said fiercely, "He slaughtered countless innocents. Yet the division knew exactly where he was, and still permitted him to kill unchecked. That She could neither comprehend nor forgive, and she'd nearly confronted them, their demanding answers. And now, cooled by reflection, she felt profound relief, not having acted rashly. After all, they faced were cultivators, whereas their side consisted only of herself, Gu Yan, and Lao Gao, whose years weighed heavily upon him. And how could they possibly stand against such adversaries? She knew nothing of their temperaments. And Gu Yan had come at her request. She bore responsibility for his safety, and next time she vowed she would remain composed. But Shen tilted her head back, pressing the back of her hand over her eyes. It's unbearable. I'm a police officer. And Gu Yan spoke softly. Perhaps some truths run deeper than appearances suggest. His words startled her. She turned to him, and he continued gently, as they said, it is exceptionally delicate and layered, and that homeowner may possess affiliations or powers far beyond our knowledge. Sometimes the division must weigh competing imperatives, making choices that seem unfathomable to outsiders. And after all, they are cultivators, and Gu Yan sighed. They live by rules alien to ours. Shen fell silent, yet her fist remained tightly clenched. So, just because of that, they may let a murderer slaughter freely, no matter the justification. It feels profoundly wrong. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with raw, unyielding anguish. Unbeknownst to her, the homeowner's ties stretched far, deep into the Yama Palace's collusion with demonic cultivators. And evidence was nearing completion. Who once secured the division would launch its decisive purge. Then Lao Gao, hands steady on the wheel, spoke without turning. Ours is a world of intricate peril, where even cultivators remain ignorant of certain truths. Missing, spare yourself this torment. Understand this, the Qiu Shui garden affair lies beyond the jurisdiction of mundane authorities. Soon enough you'll receive formal notice suspending all investigations. Shen absorbed their words, heart-churning. And she could never stand idle while blood was spilled. Yet, Lao Gao was right. This lay far beyond ordinary reach. The perpetrator was undeniably lethal. And if I joined the ancient martial arts division, I'd never allow this. Shen Wan'er turned sharply to Gu Yan, eyes blazing with resolve. Gu Yan, how does one join the division? And through the rearview mirror, Lao Gao saw the fierce sincerity in her gaze. And Gu Yan smiled faintly. That depends on your father, if he chooses to tell you. My father. Shen Wan'er pressed her lips together, then sank into quiet contemplation. And Gu Yan glanced once, then looked away. And good. According to the natural course of events, Shen Wan'er would soon enter the division. There her latent talent would be confirmed, an unprecedented prodigy rare in a century. And through trials and battles, she would rise to become the division's inaugural female director, a force that in the original chronicle lent Shaolin immeasurable support. A quiet smile touched Gu Yan's lips. All unfolded precisely as planned. Nan, tonight's banquet. The Yama Palace. And let me recall, who in the original narrative conspired with that demonic sect? Yan Huang's adopted son Long Zaiqian. Flicker of intrigue lit Gu Yan's eyes, and his smile deepened. That evening the entrance of Baihushan Hotel was bustling with luxury cars. It was a special day, as the Yinxing Group had sent invitations to more than half of the families in Jianghaishi, inviting them to this banquet, though everyone was well aware of the true intentions behind it. This was a banquet to announce the next heir of the Yinxing Group. In the hall stood several guests who wanted to enter the banquet hall, but were instead lingering outside to see who would arrive. A few guests exchanged business cards while chatting and speculating on which families would grace the event. In my opinion, all the top families of Jianghaishi will be present tonight. Families like the Gu family and the Yin family will definitely come. And some stars under the Yinxing Group will surely make an appearance as well. Which member of the Gu family do you think will show up? Are you talking about the young Master Gu? The mention of Gu Yin caused a smirk to appear on the faces of the group. If the young Master Gu is coming, it means that Shen family Shen Wan'er will also be here. After all, who doesn't know that he is most fond of Shen Wan'er? Haha, what a pity that Gu Tianming, who is so shrewd, has such a sycophant son. Just then a voice filled with suppressed anger came from behind them. Hey, what are you guys saying behind my back? The group was taken aback, then turned to see a girl with dyed yellow hair dressed in a style that clearly did not match the banquet attire, standing with her hands on her hips glaring at them. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Her attire was clearly out of place for the event. If it were not for a small family lacking in manners, it could only mean that she had a significant background and felt free to dress as she pleased. The group forced out a laugh and dispersed. I'm so furious. Seeing the few who fled, Leng Qingqiu was infuriated, itching to go up and punch those guys. How dare they speak ill of Gu, calling him a sycophant? Who are they calling a sycophant? My brother-in-law has long since stopped liking Shen Wan'er, all right. Leng Qingqiu's furious demeanor startled Leng Xing'an, who had just walked in. He hurried over and consoled her, saying, My little ancestor, what's the matter with you? Today this place is filled with either the rich or the powerful. We cannot afford to provoke anyone. It would be disastrous if the Leng family were targeted. Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu muttered, Uncle, you're being too timid. With my brother-in-law around, what is there to fear? Not to mention that jerk just now was insulting my brother-in-law as a sycophant. Hiss. So that's how it is. But there were indeed rumors about Gu Yan in the past. Leng Qingqiu glanced around, then helplessly said to Leng Linger, Niece, although Gu Yan likes the eldest niece, we can't rely on the fact that he likes Leng Qingqiu to leverage off the Gu family. That would make Gu Yan look down on us. Upon hearing this, Leng Linger nodded in understanding. All right, then I will refrain from hitting those guys who look like they deserve a beating today. How dare they say that so many prominent families are just a bunch of bullies. Leng Qingqiu felt they couldn't stay there any longer and quickly pulled Leng Linger toward the banquet hall. At the entrance, an endless stream of luxury cars continued to arrive. Among them, a metallic, gleaming sedan stopped, and a smiling man stepped out of the car. He was dressed in an exquisite black suit exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Next, a woman in an opulent evening gown gracefully emerged from the vehicle, her long dress trailing on the ground, exuding a faint fragrance that complemented her dignified and elegant appearance. She expressionlessly linked arms with Baijun and walked into the hall. As this eye-catching duo entered the hotel lobby, the surrounding guests couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Hiss. Isn't that Bai family's young master and their young lady? God, the youngest Major General Baijun actually returned to attend the banquet. Truly this is the Yinqing group. Following that, countless luxury cars arrived. Each distinguished guest stepping out made the onlookers exclaim in admiration. Truly this is the Yinqing group. They are able to invite so many people to this banquet. Shen Wan'er also arrived, gazing at the luxurious banquet hall with deep yearning in her heart. When could her family hold a banquet here? When could they invite so many guests? She took a deep breath and quietly said to Xiao Lin, who had been watching her, Xiao Lin, remember not to speak carelessly once we're inside. You are my bodyguard now, just stay by my side. Please don't do anything that would embarrass me. Xiao Lin, who was wearing the suit Shen Wan'er had bought for him, felt a surge of joy and nodded in agreement. However, as they entered the hall, he seemed to hear people around them saying, Look, Shen Wan'er has arrived. Is the young Master Gu also coming? Hep, there's a guy next to Shen Wan'er. I bet the young Master Gu will go find him and cause trouble. Young Master Gu. Gu Yan. Why is Gu Yan being mentioned? Xiao Lin wanted to ask Shen Wan'er, who was walking ahead, what this meant, but thought better of it, and stayed silent. After all, she had emphasized before they came. Definitely do not speak carelessly. As time passed, the luxury cars arriving at the hotel entrance showed no signs of decreasing. Everyone was wondering if there were no heavyweight figures coming when a pure black extended luxury car came to a stop. Then a stunning figure instantly captivated everyone's attention. A woman dressed in a pure white gown was escorted out of the car by someone who appeared to be a bodyguard. She looked like a white flower blooming in the night. Her gown flowed, seamlessly accentuating her slender figure. The white fabric appeared exceptionally pure on her, as white as snow, exuding a noble aura. Her bright, deep eyes conveyed confidence and elegance, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky, and her long eyelashes gently raised, adding a touch of mystery to her gaze. She smiled slightly at the guests, causing the breath of all the men around her to quicken. Hiss. Who is that? Which prominent family's daughter has arrived? God, she is so beautiful, I feel like I'm in love. Bai Lian waved her hand with a smile, though she felt quite disdainful inside. Humph, a bunch of foolish men, it seems tonight's task will go very smoothly. Bai Lian, mind your demeanor, the bodyguard-like figure beside her quietly reminded. Bai Lian immediately retracted her mocking expression and put on a smile once more. If it weren't for the master's orders, I wouldn't want to be teammates with a dullard like you. Throughout the hotel banquet, members of the night organization were mixed in, some disguised as waiters, while others took the place of various families' bodyguards. What no one expected was that in the presidential lounge of the hotel, Long Zitian, the adopted son of Yin Huang, was watching with a grim expression as an uninvited guest intruded into his room. The visitor sat on the sofa with a grin, his foot resting on his partner, the demonic martial artist Tian Fong, who had killed many. Then, Mr. Long Zitian, let's have a chat, Gu Yan said with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he looked at the grim-faced Long Zitian. You wouldn't want everyone to find out about your connections with the demonic path, would you, eh? Long Zhantian looked grimly at the man before him, who posed a threat. The other party exhibited no signs of cultivation, clearly just an ordinary person. Although his family, the Gu family of Zhanghai City, was the most powerful, the man was merely an infatuated admirer of Shen Wan'er. There shouldn't have been any threat, so why? You really hide deep, young Master Gu. Long Zhantian forced a smile as he looked at the grinning Gu Yan, realizing he had fallen for a trap, admitting that he indeed had. Who would have thought that while discussing matters with his partner, this Gu family young master, once deemed useless, would barge in with people? Before Tian Fong could act, he was knocked unconscious by the powerful figure beside Gu Yan. Gu Yan stepped on Tian Fong, casually leaning back on the sofa, his gaze filled with mockery, as he looked at Long Zhantian. Long Zhantian, you're no better. Who would have thought that the adopted son of the King of Hell would collude with such despicable evil forces? Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian's expression stiffened, realizing it was true. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Why did it have to be like this? How did they uncover the clues? Clearly the official cultivators had failed to investigate. I should have been discreet enough. Damn it, Gu Yan is just an ordinary person. At this distance, I am confident I could kill him with one strike. But, he glanced at the old Gao beside him who was ready to act at any moment, and felt a heavy weight in his heart. Based on previous investigations, this old man from the Gu family was likely a powerful figure close to the level of a grandmaster. His adoptive father was not here now, and the death warriors were all protecting him. This meant that it was impossible for him to kill Gu Yan in front of a strong opponent nearing grandmaster status. Even if he could kill him, it would certainly be a one-for-one exchange. But he still had great ambitions and ideals, so how could he throw his life away? Damn it. Unable to fight, did he have to submit to this guy before him? Leng Qingqiu clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing. In the end, he seemed to resign himself to fate, staring intensely at Gu Yan. What do you really want? Seeing Leng Qingqiu's acceptance, Gu Yan smiled. It's simple. He pointed at Leng Qingqiu. I want you to establish a cooperative relationship with me. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? Leng Qingqiu asked in confusion. If it's a business cooperation, our Yinxing Group and your Gu family are already partners. However, Gu Yan shook his head. Not Yinxing Group, but the King of Hell. The King of Hell. Leng Qingqiu's heart sank. The King of Hell was involved with cultivators. What did the other party want? Gu Yan smiled silently, waiting for a response. He had considered many aspects, as according to the original plot, Leng Qingqiu had barely survived a few chapters. The reason being that he was discovered by Yan Huang for colluding with evil forces, leading to his demise. Consequently, the King of Hell resolved the crisis of being besieged by the cultivator department. Therefore, when he learned that today's banquet was to announce Leng Qingqiu as the next heir to Yinxing Group, Gu Yan felt a sense of foreboding, especially when he realized that the supposedly dead Leng Linger was still alive. This meant that Leng Qingqiu could not leverage Leng Linger's death to turn dark and become the strongest in this world, making him feel even worse. It could be said that the plot began to deviate when Leng Linger did not die. Shen Wan'er even came to him, crying, asking if they could return to the past. Gu Yan felt a headache at these abnormal plot developments, so in order to salvage what should have happened, he chose to go directly to Leng Qingqiu, and the reason for this was that after much contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Merely a guess, but likely the situation was as such. In the original story, Yan Huang did not die because Leng Qingqiu's ability helped him extend his life. This meant that without Leng Qingqiu's assistance, Yan Huang was bound to die, and today's banquet would announce Leng Qingqiu as the heir. Thus what needed to be done now was to find Leng Qingqiu and keep him under control. The reason for this was not anything else, but Gu Yan thought that what if, like in the original work, the world's correction force compelled the King of Hell to trouble the protagonist. In the end, they might be killed by the protagonist, making it a futile effort. After all, Gu Yan was uncertain about when Leng Qingqiu would regain the strength depicted in the original work, so he dared not take the risk. Thus, the best approach for now was to remain inactive, build up strength, wait for the right moment, and then strike together to eradicate the protagonist Shaolin. And because of this, Gu Yan thought of a more reliable way to ensure the plot was not so distorted. That was, since Leng Qingqiu had not yet turned dark, to prevent the villains from the original work from causing trouble, it would be better to directly recruit them. Gu Yan's idea was this: simply take the lead in controlling the villains who should belong to Leng Qingqiu in the original work. Then he would gather these villains into a group, waiting for the final moment to act together, to besiege the protagonist Shaolin, to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Gu Yan thought this plan was perfect. Time passed minute by minute. Leng Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I agree to your request. Since you came to me directly to propose cooperation, then you must know that yes, my adoptive father is going to announce me as the heir to Yinxing Group today." At this point, Leng Qingqiu's expression was quite complex. His adoptive father trusted him immensely, but the man was getting old. Many decisions could no longer be made, so cowardly, so timid. Clearly, with the vast power of the King of Hell, they could only remain in Zhanghai City. It wasn't that Zhanghai City wasn't big, it was just that Leng Qingqiu had grander ideals. He hoped the King of Hell would unify the world, and Tianfang was the key to achieving this. As long as Tianfang's secret technique was completed, the overall strength of the King of Hell would reach a terrifying stage. Hearing Leng Qingqiu's words, Gu Yan nodded. In that case, I will take him first, and I will come back to find you once you succeed. Gu Yan stood up, and as Leng Qingqiu wore a bewildered expression, Lao Gao stepped forward and waved his right hand. A surge of true energy quickly lifted the unconscious Tianfang's body. Witnessing this scene, Leng Qingqiu became anxious. He stood up. Wait. I have already agreed to you, why do you still want to take him away? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan looked at him, as if he were an idiot. Fool, if I leave him here, how can I threaten you? So direct. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu was dumbfounded. He reached out. Wait. But the words got stuck in his throat. His mind raced with thoughts, and in the end he resignedly sat down, covering his face. Why did it come to this? At the top floor of the hotel, a helicopter was waiting. Tianfang lay unconscious in midair. Lao Gao looked at Gu Yan and said, "Young master, how should we deal with this guy?" Gu Yan glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Disable his cultivation and lock him up. He may be useful later." According to the original plot, Tianfang was highly vigilant and had a strange trail. Therefore, the martial arts department could not find his whereabouts. They did not dare to get too close to Tianfang, fearing he might be hiding in the shadows. The only clear information was that he returned to Qiushui Garden every night. Each time he returned, he brought back some clues needed by the martial arts department. They just had to wait for Tianfang to leave so they could enter the room and collect evidence. Not long ago, Li Yin from the martial arts department had discovered torn paper scraps thrown into the trash in Tianfang's room. It had written on it, "Kill Li Batian." Li Batian was the victim of the 5th murder case at Qiushui Garden, a businessman in building materials. According to Li Yin and others' investigation, they found that Yanxing Group had a minor conflict with Li Boshan's company not long ago. If they investigated further and waited for the right moment, they could find crucial evidence of the connection between Yin Wangdian and Tianfang. Lao Gao nodded upon hearing this. Understood, young master. The helicopter took off. Gu Yin gazed at the distant helicopter, his mind already formulating other plans. Keeping Tianfang around was not solely to use him as leverage against Long Ziqian. Another purpose was to prevent Long Ziqian from being killed by Yan Huang tonight. After all, in the original story, Yan Huang had already discovered the connection between Long Ziqian and Tianfang. Although the plot and timing were somewhat off. But if nothing unexpected happens tonight, would be Long Ziqian's last chance. If he did not sever ties with Tianfang, it was likely that tonight would be his end. Furthermore, Tianfang had another significant use, which was for Chuning Yin, who needed a credit for a military achievement. Tianfang, as a figure from the demonic path, represented a considerable credit. It should be noted that the martial arts department is divided into many factions: conservatives, radicals, and coexistence factions. Chun Yingyan's achievement in killing Tianfang would surely attract the attention of her master from the original story. Although it was a bit early to encounter him, now this plot could still gradually align. With this thought, Gu Yin turned and left. Alright, let's see how the banquet is going. The banquet hall resembled a palace of gold. The walls were adorned with valuable oil paintings and a huge chandelier hung from the high ceiling, its crystals reflecting gentle light and illuminating the entire hall. The floor was made of marble inlaid with exquisite patterns, and in the center stood a large long table filled with exquisite silverware and porcelain. Luxurious floral decorations adorned the setting, with champagne gold tablecloths complementing the silver cutlery. Along the walls, a series of buffet tables offered delicious dishes. An array of appetizing foods was available, from traditional family signature dishes to international cuisine. A piano was placed on a stage, and renowned musicians played for the guests. The attendees were all prominent figures from various families. They either sat or stood engaged in lively conversation. Shen Wan'er particularly enjoyed this atmosphere, holding a glass of champagne and smiling as she chatted with young heirs and business owners from various industries. Although the bankruptcy crisis had been resolved, Shen's company still urgently needed partners. At this banquet, Shen Wan'er felt she needed to find at least one new partner. In no time, a group gathered around her. President Shen is truly young and promising, managing such a large company at such a young age. We must stay in touch and collaborate more. Haha, old fellow, what can someone selling screws possibly have to do with the medical industry? In my opinion, President Shen should collaborate with us. Our traditional Chinese medicine company can provide you with the raw materials you need. Shen Wan'er was delighted and repeatedly thanked them, saying, "Thank you, seniors." At that moment, the boss she had been chatting with suddenly asked, "By the way, is President Shen still in contact with young Master Gu?" I remember that President Shen's company had some issues before, but didn't young Master Gu solve them in the end? As soon as these words were spoken, the others' faces revealed a knowing smile. The reason they were discussing so much with Shen Wan'er was indeed to gauge young Master Gu's attitude. After all, while others might not know, these industry insiders were aware of some inside information. For instance, the Leng family, which was once on par with the Gu family in Zhanghai City, seemed to have received financial support from the Gu family. If young Master Gu still liked Shen Wan'er, they would naturally be willing to befriend her, as everyone knew that young Master Gu would not mistreat any enterprise collaborating with Shen Wan'er. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan'er's expression turned slightly unnatural. She naturally sensed and noticed the change in their expressions. Deep down, she felt a bit unwilling. In the end, were these people only here because of young Master Gu's influence? Oh no, it was because of the Gu family's influence. She forced a smile and said, "We are still in contact. I visited his house not long ago." Once this was said, everyone exchanged glances and smiled, creating a harmonious atmosphere. On the other side, Xiao Lin looked gloomily at Shen Wan'er, surrounded by a crowd of men. He took a sip of his drink in frustration. It felt as if he had truly become a bodyguard, and watching Wan'er surrounded by so many men made him feel uncomfortable. As he drank, a sharp and harsh voice suddenly pierced his ears. "Ah, you shameless person. Look what you've done. You've ruined my dress. How are you going to compensate me? Why can anyone come to this banquet? Security? Where's security?" Everyone was drawn to this sudden commotion. Shen Wan'er turned to look in the direction of the voice. That glance made her pupils constrict. She nearly shouted, "How could it be her?" There stood Leng Linger holding a silver platter. In front of her was a woman in an exquisite red dress, but her custom dress was smeared with cake. The cake had slid from her dress to the floor, making the originally beautiful gown look filthy. Seeing the woman scream, Leng Qingqiu immediately pointed at the woman next to her whose expression had changed and said, "Pa, don't slander me, but it was that guy beside you who pushed me just now." She was just turning around after getting the cake, when she was suddenly bumped into, causing the cake to spill onto the dress of the woman in front of her. Those around them turned to look, all showing expressions of amusement. "Hey, I hadn't noticed before. How could someone wear such strange clothes to this upscale banquet? Could it be that she snuck in?" Tisk, don't underestimate the hotel's security measures. Without an invitation, not even a fly could get in. Just as everyone speculated about who Leng Qingqiu was, another panicked voice came through. "Wait. Sorry. Leng Qingqiu had been discussing collaboration with other corporate executives when he suddenly turned around to find his little niece in trouble. The offended party was none other than Xie Zhilan, the young lady of the Xie family. It should be known that the Xie family was a top-tier family in Jianghai City and an important partner of Yanxing Group. This was a disaster. Leng Qingqiu hurried to Leng Qingqiu's side, repeatedly apologizing to Xie Zhilan. I'm sorry, it's my niece who doesn't know better. I apologize on behalf of my niece." Leng Qingqiu was sweating profusely. His elder niece had instructed him to keep a low profile and not leverage Guyan's name. In this banquet, there were people the Leng family could not provoke, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Guyan. So when trouble arose, he thought apologizing would suffice. When everyone noticed Leng Qingqiu had arrived, they finally reacted. "Oh my, Leng Qingqiu, the Leng family. Heavens, the Leng family is here too. That blonde girl must be the second young lady of the Leng family, Leng Qingqiu, right? I never expected the once illustrious Leng family on par with the Gu family to fall to such a state. I remember when the Xie family was still a third-tier family, they had received help from the Leng family." Leng Qingqiu felt quite disheartened listening to the murmurs around him, but there was nothing he could do. The Leng family indeed appeared to be declining on the surface. Leng Qingqiu was displeased with her uncle's humility. She glared at Xie Zhilan and said, "What are we apologizing for? It's clearly that woman next to you who is at fault. If anyone should apologize, it should be her." Upon hearing this, Xie Zhilan's anger flared even more. The tactics that had always worked on others seemed ineffective against this girl. Those she had bullied in the past would have been terrified in the face of such circumstances. She immediately scolded, "Shameless. Coming to this banquet dressed like that is your fault. And now you're still arguing here. Security, get her out of here." As soon as she finished speaking, several bodyguards from the Xie family approached, reaching out to Leng Qingqiu. "Miss, please come with us." In a corner of the banquet, two figures dressed in black stood, shrouded in a layer of black mist. They blended seamlessly with the night, and everyone automatically avoided this area. Mei Shui looked at the scene in the banquet hall and hesitantly said to the person beside her who was dressed in black and wearing a black veil, "Master, do you need me to?" "No need," Leng Qingqiu replied indifferently. It seemed she truly did not care about what would happen to her sister. But in reality, she had clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with killing intent, and the mysterious symbols slowly rotated. Although the scene was not visible through the power in her eyes, she could see the essence of everyone's life. "Linger. Don't worry, after tonight Xie Zhilan will certainly die." Mei Shui nodded and communicated the order to all present to hold their positions. At Leng Qingqiu's side, she said, "Miss Xie, we were invited by Yanxing Group. You can't do this." Leng Qingqiu, seeing Leng Qingqiu being held down by the Xie family's bodyguards, hurriedly shouted. Xie Zhilan sneered, "With your current state, you're naturally not qualified to be here. Perhaps Yanxing Group sent out an extra invitation." Indeed, Xie Zhilan was purely displeased with the Leng family, or rather, she was displeased with the once revered Leng Qingqiu. As a child, she had always been told she was not as good as Leng Qingqiu. "You are not as pretty, you are not as talented as Leng Qingqiu. Whatever Leng Qingqiu did, she did better than you. Let go of me. If you have the ability, let go of me. I'll have my sister." Leng Qingqiu struggled, wanting to invoke her brother-in-law's name. But suddenly the words that Leng Qingqiu had said to her flashed through her mind. He had told her not to leverage Guyan's name, or else she would be looked down upon. In an instant, Leng Qingqiu's eyes dimmed, and she stopped herself from saying it. Xie Zhilan, as if triggered by some keyword, had a twisted expression as she approached Leng Qingqiu. With a forced smile, she mockingly asked, "Your sister? Leng Qingqiu. Oh right, speaking of which, why isn't your sister here?" Hey, your sister is being bullied by me right now." She shouted this out loud, and then taunted Leng Qingqiu, saying, "Sorry, I forgot your sister is already blind." Upon saying this, her years of resentment could no longer be contained. She angrily shouted at Leng Qingqiu, "She is blind. Do you understand? Your Leng family has long been a family that exists in name only. Why didn't you kill Leng Qingqiu back then?" Xie Zhilan shouted enthusiastically, not noticing the gradually strange atmosphere in the banquet hall. She continued to ridicule Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu bit her teeth tightly, trying not to cry as memories of the past resurfaced. She almost burst into tears, but her gaze remained resolute. "Bastard, shut up. Shut up." Leng Qingqiu struggled to break free from the bodyguard, holding her, wanting to hit Xie Zhilan hard in the face. Leng Qingqiu could no longer hold back. He rushed forward with a raised fist. Don't go too far. However, he was directly blocked by Xie Zhilan's bodyguards and pinned to the ground. Damn it. Leng Qingqiu hated his own helplessness. Clearly he was the elder of the two nieces, yet he felt so powerless. Xie Zhilan sneered, then looked at Leng Qingqiu and said, "Don't look at me with that expression. Shameless." "Oh right, let me teach you a lesson." Xie Zhilan raised her hand. "Hitting your face will surely hurt, otherwise let's see you and your sister end up like blind people living in seclusion at home forever." In the banquet hall, Bai Qionglan, who had originally shown no expression, seemed to notice something. Her eyes widened. "Sister Linger." Bai Qionglan instinctively rushed toward Leng Linger. Bai Jun, who had been chatting, was suddenly stunned. "Hey, what's wrong?" Bai Lian, surrounded by people, and who had maintained a smile until now, was now glaring at Xie Zhilan. "Hey blockhead, I advise you to stop me, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself from killing that shameless person." The bodyguard beside her fell silent for a moment, his arms slowly bulging, and he said in a deep voice, "Stay here, I'll go deal with her, it will be over quickly." Some bodyguards brought by the big families began to show their killing intent and slowly moved towards Xie Zhilan. "Watch out for the food trolley. Watch out for the food trolley." Some waiters were pushing food trolleys towards Xie Zhilan's direction. On Mei Shui's side, her eyes were filled with killing intent. "Master, please give the order to kill that woman." "No need. Don't let such matters sway your emotions, remember the plan." Leng Qingqiu replied indifferently. She was unconcerned about the insults directed at her. But Mei Shui wanted to say something, but her gaze seemed to catch sight of something. In an instant, she quickly called to halt all members of the night organization who were about to act. Some people in the banquet hall also noticed the figure rushing towards Xie Zhilan. They reached out to greet her, but were immediately stopped by those around them. At Xie Zhilan's side, she raised her hand, and under Leng Linger's defiant and furious gaze, she fiercely slapped her across the face. However, just as her hand was about to hit Leng Linger's face, a voice filled with killing intent rang out from behind Xie Zhilan. "Hey, what were you just saying?" Xie Zhilan froze and instinctively turned her head. Before she could see who was speaking, she felt her hair being grabbed, as if it would tear her scalp off. Immediately following, she was slammed onto the buffet table filled with food like a hammer being used. Bang 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 bang. She was smashed from one end of the table to the other. The entire table was a mess of spoiled food, unknown blood, as well as tears and snot. By the time they reached the end of the table, the person lifted Xie Zhilan by her hair. Gu Yan's eyes were devoid of emotion, his tone cold and dark. "What were you just saying?" Xie Zhilan's features twisted, her teeth knocked out, and her eyes swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. She could only instinctively let out a scream. Gu Yan nodded. "Oh." He then slammed her head forcefully against the ground. Bang! A pink aura appeared in his palm, and with a crack, the marble floor of the banquet hall was instantly smashed, creating a massive spiderweb-like crack. Xie Zhilan's head was embedded in it, and she became utterly motionless. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. In that moment of silence, the banquet hall seemed to be frozen in time. People's eyes were fixated on the enormous web-like crack on the ground, and the embedded Xie Zhilan, as if they could hardly believe what was happening before them. Everyone was stunned. Wait, what just happened? Wasn't Xie Zhilan just standing before that Leng Linger flaunting her power? How could she suddenly be buried in the ground in the blink of an eye? Moreover, was such a crack something a human could create? No, it should be said, why is young Master Gu angry? Xie Zhilan wasn't even scolding Shen Wan'er, so why are you upset? Everyone initially thought Gu Yan was merely Shen Wan'er's sycophant, but now it seemed he was quite formidable. Gu Yan originally intended to joyfully attend an ordinary banquet. If possible, he wanted to see the main character Xiao Lin facing scorn and then being slapped in the face. But how was it that Xiao Lin had no issues while Leng Linger ended up in trouble? Reluctantly, he approached, initially thinking that Xie Zhilan should just apologize to Leng Linger. After all, the Xie and Gu families had business ties and would see each other often. Yet who could have known that just after taking a couple of steps, Xie Zhilan would utter a few words that caused him to instantly lose his composure. He looked at Xie Zhilan, who was embedded in the marble floor, and fell silent. First, let it be stated, he had no fluctuations in cultivation, as confirmed by old Gao. Normally, he didn't think his strength was extraordinary, so what was going on in this situation? It couldn't possibly be the effect of the cultivation technique he was practicing, the universal pure love art, could it? No way. But he didn't feel anything particularly special either. Just then, the bodyguards of the Xie family finally reacted upon seeing the young lady embedded in the banquet hall floor. They all shouted in panic. They rushed over desperately, trying to pull Xie Zhilan out of the ground. The latter's face was unrecognizable, with more air coming out than going in. Seeing Xie Zhilan's state, some righteous individuals could no longer stand by. Some young people who had never seen Gu Yan before, mostly those who had never encountered someone of his caliber and were yet untouched by society's harshness, exclaimed, "You've gone too far." A youthful-looking man, mustering his courage, stepped in front of Gu Yan, pointing at Xie Zhilan. And then at the dazed Leng Linger, shouting Miss Ye, was clearly dirted by this poorly dressed person. Wanting her to apologize in vain would lead to slap, thud. Before he could finish, the entire audience gasped in shock. The speaker was directly slapped to the ground. The young man felt a fiery pain on his left cheek, staring in disbelief at Gu Yan, who had suddenly dealt him a heavy blow. You actually hit me. Gu Yan coldly regarded him get lost. The young man trembled all over, lowering his head in silence, seemingly doubting himself. Another person could no longer stand it, and stepped forward as a mediator. Hey Xiao, Yan, I'm your uncle, don't you remember me? This middle-aged man sporting a large belly approached with an overly familiar demeanor, saying, we're all young people, let's not be so hot-headed. Slap. Another one was slapped to the ground. Dad. One onlooker witnessing his father being knocked down immediately ran over to Gu Yan, cursing, you bastard. Do you know who my dad is? Slap. Another fell to the ground. A woman rushed over shouting, how dare you hit the head of the Jianghalen family? Are you out of your mind? Don't you know I am? Slap. Sure. You dare hit my daughter. Do you know I am from the Zhonghai Wang family? Slap. Alright brother Gu, give me some face, don't do this. Slap. How can you do this? This is simply too excessive. Slap. After slapping the last one, Gu Yan felt a bit tired. He even found it a bit absurd and amusing. This group didn't speak up when Leng Linger was bullied, yet they only stood up when Xie was hit. They even tried to morally bind him. They really deserve to be hit. Hey, young Master Gu. So ruthless. Everyone present felt a sting on their cheeks, watching in disbelief as Gu Yan repeatedly dealt heavy blows. They swallowed hard, feeling that what was happening today was utterly ridiculous. This young man Gu Yan had actually hit so many people, and most of them were prominent figures in Zhonghai City. Alright everyone, calm down. At that moment, a vibrant voice called out. The crowd turned to see a woman dressed in a purple evening gown with flowing black hair like a night elf walking towards Gu Yan with great interest. Hiss. The eldest lady of the Yin family, Leng Qingqiu. Isn't she making her way into the entertainment industry? How does she have time to be here? The Yin family is on par with the Gu family. If the eldest lady speaks, Gu Yan would surely not dare to act further. Exactly, this farce should finally come to an end. Leng Qingqiu gracefully approached the expressionless Gu Yan. She looked at him with great interest. This man was indeed intriguing, turning an otherwise dull banquet into a spectacular show. You're Gu Yan, right? Leng Qingqiu as usual revealed a gentle smile. Give me some face, let this matter go. After all, we're all invited guests to the banquet. It wouldn't be good to trouble the host. After finishing, she smiled slightly at Gu Yan. What do you think? Slap. Leng Qingqiu fell to the ground. Huh. The entire hall fell silent. Leng Qingqiu was also stunned, covering her face in disbelief as she looked up at Gu Yan, who was coldly staring at her. You hit me. Shut up, ugly woman. Gu Yan said coldly. What kind of people were these that everyone wanted to come over and ask for him to give them face? How much is your face worth? Ugly woman. Leng Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. The impact of that phrase was even more devastating than being slapped. In an instant her eyes turned red, and she looked at Gu Yan with indignation, crying out, who's the ugly woman? Who's the ugly woman? You bastard. I will have my fans cyberbully you. Wah. Leng Qingqiu immediately lost her composure, sitting on the ground and crying loudly. Miss? The bodyguards of the Yin family rushed over, glaring at Gu Yan. Young Master Gu. What you did is simply too excessive. No matter what, you cannot hit our young lady. Gu Yan felt a bit of a headache from the noise and chose to ignore them. He looked around and shouted loudly, is there anyone else who wants me to give them face? Those who met Gu Yan's gaze either lowered their heads or averted their eyes. No one responded. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan finally revealed a hint of a smile, saying very good. He then walked towards Leng Linger, who had been in a daze since earlier, and placed his hand on her head. He declared to everyone, listen well. I will protect the Leng family. Before you trouble others, think about whether you have the guts to stand in front of me and negotiate. With these words, everyone gasped in shock once again. They looked up in disbelief at Leng Linger, who was still in a daze beside Gu Yan. Hiss. The Leng family. They collaborated with the Gu family. Oh my god. This news was indeed true. The Leng family was going to rise again. Cold Xing'an was also shocked. This. His niece truly wasn't just borrowing Gu Yan's name. It was because he had publicly announced it in front of everyone. Now, the dynamics of Zhonghai City would change again. What's wrong? Are we not going? Bai Jun looked at Bai Qionglan, who had suddenly stopped with a hint of confusion. He glanced at Gu Yan. His interest piqued even more as he noticed the web-like cracks. The heir of the Gu family clearly devoid of any signs of cultivation. Yet this was evidently not the strength of a normal person. How intriguing. Bai Qionglan looked at the saved Leng Linger, feeling relieved, and then revealed her most genuine smile and dazed to Bai Jun. We're not going, you old smelly brother. Bai Jun was taken aback, slightly embarrassed as he averted his gaze. After pondering, he reached out to touzle Bai Qionglan's hair and said, if you don't like Shaolin, then don't go meet him. I'll handle things with Dad. Upon hearing this, Bai Qionglan's eyes widened, and she hugged Bai Jun tightly. Brother. I like you the most. Hee. Bai Jun smiled indulgently before turning his gaze back to Gu Yan. What an interesting man, it seemed he should go find him for a chat later. Bai Lian looked unexpectedly at Gu Yan, her killing intent gradually dissipating. She spoke to the man beside her. I never expected that a common person with no cultivation could cause such a powerful impact. By the way, Morong Ci, that guy is the same kind of insensitive man I mentioned last time. Morong Ci said nothing, watching Gu Yan gradually loosening his grip. His voice carried a hint of shyness as he said, I like him. Bai Lian was taken aback, suddenly turning her head in shock. To look at him, huh? Oh my, I really didn't expect the heir of the Gu family to have such courage. By the way, isn't his strength a bit too overwhelming? Yes, he could even smash through marble floors. Mr. Shen, when did the Gu heir get involved with the Leng family? Do you know? A group of CEOs around Shen Wan'er exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale. They all looked to Shen Wan'er, wanting clarity. Shen Wan'er did not respond. Instead, she stared blankly at Gu Yan, who was gently caring for Leng Linger amidst the crowd. What? Is it the Leng family? Shen Wan'er felt a deep pain in her heart. When she saw Leng Linger, she already recognized her as that girl from the KTV. She never expected that she was actually the second miss of the Leng family. Combining this with what Gu Yan had said when he completely severed ties with her about getting married. So Gu Yan's love interest is Leng Linger. That little girl. Shen Wan'er felt a sense of defeat. Gu Yan's beloved is Leng Linger. No way. Shen Wan'er's pupils suddenly constricted, and her hand holding the champagne began to tremble. No. Shen Wan'er seemed to realize something. At the KTV, Leng Linger called Gu Yan brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Leng Linger's sister? Leng Qingqiu. Shen Wan'er felt her breath almost stop as she clenched her fists tightly. Her gaze fixed on Gu Yan. Oh, Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu is his fiancée. No. Impossible, I don't believe it. Leng Qingqiu has already become like that. How could he like her? How could it be? It's impossible. If Gu Yan marries her, then What has been the meaning of my years of abstaining from relationships? Shen Wan'er's face was pale as she struggled to accept this reality. At this moment, Wan'er, are you alright? Xiao Lin noticed something was off with Shen Wan'er and stepped forward to support her as she swayed unsteadily. I'm fine. Shen Wan'er felt Xiao Lin's concern, managing to draw a smile. No, tonight, I must find a partner for collaboration. That is the purpose of my coming here. With that in mind, she took a deep breath and gathered her spirits again. In another corner, Mei Shui lowered her head, feeling somewhat uneasy, because she sensed the unusual emotions continuously surging from her master beside her. It was too terrible. Although she knew Gu Yan was hiding his strength, she never expected him to reveal it at the banquet. Yet still she could not feel any fluctuations of his cultivation. What could be the reason? Of course the main issue was. She quietly glanced at Leng Qingqiu beside her. Master, is she already suspecting Gu Yan? Otherwise, why would her emotions be so terrifying? On Leng Qingqiu's side, she trembled all over, biting down hard on her teeth, her fingertips digging into her palm. To prevent. She laughed. How dare he say that the Leng family is under his protection? Isn't this just announcing to everyone that the Leng family has an extraordinary relationship with the Gu family? That despicable man. This would ruin many of my hidden plans. Speaking of which, he was so angry because that Xie Zhilan bullied Linger. Or perhaps Leng Qingqiu felt an indescribable sensation inside. Was it because he mentioned me? That's why he was so angry. How conflicted. I really want to talk to Gu Yan and scold him for being so ostentatious. He has provoked so many people. Even the Gu family will have a lot of trouble. What a headstrong guy. Leng Qingqiu's mind was in turmoil. Master, perhaps Gu Yan learned a move or two from the strong ones around him. Mei Shui, noticing that her master seemed to be suppressing something, thought that she wanted to kill Gu Yan. A move or two. Leng Qingqiu was taken aback. Right, Gu Yan is not an ordinary person, right? How could he have such strength? What a bastard, hiding everything from me. Leng Qingqiu was silent for a moment. Let's investigate. Mei Shui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yes, Gu Yan, this time I saved your life. The farce of the banquet quickly came to an end. The hotel staff hurriedly cleaned up the scene. Xie Zhilan was urgently sent to the hospital. As for calling the police, no one wanted to lose face. Just like the subconscious thinking of every prominent family, all matters would be resolved privately. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened, and the guests resumed their conversations. However, the atmosphere was much more somber than before, as many who had been slapped in the face sat in silence, covering their faces and questioning their lives. Some were still in a daze. The crowd instinctively avoided them, whispering among themselves on the other side. Yet their topics shifted from corporate performance and potential collaborations to discussions about the Gu family and the Leng family, as well as, Mr. Shen, why isn't the young Master Gu coming to find you? Yes, Mr. Shen, why is the young Master Gu staying next to Leng Linger? What happened between you two? Oh, oldly, what are you talking about? Even if young people have conflicts, it's just minor misunderstandings that can be resolved with a meal and a gift. The group of bosses who initially were interested in discussing collaboration had lost that interest. Collaboration can be discussed anytime, but gossip is best discussed now. After all, once you become a boss and have everything, what do you enjoy the most? Isn't it listening to the rumors of these top families? After all, the actions of these elite families could concern their own family's future alliances. Shen Wan'er looked a bit pale, her mind not wanting to discuss Gu Yan and the Leng family any further. After all, the two of them had just completely severed ties not long ago, having previously wished each other happiness. However, these people were clearly focusing their attention on the Leng family due to the recent incident involving Gu Yan. Gu Yan recently mentioned wanting to collaborate with the Leng family. Shen Wan'er chuckled dryly, glancing at Gu Yan, who was surrounded by no one but Leng Qingqiu and Leng Qingqiu. Biting her lip, she smiled lightly. How about this? I'll go say hello. Would you like to come with me? Upon hearing this, several bosses quickly shook their heads. No, mister. Shen, you are much more familiar with the young master Gu. You should go. What a joke. Who knows if Gu Yan is still angry? If they get beaten too, that would be terrible. Seeing this, Shen Wan'er sighed in relief, nodded slightly, and headed towards Gu Yan. She was extremely nervous, unsure of how Gu Yan would react upon seeing her. Wan'er. Shaolin, having grabbed some food due to hunger, noticed Shen Wan'er leaving and heading in a certain direction. He felt a bit puzzled. Why didn't Wan'er call out to him? Didn't she say he was her bodyguard? With that thought, Shaolin followed her. Meanwhile, Baijun glanced over at Gu Yan and casually asked, By the way, Qionglan, I remember you are good friends with Leng Qingqiu, right? Recalling the earlier scene, Qionglan emphasized with displeasure, She is my best friend. Why are you asking this, bro? Oh, wasn't it your sister's husband who saved you last time? I thought about whether I should go over to greet him. Baijun smiled. A greeting, huh? Qionglan thought for a moment. Since her brother had guaranteed she wouldn't have to meet that guy named Shaolin, she felt quite good. She nodded sure. On another side, Hey Morong Ci, where are you going? Bai Lian used her abilities to shoo away the buzzing flies surrounding them, then noticed Morong Ci walking silently in a certain direction. Morong Ci paused for a moment and replied, looking for true love. What are you serious? Bai Lian was instantly speechless and shocked. She looked around, fearing he would disrupt the plan. Reluctantly stomping her foot, she followed. What kind of teammates are you all? Meanwhile, Leng Qingqiu, observing the situation, noticed several familiar sources of life energy heading towards Gu Yan's direction. She frowned. What are Bai Lian and Morong Ci doing over there? She seemed to realize something, her heart sinking. Oh no, Bai Lian doesn't know about my relationship with Gu Yan. Is she trying to take Gu Yan as her male servant? This is bad. If Bai Lian successfully charms Gu Yan, everything will be over. I had previously warned Gu Yan not to be seduced by beautiful women with just a wave of the hand. What I was referring to was Bai Lian. After all, Bai Lian is a natural charmer, and very few men can resist her allure. She calmly said, Mei Shui, bring Bai Lian back. Mei Shui was taken aback, and then sent the master's command to Bai Lian telepathically. However, after waiting for a while, the response from Bai Lian left Mei Shui stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she awkwardly reported to Leng Qingqiu, Master, it's Morong Ci who wants to go, and Bai Lian is going to stop him to prevent any mishaps. Morong Ci? He wants to find Gu Yan. Leng Qingqiu was puzzled. She knew Morong Ci was a man known to resist Bai Lian's temptations, but he and Gu Yan had no intersection. While pondering, she heard Mei Shui continue, her tone somewhat unusual. It seems that Morong Ci has developed feelings for Gu Yan. Leng Qingqiu. Hey. Leng Qingqiu sat silently in her chair. Even with a table full of her favorite food, she remained silent. Gu Yan approached with a spicy rabbit head in hand. Looking at the silent Leng Qingqiu, he was a bit bewildered. He walked over and patted her head. Hey, why are you pretending to be deep? Pretending to be deep. Leng Qingqiu suddenly looked up, but upon seeing Gu Yan's face, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Gu Yan slowly raised 2 question marks, looking at Leng Qingqiu beside him. Uncle Leng, what's wrong with this little girl? Didn't I already teach Xie Zhilan a lesson? To call me Uncle Leng, what have I done to deserve this? Leng Qingqiu felt warmth in his heart. He cleared his throat. Maybe she was scared. Not at all. Leng Qingqiu, you old fish, shut up. Finally, Leng Qingqiu spoke, glaring fiercely at Leng Qingqiu. How dare you casually spread rumors about me? Thud. Leng Qingqiu felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body turning black and white as he bowed his head. Wife. I already said I don't like these kinds of gatherings. Gu Yan chuckled, reaching out to rub Leng Qingqiu's head. What kind of fish are you talking about? How can you speak to your elders like that? This little girl deserves some lessons. The latter could no longer bear the rubbing. She grabbed Gu Yan's wrist that was resting on her head, then looked up, staring directly at Gu Yan. But seeing his puzzled expression, her little face flushed again. Taking a deep breath, she released Gu Yan's hand. Then covering her face, she shouted, "Aw, this is so annoying. Why did you have to come over, you fish? What? I came to save you, isn't that good?" Gu Yan felt somewhat speechless. This little girl was indeed hard to please. Just as he looked bewildered. The next moment, "Good evening, Gu Yan." A familiar voice came. At the sound of that voice, Gu Yan turned his head. There stood Shen Wan'er, approaching with a smile. Dressed in an opulent gown, her hair elegantly coiled at the nape of her neck, rendering her already striking beauty even more radiant. Leng Qingqiu also lifted her gaze upon recognizing Shen Wan'er. She instantly tensed, as if facing a formidable adversary. Her heart fluttered with alarm. Shen Wan'er. What could she possibly want here? Guyan too puzzled over her unexpected arrival. Hadn't they severed all ties long ago? Yet ever the gracious young master, he offered a polite smile and greeted her. Good evening, Director Shen. Director Shen. A pang pierced Shen Wan'er's chest. Once he had called her my darling. But reconciliation was never her intent, she sought only answers, and incidentally to leverage this conversation to secure potential business allies. Though bitterly reluctant, Shen Wan'er had discovered after losing Gu Yan repeated setbacks in her commercial ventures. Good evening. I hadn't expected to encounter you here. You've never favored such gatherings before, Gu Yan replied non-committally, gently ruffling Leng Qingqiu's hair with a wry smile before adding, true, but my sister-in-law is here. How fortunate I arrived just in time. Otherwise someone might have taken advantage of me. Sister-in-law. Another sharp ache gripped Shen Wan'er's heart. Though she'd long suspected it, hearing Gu Yan confirm it aloud left her breathless, her complexion paling visibly. She turned her gaze toward Leng Qingqiu. The girl's cheeks glowed rosily as though thrilled by Gu Yan's public declaration. Clenching her fist, Shen Wan'er forced a courteous nod. Greetings, Sister Ling. So your elder sister is Gu Yan's girlfriend then? No, absolutely right. Leng Qingqiu snapped back into awareness, immediately looping her arm through Gu Yan's and glaring warily at Shen Wan'er. I warn you, don't even dream of reconciling with my brother-in-law. Though barely perceptible, Gu Yan still caught the involuntary twitch at the corner of Shen Wan'er's mouth. TCH, what an unbridled little imp, Gu Yan murmured, lightly tapping Leng Qingqiu's forehead. Qingqiu, behave. Director Shen is a formidable woman. Surely she has no reason to dwell on the past. Leng Qingqiu rubbed her head indignantly and shot Gu Yan a scathing glare. What a cad. I'm defending you against that wretched woman, and you defend her. Shen Wan'er managed a hollow laugh. Having received her answer, she felt strangely hollow inside, as if years of relentless striving had dissolved into thin air. Still unwilling to yield, Shen Wan'er fixed her eyes on Gu Yan and asked, Are you truly? Before she could finish, he nodded firmly. Leng Qingqiu is my beloved, the sole, irreplaceable love of my life. Leng Qingqiu beamed with delight. Shen Wan'er's heart sank into a void as she summoned a brittle smile. Understood. Then I'll take my leave. Leng Qingqiu nodded vigorously. Just go already. The next moment, Gu Yan, a voice erupted thick with disbelief bordering on shock. Both Gu Yan and Shen Wan'er turned. Xiao Lin stared incredulous. What are you doing here? Xiao Lin. Gu Yan feigned surprise, though he'd sensed him long ago. That question belongs to me. You're not supposed to be. He trailed off deliberately. Xiao Lin's expression flickered, uneasy, guilty. Shen Wan'er blinked in astonishment. You two know each other. Just then, Big Sister Ling, a cheerful voice chimed. Leng Qingqiu looked up and gasped at the sight of Bai Qionglan resplendent in lavish attire. Qiong, why on earth are you dressed so oddly? Hey, that's my line. Bai Qionglan's lips twitched. Behind her strode Bai Jun, glasses perched neatly, a warm smile gracing his face. He extended his hand to Gu Yan. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Bai Jun. I understand you saved my younger sister. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward Xiao Lin's unsettled expression, a revelation he hadn't anticipated. Gu Yan studied Bai Jun, recalling his dossier, a martial cultivator of the Sun-tier rank within the ancient martial arts division at the threshold of master-level prowess. A prodigy of the division's peace faction, destined in the unfolding narrative to become Xiao Lin's sworn brother. Yet now reality diverged starkly from prophecy. Gu Yan extended his hand, returning the smile. Merely a small deed. After all, my sister-in-law was there too. I'd welcome deeper acquaintance. But first, Bai Jun's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy as it locked on Shen Wan'er. She shivered under its weight. Sensing danger, Xiao Lin stepped forward, instantly shielding her. What do you intend? Shen Wan'er watched Xiao Lin's unwavering defense. Warmth stirred within her, though she concealed it carefully. Bai Jun remained unmoved, addressing her directly. Shen Tian. Is he your younger brother? Yes. And what of it? A sudden dread seized Shen Wan'er. She remembered. Long ago in a KTV private room, she'd seen Gu Yan with her brother, and with Leng Qingqiu and others. Linking Bai Jun's words about rescuing his sister, and the name, Xionglan, she'd heard it before. Could it possibly be? Then it checks out. Bai Jun nodded. Though Shen Wan'er hadn't harmed his sister, her brother had, and thus she would receive no courtesy. Nor did Xiao Lin, who now stood protectively before her, earn any goodwill. Bai Jun's voice hardened. Xiao Lin, I advise you to abandon all notions of that verbal engagement. My sister stands here. As her elder brother I speak plainly, she is not for you. His gaze swept to Shen Wan'er, whose composure faltered. Keep your brother in line, or risk his missteps becoming my evidence. At those words, Bai Qionglan, who'd been playfully tussling with Leng Qingqiu, froze. Her eyes darted to Xiao Lin, standing firm before Shen Wan'er. So this was Xiao Lin. Disgust flared in her eyes. He shielded the very woman whose brother had tormented them. Villain, she silently judged him. Shaolin, too, recalled his master's parting words, a betrothal arranged and half the dragon sovereign jade entrusted to the Bai family's daughter. Then, Bai Qionglan was his fiancée, and, most crucially, the half-jade rested with her. Instantly Shaolin's gaze burned with newfound intensity. Granted, canon painted him as a hopeless romantic, but surely he could restrain himself in front of Shen Wan'er. Gu Yan's lips twitched. Yet, how intriguing. His eyes gleamed with quiet amusement as he observed Bai Jun's increasingly hostile stare toward Shaolin. What unfolds next promises spectacle. And just as that thought formed, Bai Jun and Shaolin both stiffened simultaneously, their gazes snapping sideways. Two figures approached, calm, unhurried. Gu Yan's eyes narrowed. Ah, them. Did they conceal their aura deliberately? Ooh, handsome. Bai Lian spotted Bai Jun. Tall, spectacled, exuding restrained elegance. No time for admiration. She yanked desperately at Murongxi's sleeve, trying to drag him away, only to be pulled toward Gu Yan and the others instead. Defeated, she flashed Gu Yan what she believed her most dazzling smile. Good evening, young sir. We meet again. Leng Qingqiu bristled instantly. Leng Qingqiu too tensed. Gu Yan acknowledged her with a curt nod, then added, puzzled. Is there something you need? Leng Qingqiu exhaled in relief. So did Leng Qingqiu. Bai Jun and Shaolin, however, locked their focus on Murongxi, their bodies coiled like springs. To their senses, he radiated palpable danger. Just What? Bai Lian's smile held firm, while inwardly cursing. Before she could speak, Murongxi stepped forward, eyes riveted on Gu Yan. An oppressive aura washed over them. Bai Jun's expression shifted, fists clenching instinctively. Shaolin assumed a ready stance. Gu Yan stared bewildered. Have I offended this man? What's happening? Leng Qingqiu and the others exchanged baffled glances. The atmosphere had curdled into eerie silence. Elsewhere in the shadows, Leng Qingqiu sensed the shift. Uncertain of Murongxi's intent, but wary of catastrophe, she instructed Mei Shui, intercept Murongxi. Mei Shui nodded, just as she prepared to move. In the next instant, Murongxi extended his hand toward Gu Yan, voice calm. I am Murongxi. This was normal. Gu Yan reciprocated, I am Gu Yan. Then, just as Bai Jun and Shaolin held their breath, anticipating violence, Murongxi inhaled sharply, abruptly withdrew his hand, and bolted away. Wait for me, Bai Lian cried, offering Gu Yan an awkward grin before dashing after him. Only stunned silence remained. What on earth was that? Gu Yan frowned, utterly perplexed. Bai Jun and Shaolin exchanged a glance, cold sweat prickling their spines. That man, impossibly strong. Murongxi's dangerous aura instantly put Bai Jun and Shaolin on high alert. Watching Murongxi and Bai Lian swiftly depart, Bai Jun's expression grew grave. Who would have thought such hidden talents lurked in this small banquet? Are there truly such formidable warriors in this world? Indeed, it is the Hall of Yama. Shaolin sighed in relief. In the past, he would not have taken the opponent seriously. After all, he was not only a genius, but also blessed with the Dragon King Jade, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed the others. However, now he had lost his most crucial means of accelerating his cultivation. Although his speed was still faster than that of average warriors, it paled in comparison to his previous progress. Shaolin's gaze became fervent as he looked at Bai Qionglan. He could sense that she possessed something that was of the same origin as his Dragon King Jade. This meant that the half-piece of Dragon King Jade was indeed with her. Moreover, he sensed that Bai Qionglan did not carry any aura of cultivation, which implied that the Jade's greatest power was ineffectual for her. Bai Qionglan also noticed Shaolin's gaze as she frowned, her eyes revealing immense disgust. Bai Jun caught on to this, as well, his expression turning cold as he obstructed Shaolin's view of Bai Qionglan. Shaolin, I warn you, do not harbor any improper thoughts toward my sister. Shaolin realized he had been too overtly excited and quickly retracted his gaze, apologizing, sorry. He couldn't directly mention that Bai Qionglan possessed what he desired. After all, Bai Jun was a cultivator. If he found out that the Dragon King Jade could speed up cultivation and attempted to take it, it would be disastrous. He could not afford to lose another Dragon King Jade. Before descending the mountain, his masters had told him, Liner, you are the key to saving the world. Go find the other half of the Dragon King Jade and unify the Hall of the Dragon King. Finding them can help you control the power within yourself. Liner, you are the destined child of prophecy, who our masters believe you will surely succeed. His master's words echoed in Shaolin's mind. He must not let them down. The Dragon King Jade had to be his. Since Shaolin had his back turned to Shen Wan'er, she did not see the look in his eyes when he encountered Bai Qionglan. She only felt that the atmosphere was increasingly off and turned to Gu Yan, saying, Then Gu Yan, I will take my leave for now, you all chat. Without waiting for Gu Yan's response, she immediately walked away. She feared that Bai Jun might act out of anger in this place. Seeing this, Shaolin hurriedly followed her. After Shen Wan'er and Shaolin left, the atmosphere around Gu Yan seemed to ease slightly. Gu Yan was still somewhat baffled. He did not understand why Murongxi, who seemed devoid of emotion in the original work, suddenly approached him. However, it was undeniable that his strength was among the strongest in the organization and that he was one of the most loyal and stable warriors. Suddenly Gu Yin thought of something. His heart sank. Bai Lian appeared alone at the banquet. It was highly likely that she had enchanted another man to gain entry. But if Murong Ci was also here, the situation would be different. Every time Murong Ci was dispatched, it represented an important directive issued by Leng Qingqiu. It was an order that absolutely could not fail. Gu Yin subtly glanced around at everyone present at the banquet. Many members of the night organization had already infiltrated. They either disguised themselves as waiters or pretended to be from prominent families like Bai Lian. What were their objectives? To control the Hall of Yama, just like in the original work? Gu Yin felt a headache coming on. He originally thought that Leng Qingqiu's blindness made it impossible to execute the plans of the original work. But it seemed that was not the case. This was all the fault of the original author, for the characters' plots and backstories of the antagonists were described far too little. While reading, for instance, how did this minor antagonist have a shadow of Leng Qingqiu behind them? How was Leng Qingqiu controlling them? Sorry, but the book didn't write that. It left it for the readers to guess. As a result, he had no understanding of how Leng Qingqiu controlled the Hall of Yama, or why he continuously manipulated forces to oppose the protagonists aside from basic information. The reason for targeting Shaolin might be because he killed Leng Linger, but what about the others? In the original work, many of Shaolin's harem members were attacked by Leng Qingqiu's forces before meeting him. That despicable author, to save effort, neglected to elaborate on the characters of the antagonists. Think again. There must be some critical factor. Just as Gu Yin seemed to be on the verge of understanding something, Bai Jun approached and asked, "Gu Yin, are you interested in enlisting?" Since Shen Wan'er and the others had left, he naturally no longer needed to maintain a grim expression. Enlisting? Gu Yin was taken aback, breaking out of his contemplative mode as he looked at Bai Jun's smiling expression. He immediately understood that Bai Jun likely wanted him to join the martial arts department. Did my earlier display of strength lead him to believe I am a warrior? Just as he was about to refuse, Gu Yin seemed to recall something, and thus neither accepted nor declined, merely saying vaguely, "Enlisting, huh? He'll think about it." When Leng Linger heard this, she was alarmed. If Gu Yin enlisted, there would be no men left at home. No, brother-in-law, you can't enlist. What will happen to my sister and me if you go?" she exclaimed, glaring at Bai Jun. "You, the bespectacled fish, why did you suggest such a terrible idea to my brother-in-law?" "Sister Linger, my brother is just that kind of bad person. He used to bring someone back to enlist every time he returned home." Others all refused, yet he still insisted on taking them away. At this moment, Bai Qionglan also clung to Leng Linger's arm, betraying her older brother. Bai Jun's mouth twitched. This guy had just been shouting about how much she loved her brother. She was so much cuter as a child. However, having come out, it was rare to encounter someone pleasant. He did not want to give up, so he said to Gu Yin, "Gu Yin, let's step aside to talk." Gu Yin nodded, "Sure." Arriving at a corner of the banquet, Bai Jun got straight to the point. "Gu Yin, do you know that besides ordinary people there exists a group known as warriors?" His direct approach was deliberate. After all, he believed that as the only son of the Gu family, a top family in Zhanghai, Gu Yin should not be unaware of the existence of warriors or have no insight into them. Of course, Bai Jun was mistaken, as Gu Yin in the original work was indeed well protected and thus unaware of any information regarding warriors. This led to Gu Yin remaining a cultivatorless waste until his death. "I know, but what does this have to do with you wanting to enlist me?" Gu Yin smiled slightly. "You aren't about to say you see me as a martial talent and want to recruit me into your martial arts department, are you?" Bai Jun showed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing this. He indeed wanted to say that. Realizing Gu Yin was aware of everything, he dropped the pretense of being mysterious and continued, "It is indeed as you thought. When you taught Xie a lesson, you must have also noticed that your strength was quite unusual, right?" Gu Yin pondered for a moment before replying, "I do exercise regularly." Bai Jun, exercising clearly wouldn't allow one to shatter marble. "Do you think you're some kind of muscle demon?" Bai Jun nearly cursed. Taking a deep breath, he pushed up his glasses and smiled. "That has nothing to do with your exercising. It's very likely that the true qi within you has awakened." "Awakened true qi?" Gu Yin feigned confusion. Bai Jun patiently explained, "This is a phenomenon discovered by our ancient warriors department in recent decades, or rather a conclusion we've drawn. Long ago we believed that to become a warrior one had to systematically study the ancient texts left by our ancestors to cultivate true qi. However, in recent decades this notion has been overturned because..." Bai Jun's tone became somewhat excited as he looked at Gu Yin. "We discovered that some ordinary people under certain circumstances can autonomously awaken true qi within their bodies, thus becoming natural warriors. One of our department's main tasks is to find these naturally awakened warriors and bring them back for training, to become heroes who maintain social stability." Upon hearing this, Gu Yin nodded. "So I am what you call a pure natural warrior." Seeing Gu Yin's willingness, Bai Jun's eyes lit up with joy as he smiled. "Yes, it's great that you understand. So do you agree to join us?" He looked at Gu Yin with anticipation. The latter fell into deep thought. There are many factions within, and they play a crucial role in the original storyline. More importantly, there is a particular special existence within. After some thought, Gu Yin gave a vague answer. I haven't decided yet after all, as you can see. Gu Yin smiled at a little ghost who had been watching them. I'm about to get married, so I have to prioritize my family. Bai Jun followed Gu Yan's gaze and suddenly felt a bit dazed. The eldest daughter of the Leng family, Leng Qingqiu. It's truly unexpected that these two families could come together. Bai Jun smiled in understanding. Well, you're always welcome here. Just give me a call if you have the desire to join us. As he spoke, Bai Jun took out his phone, opened WeChat, and smiled at Gu Yin. Let's add each other as friends for easy contact. Alright, back to Leng Linger. Brother-in-law, what do you say, are you really going to join the army? Leng Linger looked at Gu Yin nervously, fearing he would nod. Gu Yin shook his head and teased, no, with such a beautiful sister as you I wouldn't bear to leave. Seeing Gu Yin praise her sister was like praising herself. Leng Linger laughed happily, feeling much more relaxed. I knew brother-in-law wouldn't want to leave us. Bai Jun watched this scene with a knowing smile. Of family indeed. He glanced at Bai Qionglan, whose eyes revealed envy, and sighed inwardly. Since their mother passed away, not only had their father changed, but even his younger sister had changed a lot. However, because of this, Bai Jun clenched his fists. I will definitely protect my family, and then find the demonic martial artist who killed my mother. Just then the lights of the banquet began to flicker, and the entire venue dimmed. Accompanied by the change in music, beams of light focused on the stage of the banquet hall. An elegant woman walked up holding a microphone, testing the sound. The crowd also reacted. Is this about to start? Is Chairman Yin going to appear? I really look forward to it. The last time I saw Chairman Yin was. I heard he is going to announce the next heir. I wonder if it's true. Gu Yin also looked over, a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. According to his initial thoughts, Yin Huang should die, then Long Ziqian would succeed Yin Wangdian, and he would take control of Yin Wangdian. But it seems that is not the case. It appears that this development is becoming just like in the original story. I just don't know how Qingqiu will operate. Oh right, speaking of Qingqiu, will she also be at this banquet? As soon as Gu Yin thought of this, a surge of inexplicable joy welled up in his heart. He didn't know why, but just thinking that Qingqiu might also be here made him very happy. So he looked around, hoping to find her. At this moment, the host of the banquet began her opening remarks. Good evening, everyone. I am the host of this banquet. You can call me Xiaohong. First, I would like to thank all the bosses for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend. Leng Linger was sitting next to Bai Qionglan, and both felt bored as they listened. The former complained, why does this woman speak just like our principal at the opening ceremony? Did they hire someone to write this script? Bai Qionglan laughed. Perhaps it's provided by a studio. Bai Jun silently listened. It seems Yin Wangdian is about to change masters. Is the man known as the King of Hell unable to withstand the ravages of time? Not necessarily. It is rumored that he was injured in that battle back in the day. Bai Jun glanced at Leng Linger, a hint of pity showing in his eyes. Poor child, she experienced that incident from such a young age. I wonder if Gu Yin knows about it. However, he remembered that the Gu family did not participate in that extermination of the demonic sect. Thinking of Gu Yin, Bai Jun looked left and right. Suddenly he froze. The spot where Gu Yin was standing was now completely empty. Where is Gu Yin? Over at Leng Qingqiu's side, Mei Shui watched the host take the stage, and the lights dimmed. She also understood that the darkness at this moment was the time for their action. So she said to Leng Qingqiu beside her, Master, we can start our action now. There is still some time before the master of Yin Wangdian takes the stage. This interval while everyone is watching the speech performance is the best time for us to act. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu nodded silently. This banquet is divided into two parts. The first half will feature performances by some actors and stars, and only in the second half will the master of Yin Wangdian take the stage. What they have to do is to control the opponent before Yin Huang takes the stage and turn him into a puppet of the night organization. The method is quite simple. Leng Qingqiu opened her eyes, the runes in her eyes slowly rotating as her dark green eyes appeared in the night. Using the ability of the evil eye, she would absorb the opponent's life essence and transfer it back to the master of Yin Wangdian. While transferring, not only can it prolong the opponent's life, but it can also achieve the purpose of manipulating him. This is one of the abilities of these eyes. It is a power of equivalent exchange, and it is also compulsory. Prepare to act. Leng Qingqiu issued the command calmly. For this operation, she showed immense confidence. In the darkness, Mei Shui's abilities were significantly enhanced. The opponent's powers can conceal the presence of all their members as soon as the action begins. Then everyone will blend into the darkness and no one will be able to detect them. Even the positions of herself and Mei Shui are concealed by special means. No one will discover them, nor will they come near this place. Mei Shui nodded. Just as she was about to issue the master's command, suddenly a voice reached their ears. Hello, haven't we met somewhere before? Leng Qingqiu was taken aback, and Mei Shui felt it was absurd. The two turned their heads to look. There they saw Gu Yin approaching, curiously looking at Leng Qingqiu. No way. Can you see us? Mei Shui was shocked. Leng Qingqiu was also stunned. For a moment, all three fell silent. In the dimly lit banquet hall, three individuals stared at each other in astonishment. Mei Shui felt a surge of panic. Wait, this person must be Gu Yan, right? My abilities have awakened, haven't they? Then why can Gu Yan see them? Why is he able to approach them? Why is this happening? Although Leng Qingqiu appeared calm on the surface, her heart was racing with anxiety. This is bad. Why can Gu Yan see them? That shouldn't be the case, right? This is a disaster. He has seen them. No, stay calm. Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists. Both she and Mei Shui had concealed their auras and even altered their appearances. There was no way Gu Yan could directly recognize them. No, it was already shocking enough that he could come over and speak to them. To see through their disguises was a whimsical dream. Gu Yan, on the other hand, was curious. He had intended to look for Leng Qingqiu. Yet with just a glance, he spotted the two individuals standing awkwardly in the corner. Leaving Mei Shui aside for the moment, the woman wearing the veil gave him a sense of déjà vu. As he approached, that familiar feeling intensified. Sensing Gu Yan's scrutinizing gaze, Leng Qingqiu took a moment to compose herself. Stay calm. After all, her appearance had changed and her voice could be altered as well. At this moment, she just needed to be cautious not to do anything that might reveal their identities to Gu Yan. Thus Leng Qingqiu spoke, adopting a voice filled with charm, seemingly a few years older than her actual self. She looked at Gu Yan with a playful glint in her eyes, as if pondering which family's young master had come over without knowing his place. Young man, have we met somewhere before? If you say that, can I assume you are flirting with me, sister? As Leng Qingqiu's teasing voice emerged, Mei Shui trembled sharply. Was that the tone someone like the master would use? Leng Qingqiu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment within. This is infuriating. To conceal her identity, she had no choice but to act this way, especially after what had happened with Gu Yan in front of Mei Shui. So it didn't matter much. Gu Yan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the woman in front of him whose face was obscured by a black veil, hesitating to say anything. How strange. Although her voice was off, she appeared significantly older than Qingqiu. Yet why did she still seem so familiar? Especially when she spoke, it felt even more so. More importantly, he found himself unable to entertain any thoughts of pretense in her presence. With that in mind, Gu Yan shook his head and cleared his throat, saying, No, it's just that your figure resembles that of my beloved. So I couldn't help but approach, thinking she had also come to this banquet. Leng Qingqiu was taken aback. Although it seemed Gu Yan hadn't discovered her true identity, why did hearing him say that make her feel so irked? Oh right, that was the feeling. Clearly she knew Gu Yan was flirting with her, yet she also recognized that the person he thought he was flirting with did not look like her at all, which made her very annoyed. Gu Yan saw the elegant woman's demeanor shift, her lips curving into a slight smile, as her graceful voice rang out, Young man, do you know that your flirting technique is already outdated? As she spoke, she reached out and playfully pinched Gu Yan's chin, teasing him before nodding appreciatively, her tone laced with regret. What a pity. Although you are quite handsome, I do not favor frivolous men like you. After saying this, she released him, gazing at Gu Yan with a hint of disdain. You clearly have a lover, yet you still flirt around. Do you not realize that this will cause your beloved at home to feel deeply sad and distressed? Gu Yan was taken aback, staring at the woman whose face he could not discern. He then turned to Mei Shui beside her. Mei Shui, is this person your friend? Why is she so self-absorbed? Leng Qingqiu. Mei Shui. Leng Qingqiu stiffly turned her head to Mei Shui, who was in a state of panic, and asked Mei Shui, do you know him? What is going on? Why did Gu Yan recognize Mei Shui? No, the real question is, why couldn't Gu Yan recognize me? No, isn't it good that he doesn't recognize me? But why does it make me so unhappy? Damn it, it's all Gu Yan's fault for making me so anxious. Why did he have to come over? Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists, waiting for Mei Shui's response. Mei Shui was already quite flustered, as she had not concealed her appearance, making it quite normal for Gu Yan to recognize her. However, that was also because she had never considered that they would be discovered in their current situation. Ahem. This is Qingqiu's husband, Gu Yan. Mei Shui cleared her throat and replied based on the answer Leng Qingqiu had given her. Upon hearing this response, Leng Qingqiu feigned surprise, carefully scrutinizing Gu Yan and nodding. Oh, you are Qingqiu's beloved. I didn't expect to meet you here. Then I must have misunderstood. I am Qingqiu's elder sister, Leng Bingning. Hearing this, Gu Yan felt a wave of uncertainty. He had initially thought that the person beside Mei Shui was Leng Qingqiu. But when she mentioned Leng Bingning, he suddenly realized. Leng Bingning, so it was her. In the original story, Leng Qingqiu had another sister named Leng Bingning, who was a character that appeared later in the plot. She had been sent to the Ice Heart sect in the ancient martial arts world to cultivate from a young age, thus escaping the Midnight Massacre that year. Later on, Leng Bingning became the leader of the Ice Heart sect, possessing immense power, and upon her appearance, she easily defeated the protagonist group, becoming an aide to Leng Qingqiu. However, she was ultimately discovered to be in collusion with the demonic path, meaning she was allied with Leng Qingqiu, and was besieged and exterminated by the martial artists of the ancient martial world. The fact that she was exposed for her collusion with Leng Qingqiu and subsequently attacked was also orchestrated by Leng Qingqiu. Because by the time Leng Bingning appeared, Leng Qingqiu had long since been consumed by darkness due to the deaths of her family and sister. Even knowing that Leng Bingning was her sister, Leng Qingqiu had no emotional foundation with her and only viewed her as a tool. To use Leng Bingning, or to say to obtain her full cultivation, Leng Qingqiu had to acknowledge her. She had become deranged with revenge as her only thought. After fully utilizing Leng Bingning, she chose to betray her and absorb all her cultivation, allowing her to be wiped out by the righteous figures. In short, she was a pitiful person sent away by her family to cultivate the Ice Heart technique in the Ice Heart sect since she was little. After growing up and achieving success in her training, she learned that her entire family had been wiped out, leaving only her sister Leng Qingqiu still alive. Upon finding Leng Qingqiu, she was then betrayed and had all her powers absorbed. After Leng Qingqiu absorbed Leng Bingning's cultivation, she also learned the Ice Heart technique and perfected it. She became a heartless and emotionless person to the point that at that time Leng Qingqiu had become nothing more than a shell driven by the desire for revenge. However, Gu Yin did not expect that Leng Bingning would recognize Leng Qingqiu so soon. It seemed that in the original story Leng Bingning was indeed one of Leng Qingqiu's hidden cards. Or perhaps the plot had already diverged completely. Gu Yin felt a bit uncertain. But before that he smiled at Leng Qingqiu, who was pretending to be Leng Bingning, and said, "Hello, I am Gu Yin. I didn't expect Qingqiu to have an elder sister. However, you both give me a very similar impression, which is why I mistook you. I sincerely apologize. I certainly don't have an elder sister. This guy, why is his attitude suddenly so much better?" Leng Qingqiu felt a bit displeased, but maintained a smile on the surface. What can we say? We are sisters after all. Speaking of which, Qingqiu and I have known each other since childhood. We even shared everything. You. Leng Qingqiu leaned slightly forward, moving closer to Gu Yin until they were face to face. Then she chuckled, "What do you think of your sister? If you want, sister can take off the veil to show you my true face." Just when Leng Qingqiu thought Gu Yin would be blushing because of her actions, Gu Yin took a few steps back and revealed a polite smile, saying, "Sister, please maintain your dignity. I only love Qingqiu. Since you know Qingqiu is not here, I will take my leave now." The little sister must be waiting anxiously. Without waiting for any reaction from Leng Qingqiu, Gu Yin quickly left. "Master, are you alright?" Mei Shui, seeing Leng Qingqiu frozen in place, was at a loss for words. "I'm fine. He has successfully passed my test of him." After a brief moment of stiffness, Leng Qingqiu returned to her usual self and said lightly. Mei Shui was taken aback and admiration shone in her eyes. So it was like this. The master was testing Gu Yan's loyalty. That's why she used this method to both send Gu Yan away and test his loyalty. Truly the master is remarkable. However, in reality, Leng Qingqiu felt an overwhelming sense of shame, frustration, and unwillingness within her. How infuriating. Even though the character I am playing is someone I imagined, why do I feel so despondent hearing Gu Yan reject me? No, it wouldn't have been right even if Gu Yan had agreed, but he actually rejected me. No, wait. It's like I'm playing another person to betray myself. This is absurd. Leng Qingqiu was extremely agitated. How infuriating. This is all Gu Yan's fault for seeing through us and coming over. Speaking of seeing through, Mei Shui, hearing that gentle voice, Mei Shui's body trembled. Here, why did your ability fail? And why didn't you disguise yourself? Mei Shui was on the verge of tears. Damn Gu Yan, you've ruined me. I had saved you in front of the master just before. Meanwhile, back with Leng Linger, Gu Yan stood there dumbfounded, clutching his chest. The scene from just now lingered in his mind. His gaze was filled with turmoil. He didn't understand why, even though he had directly rejected Leng Bingning, his heart was in immense pain. However, if he had agreed, he certainly wouldn't have forgiven himself. Sigh. What in the world is going on? Gu Yan sighed lightly. It felt like I played the role of A to confess to the person I liked only to find success, which is utterly frustrating. Yet he couldn't fathom why he felt this way. But now that it has come to this, he glanced at the person who had been glaring at him since earlier. "Smelly brat, what's wrong with you?" Leng Linger, upon hearing this, immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. "Who are you calling a smelly brat? Where did you go, Gu the trash? Qiong Lan and that bespectacled guy were dragged away by a crowd. I'm so bored. So now I'm not even called brother-in-law." Gu Yan's mouth twitched. It seems I am only called brother-in-law in front of friends. He thought for a moment, but didn't mention the fact that Leng Linger had an older sister, Leng Bingning. Instead he said, "I went to the restroom." "Huh. Does it take you this long to use the restroom?" Leng Linger expressed her doubts, but still cheerfully picked up a plate of cream puffs and handed it to Gu Yan, saying, "Here, this is the last bit. A clueless trash tried to snatch it from me, but I scared him away on the spot." As she said this, Leng Linger looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing Gu Yan's surprised expression, she hurriedly shouted, "Hey, that's not what I meant. I just thought you bought some cream puffs last time. I remember that sister loves to eat this too, so I thought you could take some back for her. The food at this banquet isn't eaten much by the adults, so it's better to take it back than waste it." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan smiled gently, saying, "No, I was just thinking that the smelly brat is actually quite nice." Leng Linger frowned at this, dissatisfied, and said, "Huh, why do I feel like you're mocking me? But forget it, who told you to help me earlier?" At this point Leng Qingqiu seemed to notice something, and suddenly stood up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the stage. It's actually Lan Zizhen. Lan Zizhen. Gu Yin quickly ran through the name in his mind, confirming that this person was neither part of the main cast nor any important character in the original story. He followed Leng Qingqiu's gaze. On stage stood a handsome man in a suit, holding a microphone. He smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Lan Zizhen." As soon as he said this, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd of women below. Leng Qingqiu was among them. She grabbed Gu Yan's hand and exclaimed, "Gu the trash. Hurry, let's go to the front to watch." Gu Yan lost interest immediately, seeing that this person was neither part of the main cast nor an important character in the original work. This person in the original story was just a low-level supporting character meant to boost the female lead's favorability, and to be honest, he contributed nothing to plot advancement. However, unable to resist Leng Qingqiu pulling him along, Gu Yan helplessly greeted Leng Qingqiu, who had finally calmed down from Leng Qingqiu's insults. Uncle Leng will accompany Qingqiu to take a look. "Oh, it's fine, you two go ahead, don't mind me." Leng Qingqiu nodded in response. "Hurry up, Gu the trash." All right. Gu Yan could only be dragged along. Meanwhile, in the dim banquet hall, several figures swiftly moved about. Some were waiters, some were bodyguards, and others wore banquet attire. But they all shared one characteristic: none of them could be detected. All of them were making their way out of the banquet hall. Leng Qingqiu glanced at the direction of Gu Yan and Leng Qingqiu, then she and Mei Shui vanished from the scene. The first collective operation of the night organization had begun. After arriving at the best viewing spot, Gu Yan sat down on a banquet chair, propping his right hand against his face as he watched the popular singer Lan Zizhen perform on stage while yawning out of boredom. He cast a glance at Leng Qingqiu, who was watching Lan Zizhen with sparkling eyes, and smiled faintly. This was the typical behavior of a girl her age chasing after stars in dramas, filled with energy and unafraid of anything. Perhaps if a brawny man stood in front of Leng Qingqiu, she would nonchalantly tell him to get lost, "You irrelevant fish." Youthful indeed. Wait, I'm not that old either. Gu Yan chuckled, reaching for the fruit platter on the table, eager to snack and enjoy the music of this world. However, it seemed he had bumped into another hand that was reaching for the same thing. "You." A voice filled with surprise and anger rang out, and Gu Yan turned to look. There sat a girl with a swollen cheek, applying an ice pack to it. "Miss Yin, it's you again." Gu Yan said, a subtle smile forming in his heart. Leng Qingqiu, still in pain from her swollen cheek, glared at Gu Yan, annoyed that he had pushed past her bodyguard to sit down. To make matters worse, he was casually eating his snacks, as if she were the one who had come to sit there after him. "Don't misunderstand, my little sister-in-law is here to listen to the music. I was pulled over, and when I saw an empty seat, I naturally sat down." In truth, Gu Yan had already noticed Leng Qingqiu sitting there, so he had guided Leng Qingqiu to this vicinity. "Oomph." Leng Qingqiu scoffed coldly. "I never expected the young master of the Gu family would beat so many of his relatives for a girl with many elders also knocked down by you. But that's not the point. The point is..." Leng Qingqiu furiously pointed at her swollen left cheek. "You actually hit this beautiful face of mine while I was trying to mediate. Do you know that our two families' elders are good friends? If you don't want my father to find out you hit me, apologize to me." Gu Yan looked at Leng Qingqiu with a nonchalant expression. "Who saw me hit you? You clearly came over to my hand yourself." Saying this, Gu Yan raised his hand and wickedly remarked, "See, this hand is called Little Ripe." It hates hearing the phrase, "give me face." "You..." Leng Qingqiu covered her face, leaning back awkwardly. "You bastard. How could anyone believe that?" Gu Yan withdrew his hand and changed to a more comfortable position, glancing at Leng Qingqiu. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Who told you to come over and play mediator when I was already angry? Just a little to see if the atmosphere was good. Oh right, you got hit, but that's clearly not my fault." Gu Yan declared earnestly. "It's all because you had to come and stop me that this happened. In other words, all the blame falls on you." At this point, Gu Yan seemed to remember something. He spoke up. "You should know. Me hitting you does not equal me being in the wrong." Leng Qingqiu was instantly taken aback, her face pale, as she pointed at Gu Yan, stammering and unable to articulate her thoughts. It seemed just as Gu Yan said, the other person's friend was insulted, so he went over to teach that person a lesson. Yet she had rushed over while he was angry, almost like she was inviting him to hit her. The bodyguards behind Leng Qingqiu couldn't stand it any longer, all speaking in low voices. "Young Master Gu, you are going too far." As soon as the words were out, Gu Yan shot them a cold glance. "Shut up. When did it become your turn to interrupt?" The bodyguards immediately fell silent. Leng Qingqiu, on the other hand, was in a state of confusion, shaking her head. "I'm sick of this. That incident was my fault. But there's definitely something that is your fault." Leng Qingqiu glared at Gu Yan through gritted teeth. "You need to apologize for that." Here it comes." Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled inwardly. Leng Qingqiu, the eldest young lady of the Yin family, known alongside the Gu family. She could easily enjoy being a wealthy heiress, yet she had ambitions of becoming a singer. Her dream was to become the most popular pop diva. She was extremely self-absorbed and confident in her beauty. Thus, she was pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. It was not uncommon for singers to venture into acting. Her goal was to become both the most famous singer and a leading actress in the industry. In the original story, she was also one of Xiao Lin's harem members developing feelings for him due to various circumstances. However, she had a secret unknown to others. She was an M. This secret was something Xiao Lin never discovered in the original work, as he was a hot-blooded fool who thought Leng Qingqiu liked his righteous traits, when in reality, it was her attraction to his occasionally revealed dominant aura. Unfortunately, Xiao Lin didn't understand her always speaking softly when around Leng Qingqiu, which resulted in her often giving him the cold shoulder in the original story, intending to provoke him into being more assertive with her. Regrettably, by the end, Leng Qingqiu and the other harem members were killed by Leng Qingqiu, and Xiao Lin had never really raised his voice to the harem. In any case, the moment Gu Yan saw Leng Qingqiu, he recognized her immediately. She looked just like the figure he had seen during his morning jog not long ago. Coupled with the fact that Leng Qingqiu also resided in the Tianhu Cave villa in the original story, he realized that she was indeed the same Leng Qingqiu from the book. With this thought, Gu Yan smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" It's just, you called me ugly girl." Leng Qingqiu's voice grew softer, as if she was reluctant to say those two words. Just then, before she could even hear Gu Yan's apology, a playful voice suddenly reached her ear. "Oh." Soon after, Leng Qingqiu felt her chin being forcefully grasped and turned to the side. She followed the direction and saw Gu Yan gripping her chin tightly, his gaze sweeping over her face with an aggressive intensity. "Young Master Gu, please let go of the young lady." The bodyguards behind her were taken aback and rushed to intervene. But Leng Qingqiu shouted, "Wait, this is not your place to speak." Her words immediately silenced the bodyguards. They could only watch as the young master of the Gu family humiliated their young lady. Leng Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan, her heart racing. Her breath became slightly heavier, and she felt her body temperature rising. What do you want?" Leng Qingqiu's tone carried an unnatural undertone as she tightly clenched her hands together, pretending to be calm on the surface. However, an awkward expression gradually appeared on her face. How aggressive his gaze is. Moreover, looking at him, Gu Yan was quite handsome. His hands looked exceptionally nice. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Then she saw Gu Yan release his grip, giving her a meaningful look, and he wickedly smiled. Upon closer inspection, "You are indeed quite beautiful. Fine, I take back what I said about you being ugly." Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu bit her lip, shooting a fierce glare at Gu Yan. After taking a deep breath, she forced her emotions to settle down, turning her head and huffing. "You know, now that's good." Gu Yan pretended not to notice Leng Qingqiu's abnormality, watching Lan Zizhen on stage as he chuckled. "Let's listen to how people sing. I remember you were a popular singer too, right?" Leng Qingqiu glanced at Lan Zizhen and then pursed her lips in disinterest. "He's just a packaged idol." "Please don't call such idols singers, okay? These people are mass-produced by talent shows. It's just that Lan Zizhen has some connections behind him, allowing him to stand out and remain popular until now." As she said this, Leng Qingqiu felt a headache coming on. She added, "The main issue is that this guy has been pestering me ever since we collaborated on a campus film. He's always getting caught by paparazzi and posted online, often with ambiguous headlines like on-screen couple. I'm about to be driven crazy." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan thought to himself that it really was just as in the original story. Leng Linger was watching the performance, but as time went on, her excitement gradually waned. Because, why does it sound so bad? Leng Linger wondered, as Lan Zizhen was her favorite idol. He sang well, and she had bought many of his albums. Yet today, hearing it live, why did it sound so unbearable? "Not as good as my brother-in-law," Leng Linger murmured, instinctively searching for Gu Yan's figure, only to find him happily chatting with a beautiful woman in her opinion. Instantly, she cursed inwardly. "Cheating. This is cheating. Damn irrelevant Gu." On stage, although Lan Zizhen was singing, his eyes were fixed on Leng Qingqiu in the audience. When he saw that brute sitting next to the girl he liked touching her, he couldn't help but feel furious. However, Gu Yan was the young master of the Gu family, a terrifying brute. No matter how foolish he was, he would never dare to cause trouble for him publicly. Nevertheless, there were other ways. He spotted another blonde girl in the audience. She seemed to be his fan and had come with that brute. Lan Zizhen pondered something, singing even more passionately. As the song concluded, just when everyone thought he would continue singing, he said softly, "Dear audience, I believe that listening to me sing for too long might be a bit dull. So next I have a little activity. I would like to invite a lucky audience member to come on stage and sing with me." As soon as these words were spoken, the wealthy women who adored Lan Zizhen cheered, Me, Jinjin, let's sing together. Jinjin, mommy loves you." Feeling the enthusiasm of the audience, Lan Zizhen felt immensely pleased. He then extended his hand, looking toward Leng Linger. "This beautiful lady, would you like to join me on stage to perform?" No doubt, given that Leng Linger was protected by Gu Yan, this woman was surely someone he liked. And since she was also his fan, when you see the person you like singing with me, you'll surely feel jealous, right? But you can't say anything, as the star your crush likes is actually me. However, Leng Linger waved her hand. "No thanks." Lan Zizhen's mouth twitched, and he looked at her in shock and embarrassment. "Wait, aren't you my fan?" The other wealthy women wanted to criticize Leng Qingqiu for rejecting their little puppy, but thinking of Gu Yin, the dangerous guy, behind her, they all kept quiet. Then Leng Qingqiu shyly said, "Because I can't sing well." "What? Is that so? It's okay, not being good at singing doesn't matter, it's mainly about interaction." Lan Zizhan sighed in relief and smiled. No, let's skip this." Leng Qingqiu shook her head thought for a moment, then quickly ran to Gu Yan's side, and under his bewildered expression, pulled him up. "My brother-in-law sings really well. Let him sing." Gu Yan, who had been contemplating how to win over Leng Qingqiu, was left speechless. This little brat. He looked kindly at Leng Qingqiu, who was now smirking at him, having successfully executed her scheme. "Telling you to talk to other girls." Leng Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan in surprise. "You can sing." "A little bit, I suppose," Gu Yan shrugged. "Come on, brother-in-law." Leng Qingqiu had already pulled Gu Yan onto the stage. At this moment, in the presidential suite of the banquet hotel, Yan Huang, the lord of the Hall of Hell, listened intently to the reports from his subordinates. Young Master Long Zitian seems to have reached some consensus or deal with the young master of the Gu family. That demonic warrior Tian Fong has already been taken away by the master from the Gu family. The death warriors of the Hall of Hell respectfully reported to Yan Huang. Although most of them had only innate cultivation, they possessed powerful techniques to conceal their presence. They were confident that even the master beside Gu Yan would not detect them. Yan Huang replied hoarsely, feeling an endless sense of confusion in his heart. In fact, long ago he had discovered that his adopted son Long Zitian had colluded with Tian Fong, but out of respect for their past relationship, he had not taken action to eliminate his kin, waiting to see if the other party could awaken in time and turn back. Today's banquet was actually Long Zitian's last opportunity. If he were to step onto the stage and announce the heir, yet still remain obsessed with colluding with the demonic path, then Yan Huang would announce another adopted son as the heir, and after the banquet carry out the righteous act of eliminating his kin, handing over the bodies of both Long Zitian and Tian Fong to the martial artist department. However, now that Gu Yan had intervened, he was at a loss as to how to judge the situation. According to his subordinates' reports, it seemed that Gu Yan had used Tian Fong to threaten Long Zitian, thereby making the latter cooperate with him after becoming the lord of the Hall of Hell. Yet as per the reports, Tian Fong had already been rendered powerless by that master warrior. Without cultivation, how could Tian Fong provide them with any assistance? For a moment, Yan Huang could not determine what Gu Yan was truly aiming for. This Gu Tianming's son, the eldest of the Gu family, did not seem as simple as the rumors suggested. Sigh. Yan Huang sighed lightly. Given the circumstances, did he still need to think so much? He was severely injured and might soon depart from this world. He now just wanted to quickly select someone who could take on the role of the Lord of the Hall of Hell. Long Zitian was his most favored adopted son, with decent cultivation talent, but his temperament was too impulsive. If he could calm down and focus on his training, he would surely reach the same heights as Yan Huang. The other adopted sons had decent temperaments, but their talents were ultimately too lacking. Thinking of this, he coughed due to the dark ailment afflicting him. Yan Huang tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, his eyes revealing a conflicted expression. He was unclear and did not understand what Gu Yan was truly trying to achieve. However, one thing he knew was that he believed in the Gu family. Years ago, the Gu family and the Bai family were the only two martial families that did not participate in that conflict. He believed that Gu Tianming's son would not do anything to harm the world. On the contrary, having Gu Yan restrain Long Zitian might even be a good thing. Forget it. Yan Huang had come to terms with it. He had lived long enough and had made many mistakes in the past. This future would be left to the younger generation. He closed his eyes, contemplating all matters regarding handing the Hall of Hell over to Long Zitian. What he did not notice was that in a dark corner of the room a figure was staring intently at him. Discovered the Lord of the Hall of Hell, there are a total of 6 weaklings around him, 5 with early innate cultivation and 1 at the peak of innate level. The strength of the Lord of the Hall of Hell is negligible. Even if he explodes with power, he would only reach the peak of early master. So should we act? The figure communicated with other members in his mind. In an instant, Mei Shui's voice came through. Fangya, do not act impulsively. Oh, wait for the master's instructions. The one called Fangya suppressed his urge to eliminate everything in front of him and replied, understood. On Mei Shui's side, she looked at Leng Qingqiu and said, Master Fangya has found the target. Leng Qingqiu slightly nodded, but her gaze was directed toward the stage, frowning at Gu Yan being pulled onto the stage by Leng Qingqiu. She had initially thought to act immediately, but Leng Qingqiu calmly said, wait a moment. Is there a segment in the banquet program that invites audience members to interact on stage? Why are Gu Yan and Qingqiu being called? Could it be there's some conspiracy? Leng Qingqiu felt a sense of vigilance. Mei Shui was taken aback, then shook her head, saying, there isn't. This segment should actually be the solo performance time for someone named Lan Zizhan on stage. However, occasionally there are situations where stars interact with the audience to heat up the atmosphere. Master, you don't need to worry too much. Before she could finish, Leng Qingqiu interrupted, saying, no, the programs are fixed. She stared at Lan Zizhan, firmly stating, there's something suspicious here. Upon hearing this, Mei Shue's body trembled and admiration appeared on her face. I see, because this is a banquet held by the Hall of Hell, all these programs are fixed content at fixed times. If anyone here makes any strange moves, it would indicate that there's direction from the Hall of Hell behind it. This could potentially affect their plans. The fact that she could consider such details is truly impressive. No wonder she is the master. Thinking of this, Mei Shue immediately relayed the situation to everyone. Everyone, the plan has changed. All members, except Feng Ya, should pay attention to the situation on stage. The master's sister may be in danger. Received, understood. Okay, by the way, why is this Gu Yin blockhead with the master's sister? Because he likes her. Hey, that's enough. For a moment, all members of the night organization were on high alert, staring intently at the stage, fixated on Lan Zizhen. They feared that he might show a murderous intent and harm Leng Qingqiu. On stage, Lan Zizhen felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around in confusion. How could he feel so cold despite being in a heated room? But it didn't matter. He watched Gu Yin stepping onto the stage, feeling a surge of excitement. How could a spoiled rich kid possibly sing anything good? Being dragged up by this little yellow-haired guy to make a fool of himself was exactly what he wanted. With this thought, he smiled at Gu Yin, who had walked onto the stage, saying, "Hello, how about we each sing a line of a song? How about you choose a song you're familiar with?" Hearing this, Gu Yin glanced at him, and then shook his head, saying, "No need." As he spoke under Lan Zizhen's somewhat stiff gaze, Gu Yin walked over to the international accompaniment band in the banquet hall and exchanged a few words with them. Afterward, he walked over to the invited international pianist, exchanged a few words, and the pianist stood up to allow Gu Yin to take his place. Everyone was stunned at this scene and began to whisper to each other. What's going on? What is young Master Gu trying to do? Is he going to sing himself? No way. Without Lan Zizhen, how will young Master Gu sing along? And why did he sit at the piano? Can he even play the piano? Lan Zizhen was also infuriated by Gu Yan's almost dismissive attitude, tightly gripping the microphone in his hand. That annoying guy. I can't wait to see you make a fool of yourself later. Leng Qingqiu looked a bit confused, and then seemed to think of something, sitting down in the banquet chair that Gu Yin had occupied earlier. Leng Qingqiu was also baffled by this scene. She glanced at Leng Qingqiu and asked, "Hey, can Gu Yin sing?" Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu proudly raised her head, saying, "He sings really well." Really? Leng Qingqiu didn't believe it. She had heard such claims too many times before and was skeptical that a rich second-generation kid could sing well. Everyone was thinking similarly, as there had never been any rumors about Gu Yin being able to sing. Shen Wan'er also didn't believe it. After all, Gu Yin had never sung in front of her. If he really sang well, he would have done so long ago. However, it wouldn't hurt to listen. With this thought, everyone turned their attention to Gu Yin on the stage. Gu Yin tested the sound, and with a slight smile addressed the audience, his slightly deep voice resonating in everyone's ears. "Next, I will sing an original song of mine. This song is dedicated to my lover, who couldn't be here today. It's titled, Beyond Light Years." As his words fell, Gu Yin began to play the piano, and the accompaniment band started to play as well. A melody that no one had ever heard before echoed through the banquet hall. Everyone was caught off guard. An original song. Beyond Light Years. Young Master Gu actually composes music and lyrics? No way, he must have bought it from someone, right? Wait, to be honest, this song's prelude sounds pretty good. Everyone exchanged surprised glances and whispered among themselves. Leng Qingqiu was somewhat excited. Hey, a new song. She quickly looked at the equally stunned Leng Qingqiu beside her, saying, "Hey, do you have a phone? Lend it to me quickly." Leng Qingqiu replied. On the other side, Leng Qingqiu looked curiously at Gu Yin, wondering what was happening. What was he saying? A lover who couldn't be here. Leng Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat, and her expression gradually became a bit unnatural. Is he talking about me? The next moment, as the prelude reached a certain note, Gu Yin began to sing. His divine voice, accompanied by a divine song, entered everyone's ears. Feel the fingertips that are paused at the start of my hair. How to freeze time in an instant. Remember to look into my steadfast eyes. Perhaps there is no tomorrow. In just a few lines of lyrics, the once noisy banquet hall fell silent. In an instant, it became completely quiet. They all stared in shock at Gu Yin on stage, their eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. This was such a beautiful song. Leng Qingqiu was stunned as she unconsciously covered her chest, feeling a stir within her heart from just a few lines. But why did it make her feel so unsettled? Memories of Gu Yin saying this was a song for her flooded her mind. Leng Qingqiu bit her lip, gazing at Gu Yin on stage. Although she couldn't see him, the vital essence within him at that moment appeared so dazzling and special, making her unable to forget with just a glance. The melodious tune lingered in everyone's ears, and with Gu Yan's extraordinary singing skills, all were irresistibly immersed in the performance. Leng Qingqiu had already asked Leng Qingqiu for a phone and excitedly opened the recording function. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Yin, completely unaware that her own cheeks had turned slightly red. Brother-in-law is amazing. Leng Qingqiu looked at Gu Yin, who was both playing and singing on stage, with disbelief. She realized it in an instant when Gu Yin began to sing. This person's voice was identical to that of the internet song, Confession Balloon, uploaded online. It's actually him. Leng Qingqiu felt a twinge of disappointment, not expecting that her imagined rival would actually be Gu Yan. Moreover, Gu Yan had previously done that to her. Leng Qingqiu lost in thought gently touched her face, where Gu Yan had struck her. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, the sound of Gu Yan's voice and his aggressive stare lingering in her ears, causing her to unconsciously tighten her legs. Gu Yan was amazing. Shen Wan'er was also stunned. The moment Gu Yan opened his mouth, she realized her mistake. A colossal error. Gu Yan could sing exceptionally well, not that he couldn't sing at all. Yet he had never sung before her. It had only revealed itself now. Is it for Leng Qingqiu? Shen Wan'er suddenly felt a surge of agitation, downing her drink in one gulp. Weak against alcohol, her face immediately flushed. As she gazed at Gu Yan's elegant figure at the piano, there was a hint of envy and regret in her expression. Xiao Lin noticed Shen Wan'er's unusual demeanor and walked over to comfort her. Wan'er, are you okay? I'm fine, just let me listen to this song in peace. She shook her head, then closed her eyes to quietly enjoy the music. Xiao Lin nodded in response, but when he looked at Gu Yan, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Gu Yan, do you have something with Wan'er? He clenched his fists tightly. The accompanying music changed rapidly. Gu Yan's piano playing was impeccable, followed closely by his next lyric. Fate brought us together beyond the chaos of the world. Yet destiny demands that we love amidst peril. When these lyrics appeared, Leng Qingqiu felt her heartstrings being tugged as she stared intently at Gu Yan's dazzling essence of life. She murmured to herself, fate brought us together beyond the chaos of the world. Yet destiny demands that we love amidst peril. Her heart ached. Was this not speaking of her situation with Gu Yan? Her family, the Leng family, had suffered a tragedy, with the truth of that day still shrouded in mystery and the culprits still at large. Burdened with the mission of revenge, while Gu Yan was just an ordinary person, it was far too dangerous for him to be by her side on this path of vengeance. The enemies could find the Leng family again, and at that time Gu Yan, this ordinary person, would undoubtedly be killed. Those people would once again take away everyone around her. Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists, her feelings incredibly complicated and tangled. Because of Gu Yan's arrival, her heart felt increasingly at ease. But she had forgotten how dangerous her surroundings were. Gu Yan, do you really want to stay with me? Yet the following lyrics from Gu Yan left Leng Qingqiu stunned. She heard, perhaps the future is far away, light years beyond. I am willing to wait for you in the unknown. At this point the music's rhythm shifted dramatically, and Gu Yan's piano playing became wild and fierce. He raised his volume and sang, I never thought I could go crazy for you. When the mountains crumble and the seas surge, I wouldn't even want to escape without you. My brain has gone crazy for you. My pulse and heartbeat mean nothing without you. Boom. Everyone's minds exploded with thunder, and chills ran down their spines. An elderly man sitting in a corner suddenly stood up in excitement, trembling all over as he looked at Gu Yan. He couldn't help but burst into tears. What a beautiful song this is. Mr. Tang, are you alright? I'm fine. This song just reminded me of the past. The atmosphere at the scene instantly exploded, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. Oh, young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. Gu Yan. Young Master Gu. Yan Yan's mother loves you. The word of mouth transformed, and everyone began to cheer and shout. They abandoned their identities, their reservations, and their prejudices against Gu Yan. Everyone couldn't help but shout out, wanting to indulge in their emotions with Gu Yan at this moment. Shen Wan'er closed her eyes, but tears slipped down from the corners of her eyes. She couldn't help but lean over the table, sobbing amidst the chaos. Why was I so foolish back then? Why did I treat Gu Yan that way? If I had agreed to be with Gu Yan, then would this song be sung for me now? Leng Qingqiu. I hate you. Why do you have to be so outstanding? Why did you have to become my idol? And why, after falling from grace, did you become Gu Yan's lover, taking him away from me? Xiao Lin saw Shen Wan'er crying and looked somewhat helpless, only able to comfort her repeatedly. Bai Jun, on the other hand, looked at Gu Yan, involuntarily thinking of the girl who had once been by his side. Unfortunately, everything had turned to dust. Bai Qionglan stared blankly at Gu Yan, recalling something in her mind. Her hand tightly gripped the jade pendant on her chest. Mei Shui felt somewhat shocked, not expecting Gu Yan to sing so well. She instinctively glanced over at Leng Qingqiu to see her current reaction. However, she saw that the latter's expression remained unchanged, even her tone very flat. Let's go, Mei Shui, it seems there's nothing to see here. The action continues. After saying that, she walked toward the exit of the banquet hall. Mei Shui felt immense admiration. Truly, as the master, she treated Gu Yan merely as a tool, so naturally, she wouldn't be moved by his actions. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, as she too needed to learn from her master. However, Mei Shui did not notice that Leng Qingqiu's face beneath her veil was already flushed red. Her hands were tightly clenched together, her dark green eyes paired with her rosy cheeks made her look exceedingly adorable and enchanting. In her mind, she replayed Gu Yan's passionate declaration. Her voice trembled faintly. Bastard. Bastard, 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 bastard. When Mei Shui issued Leng Qingqiu's order, all members quickly mobilized. Bai Lian, still reluctant to leave, while wanting to hear Gu Yin sing, knew that her master's command was paramount. Though he's a blockhead, he surprisingly sings quite beautifully. Alright, you need to go. The king of Hell's Hall needs you. Bai Lian pulled the still conflicted Murong Ci away from the banquet hall. After finishing a song, Gu Yin had already stepped off the stage. Without comparison, there is no harm. By the time Longjin sang again, no one was willing to pay for it anymore. In the end, he could only be politely asked to leave by the hotel staff. However, Gu Yin was not short of money, and he had made a friend among the heads of various families and their young descendants. This somewhat changed his previous reputation and public perception. Those with keen eyes had already moved an extra chair next to Leng Qingqiu. After dealing with those people, Gu Yin sat down beside Leng Qingqiu with a weary expression. Seeing Gu Yan's tired look, although Leng Qingqiu felt a bit guilty for pulling him up to sing, she couldn't help but feel a little pleased, recalling his voice. Brother-in-law, your singing is truly amazing. In such a short time you've impressed so many. Leng Qingqiu's generous praise did not make Gu Yin feel particularly happy. He looked at her kindly and said, you little brat, you actually set me up. Hee hee indeed. Gu Yin sighed lightly, deciding to let it go. After all, it was a good thing. At least it changed how others perceived him. Perhaps he had transformed from an infatuated admirer to a violent figure, and now into a talented, rich second generation. Gu Yin felt the gazes of his peers and older women throwing flirtatious looks at him. He suddenly realized that these so-called business owners and scions were actually just like ordinary people. They would go wild, waving flags for what they liked. He had heard of some rich heirs doing irrational things for their favorite stars. He glanced at that group, many of whom he recognized. They had numerous collaborations with the Gu family. He had not forgotten the Gu family's annual meeting. Don't forget, it would be the third voting session to choose the heir of the Gu family. If he were to be voted down, then the vast assets of the Gu family would have to choose a new heir. Of course, even if Gu Yin lost his qualification as an heir, it didn't matter. After all, the current head of the family was Gu Tianming, who was robust, unless he died or voluntarily abdicated. Suddenly, Gu Yin thought of something and immediately understood why such a large family as the Gu family would have a voting system. In the original text, although it wasn't explicitly stated, various details indicated that the Gu family was actually a martial artist family, or rather a branch of a certain martial artist family that remained in the secular world. This was merely a plot point casually mentioned by the author, which ultimately went unresolved. In other words, this voting was not simply about selecting an heir for a visible group. There must be deeper meanings involved. Leng Qingqiu was intermittently glancing towards Gu Yin, wanting to talk to him. However, Leng Qingqiu was blocking her. How infuriating, she was even holding my phone. Leng Qingqiu looked at Leng Qingqiu, who was clutching her phone with dissatisfaction. The latter claimed she didn't have her phone with her, so she borrowed Yan's to record Gu Yan's singing. Oh, I just thought of a great idea. Leng Qingqiu, coughing lightly, said to Leng Qingqiu, how about we add each other as friends? When you go back, I'll send you the video I recorded. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, realizing, oh right. She returned the phone to Leng Qingqiu, nodding happily, sure, I'll add you as soon as I get back. Anyway, since Gu Yin already knows about the phone, it doesn't matter to say it in front of him. Seeing her plan succeed, Leng Qingqiu began chatting with Leng Qingqiu again, intentionally or unintentionally, probing her for information. Gu Yin thought for a moment and did not stop her. After all, Leng Qingqiu was also a hidden line that needed attention. Speaking of which, I wonder how the night organization's actions are going. Just as he was thinking this, a panicked voice sounded beside Gu Yin. Gu Yin. In the dim light, Gu Yin looked over and saw Long Zaijian approaching him with a terrified expression. Long Zaijian. Gu Yin was somewhat surprised. He looked around and didn't see his bodyguards, so he asked in confusion what's going on. Leng Qingqiu and Leng Qingqiu also looked over at the commotion. Oh, another minor character has come. They are surely here to flatter my brother-in-law again. Isn't this the adopted son of the chairman of Yinxing Group? How does he know Gu Yin? Long Zaijian was trembling all over. He grabbed Gu Yin and said, listen to me. A group of madmen broke into my godfather's room. I happened to be destroying Tian Fang's materials and saw it on the surveillance. Gu Yin, you have to save me. You have to help me. Madmen. Could it be Qin Qiu's subordinates? Gu Yin frowned. He stood up and said to Leng Qingqiu, stay here and don't run around. Saying this, he pulled Long Zaijian towards the banquet hall exit. Come with me for a moment. Leng Qingqiu looked bewildered. Hey, brother-in-law. Wait, why did Gu Yin suddenly walk away with this strange person? Leng Qingqiu was somewhat puzzled. Oh, what was this Long Zaijian talking about? What madman? What help? Meanwhile, in the infernal hall, the situation was a massacre. Yan Huang's pupils contracted continuously as he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Just a second ago, he was still thinking about what to say when he took the stage. But the next second, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed in his ears. He couldn't react. Perhaps it was because he was lost in thought, or perhaps due to his age and injuries that made his body lag behind his thoughts. The smell of blood suffused the area. He seemed to recall the scene from years ago. No, it should be said. The scene before him, or rather these people, were remarkably similar to the shadows of those from years past. He swallowed hard in fear. The wounds on his body throbbed painfully, and at this moment, he couldn't even muster the will to resist. Yan Huang looked in terror at the people in his room, all dressed in those familiar black outfits you are from the night. At this moment, Yan Huang seemed to forget that he could still unleash the peak power of a master if he chose to resist. Long time no see, home Master Yan Huang. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the room. Instantly, respect and excitement appeared in the eyes of everyone present. They stood to the sides, creating a path that seemed to be opened for the incoming figure. Yan Huang sat in his chair, his face pale with fear as he looked at the path that had been cleared. This scene, how familiar. The presence from years ago also appeared before them in the same manner. The next second, a figure stepped out from the shadows. She wore a black cloak and a black veil, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, a slight chill surrounding her. Leng Qingqiu scanned each corner of the room, her emerald green eyes cold and sharp. After confirming there were no living souls left, she looked towards Yan Huang. Her presence weighed heavily on Yan Huang, who gripped the armrest tightly. Leng Qingqiu's voice was icy and piercing, striking straight to the heart. Yan Huang, having lived this long, it's time to pay for what happened back then. What happened back then? Yan Huang's pupils contracted. When Leng Qingqiu removed her veil, and he saw her eyes, he was stunned. He lost control of his emotions, pointing at Leng Qingqiu in disbelief. Leng Qingqiu, the night. You used that dagger. You are insane. You are insane. As soon as he finished speaking, poof. Yan Huang's jaw was dislocated, and his arms were pierced to the armrest by 2 bone spikes. As you can see, I crawled out of hell. Leng Qingqiu elegantly walked over, looking down at him, and said, now tell me, why did you massacre the Leng family back then? Yan Huang was terrified, but because his jaw was dislocated, he could not speak. Leng Qingqiu sighed, lightly, seeming quite helpless. She glanced at Mei Shui and another person. Mei Shui, Liao, you go bring Long Zaiqian here. Long Zaiqian has a special type of true energy. That true energy is robust and powerful. Only that kind of life, true energy, can minimally exert its abilities and be enough to preserve Yan Huang's life, which is as flickering as a dying candle. She did not trust that Yan Huang's words in this state would be the truth. Only by making him her puppet could she ensure the integrity of the truth. At the moment Yan Huang heard the true energy within Long Zaiqian, he panicked even more and his body began to struggle. Meanwhile, Gu Yin and Long Zaiqian had already arrived at the corridor outside the banquet hall. Gu Yin said to Long Zaiqian, calm down, tell me everything that happened. Long Zaiqian's eyes were still filled with terror. He took a deep breath and slowly began, all right, here's what happened. Gu Yin had already understood the situation on his end. In simple terms, Long Zaiqian was destroying the evidence of collusion with the demonic martial artist Tian Feng while monitoring his godfather with surveillance. Suddenly, a group of individuals wearing eerie masks and dressed in uniform black attire burst into his godfather's room. And in the blink of an eye, they killed everyone present except for Yan Huang. According to Long Zaiqian, those people seemed to have suddenly teleported from the shadows, which was terrifying. Gu Yan nodded. Indeed, they were undoubtedly under the command of Qingqiu. So Gu Yan patted Long Zaiqian's shoulder with a friendly smile, and seeing the utterly confused expression on the latter's face, he chuckled, well, that's settled then. You just need to work hard on your own. It was a joke. He initially thought that Leng Qingqiu wouldn't be able to control the hall of Yan Huang as per the original storyline. Hence he had come here to do this and that. However, it seemed that the world's corrective power was indeed formidable, ensuring that Leng Qingqiu followed the plot of the original work regardless of the circumstances. Although he was still unclear on how the other party controlled the hall of Yan Huang. Upon hearing Gu Yan's seemingly abandoning words, Long Zaiqian was instantly frightened into incoherence. His face turned pale as he grasped Gu Yan's hand tightly. What? You're not going to help me? Didn't we agree to cooperate after I became the master of the hall of Yan Huang? Where's your master bodyguard? Hurry, let him come save me. That group will definitely kill my godfather, and they'll surely come after me next. The moment Long Zaiqian thought of the eerie nature of those people, his legs went weak and tears began to shimmer in his eyes. I have a bright future ahead, great ambitions, and I want to rule the world. How can I just die here? Being grabbed by a big man who is crying and sobbing. How do you think that feels? Gu Yan discreetly removed Long Zaiqian's hand and comforted him. It's okay, brother Long. Upon hearing this, Long Zaiqian raised his head in surprise and looked at Gu Yan. Are you willing to help me? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Gu Yan shaking his head with a hearty laugh. Respecting the fate of others is a traditional virtue of us Huaxia people, although I really don't want to say this. But about the cooperation we discussed before. Before he could finish, a buzzing sound suddenly enveloped the entire corridor. The surroundings became incredibly dim, as if this place was in another space. Immediately after, a furious scream echoed in the area. Die. A swift figure burst forth from Gu Yan's shadow, possessing sharp claws that aimed directly at Gu Yan's back. The figure with fangs, looking at Gu Yan, cruelly smirked. Although he had no idea who this young man was, he regretted to inform him that the master's order was to bring back Long Zaiqian, so everyone else had to die. However, before he could make his move, another figure emerged from the wall beside Gu Yan. Bang! Boom! The moment that figure appeared, they used a dagger to block the lethal strike from the fanged attacker. Then with a whip-like kick, they sent the fanged one flying against the wall of the corridor. Cough. The latter, caught off guard, was sent crashing into the wall, and then onto the ground, clutching his chest as he raised his head. With an incredulous gaze, he looked at the newcomer. Bastard. What are you doing? The newcomer retracted their leg and fell silent. Mei Xue felt a sinking feeling in her heart. This was bad, and without thinking she intervened to save Gu Yin. Damn it. This sudden shift left Gu Yin stunned. Wait, what's going on? He instinctively looked at the person helping him and the one who had been kicked away. Both wore predominantly deep black attire, and upon closer inspection, one could see an endless dark mist emanating from the edges of their clothing. Silver-white mysterious patterns adorned the black attire, faintly radiating an eerie glow in the night. Moreover, the most striking feature was the masks covering their faces. Though referred to as masks to Gu Yin, they resembled swirling black vortexes that concealed the entire visage of the newcomers. Of course, the main issue wasn't this, but rather, why did Qingqiu's subordinates want to kill me? And why did Mei Xue strike her ally yet save me? Upon seeing Mei Xue and the other Long Zaixian's face turn pale with fright, he let out a cry and clutched his head, shrinking behind Gu Yin. They're coming, they're coming. At this moment, the scene captured on the surveillance made Long Zaixian, a martial artist at the initial stage of innate, feel utterly incapable of resistance. He could only rely on the invincible bodyguard behind Gu Yin. With a swish, the fanged attacker fiercely drove his sharp claws into the ground. Seeing that Mei Xue remained silent, he became even more enraged. Die! The fanged attacker roared as he charged forward, shifting his target to Mei Xue. The latter did not respond, but also charged forward. Bang bang bang. Mei Xue, facing the furious onslaught from the fanged attacker, calmly and decisively dodged every strike. Her agile form evaded the fanged one's claws without giving him a single opportunity to capitalize. While dodging, she glanced towards Gu Yin. Seeing that he was still standing there without any reaction, she inwardly cursed him for not understanding her feelings. Mei Xue had never considered that Gu Yin would be staying with Long Zaixian. Just as she was about to report this situation to her master, the fanged attacker made his move, targeting Gu Yin. With no choice but to help, knowing the relationship between Gu Yin and her master, she had to intervene. After all, her master would need to control the Gu family in the future, so Gu Yin couldn't die now. The fanged attacker grew increasingly irritable because Mei Xue wasn't engaging him. Why are you helping that guy? Die die die. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Clang. Mei Xue drew her dagger, clashing with the fanged one's claws. The intense sounds of combat echoed through the corridor, each collision accompanied by sparks flying. After a brief moment of confusion, Gu Yin quickly regained his composure. So that's how it is, the one with the sharp claws must be the half-beast Fanya from Night. He was inherently brutal and loved killing, so naturally he would attack someone he didn't recognize as Leng Qingqiu's good husband. Meanwhile, Mei Xue understood her relationship with Leng Qingqiu, which is why she stepped in to help him. Perhaps because Leng Qingqiu hadn't informed his subordinates of his existence, Mei Xue could only silently fend off the fanged one's assault. In simple terms, the best course of action right now is... Gu Yin took a deep breath and suddenly sprinted in the opposite direction of everyone. He reached for his phone to call Lao Gao, but upon checking there was no signal. Looking around, he realized this was Mei Xue's unique ability to envelop a space in darkness, cutting off all communication. In any case, to avoid putting Mei Xue in a difficult position, he decided to run first. If the other party really wanted to help him, they would likely retract this ability soon. Seeing this scene, Mei Xue felt a sense of relief and dispelled the darkness. Long Zaiqian quickly reacted and hurried after him. Wait for me. Fanya, seeing the target slip away, revealed a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, but Mei Xue still had not let him go. It was only after confirming that Gu Yin had escaped that Mei Xue stepped aside and ceased her obstruction. Fanya glared angrily at Mei Xue, grinding his teeth as he questioned, Mei Xue, are you crazy? You betrayed the organization. Do you know what will happen if the master finds out about your betrayal? Before he could finish, Mei Xue coldly replied, fool, do you know you just almost ruined the master's grand plan? Huh. Fanya was taken aback for a moment, then cursed, what nonsense are you talking about? I was just about to succeed. After killing that irrelevant person. As he was speaking, Fanya found himself at a loss for words, realizing something unbelievable. Are you saying that man without cultivation? Mei Xue slightly nodded, saying indifferently that man is an indispensable part of the master's plan. As for the specifics. She paused, and then continued, you'll understand after I report the current situation to the master. Fanya scratched his head. After hearing Mei Xue's explanation, the anger in his heart diminished significantly. This is so annoying. Just tell me that I can't kill that young master Gu, right? What about Long Zaiqian next to him? The young master of the Gu family won't stop us from capturing him, right? Mei Xue was also uncertain about the relationship between Gu Yin and Long Zaiqian. After all, matters concerning Gu Yin required her to consult her master. Thus, she said, I still need to ask the master first. TCH, so troublesome. Fanya muttered a few complaints, but no longer argued. The two, hidden by their ability to obscure their presence, quickly vanished into the darkness. Outside the banquet hotel, Gu Yin successfully contacted Lao Gao. Coincidentally, the other party had also settled Tianfeng, so he arrived by Gu Yan's side within a few minutes. Upon arrival, he anxiously checked to see if Gu Yan was injured, and only after confirming that he was fine did he breathe a sigh of relief and say, "Young master, you scared me to death. Fortunately, you are unharmed, otherwise I wouldn't know how to report to the master." Lao Gao, still shaken, then glanced at the pale-faced Long Ziqian, as if sensing something. He turned to Gu Yan and said, "Young master, those people's target is clearly Long Ziqian. They want something from within his body." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan cast a glance at Long Ziqian, whose expression had changed. Long Ziqian struggled for a moment, but eventually sighed helplessly, "I was once just an ordinary person. However, when I was a child walking home from school, the heavens changed color, and suddenly a golden light flashed down from the clouds, entering my body. From that moment on, my mind became sharper, my physical abilities transcended those of ordinary people, and I could even wield powers beyond imagination. However, not long after, my parents died in a plane crash." Long Ziqian's expression turned somewhat sorrowful as he continued, "Not long after that, the Lord of the Underworld, my adoptive father, came to me saying that I possessed a trace of dragon chi within me. If it were discovered, it would bring calamity. Perhaps that's what those mysterious individuals are after, the trace of dragon chi within me." Upon hearing this, Lao Gao maintained a calm demeanor while contemplating the dragon chi hidden within Long Ziqian's body. For someone of their cultivation level, it was easy to perceive the hidden power within Long Ziqian. This trace of dragon chi could transform an ordinary person into a martial genius. Even Lao Gao thought that absorbing it could enhance his own comprehension of cultivation. Of course, his concern for the dragon chi stemmed from considerations for his young master. His young master was aware of martial arts, but lacked strength. If something like today were to happen again, it would be too dangerous. The best way would be to extract the dragon chi from Long Ziqian's body for the young master to absorb. Just a trace of dragon chi could elevate the young master's talent to that of a congenital warrior, and thereafter continually collecting dragon chi for him to absorb. He believed that the young master could undoubtedly grow to even surpass his level. Lao Gao's thoughts were unknown to Gu Yan. After listening to Long Ziqian, he fell into contemplation. Wait a minute, he was aware of dragon chi because collecting it was a central plot point in the original story. It was rumored that in ancient times the martial world erupted in a cataclysmic war during which the Dragon King fell, transforming into 99 traces of dragon chi. These 99 traces scattered across the world, each capable of providing unexpected enhancements to martial artists. Legend has it that collecting all the dragon chi would grant one the power of the ancient Dragon King. The sole ambition of the Dragon King's Hall was to gather the 99 traces of dragon chi to restore the glory of the Dragon King. Naturally, the protagonist and heir of the Dragon King's Hall, Shaolin, took on this arduous task. However, even until the conclusion, the dragon chi had yet to be fully collected. Of course, the main issue wasn't this, it was that the first trace of dragon chi Shaolin obtained in the original story was related to the Dragon King's Hall. But that was absorbed from the deceased Yin Huang. Wait, this is a bit muddled. Yin Huang was still alive in the original story, but looking at it now, Yin Huang was clearly on the verge of death. How could Qingqiu keep a dying person alive and under control? For the sake of the world's correction, Long Ziqian was also meant to die. In other words, Gu Yan looked compassionately at Long Ziqian. It meant that Qingqiu's way of keeping Yin Huang under her control and alive was through the trace of dragon chi within Long Ziqian. Now it made sense, and no wonder they wanted to attack him. Perhaps it was Qingqiu's order to take Long Ziqian away. Having sorted everything out, Gu Yan gently patted Long Ziqian's shoulder, who was still lost in thought. He sighed and said, "Brother Long, you've suffered." Long Ziqian, surprised by Gu Yan's comfort, felt that this person was quite good, thus forcing a smile. "It's fine as long as you understand me, Gu Yan. Well, let's go back inside. This time with Lao Gao protecting me, we will surely rescue your adoptive father." Upon hearing this, Long Ziqian's expression wavered. In truth, it didn't matter to him whether his adoptive father lived or died. As long as he survived, that was enough. After all, he had known from the beginning that his adoptive father's purpose in finding him was for the dragon chi within him. However, due to the injuries sustained in that battle years ago, the intent had diminished. But he would never change his view of the other person because of that. Just as Gu Yan was about to have Lao Gao forcibly take him inside for a sacrifice, a shrill scream suddenly echoed from within the banquet hotel, followed by a commotion. Lao Gao furrowed his brow and said, "Young master, it seems something has happened again inside." Gu Yan pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's go check it out." He smiled kindly at Long Ziqian and said, "Brother Long, you come too." For some reason, Gu Yan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Long Ziqian was reluctant, he was even less willing to stay alone, so he followed Gu Yan inside. Upon entering the hotel, Gu Yan saw the hotel staff explaining something to the panicked bodyguards of the Yinxin group. Gu Yan and Long Ziqian approached to understand the situation and ultimately learned something that left him utterly baffled. Yin Huang was dead. His reaction was one of shock and disbelief. Wait, why did things develop this way? Yin Huang was killed. No, was it Qingqiu's order or Leng Bingning's? How would the plot of the original story proceed? How would the Dragon King's Hall take control? Did Long Zaiqian still need to be sacrificed? Unbelieving Gu Yan took the elevator directly to the top floor where Yin Huang's room was located. When Lao Gao and Long Zaiqian arrived shortly after the scene in the room left them all dumbfounded. They saw Yin Huang sitting in a chair facing the door with his back against the open window. The weak moonlight illuminated Yin Huang's current appearance. The man's head had been severed and placed in his hands, a bone spike piercing through his crown and extending down, pinning his palm to the ground, his expression still showing signs of terror. Adoptive father. Long Zaiqian was terrified, kneeling to the ground. You haven't even announced me as the heir yet. Gu Yan quickly observed the surroundings. The room was filled with shredded corpses that seemed likely that it was the work of fangs. And Yin Huang's manner of death must have involved Murong's stabbing. Just as he thought this, he noticed the bone spike piercing the man's head still retained a trace of ice crystal. Wait a moment, was this done by Leng Bingning? Or was it Qingqiu? Gu Yan fell into contemplation, struggling to understand why the other party would do this. On the top floor of the banquet hotel, several figures stood respectfully to the side, quietly awaiting the next command of their master, who stood at the edge of the top floor, gazing into the distance, as if lost in thought. Leng Qingqiu stood at the edge of the floor, contemplating everything that had transpired a quarter of an hour ago. The first group mission for all members of the night organization seemed to have ended in failure. Ultimately, it stemmed from her impromptu decision. The plan has been completely disrupted. Leng Qingqiu murmured. If it weren't for Mei Shui coming to tell her that Gu Yan and Long Zaiqian were together, she would have proceeded according to the initial plan, using the trace of vital energy within Long Zaiqian to control the Dragon King's Hall. However, Gu Yan was with Long Zaiqian. Although she was unclear about their relationship, she did not want to kill those close to him in front of Gu Yan. Because she feared that when Gu Yan learned her true nature, he would reveal an expression she did not want to see. Would that radiant source of life in her eyes also become dim and lifeless as a result? She did not dare to gamble and did not want to risk Gu Yan discovering that the series of cruel events were all her doing. Yet having completed all of this, what should she do next? She clenched her fists. To personally behead her enemies did not alleviate the killing intent in her heart. For she had learned some information, that the reason their Leng family was targeted was not because they had provoked anyone, but rather because they had obtained something. That something had caused panic throughout the ancient martial world, which led so many to besiege the Leng family. Now that something was right before her eyes, it was truly absurd. Could a mere dagger be sufficient to slaughter her family at will? Taking a deep breath, Leng Qingqiu further clarified her thoughts of revenge. She gently spoke, her voice reaching everyone's ears. Gu Yan is merely my public husband in the secular world. To utilize the Gu family, he is an important pawn. No one is allowed to lay a hand on Gu Yan. After saying this, Leng Qingqiu felt a sense of relief in her heart. By explaining the situation to her subordinates this way, it would prevent any accidental harm to Gu Yan. Upon hearing this, everyone except Mei Shui was shocked, their expressions shifting. Oh, the master actually got married. Sensing the reaction from her subordinates, she calmly said, all of this is merely for the plan. I see everyone felt somewhat reassured. However, they also felt a hint of mockery towards that Gu Yan. Kikik, poor guy, he must have saved the world in his last life to become the public husband of our master in this life. What a pitiful fellow, he would undoubtedly be ruthlessly abandoned by the master afterwards. They looked forward to seeing his expression. Bai Lian also thought the same, but she cast a glance at a certain person who seemed to have turned gray, helplessly covering her face. Hey, don't act like you've been dumped. I really don't know what this guy is thinking. Meanwhile, on Gu Yan's side, after a brief mental storm, he finally recognized the reality of the moment, looking at Long Zaiqian, who was kneeling on the ground, shocked and collapsing. Gu Yan had some understanding of what the other party was thinking. With no other choice, he walked over, crouched down, and placed a hand on the other's shoulder. The latter felt it and turned his head. Gu Yan smiled slightly and said, regarding our previous discussion of cooperation, I think we can continue. Huh? Long Zaiqian looked bewildered. Weren't we always partners? The police quickly arrived at the banquet hotel and sealed off the scene. What? Boss Yin is dead. No way, how is that possible? Oh my god, how could Chairman Yin be murdered at a banquet hosted by the Yin family? Is this criminal seeking death? The guests in the banquet hall turned pale. This shocking news felt utterly unreal to them. The esteemed boss of Yinqing Group, Yin Huang, was actually dead. A large number of police surrounded the area, each starting to question and investigate. In front of the hotel, Leng Linger held Gu Yan's hand with a worried expression and said, brother-in-law, you need to be careful. Gu Yan nodded. Don't worry too much, this matter has nothing to do with us. As he spoke, Gu Yan looked at his family bodyguard and said, take Linger home. Yes. After sending off Leng Linger, Gu Yan returned to the hotel. In the lobby on the first floor, Long Zaiqian had just finished his interrogation here. Although he had no feelings for Yin Huang, seeing the corpse of his adoptive father did leave him with an unsettling feeling. He wondered if this death came too suddenly. After all, he was the master of the Yin Huang Hall. How could he end up like this? Shaking his head, Long Zaiqian saw Gu Yan and hurried over. He felt that he was in great danger, those people might come after him. So he placed his hopes on Gu Yan. Gu Yan, what should we do next? Gu Yan glanced at him. The police had already retrieved the hotel surveillance footage, but found no trace of the perpetrator. Leng Qingqiu could see that Leng Qingqiu's subordinates were likely involved. Although he didn't know why Leng Qingqiu chose to kill Yan Huang, clearly there wasn't enough time to ponder it. It seemed he could only proceed according to his original plan. Thinking of this, Gu Yan sighed inwardly. The plot had completely changed. Looking at the uneasy Leng Qingqiu, Gu Yan thought to himself that this fool had become even more foolish. He remembered that the other party seemed to have some dragon energy within. Since keeping it on him was useless, it would be better to let him absorb it. With this in mind, Gu Yan spoke kindly. Brother Long, it's okay. Everyone knows you are the most talented person, the one most qualified to be the heir. I will help you secure the position of chairman of Yanqing Group. But the premise is that you must agree to one thing. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Leng Qingqiu felt a bit more at ease. With Gu Yan's family and the help of the masters around him, he believed his safety would certainly be assured. What is it? Is it money? Leng Qingqiu asked eagerly. Gu Yan had not intended to disclose it here, so he smiled mysteriously and said, No, we'll discuss it after your adoptive father's funeral is over. Oh, okay. Leng Qingqiu nodded. At present the Yan Wang Hall had lost its core, its power was greatly diminished. He feared that those men in black would come after him again, so he could only rely on Gu Yan. At this moment a familiar voice rang out. Gu Yan, who do you think did this? Gu Yan and Leng Qingqiu looked over. They saw Bai Jun approaching with a heavy expression. He had just sent off his sister. He immediately began to survey the personnel in the banquet hall. As a result, he reached a troubling conclusion. Every family's bodyguards and the hotel staff who should have been in the banquet hall were missing a few. This meant that those missing individuals were likely the culprits responsible for Yan Huang's death. Gu Yan shrugged. Who knows, maybe it was Chairman Yan's enemies. He then looked at Leng Qingqiu and asked, What do you think? What do I think? I see clearly it was a group of men in black who killed my adoptive father. However, that certainly couldn't be said aloud. So Leng Qingqiu choked back his sorrow and said, I don't know, but I must avenge my adoptive father's death. Yan Huang's adopted son, wasn't it supposed to be announced today that he was becoming the heir? Bai Jun glanced at Leng Qingqiu, surprised to find that he and Gu Yan were still friends. Just then a loud and rude voice came from the side. I already said I don't know, okay? I was in the banquet hall the whole time. Gu Yan and Bai Jun looked over. The latter's expression tightened. The speaker was the woman next to the man who had given him a terrifying sense of oppression. We have witnesses to prove we were in the banquet hall the whole time. If you don't believe it, ask them. Bai Lian looked furious, as if wronged, pointing at a group of business owners. The police, upon hearing this, looked over. The various business owners nodded one after another. That's right, Miss Bai was with us the whole time. Yes, and Mr. Mu, we were all in the banquet hall. Exactly, officer, don't wrong the good people. How could we be the murderers? Can you let us go? The young police officer closed his notebook and said sternly, This is all part of the procedure. Please remain calm, and once the investigation is clear, those without suspicion will be allowed to leave. Throughout, Morong Ci had not spoken a word. Bai Jun withdrew his gaze, his doubts about them dispelled. With so many people testifying together, and given that Bai Lian and the others were indeed in the banquet hall at the time, it seemed the murderer was not among them. Gu Yan admired Bai Lian's acting skills, glancing at those business owners. They all looked at Bai Lian with adoring eyes. Had they all been enchanted? Gu Yan's eyes twitched. Seeing this scene in reality was indeed striking, as her natural charm was quite exaggerated. This kind of physique wouldn't really be as described in the original text. Wouldn't it be true that when one reaches the great master level, merely blinking could influence the minds of people controlling a nation? No way. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yan chuckled and shook his head, jokingly, thinking not to scare himself. It couldn't be that exaggerated. Well, it shouldn't be like that. Gu Yan didn't dwell on this issue too much. At the crime scene on the hotel rooftop, a police cordon had already been set up. Shen Wan'er stood inside the cordon, frowning as she watched the forensic doctor examining the corpse. After hesitating for a moment, she reached a conclusion. This was the work of a martial artist. Shen Wan'er was certain that this was the means of a martial artist. They left no traces on the surveillance, killing Yan Huang like a shadow. This was clearly not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Remembering the dark martial artist Tian Feng whom she had seen with Gu Yan, she frowned. This murder case was also perpetrated by dark martial artists. Dark martial artists. Shen Wan'er clenched her fists. Are dark martial artists all such beings who kill without a second thought? She took a deep breath. This matter was no longer something the secular forces could handle. She must report it to her father quickly so he could notify the martial artist department to come investigate. After being enlightened by Gu Yan, Shen Wan'er had already come to understand. Sometimes many things cannot be accomplished with just passion. Professional matters should be left to professionals. To solve the case quickly, the martial artist department must be called in to investigate. Oh right, Shen Wan'er suddenly remembered something, informing the police to protect the scene before taking the elevator down. Shen Wan'er's small face appeared somewhat pale, draped in a coat given to her by Xiao Lin. Upon learning of the murder incident in this place, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic and fear. Though her company had previously experienced a murder, those individuals had aimed to attack her, so she naturally felt no psychological pressure when they died. But now the victim was the owner of Yinxing Group. Even such individuals could be killed. This indicated that the hotel was no longer safe, and the murderer might be hiding among the crowd. Shen Wan'er anxiously grasped Xiaolin's wrist, her eyes wide with fear, as she asked, "Xiaolin, will you protect me?" Xiaolin looked at Shen Wan'er's frail appearance. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and he earnestly replied, "Even if I die, I will protect you, Wan'er." Hearing this, Shen Wan'er felt a bit reassured, perhaps because she believed in Xiaolin's strength, and suddenly thought he seemed quite decent. At the very least, he gave her a profound sense of security. Guyan had already left her, and now she glanced at Xiaolin, who was full of righteousness and possessed formidable strength, and she sensed that he seemed to have feelings for her. But truly being with Xiaolin, Shen Wan'er dismissed the thought as she remembered that Xiaolin was merely a security guard at her company. She decided to put that aside for now. On the surface, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xiaolin." Xiaolin was taken aback, then awkwardly rubbed his nose, and said, "Hee, it's nothing." Wan'er smiled at me. Could it be that she has feelings for me too? Although Wan'er seemed to have some connection with Guyan, it didn't matter, because right now the person by Wan'er's side is me. Yet, despite this thought, Xiaolin could not shake off the memory of Wang Yulan, whom he had injured when he first came to Zhanghai, and who was still in the hospital. There was also the young lady from the Bai family, who possessed the half of the jade pendant he desired. These individuals seemed to have some connection with Guyan, and it appeared they did not particularly like him. Thinking of this, Xiaolin felt a strange sense of frustration and loss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of these feelings. Meanwhile, Gu Yin was still chatting with Bai Jun about trivial matters. At that moment, Chen Yingyin happened to come downstairs and immediately approached Gu Yin upon seeing him. After meeting Gu Yin, she summarized quickly, her expression somewhat serious. "Gu Yin, this matter is beyond our ability to resolve. These people are too ruthless. You have more information. Do you have any impression of such murder methods?" Bai Jun also unexpectedly looked at Gu Yin, not expecting Chen Yingyin to ask him. It seemed that the eldest son of the Gu family was indeed not as rumored. However, Gu Yin appeared confused. "I can assure you that I have never seen such a style of murder." As he spoke, his face contorted with indignation, and he clenched his fists tightly. How could they be so cruel? Boss Yin was the senior I respected most, yet he. Gu Yin closed his eyes and could no longer speak, expressing both hatred for the murderer and sorrow for Yin Huang's death. Long Zitian beside him looked dumbfounded. "I remember you weren't like this when you saw Yin Huang's body, were you?" Bai Jun was also somewhat surprised. It turned out Gu Yin had been suppressing his emotions all along. It was only when someone asked that he exploded. Thinking of this, Bai Jun's gaze towards Gu Yin became friendlier. No wonder he helped his sister. It turned out Gu Yin was also a person of chivalry. Bai Lian and Murong Si also noticed the commotion on Gu Yan's side. The former curled her lips. What? So that guy's idol is that old thing. But it was truly a pity. That guy had already been killed by their master. I really look forward to seeing Gu Yan's expression when he finds out his idol was killed by her master. Bai Lian smiled on the surface, but inwardly anticipated the moment when her master revealed their true nature, and Gu Yin would be utterly shocked. Just a mere man. Murong Si gazed at Gu Yin, then lowered her head, her eyes dimming. Chen Yingyin felt that Gu Yin was still the same kind-hearted person, just as he was when he scolded Xiaolin in the detention center. Chen Yingyin knew Gu Yin was kind and had a deep-seated aversion to evil. She comforted him, saying, "Gu Yin, don't be sad. I will report this matter to the director immediately and have him arrange for specialists to handle it." As she said this, Chen Yingyin glanced meaningfully at Bai Jun. Bai Jun pretended not to see. How ridiculous the matters of the Yanwang Hall were to be handled by those conservative fellows. If he rashly intervened, it would be a disaster. The martial artists from the two factions might end up clashing. However, the news of Yan Huang's death would likely reach the department soon. When that happened, it would depend on how the boss arranged it. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin opened his eyes already red, seemingly struggling to suppress his inner sorrow. Old Gao beside him remained silent. "Young master, when did he have any contact with the Yanwang Hall?" "The only time was when he threatened Long Zitian while stepping on Tian Fang's body, saying he would cooperate with him after Yan Huang died and took over the Yanwang Hall, right?" "Could it be?" Old Gao's eyes widened. It was the young master, having a split personality again. Should he go to the hospital to have a look? Old Gao fell into contemplation. Gu Yin took a deep breath and forced a smile at Chen Yingyin, saying, "I believe Uncle Chen will definitely find the murderer soon. Let Zhanghai return to a clear sky." Slap. Bai Jun laughed heartily upon hearing this, patting Gu Yin on the back, while said, "Gu Yin, as I said, if you need anything, feel free to find me anytime." Saying this, he turned to Chen Yingyin. "I want to go to the scene to see the situation." The latter knew his identity and nodded okay. Gu Yin then cleared his throat, "Since there's nothing for me to do here." Chen Yingyin nodded, comforting him. "Gu Yin, you should go back first. Don't worry too much, this matter has nothing to do with you." "All right then, Yingyin, you all take care. It would be terrible if the murderer is still on site." Bai Lian. Chen Yingyin felt warmth in her heart. and smiled, indicating she understood. Outside, Long Zitian chased after him. Gu Yin, are you just leaving like this? What should I do? Gu Yin had already exited the mode of sorrow, rubbing his eyes, which were a bit uncomfortable from being pressed, and turning red, saying you should eat and drink normally. Just wait for the next successor of Yinxing Group. As he said this, Gu Yin looked at Long Zitian with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes, saying, don't forget to hold a press conference. Before that, focus on practicing your acting skills. After saying this, he got into a luxury car and left the hotel. Long Zitian stood in the wind, feeling disheveled as he watched the luxury car disappear from his sight. He suddenly had a bad premonition, sensing that Gu Yan's last glance at him was not well-intentioned. No, right now we are two peas in a pod. After all, that group of black-clad men also aimed to kill Gu Yan. The Yanwang Hall and the Gu family joining forces would definitely be stronger than Gu Yin fighting alone. Long Zitian shook his head vigorously, his eyes gradually firming. He only needed to consider how to inherit the Yanwang Hall. He believed Gu Yin would not strike against him at such a crucial moment. The luxury car was driving on the road. While Gu Yin was contemplating his next plan, suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in Gu Yan's mind. What is your relationship with the Yanwang Hall? Upon hearing Mei Shui's voice, Gu Yin remained impassive on the surface, closing his eyes and replying in his heart, no relationship at all. Upon hearing this answer, Mei Shui seemed to fall silent, considering, before continuing to ask, do you know why the master wants to kill Yin Huang? Was it indeed Qingqiu's doing? Gu Yin was startled, but why? Wouldn't it be better to stay and control the Yanwang Hall? He subconsciously asked in his heart, why? Because of you. Gu Yin was taken aback. What? Because of me? Before Gu Yin could react, Mei Shui continued. After learning that you were with Long Zitian, the master abandoned her plans to control Yin Huang, and after clarifying a few things, she killed him. Even the value of a living Yin Huang far exceeds that of a dead one. When Mei Shui spoke of this, her emotions were incredibly complex. She did not expect the master to change the established plan just to control the Gu family. Was there something of greater value within the Gu family than the Hall of Yin? Is it really because of this? Gu Yin considered every possibility in his mind, but he never thought that Leng Qingqiu would abandon the original plan just because she knew Long Zitian was by his side. Why? In the original work, Leng Qingqiu was cold-blooded and ruthless, her methods so brutal that they struck fear into the hearts of readers. She was a true villain whom everyone wanted to see perish. One could say that the other party would spare no effort for the sake of their revenge, abandoning all emotions. But why would she? Gu Yan's heart jolted. Oh, wait a moment, something was wrong. He suddenly realized a blind spot. He opened his eyes in frustration. Right in this life, due to his intervention, the plot had become completely unrecognizable. Leng Qingqiu had not only failed to turn dark, but had instead become his fiancée. Just thinking about that proud and Sundara good wife in his mind made Gu Yan's mouth involuntarily curl into a smile. But this wasn't the time to think about his beautiful wife. Gu Yan covered his face, his fingers revealing a diagram of his own mixed feelings of frustration, shock, joy, regret, and pain. Could it be that Leng Qingqiu changed her plans because of him? Does this mean that she has some feelings for him? Is that why she wants to take his feelings into account? Gu Yan didn't know why, but whenever it involved Leng Qingqiu, he could reason out her thoughts through comparisons with the original work. Although he wasn't sure if that was the case, Gu Yan strongly believed that Leng Qingqiu's inner thoughts were likely along these lines. She liked him, so she didn't want him to know how cruel her methods could be. For now, he didn't know what identity Long Zitian and Gu Yan held. Thus, if she rashly ordered her subordinates to kill Long Zitian, it might cause Gu Yan to feel sad and distressed, ultimately leading to some psychological changes in him. What if he eventually discovered that he was the mastermind behind all this? Gu Yan smiled broadly, nodding in agreement. Although this speculation might be a bit exaggerated. Oh no, this is clearly not the case. Gu Yan shook his head again. A vision of Leng Qingqiu's occasionally cold and stunning face popped into his mind. How could Leng Qingqiu possibly have such thoughts? After all, she is that Leng Qingqiu. Of course, what if she liked him just a little bit? But even if she did, it wouldn't necessarily mean she would abandon her original plan for him. But what if she really liked him? Upon this thought, Gu Yan chuckled and shook his head. That was impossible. Gu Yan, don't be narcissistic. The original Leng Qingqiu was someone who would turn her enemies' families into meat paste to make dumplings and serve them to her enemies, thereby breaking down their mental defenses. How could the Leng Qingqiu who absorbed the souls of warriors for cultivation, reveling in their anguished screams, possibly become someone who liked him? However, she didn't say she wouldn't like him, at least not now. If it wasn't because she liked him so much that she wanted to consider the feelings of her dearest lover. Thinking about it, Gu Yan became entangled again. Why did Leng Qingqiu kill Yin Huang for him? Mei Shui fell silent, lying on the side of the vehicle to conceal her presence. She even utilized the shadow ability of the night to change her face. Because she had been recognized by Gu Yan at the banquet, she was severely reprimanded by the master, thus, she had to remember to fully apply makeup as instructed. After sensing Gu Yan's shock and confusion, the corners of her mouth slightly rose. Very well, if she could appropriately inform Gu Yan about the master, it would make Gu Yan trust Leng Qingqiu immensely. Thus it would lay a solid foundation for the master to take over the Gu family in the future. He knowing that the master changed her plans because of you, Gu Yan must be so moved right now, right? On Gu Yan's side, he had already stopped thinking. It was too troublesome to ponder over. After all, Leng Qingqiu wouldn't change the main plans of the original work because of him. After all, Leng Qingqiu had given him an incredibly profound and cold-blooded stereotype in the original work. That woman was one who calculated even her own sister Leng Bingning, all for the sake of revenge. Moreover, there were a series of bizarre poison schemes that made readers break into a cold sweat. Why did she construct a sacrificial formation in the center of the city, sacrificing half the city's population instead of the whole? That was because Leng Qingqiu's purpose was merely to delay the main characters from reaching a certain important location, so they would rush back to the sacrifice city for rescue. What a disaster. He propped his left hand against his face against the car window, his gaze watching the swiftly passing traffic, and as he looked he felt conflicted again. No way. Leng Qingqiu couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Leng family. At the bathroom door. Qingqiu, do you like me? Gu Yan, gathering his courage, stood in front of Leng Qingqiu and shouted. And Qingqiu, you smell great. Huh. Leng Qingqiu, dressed in a bathrobe, had evidently just finished her bath. She was still using cold water to wash away her complicated emotions. She had been asking herself what kind of existence Gu Yan was to her. A lover? No, that was merely superficial. A friend. He seemed to be a friend. But also more than just a friend. A family member. That was even less likely, as her own family had already perished, and now only Leng Linger was considered her family. So what was Gu Yan? Was he her slave? Or a slave backed by a powerful family? Thinking about this made Leng Qingqiu feel a bit better. However, just as she finally felt a bit better and stepped out of the bathroom, she suddenly saw the dazzling life source standing at the bathroom door. And she couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but as she stepped out it seemed that the life source's head was scanning her body up and down. This made Leng Qingqiu feel both ashamed and angry, especially since the other party had directly asked a question that made her want to curse. Why would someone ask her at the bathroom door if she liked him? Can't you at least be aware of the atmosphere? Leng Qingqiu bit her silver teeth and angrily shouted, get out. After saying that, she stomped barefoot upstairs. Leng Linger flashed behind Gu Yan, patting his back vigorously. You got scolded, huh? The little fish, Gu already told you that my sister is taking a bath. She hates being disturbed. Hey, what's wrong with you? As Leng Linger kept patting, she noticed Gu Yan wasn't speaking, so she moved closer to take a look. And then, she saw Gu Yan's face was ecstatic with blood flowing from his nose. Leng Linger's expression gradually turned shocked. Are you a pervert? Pervert? No. Gu Yan's mind was still replaying the image of the beautiful Leng Qingqiu emerging from the bath, like a sage entering a state of enlightenment. With blood still flowing from his nose, he spoke to Leng Linger in a gentle manner. I was just moved by the sight of something extraordinarily beautiful. My love surged forth, and the blood from my heart transformed into tears of emotion that flowed from the tip of my nose. You're more like a pervert. No, you should say it's disgusting. Leng Linger shouted with a flushed face. What the heck was this? Little fish Gu, can you please tilt your head up? Your bleeding is so exaggerated, just like in a comic or novel. We are in the three-dimensional world here. She hurriedly supported Gu Yan, who seemed as stiff as a board, towards the lip. Click, she closed the door and leaned against it. Leng Qingqiu covered her rapidly beating chest, which had been racing since a moment ago. She bit her lip gently, her face slightly flushed, unsure if it was due to the heat from her recent shower or something else. In her mind, she replayed Gu Yan's love song confession to her at the banquet hall alongside the direct question he had just asked. For a moment, Leng Qingqiu was at a loss for how to respond. Perhaps it was the abruptness of his inquiry that left her flustered, so she could only curse at him before hurriedly running into the study. Only the study could offer her a bit of peace. She leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, her legs together as she buried her face in them. Do I like him? Do I really like Gu Yan? Will I come to like him? No, perhaps the question is whether I can like him. Agreeing to be superficial spouses was merely a way to take over the Gu family, offering him a bit of compensation. However, that compensation did not include any notion of liking Gu Yan. It's impossible to come to like Gu Yan. He's just an ordinary person capable of breaking marble. I have felt his lack of cultivation. Surely one cannot claim that Gu Yan's strength surpasses hers and her circle of subordinates. Could it be that I can't even perceive Gu Yan's cultivation? Moreover, in extreme states of anger and tension, aren't there those who can flip over heavy trucks? Leng Qingqiu's mind flashed back to a story Gu Yan had previously told her. Once a student-athlete claimed in a moment of extreme rage, I flipped a heavy truck that was rushing towards me. Afterward, I felt weak all over and chilled to the bone. That was the closest I had ever been to death. Later, a heavy rain ruined my dreams of athletics, and I have been in despair ever since. Though it sounded somewhat exaggerated, there is indeed scientific evidence proving that the human body is not fully developed. The human body is truly marvelous, Leng Qingqiu marveled. By the way, Gu Yan's physique, according to Leng Qingqiu, is also quite good. I wonder what his body fat percentage is. Then she shook her head vigorously. No, this is not the time to think about that. Do I really like Gu Yan? Leng Qingqiu slightly raised her head, her face displaying an expression akin to being torn between whether to have one or two ice creams today. She pressed her lips together. Leng Qingqiu herself had not realized that her little face was already flushed. Her fingers were tightly gripping her arms. Memories of her moments with Gu Yan flooded her mind, his every word and action echoing in her thoughts. His wild and passionate love song confession lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but smile, murmuring, "I like." But soon she shook her head. "I don't like him." Leng Qingqiu stood up, took a deep breath, and forced her smile down. She adeptly returned to her desk and opened a book. "I don't like him, I can't like him." Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists tightly. Throughout her life, revenge was the only path she could choose. There was no way she could date or marry like an ordinary girl. Leng Qingqiu, you are being too lax. Just because Gu Yan has brought you a bit of joy these days, have you become so complacent? Just because he defended you and Ling Heir at the banquet hall, do you feel moved? Just because Gu Yan publicly offered to sing a song for you, does that make you happy? All of this is influencing your state of mind. Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath, trying to purge these unwelcome thoughts from her mind. Minutes later, her heart had become as solid as a rock. Her expression had also become incredibly calm. Swish, 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 she began flipping through the books. That's right, Leng Qingqiu, you can never be like an ordinary girl. You have only one purpose in life. That is revenge, revenge, revenge. Eradicate all those who destroyed your family back then. Not just eliminate them, but make them endure the suffering you have endured. You must ensure that their loved ones, friends, and lovers die one by one before their eyes. Gu Yan is a presence affecting her revenge plan. Leng Qingqiu had realized that she would close off her heart to Gu Yan regardless of what he did for her. She would never be moved, because feelings are the most useless things. Swish, as long as I have Ling Heir, that's enough. Swish, swish, as long as Ling Heir is safe, then nothing else matters. Swish, swish, friendship and love. I don't need that. I don't need Gu Yan. I only want the Gu family behind him. Everything I do is for revenge. I only intend to use you. Swish, swish, swish. But why does Gu Yan's pixelated face keep popping up in my mind? Why? I'm only using you. Stop lingering in my thoughts. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of her flipping through the pages increased, and Leng Qingqiu felt increasingly unsettled. The next moment, Qingqiu, are you okay? A concerned voice echoed in Leng Qingqiu's mind. I brought you some food. You didn't go to the banquet hall, so I packed some cream puffs for you. I thought you might not have eaten well for dinner. By the way, Ling Heir's little ghost was the one who reminded me to take these. I didn't expect that little ghost to be quite nice. Gu Yan stopped his nosebleed and placed the high-end cream puffs he had brought on the desk, looking at Leng Qingqiu with some concern. It seemed he was pondering something. Could it be that my words troubled him? No, Leng Qingqiu is not that kind of woman. He is probably thinking about the upcoming revenge plan. Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath and said helplessly, do you know that eating cream puffs at night can make you gain weight? Oh, that's quite rare. I didn't expect to hear that from you, a sweet tooth enthusiast. What sweet tooth enthusiast? What kind of ridiculous title is that? Leng Qingqiu picked up a cream puff and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she complained. Gu Yan leaned on the desk, gazing at Leng Qingqiu, who was eating the cream puffs with both hands, and gently smiled. You look like a hamster. You are the one who looks like a hamster. After finishing one, Leng Qingqiu took another, her expression even more displeased upon hearing Gu Yan's words. A hamster? Can it talk? Is there such a beautiful hamster like me? I really don't like you, dog man. To prevent Leng Qingqiu from eating too much, Gu Yan reminded, by the way, don't eat too much tonight, 2 should be enough. He'll leave after you finish. Upon hearing this, for some reason, Leng Qingqiu subconsciously slowed down her pace of eating the cream puffs. She didn't know why she did this. On the surface, she snorted lightly. Do you think I need your reminders? You make it sound like I'm the kind of person who would eat all the snacks in front of me in one go. You aren't, are you? Gu Yan smiled knowingly, but didn't say anything. There was no need to argue at this moment. Oh, speaking of which, my wife is really beautiful. Even the way she eats quietly is so lovely. It's wonderful. Here. At that moment, Leng Qingqiu grabbed a cream puff and turned to offer it to Gu Yan, saying you should eat too. Gu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious, truly high-end cream puffs. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqiu felt she had to say, really? You think this counts as high-end cream puffs? You haven't tasted my mother's. But as she spoke, she fell silent. Gu Yan also realized this, and for a moment the room fell into a silent atmosphere. Time ticked by, and Gu Yan watched as Leng Qingqiu finally finished the cream puffs. He let out a long breath, then stood up and gently patted Leng Qingqiu's shoulder. I'm sorry, Qingqiu, I need to leave. So much had happened today, Leng Qingqiu's mind must be in turmoil. He thought it best to leave her alone to calm down. Gu Yan believed in and trusted Leng Qingqiu, as she was the kind of woman who could regulate her emotions in just a few breaths. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cultivate the ice heart technique to perfection in the original story. Seeing that Leng Qingqiu did not respond, Gu Yan sighed lightly and stood to walk towards the door. Is he leaving? Leng Qingqiu belatedly squeezed her hands. The cream puffs were long gone, and she had tried to slow down her eating pace. Licking her lips, she heard Gu Yan moving to the door. Instinctively, Leng Qingqiu's distinctive cool voice reached Gu Yan's ears. I like. Gu Yan's body jolted, and he turned sharply to look at Leng Qingqiu. To his surprise, she added calmly, I really like the taste of these cream puffs, but I prefer the ones made at home. Gu Yan, your cooking is so good, why don't you make some for me next time? What? Is that so? Gu Yan for some reason felt a sense of relief, smiling sure. Click, the door closed, and Gu Yan left. He returned to his luxury car, leaned back against the seat, and pressed his hand against his chest. A blissful expression appeared on his face. Phew. Thank goodness Qingqiu didn't say she liked me, otherwise I would have been terrified of dying from a racing heart right on the spot. But, if the pure love target likes it, points 100 really. Just for liking a cream puff I get so many points. Gu Yan was somewhat puzzled. It seemed Qingqiu really enjoyed sweets. Next time I'll show her my skills. Feeling the strong pure love energy between the host and Leng Qingqiu, ding ding ding. The pure love technique has evolved and upgraded to the second stage. Please check the details yourself, host. Gu Yan, this thing can evolve. Do you think you're a Pokemon? On the other side in the study, Leng Qingqiu covered her face with her hands, her cheeks flushed. I said it out loud. Her voice trembled. Thankfully, she added other terms afterward which prevented Gu Yan from suspecting. Besides, saying I like him does not mean I truly like Gu Yan. Compensation. This is merely a way to take over the Gu family and offer Gu Yan a little compensation. If saying I like him can make him happy, then I naturally would be willing to do it. That's right. I will never like Gu Yan. Leng Qingqiu was very confident about this. Humming the love balloon song Gu Yan had sung to her, she happily flipped through her books as usual. By the way, I need to have Leng Qingqiu help me copy a version from light years away. Although he is just a pathetic pawn being used by me, he sings quite well. Leng Qingqiu swung her legs, feeling in the Gu family, lying on a soft bed worth 2 million. Cosmic Pure Love Technique Stage 2. The Cosmic Pure Love Technique allows one to stimulate pure love energy simply by engaging in acts of pure love. This energy can cleanse the user's meridians, continuously nourishing the body, making it stronger, and enabling learning other skills to become far more efficient. The introduction to the Stage 1 Pure Love Technique ends here. So, what changes does Stage 2 bring? With that thought, Gu Yan continued reading. Pure Love Energy Value 1, 2, 2, 3, 5, 3. In addition to redeeming items from the store, the Stage 2 technique allows the user to actively use pure love energy. The specific operation process is left for the host to figure out. Tip: this technique cannot advance through normal cultivation methods. It can only progress by the host interacting with their pure love target to accumulate pure love energy. Stage 3 Technique Progress 1. Bang. Gu Yan covered his face. Seriously, how am I supposed to use this? As a system, are you trying to be a riddle master? Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan felt he was close to losing his composure. He had already suspected this system was rather unorthodox from the moment he traversed here. But now it was evident that this system was indeed quite unconventional. No, I must hold on. Once I'm on this system's boat, there's no getting off. Since I can only rely on the pure love technique to navigate this life, then let's just keep reading. Don't underestimate our pure love bond. Is there really not a single normal introduction? Gu Yan quickly scrolled down, eager to inquire about the mental state of this bizarre system. After finishing a lengthy, overly dramatic introduction, he finally found something useful. The Stage 2 technique allows the user to see each person's anti-pure love value. The higher the anti-pure love value, the more pure love energy is consumed by the host when affecting them. Gu Yan slowly raised a question mark. Anti-pure love value. What kind of world is this? Terms like anti-pure love value are surfacing now. Never mind. Gu Yan took a deep breath and climbed out of bed. Since the explanation states that I can actively use pure love energy, then let's give it a try. But he looked at his hand. How exactly do I actively use it? Gu Yan thought for a moment and suddenly recalled the time he shattered a marble with a punch in the banquet hall. Clenching his fist, he chuckled and shook his head. Surely, I can't just think about getting stronger and suddenly become strong, right? The next second, a prompt sounded in his mind. Consuming 100,000 pure love value. The host has acquired initial innate cultivation. Insufficient pure love value for mid-stage innate cultivation, so the enhancement is interrupted. Gu Yan. Hey, no way. Really? Gu Yan was somewhat incredulous. He jumped in place and found his body felt lighter somehow. Clenching his fist again, he seemed to sense an additional force within him. He was shocked. Did I just level up? This pure love value has such an effect. What the hell? Is this something you'd expect from a low-level martial world? Hurry up and apologize to those warriors who have worked hard to cultivate. Phew. Gu Yan took a deep breath. It had come to this. He looked out the window, excitement bubbling within him, thinking he should first test what his current condition was. That night, a strange tale spread throughout the Tianhu Cave Villa area. It was said that a shadow flashed past their 5th-floor window. However, after reviewing the surveillance, no traces of anyone were found. The next day, Gu Yan was woken up by noise. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the frustrated figure standing by his bed. Confused, he asked, Dad, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Gu Tianming, looking at Gu Yan's indifferent demeanor, was instantly furious, saying in a deep voice, Did you fight against the prominent figures of Jianghai City last night? Hearing this, Gu Yan yawned nonchalantly, saying, Oh, that. I didn't hit them. They just came to me. But didn't that mean you still fought? After confirming his reply, Gu Tianming felt a headache. Coming on a fighting with other minor families was one thing, but the main issue was that he had actually fought with the young lady of the Yin family. This was a bit problematic, as the Yin family was no less than the Gu family. Now the Yin family was leading the charge, gathering most of Jianghai City's families to demand an explanation, which made him very anxious. Meanwhile, the instigator was sleeping quite soundly. Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yin, who seemed to be lost in thought, and sighed. In any case, I've already suppressed the situation. They still want you to apologize, but... Gu Tianming said proudly and disdainfully, My son Gu Tianming hit someone, so what? I dare anyone to do anything to you. Gu Yin nodded in response. Oh. Gu Tianming's lips twitched, feeling all his efforts had been in vain. He sat on Gu Yan's bed and earnestly told him, Xiao Yan, I'm not blaming you for fighting. If I really wanted to blame you, I wouldn't care at all. Saying this, Gu Yin interrupted. Let me interject, they insulted my family Qingqiu first. If it weren't for considering your honor, I would have already beaten up everyone who was watching at the banquet. Looking at Gu Yan's righteous demeanor, as if he was doing it for his own good, Gu Tianming felt both angry and amused. He advised, I know you care for your beloved, but have you thought about our family's annual meeting? Gu Tianming frowned tightly. This year is your last chance, Xiao Yan. If you get voted down 3 times in a row, you will lose the qualification to inherit the Gu family group. At that point, such a large Gu family group will have to be handed over to someone more suitable after I die. Gu Tianming suddenly realized something and grabbed Gu Yan's wrist. In an instant, he froze, looking at Gu Yan in disbelief. Wait, you? Gu Yan nodded, seemingly talking about something trivial. Yes, I've attained innate cultivation, and you don't need to worry about the annual meeting voting issue. With that under Gu Tianming's stunned gaze, Gu Yan smiled and said, The heir will only be me. Gu Yan's lips twitched. In the original work, the Gu family was indeed besieged and divided by the protagonist Xiao Lin and all the family forces of Jianghai Shi. Returning to reality, Gu Yan nodded and asked with a smile, Dad, can you lend me a few capable bodyguards? I don't have high demands, just at the same level as Lao Gao. Gu Tianming's eyes twitched, and he coughed lightly as he patted Gu Yan's shoulder. After taking a deep breath, he said, Son, do you think masters are as common as cabbages? I can at most provide you with 10 innate mid-stage martial artists. Don't worry, they are all death warriors trained by the Gu family. Absolute loyalty is guaranteed. Although I don't know what you're planning to do, but... Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yan seriously and said, If you're going to do it cleanly. After hearing this, Gu Yan sighed, as expected of a prominent family. This immediately boosted his powers several times. So he nodded and said, Thank you, Dad. It's good that you understand Dad loves you. Gu Tianming seemed to remember something at this point, and added, By the way, you mustn't think about using the death warriors to threaten those who can vote in our family. The voting of the Gu family is related to many matters. If someone finds out you cheated, you will be in trouble. Gu Yan nodded. Okay, Dad, I definitely won't let anyone find out. Gu Tianming nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you understand. Suddenly he frowned. Why does it feel like there's something off in the conversation? Forget it, this kid probably wouldn't do such a thing. Gu Tianming then stood up and said, All right, now that I've finished talking with you, I'm heading to the company. You can find something to eat by yourself. The person should arrive by this evening. Okay, thank you, Dad. After Gu Tianming left, Gu Yan stood up to wash up. At the same time, he pondered why, being from such a big Gu family, shouldn't there be a bunch of servants rushing in to help me dress and wash up just by ringing a bell? Why should I personally put on my own clothes? Oh, it's because my mom, with a kind expression, threatened my dad against having any maids, saying it would spoil the children. As for family status, Gu Yan shook his head with a sigh. It seems that I still have to rely on myself. In front of Qingqiu, my family status will always be a head taller. Leng family. Achoo. In the study, Leng Qingqiu lightly sneezed and felt somewhat dazed as she looked up. Strange. Am I getting sick? Leng Qingqiu fell silent. It shouldn't be. Ever since she started practicing dark arts, she hadn't caught a cold. Speaking of dark arts, Leng Qingqiu immediately walked to the door of the study and locked it with a click. Then she opened her eyes, palm facing upwards. Boom. A pitch-black book appeared in her hand. Immediately a wailing scream came from the book. Leng Qingqiu, you won't die a good death. Leng Qingqiu, you will regret this. If one listened closely, it was indeed the voice of the king of hell. Without changing her expression, Leng Qingqiu coldly said, Even after dying, you still have so much nonsense to say. It would just be a nourishment on my path of cultivation. As her voice fell, the wailing abruptly ceased. Subsequently, a wave of black smoke emerged from the center of the book, covering Leng Qingqiu's eyes. Practicing dark arts, I truly don't want Gu Yan to know. After a simple breakfast, Gu Yan sat in a luxury car. Young master, are we going to the Leng family today? Lao Gao, sitting in the driver's seat, looked at Gu Yan with some confusion. How strange, why does the young master feel different today? Gu Yan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I probably won't be going to the Leng family these days. Because I have other plans which also relate to the annual meeting, so take me to Tianfang first. Regarding the use of pure love points, isn't there just the perfect experimental subject available? Lao Gao nodded. All right, young master. In less than a moment the car arrived at a remote place in Jianghaisher and stopped. This place was desolate and uninhabited, if one had to say. It was a mass grave. The Gu family's dungeon is here. Gu Yan looked at the place in surprise. The rest of the road needs to be traveled on foot. Lao Gao led Gu Yan forward, nodding as he walked. Yes, young master, this place is hidden and not many people come here. The main thing is that when you encounter someone unpleasant in the future, it will be convenient to dispose of the body. Hey, please don't say such scary things. I'm not a devil. There's no need to tell me that it's convenient to dispose of bodies here. Gu Yan expressed that Lao Gao really misjudges people. They arrived at a spot covered in weeds. Lao Gao rhythmically stomped his foot on the ground. Buzz. A formation appeared out of thin air, and then buzz. Lao Gao's body sank into it. He reached out to Gu Yan. Young master. Without hesitation the latter grabbed Lao Gao's hand and entered the Gu family dungeon. When the two entered, the formation disappeared, and the place returned to its previous state, overgrown with weeds. Drip, drip. In the dark and damp dungeon a man bound, and with a look of despair lay inside. Next to him, there was also a human skeleton dressed in tattered clothes. Tianfang knew he was done, for his cultivation was wasted. Being trapped here, he knew everything was over. He had fallen thinking that the king of Hell's Long Zaiyan was a complete fool. Unexpectedly he realized he was trapped here with someone else's help. At this moment, he heard the sound of footsteps and Tianfang was startled, quickly closing his eyes to pretend to be asleep. Footsteps. Who is it? The person who brought me here. Tianfang felt vigilant in his heart. To be honest, his last memory was discussing matters with Long Zaiyan. Then there was nothing after that. The footsteps grew closer and stopped right in front of Tianfang's cell. Young master, Tianfang's cultivation has already been wasted by me. Even a 3-year-old child with a knife could kill him, now Lao Gao kindly reminded. What, young master? So you are the one who wasted my cultivation? A 3-year-old child? If I could restore my cultivation, the first thing I would do is sacrifice your whole family. Gu Yan looked at the pretending to sleep Tianfang and nodded calmly. Then he looked at the other and said indifferently, Tianfang, tell me where your little pet is. As he spoke, Gu Yan's eyes faintly glimmered with a pink hue upon closer inspection. One could discover that Gu Yan's pupils had the shape of a pentagram. On Tianfang's side his heart tightened. Little pet. He knows about that thing. However, I will never say it even if I die. Just as he thought this, Tianfang found himself uncontrollably opening his mouth. It's in my heart. Only when I need it will I let it out. Tianfang opened his eyes in shock, looking horrified at the two outside the cell. What is happening? Why did I say that? Hearing this, Gu Yan slightly nodded. Very good. The experiment was successful, just as he thought. Glancing at the system prompt before him, he smiled lightly. This pure love point is simply fantastic. Temporarily controlling the life form Tianfang, consuming 2,000 pure love points. Current effect: 10 minutes left. Looking at the system's prompt, Gu Yan revealed a hint of an inexplicable smile. As he had guessed, the value of pure love was indeed significant, not only aiding him in improving his cultivation, but also allowing him to achieve the very things at hand. After advancing to the second stage of the pure love technique last night, he began to experiment with the pure love value, trying it one after another. For instance, summon Qingqiu to me. Then a prompt appeared: current pure love value insufficient, unable to accomplish this, but if the host strongly requests, this system may assist. Another example: create a third-rate warrior before me. Then a prompt appeared: current technique level too low, unable to accomplish this. This made Gu Yan realize that as the level of the technique increased, he could even create life. What was that saying? All my power relies on your imagination. The more pure love value he had, the more he could accomplish. Of course, the main concern was whether such a thing appearing in a low martial world was truly a good idea. Isn't this too outrageous? Love. This must be the power of love, right? Indeed, the power of love is boundless. With this thought, he joyfully looked at the shocked Tianfang before him, his lips curling slightly. All right, summon that adorable little fellow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tianfang's expression changed, and he uncontrollably tore open his clothing at the chest, revealing a cross-shaped scar. No, no, no. Tianfang shouted internally, no way. I can't let this continue. In terror he thought, no, no, that's my most precious thing. Lao Gao remained silent on the side, wondering what was happening. Why was the young master able to make Tianfang so obedient? In the next moment, under Lao Gao's vigilant gaze, a series of eerie sounds emanated from Tianfang's chest. Moreover, Tianfang's chest began to swell, and the next moment, a sharp black claw pierced through the cross scar. Then, like petals of a flower blooming, the cross scar slowly opened around. Thump, thump. A vibrant heart beat within that chest, also revealing the thing resting atop it. There were 3 black sharp claws with a black iron texture, each about 5 centimeters in length. Lao Gao's expression changed drastically as he stepped forward, whispering, Young master, be careful. It's a demon. He cautiously watched the three claws emerging, gradually crawling out from the heart. In shock, having never seen such a demon before, but he recognized the unique aura. This malicious scent. There's no doubt it's a demon. What shocked him the most was why someone would dare to keep a demon in their heart. Lao Gao looked at Tian Fong with difficulty. Are demon martial artists all a bunch of lunatics? It's all right, Lao Gao. Gu Yan gently patted him. No need to be so tense. He stepped forward to the cell, extending his hand towards the three seemingly timid claws, smiling. Do you want to follow me? Buzz. The pink pentagram in his eyes slowly rotated. Tian Fong thought to himself, what a fool. Although I don't know how you managed to control me, these three demon claws were raised by me since childhood. Their loyalty is unquestionable. How could they possibly follow you just because you said so? In the next second, chirp, 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 chirp. The three demon claws, as if encountering their master, excitedly leaped out from Tian Fang's heart and jumped into Gu Yan's palm. For a moment, Tian Fong was astonished, directly shouting, impossible. Lao Gao's face also turned extremely pale as he looked at the three demon claws in Gu Yan's palm, struggling to ask, Young master, do you intend to raise them? This is far too dangerous, right? Gu Yan teased the claws in his palm, brushing them with his hand, and they curled up comfortably like little kittens. Hearing Lao Gao's words, Gu Yan turned to him and nodded, saying, yes, don't worry, it won't be dangerous. After all, permanent contract with the juvenile body, 3 life demon claws consuming 200 pure love value. Well, since I spent 200 pure love value, it's fortunate that their resistance to pure love value isn't high and their level is relatively low, so it only required this amount. Looking at the panel with only 353 pure love value left, Gu Yan felt a pang in his heart. However, it was all worth it. Gu Yan looked at the 3 demon claws before him. In the original work, this thing was extremely overpowered. After Tian Fang's death, this thing became a wandering spirit demon, continuously hiding in the shadows to slaughter living beings. Over time, the 3 life demon claws evolved into adulthood, each growing to an unimaginable size, even developing intelligence. The original work described it this way. The 3 life demon claws stood tall on the earth, towering like pillars, radiating a strong demonic aura. On the surface of the claws, irregular patches of soft and agile tissues sprouted, each hosting various mouths and eyes. There was no need for further description. The portrayal of the claws in the original work was somewhat disgusting, but it made everyone aware of their function. That is, to store the souls of living beings and utilize the powers of those beings in their lifetime. In the original work, the various mouths and eyes growing on it were each the remnants of living beings that had been devoured by the 3 life demon claws. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of the 3 life demon claws, it could only digest the bodies of the devoured beings, but not their souls. Furthermore, it could not devour the souls, because if the souls were completely consumed, it would lose a portion of its own power. You could understand it as the attributes of weapon gems in a game. They can only be equipped and detached, but you can't merge the attribute gems directly with the weapon. For the 3 life demon claws, the souls of the beings it devoured were like attribute gems, and it was a weapon that relied on these gems to enhance its power. Ultimately, unexpectedly, the protagonist group, led by Xiao Lin, discovered this weakness, liberated the souls within the 3 life demon claws, and defeated it. Then, needless to say, coupled with some details, Gu Yan realized that these 3 life demon claws seemed to have been deliberately released into the wild by Leng Qingqiu to devour living beings and grow to the present. Because in the novel, every time the protagonist group defeated an enemy, the scene would shift to Leng Qingqiu. The person sitting on the throne smiled, contemptuously. Interesting, this has value for hunting. Then they would send out a slightly stronger general to deal with the protagonist, playing a game of cat and mouse. Gu Yan sighed. It was precisely because you did not like to band together in groups that it led to the situation that followed. However, I have arrived. Gu Yan glanced at the magic claw in his hand and softly uttered mimicry. In the next moment, 3 magic claws seemed to have understood Gu Yan's intent, swirling together and immediately wrapping around his fingers, transforming into a black ring. Of course, crack. The inside of the ring was filled with blood-sucking spikes firmly clinging to Gu Yan's fingers. The magic claws also needed nourishment. After all this was done, Gu Yan cast a glance at the dazed Tian Fong, who was a crucial tool for Chen Yingyan's rapid infiltration into the warrior department, thus retaining some usefulness. He turned to the side where Lao Gao was still slightly bewildered by the scene before him, and said, "Let's go, Lao Gao. I'll explain things to you in the car." "Oh, okay." Lao Gao nodded, watching Gu Yan's departing figure. His expression was complex. He truly found it increasingly difficult to understand the young master. Was this current young master also a manifestation of split personality? No, regardless of anything. Lao Gao took a deep breath and followed behind Gu Yan, reminiscing about their first encounter. "Hey, old man, are you the bodyguard my dad found for me? You look so weak." "Old man, are you okay?" "Oh, I know. I heard from Dad that something happened to your old companion. Here, this is all my pocket money, you can use it." "Lao Gao, am I not also your family? If you keep moping around like this, I might just have to find another bodyguard." The young master really was a gentle person. Lao Gao smiled slightly, watching Gu Yan's back regardless of anything. I will always protect you, young master. For a moment the dungeon was left with only Tianfeng. My claws. That was the best companion he had grown up with, but now it was taken away by someone else. No. Tianfeng, overwhelmed with anger, fainted. Back in the car, Lao Gao was shocked. Although he had sensed it earlier, hearing the young master say it out loud was still startling. He still looked so shocked. Young master, you actually became a natural-born warrior. My God, this is unscientific. From the moment the young master was born, the Gu family had determined that this child had no talent for martial arts. Rather than letting him be exposed to the world of martial artists and suffer a blow, it was better not to tell him, allowing him to live peacefully as an ordinary person. At that time, everyone had concluded that he would at most be a third-rate warrior. But now he had suddenly become a natural-born warrior overnight. What on earth had happened? Yes, I'm also very curious. I suddenly became a natural-born warrior. Gu Yan pretended to think deeply, and then responded with a shocked expression. Could it be that? This is the power of love. What the heck is the power of love? Lao Gao took a deep breath. Although he couldn't comprehend the young master's notion of love's power, at least it was a good thing that the young master could cultivate, providing some assurance for his safety. Considering this, he asked, so, where are we going next, young master? Where to? Gu Yan thought for a moment, quickly running through the ideas in his mind. First was Shen Wan'er. After observing during the banquet, he noticed her interactions with Shaolin seemed to have increased, looking much like in the original storyline, though he needed more time here, and would have to wait. Next was Wang Yulan, who was still residing in the courtyard. The plot hadn't reached her yet, so she was temporarily not a concern. Then there was Chuning. She had learned about the warrior department, and should soon be joining it, so he could later give her a performance bonus, making her a temporary non-issue. Then there was Leng Qingqiu, the girl, who was the easiest to deal with. But he couldn't always take the initiative with her, so she was also temporarily not a concern. Finally, there was Bai Qionglan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and a close friend of Leng Linger, who possessed a half-piece of the Dragon King's jade pendant that he needed, but it wasn't time yet. He still needed to wait for a plot point, so she was also not a concern. With this calculation, Gu Yan realized he had already encountered 5 members of Shaolin's harem from the original work. Moreover, these 5 currently had no particular feelings for Shaolin. Very well, this development is correct. As long as these harem members don't provide Shaolin with excessive support, then in the later stages, both he and Qingqiu would be increasingly safe. No. Just how many harem members does Shaolin have? This person's resistance to pure love must be very high, right? Gu Yan complained as he pondered her. In fact, he had considered whether to become brothers with Shaolin, who had just come down from the mountain. But he didn't know why, but whenever this thought appeared, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Initially, he didn't know why, but after last night's appearance of Mei Shui, he seemed to have figured out some things and understood why he detested Shaolin. In the original work, the author did not explicitly state which forces were involved in the massacre of the Leng family back then. But now, Gu Yan's eyes slightly glimmered with a cold light. Combining the original work with what Leng Qingqiu was doing now, it was not difficult to reach a conclusion. That was, every force controlled by Leng Qingqiu was actually one of the forces responsible for the massacre of the Leng family back then. Why control the Underworld Palace? Because the Underworld Palace was involved in the massacre. Why target the protagonist? That's because the Dragon King Palace was also involved in the massacre, and Shaolin even killed Leng Linger in the original work. Why target those harem members who had yet to encounter protagonist Shaolin? Because their family forces had also participated in the encirclement of the Leng family. Everything Leng Qingqiu did actually revolved around one point. That is, revenge. For the sake of revenge, one could abandon all humanity. For the sake of revenge, one could sacrifice everything. Having understood all this, Gu Yan took a deep breath. Since everyone was Qingqiu's enemy, then I should also firmly walk this path I have chosen. Moreover, upon discovering that the pure love technique could grant him this kind of power, Gu Yan's thoughts had already changed. It no longer mattered whether Leng Qingqiu could turn dark and become like in the original work. Whether Leng Qingqiu would become stronger no longer mattered. That was good enough. Gu Yan didn't want Leng Qingqiu to turn into the cold-blooded and heartless figure she was in the original work again. Qingqiu must be suffering deeply because of his intervention, leading her to be unable to make a normal judgment about things. Like this time with the Underworld Palace. But it's okay. Gu Yan closed his eyes to relieve some stress, and said to grandmothers, "Understood, young master." The car started and Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with an unprecedented resolve and coldness. In this life, Leng Qingqiu's enemies are also my enemies. Buzz. Half a piece of the jade pendant was clenched in Gu Yan's palm. Let me make use of this. Dragon King Palace.